Chapter 1. A Bold Declaration and the Arrival of the System. Inside the United Nations Assembly Hall, in accordance with Article 37 of the United Nations Provisional Rules of Procedure, I hereby invite the representative of Yemen to participate in this meeting. Upon finishing his statement, Brother Shuang surveyed the room, granting no one the opportunity to dissent, and directly proclaimed, "It is decided." This display suggested that even a moment's delay would constitute a disrespect to the other nations, leaving all members of the Security Council profoundly shaken. The Yemeni ambassador, upon hearing this, was so exhilarated that he could hardly remain seated. Wow, Brother Shuang is truly commanding. Su Hao, watching a short video on Douyin, was so thrilled that he sprang to his feet. He then delved into the comments section. It feels like a meeting is taking place, yet it also seems like it isn't. So this is what it feels like to be among the great powers. These words carry a weight as refreshing as Brother Shuang himself, impressive indeed. From questioning the Americans to becoming one of them, and then surpassing them, China rises. Eagle sauce. I told you, you would come to relish this feeling. Reflecting on the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, when China, as a victorious nation, was compelled by the collusion of the Eagle sauce, the Brits, and the Gallic rooster to cede privileges of Shandong province to the Japanese, one might lament that, despite having just cause, other nations remained indifferent. Perhaps this exemplifies the helplessness of a weak nation in diplomatic matters. However, from this day forward, the tides have turned. The aggressor may advance, as may we. Professor AI once stated that dignity exists only at the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. The significance of this statement continues to rise. Strength is eternally the foundation of justice, and national defense is the true bastion of diplomacy. What a profound statement indeed. Those public intellectuals and anti-nationalists are but a minority, for the majority of Chinese people remain patriotic. Su Hao mused with a smile. Simultaneously, he liked these comments and the video. In the next moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Due to the host's heightened patriotic sentiments and aspirations for a career in diplomacy, the celestial diplomacy system has been graciously bestowed upon you and is now bound to the host. A system prompt appeared in Su Hao's mind without warning. What on earth? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, doubting whether he had been listening to Douyin for too long and was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Ding! The system has been activated and novice gift package has been awarded. This is not an auditory illusion. Hearing the prompt again, Su Hao was certain this was no mere figment of his imagination. System, where's my gift package? Su Hao tentatively inquired into the air. The novice gift package has materialized. Simply think of opening it to unveil its contents. Furthermore, the host may communicate with me directly through thought, without the need for spoken words. As the system's voice faded, a gift box adorned with colorful ribbons appeared before him, quietly suspended in midair. Open. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt a surge of certainty had indeed stumbled upon great fortune. In an instant, the ribbons atop the novice gift package transformed into a radiant display of colors, exuding an aura of grandeur and mystique. As the brilliance faded, a crystalline card resembling a playing card, a test tube shimmering with a verdant glow that appeared remarkably futuristic, and a palm-sized bronze door materialized on the ground. A set of garments adorned with a bronze seal, the size of a quail's egg, and a sword encrusted with radiant gemstones lay before him. What are these items? How are they utilized? Su Hao's excitement rendered his voice tremulous. In the next moment, a stream of information surged into his mind. The crystalline card, known as the cloud card, serves as a medium for soul reading, containing a comprehensive set of cultivation techniques that by merely placing it upon his forehead, one could access the contents, which include not only text and images, but also live demonstration videos. Once bound to an individual, it can recognize their soul's essence, preventing others from probing into it. With this card in hand, even in the absence of a teacher, one could successfully learn the art of cultivation. The reagent, designated as the Universal Gene Serum No. 000, upon injection, comprehensively enhances one's genetic sequence, elevating physical attributes and facilitating the transition from an ordinary individual to a practitioner. Representing the most basic entry-level gene serum in the cosmos, the bronze door serves as a portal to primordial realms, capable of randomly opening a gateway to such dimensions. The garments are those of a diplomat, exuding opulence, with five-clawed golden dragons embroidered on the cuffs, possessing a degree of defensive capability, capable of upgrading, and self-cleaning. The defensive limit correlates with the diplomat's rank, categorizing it as system equipment. The sword, named Frontier, is also upgradable and indestructible, serving as the diplomat's weapon, with its attacking power contingent upon the diplomat's cultivation level after all. How could a diplomat lack martial prowess? The bronze seal signifies the diplomat's status, in addition to possessing three formidable functions and one unique feature. First, intimidation, which instills a profound sense of pressure in others, thereby facilitating the civilization's quest for greater benefits. Second, defense, capable of forming an invincible energy barrier that wards off all attacks. A novice diplomat can maintain this for 10 seconds, usable once per day, with duration and frequency increasing alongside the diplomat's rank. Third, storage, encompassing a space measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, suitable for housing all inanimate objects, with time within this space remaining static, and capacity expanding with the diplomat's advancement. The unique feature is its immutability when signing any agreements with other civilizations in the future. This seal can be employed once utilized. No means can compromise the integrity of the documents, nor alter the information contained therein. That, of course, should one choose not to adhere to the agreement. That is another matter. The seal carries no binding force, merely ensuring the security of the document itself. All of these items are of great value, and without hesitation, Su Hao stored them within the bronze seal. Then he cleverly inquired, "System, other systems possess panel interfaces. You wouldn't lack one, would you?" Ding. Host panel activated. Host, Su Hao. Authority, novice. Rank, novice diplomat. Realm, ordinary person. Cultivation method, none. Combat skills, none. Secret techniques, none. Equipment, diplomatic. Attire, frontier sword, bronze official seal. Storage, universal gene serum number 000, cloud card X1, primordial portal X1. Connected worlds, none. Military talisman, none. Wealth, 94,536 yuan. Main quest, 1. Seek national cooperation. Meet with the chief minister and gain their complete trust. Reward, a formula for foundational spirit liquid that a repository of essential medicinal seeds accompanied by an automated production line capable of yielding 1,000,000 units daily, culminates in the creation of 1,000,000 flawless foundational elixirs. Point 2. Unlock the bronze door and engage in amicable exchanges with a neighboring civilization, ensuring at least one interaction, which shall reward a complete technological tree of primitive civilization. Point 3. Establish mutual consulates, appoint ambassadors of civilization, and formalize diplomatic relations through a signed agreement, thereby granting access to the systems marketplace and awarding 10,000 points. Point 4. When the total trade volume between both parties reaches 1 trillion yuan, the authority shall be elevated to a planetary level, accompanied by the reward of a planetary teleportation portal. Random tasks, temporarily on hold, contingent upon event triggers, with rewards comprising a lottery with random prizes. Closing the panel, Su Hao reclined back onto the sofa, enveloped in contemplation. The pressing matter at hand is to devise a means to meet with the Prime Minister and secure their trust. Chapter 2. The Secret Classics of Huaxia, Cultivation Realms. Although my grandfather is retired, he was once a minister of high rank. Through him, I should be able to connect with Minister Wang, and subsequently, it would be straightforward to meet the Prime Minister. The challenge lies in persuading my grandfather, gaining Minister Wang's trust, and determining how to instill confidence in the Prime Minister. Su Hao had never considered having his grandfather contact the Prime Minister directly, as bypassing hierarchical protocols is a grave taboo in any nation. Despite the significance and shock of the information Su Hao wished to convey, it should remain as confidential as possible, limiting knowledge to a select few. However, Minister Wang is undeniably a pivotal figure in the future implementation of these plans. Therefore, confidentiality regarding him is unnecessary. Gene serum and spatial storage both are highly persuasive elements. Su Hao resolved internally. The gene serum would naturally be administered to himself. First, he harbored a personal interest, for once relinquished, regardless of its purpose for verifying authenticity. It would likely cease to belong to him. Should his physical capabilities exceed human limitations post-injection, it would serve as compelling evidence if the enhancement is minimal, spatial storage remains a viable alternative. In dire circumstances, directly presenting the bronze door would be the most straightforward and compelling proof. However, this would be a last resort, as once the bronze door is positioned, it cannot be relocated. Placing in the capital would undoubtedly be suboptimal. With these 3 layers of assurance, Su Hao felt bolstered in confidence. I wonder if injecting the gene serum will result in fainting or the expulsion of impurities as depicted in novels. With this thought, Su Hao discarded his clothing, donning only his undergarments, before immersing himself in the bathtub. He retrieved the serum and, without a second thought, injected it into his arm. Soon, the gene serum coursed through the syringe and into his body, eliciting a cool sensation that made Su Hao shudder. However, once the serum was fully administered, the coolness dissipated, replaced by warmth, enveloping him like a sauna, as his skin gradually flushed and tiny beads of sweat began to form on the surface of his body. As time progressed, the minute droplets of sweat coalesced, merging into larger beads that, under the force of gravity, slid down his skin, ultimately gathering in the bathtub. Below, unbeknownst to him, Su Hao had drifted into a refreshing slumber. Time slipped away unnoticed as the sky gradually darkened and the streetlights began to flicker to life. Soon after, the glow of countless homes dispelled the shadows, revealing a nightscape of opulence and prosperity. A soft murmur pierced the tranquility of the night within the pitch-black room. Su Hao slowly opened his eyes, memories flooding in like a torrent, fully awakening him. Recalling that he had injected a genetic serum before succumbing to sleep, he abruptly sat up, gazing at his hands, clenching his fists to feel the surge of immense power. I can see in the dark, and my entire being is brimming with strength. Has it succeeded? Hastily, he stood, feeling the firmness of his abdominal muscles, stepping out of the bathtub and flipping the light switch. As he beheld his reflection in the mirror, Su Hao's expression transformed from anticipation to astonishment, culminating in joy, his lips curling into an exuberant smile. System, how powerful am I now? The earlier notification indicated that the injection of the genetic serum would allow me to cross the threshold of cultivation. Have I indeed stepped over it? Su Hao inquired with urgency. Indeed, the host has crossed the threshold of cultivation, entering the first stage of the Foundation establishment realm, the vitality stage, with strength reaching 500 kilograms. Categorizing you as a Kwasa warrior. Foundation establishment? Vitality stage? Kwasa warrior? How is the realm of cultivation delineated? Su Hao asked with curiosity. For the people of Huaxia, the pursuit of immortality and transcendence is ingrained in their very DNA, stirring within him at the mere mention. The first realm of cultivation is the Foundation establishment, divided into 3 stages and 9 minor realms. Vitality warrior, inner vision martial master, and chi martial sovereign. This realm serves as the foundational stage for entering cultivation. It can be considered as not truly part of the genuine realms of cultivation, as many citizens of various cosmic civilizations begin laying their foundations at a young age. Before reaching adulthood, most individuals can break through to the planetary level. Upon achieving planetary status, not only does one's strength surge, but lifespan also greatly increases. The planetary level is recognized as the first true realm of the universe, and it is also the minimum standard for cosmic citizens. The host is encouraged to continue striving. What about the realms that follow the planetary level? Su Hao pressed further. The planetary level consists of 10 stages, followed by the stellar level with 10 stages, the starry sky level with 9 stages, the galaxy level with 9 stages, the star domain level with 9 stages, and the cosmic level with 9 stages. Following these are the immortal deity, the void true God, the eternal divine monarch, and the chaos sovereign, culminating in the supreme beyond emperor. Su Hao had not anticipated that the system would divulge such information, let alone in its entirety. He had expected a response of insufficient authority. To his surprise, the system was remarkably forthright. Impressive, he said, giving a thumbs up to the system in appreciation. Thank you for your praise, host, the system responded. System, you just mentioned cosmic civilizations and cosmic citizens. Does this imply that there exist powerful beings of these realms within our universe? Su Hao suddenly contemplated a rather terrifying possibility. Certainly. The system's words shattered the last remnants of his hope. After several minutes of silence, Su Hao gradually emerged from his shock and panic. As if struck by a thought, he hastily retrieved a cloud card from the bronze seal space. He placed it upon his forehead, and immediately a torrent of information surged into his mind. The title of the technique was inscribed in 4 grand characters. Hua Xia Secret Canon. This is a transcendent fusion of the infinite techniques of the Hua Xia civilization, a method crafted from secret arts, representing the culmination of all techniques and esoteric practices that it encompasses the most formidable cultivation methods, the most powerful combat skills, and the most potent secrets, enabling one to cultivate to the highest realms, surpassing any technique within this universe. The system proudly elucidated. Such remarkable prowess? Can this technique be imparted to other Hua Xia individuals? Su Hao acknowledged that this was a superlative technique overshadowed by its name. However, from the name, it appeared to be tailored specifically for the Hua Xia people, hence his inquiry. Alas, no. Only the host possessing the system can practice it. Other Hua Xia individuals may acquire suitable techniques after the diplomatic marketplace is activated, or they may seek techniques in accessible realms or connect with other civilizations within this universe to obtain techniques, the system replied. Su Hao nodded slightly. Although he had been initially overwhelmed by the realms and the circumstances of this universe, the Hua Xia secret canon provided him with considerable solace and confidence. With this thought, his emotions settled somewhat. I shall not dwell on this, as it is still too distant for me. Overthinking is futile. The most pressing matter now is to converse with my grandfather. Su Hao remained adept at discerning priorities. Thus, after a swift cleansing and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Su Hao seized the car keys and promptly exited. Chapter 3 Evidence. I seek evidence. In the outskirts of the capital, a courtyard styled after the traditional Sihiyuan, yet infused with modern elements, nestled by the mountains and waters, saw Su Hao's vehicle come to a halt. Observing the bright lights emanating from within the courtyard, Su Hao felt a sigh of relief. In his haste, he had forgotten to make a call beforehand. If his grandfather were not at home, it would indeed have been a futile trip. Ever since his grandfather's retirement, the elderly couple frequently embarked on journeys, often away for 10 days to half a month. Ding dong. After pressing the doorbell, Su Hao called out towards the display screen at the door. Grandma, please open the door. How? Upon hearing Su Hao's voice, his grandmother, somewhat puzzled at the sight of him, soon displayed a look of joy and responded, The door is open. Come in quickly. As the door swung open, Su Hao hurried inside. With his improved physical condition, his hearing had also sharpened considerably. He could hear someone approaching swiftly within the house. It was the sound of his grandmother's footsteps. Fearing for her safety, he quickened his pace. Upon entering, he was met by a dignified elderly lady, adorned with reading glasses and silver hair, yet exuding an elegant demeanor. He immediately opened his arms and embraced her, exclaiming, Grandma. His grandmother beamed with joy at the sight of her only grandson. Once Su Hao released her, the elderly lady scrutinized him curiously and asked, How? Why have you come so late? And where are your glasses? Su Hao, who had over 400 degrees of nearsightedness, typically wore glasses, and today, his observant grandmother immediately noticed their absence. Grandma, I will explain later. I need to find Grandpa. Is he at home? Su Hao exhibited a hint of urgency. He is in the study practicing calligraphy, she replied. Then, as if recalling something, she quickly inquired, You haven't caused any trouble outside, have you? No. I will go find Grandpa first, Su Hao said, not turning back as he made his way towards the study. The door to the study was ajar, revealing an elderly gentleman with graying hair, wielding a brush as he gracefully inscribed characters on a sheet of rice paper. Upon Su Hao's entrance, the old man did not lift his head, seemingly oblivious to the arrival. Su Hao chose not to disturb him and quietly approached until he discerned the characters on the paper. An old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Once the writing was complete, the old man nodded in satisfaction and set down the brush. It was evident that, even in retirement, his grandfather yearned to contribute to the nation. Su Hao chuckled, for he could see through his grandfather's thoughts. The old man paused, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy and solitude crossing his gaze. Yet in the moment he looked up, all emotions were swiftly concealed. Rather than engaging with his grandson, he remarked with significance, "You, young rascal, arriving so late. Have you been causing trouble outside?" Su Hao's expression darkened as he muttered, "Grandpa, you sound just like Grandma. Is it that I cannot visit you unless I cause trouble? Ha ha, today is Sunday. Don't you have school tomorrow? If not for some matter, why would you come so late?" His grandfather seemed to see right through Su Hao's pretense. Su Hao is currently a sophomore at the Diplomatic Academy, aspiring to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs upon graduation, thus continuing a family legacy of 3 generations in diplomatic service. To my surprise, I had not realized how insignificant I appeared in your eyes, Grandpa. Alas, this is quite disheartening. With these words, Su Hao feigned a sorrowful expression. While his grandmother might be swayed by such theatrics, his grandfather remained composed, observing Su Hao's performance with a quiet smile. Upon noticing this, Su Hao ceased his jesting demeanor and adopted a serious tone. "Grandpa, I urgently sought you out this evening for a matter of great significance concerning the future of our nation." He then recounted the events of the day in a selective and detailed manner for approximately 5 minutes. As he spoke, his grandfather listened intently, though his initial calm demeanor shifted to one of grave concern, culminating in an urge to express his frustration, which he restrained several times. After all, such events were beyond the realm of comprehension for his generation. Nevertheless, he refrained from uttering any expletives, showcasing the composure expected of a seasoned diplomat, adept at regaining his calm. Moreover, he trusted his judgment of character and held firm belief in his grandson's integrity. It was unlikely he would joke about such matters. With this thought, Su Guangyao, the elder, fixed his gaze intently upon Su Hao for an extended moment. Su Hao met his eyes unwaveringly, exhibiting no signs of guilt or evasion. Though he had withheld some details, all he conveyed was the truth. After a considerable pause, the elder took a deep breath and stated, "I require evidence." At this juncture, he was beginning to entertain the possibility of truth. However, to convey such claims to higher authorities, substantial evidence was imperative. Mere words would not suffice. Does this count as evidence? With that, Su Hao approached the desk, knelt, and grasped one of its legs. With a firm effort, he lifted the hefty desk, weighing over 200 pounds, effortlessly raising it above his head. Careful not to touch the ceiling, thanks to the ample height of the room, the entire act appeared effortless, as though he were merely lifting a trinket rather than a substantial piece of furniture. Witnessing this, the elder's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Swiftly reverting to his previous demeanor, "Carefully place it down. Do not damage my desk or inkstone." Su Hao gently lowered the desk, managing to spill not a drop of ink. He then eagerly asked, "Grandpa, do you believe me now?" "I do," the elder nodded, gesturing towards the desk. Even if a world champion weightlifter were to attempt such a feat, they would not manage it with such ease. However, to persuade Minister Wang to convey this to the Prime Minister, especially to gain his trust, we require more direct evidence. You possess a storage space, do you not? Please demonstrate. The elder added, perhaps out of a genuine need for further proof or mere curiosity. Su Hao did not disappoint the elder. With a wave of his hand, the desk vanished from sight. The elder gazed at the empty space where the desk had once stood, momentarily stunned, and reached out to wave his hand in the air, as if Su Hao could make the desk reappear at will. After some time, he suddenly clapped his hands together in childlike glee, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha! Finally!" He patted Su Hao's shoulder with vigor. "Good grandson, our huaxia is truly about to soar. Come, let's be on our way." With that, he took Su Hao by the arm and headed towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold of the study, he paused as if struck by a thought. Turning to Su Hao, "Do put my desk back, but be careful not to spill the ink." Of course, Su Hao replied with a nod and with another wave. The desk returned to its original position. The elder's joy deepened, and he eagerly led Su Hao outside. Meanwhile, Grandma approached with a glass of milk, her expression puzzled as she witnessed the hurried demeanor of the two. "What is going on? At this late hour? Are you leaving?" "Grandma, we have a pressing matter to attend to, but I will return soon with Grandpa," Su Hao reassured her, aware of her concern. Su Guangyao, however, spoke with solemnity. "Our outing may take longer than anticipated. You needn't wait up for us tonight, nor worry about us. it is for a good cause, but must remain confidential. Grandma seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, nodding in understanding. Very well, do take care. Listening to the exchange between the elderly couple, Su Hao reflected on his own youthfulness, realizing that he often lacked the foresight necessary for such matters. Chapter 4. Meeting the chief minister to discuss pros and cons in the car, Su Guangyao made a phone call and then said to Su Hao, "Let us proceed directly to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." "Very well," Su Hao replied, driving without the need for navigation, as he was all too familiar with the route to the ministry. Is Minister Wang back from his foreign visit? He wondered aloud while driving. He returned just yesterday. There are many matters to attend to at home. He has just finished addressing his responsibilities and was preparing to leave when I called. He mentioned he would be waiting for us inside. Enough chatter. Concentrate on the road and ensure we don't keep Minister Wang waiting, Su Guangyao instructed, though his demeanor suggested he was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Su Guangyao announced their presence, and a guard promptly made a call, allowing their vehicle to proceed. As they reached the ground floor, Minister Wang was already waiting for them. "Su Lao, it has been a long time. How is your health holding up?" Minister Wang approached, warmly grasping Su Guangyao's hand with a broad smile. Though Su Guangyao was retired at the ministerial level, his previous association with the Prime Minister and his status as a senior figure in the ministry earned him the respect and courtesy of Minister Wang, who had once been mentored by him. "A generous bowl of rice is still manageable," Su Guangyao chuckled in response. "Uncle Wang, good to see you." Su Hao politely greeted from his side. "My, how much you've grown, Xiao Hao. I recall you once mentioned your aspirations to become a diplomat. How is that progressing?" Minister Wang inquired, observing Su Hao's poised stature and striking features with evident fondness for the young man. "I am currently in my second year at the Diplomatic Academy." Su Hao deeply. "Excellent. Upon graduation, do join us at the ministry," Minister Wang implied, his intentions clear without needing to articulate them outright. After this exchange, Minister Wang led Su Guangyao aside, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Su Lao, what is this matter of great significance concerning the future of our nation that you mentioned?" For him, reminiscing was trivial. The pressing issue Su Guangyao alluded to was of utmost importance. "This matter involves Xiao Hao, so it is best he explains it," Su Guangyao stated, surprising Minister Wang, who had assumed Su Hao was merely accompanying his grandfather as a driver. Now, he was intrigued about the young man's connection to the future of their nation. Noticing both Minister Wang and his grandfather's gaze upon him, Su Hao stepped forward, smiling. "Uncle Wang, this is not the appropriate place for such discussions. Let us find a secure and quiet room." Minister Wang immediately understood the gravity of the situation and adopted a more serious demeanor. "Very well, follow me." Although he was curious about the specifics, he had no doubt that the two were not jesting, as the likelihood of Su Guangyao engaging in such frivolity was minuscule, given his esteemed reputation. Upon entering Minister Wang's office and closing the door, Su Hao began to recount the events of the day, demonstrating once more his remarkable physical prowess and his vanishing technique. "Allow me to make a phone call." Minister Wang exerted great effort to control the excitement within him before picking up a special line. Shortly after concluding the call, he turned to Su Hao and his companion, stating, "In a moment, an internal guard will arrive to escort us. We shall follow their arrangements." "Understood," Su Hao nodded. Soon, a squad of armed soldiers ensured the safety of Minister Wang and Su Hao as they made their way to Zhonghai, while Su Guangyao was placed in a secure location, temporarily unable to depart. Inside the office of the Chief of Staff in Zhonghai, Su Hao finally encountered the chief, a figure he had only ever seen on television, and his emotions surged with exhilaration. "Greetings, Chief," he said. The chief scrutinized Su Hao, noting his excitement was tempered with a dignified composure and an impressive demeanor. With a gentle nod and a warm smile, he replied, "Hello, young man." He then turned to Minister Wang and remarked, "Your Ministry of Foreign Affairs has gained another promising talent." "Indeed," Minister Wang responded with a smile. "Su, I had a brief conversation with Minister Wang over the phone regarding your circumstances. However, this matter is rather extraordinary. I wonder if you could demonstrate your abilities to me?" The chief inquired. As the saying goes, hearing may lead to doubt, but seeing is believing. Should this matter be confirmed, it would herald a monumental shift for Huaxia, necessitating alterations to the meticulously planned trajectory for decades to come. The safety and welfare of the nation S1 for billions citizens rested upon this, leaving no room for error. Of course, Su Hao replied eagerly. He proceeded to showcase his superhuman physique and perform a grand disappearing act. Witnessing Su Hao's display, even the composed chief, whose demeanor was as tranquil as a still pond, could not conceal a rare look of astonishment. Nevertheless, he was adept at maintaining his composure, and though his expression remained relatively calm, a flicker of delight was difficult to mask. While magic could produce similar effects, it typically required prior arrangements. What is this place? The chief pondered. It was inconceivable that a young man like Su Hao could have set up any apparatus in his office, and he firmly trusted his own eyes. Regardless of whether portals and realms truly existed, the young man before him undeniably wielded superhuman abilities not possessed by the people of Blue Star, a fact worthy of his attention. Could you elaborate on this interdimensional diplomatic system? The chief inquired after a moment of contemplation. Certainly, Su Hao nodded vigorously. It allows us to connect with countless worlds, granting us access to an abundance of resources. We will no longer be constrained by any nation's control over resources. Moreover, we are currently facing issues of overproduction, limited exports, and insufficient consumer power. In the future, the goods we produce can be sold in civilizations with lower developmental levels, creating a market far more expansive than our present foreign trade, sufficient to propel Huaxia's economy to unprecedented heights. Concerning ancient worlds, low magic realms, or primitive civilizations, with Huaxia's current capabilities, we could easily dominate, whether in acquiring various fundamental resources or exporting industrial products, yielding substantial profits. Upon encountering a civilization of advanced cultivation and technology surpassing our own, we may procure profound techniques and resources for cultivation that would elevate the entirety of our Chinese populace to the status of dragons. Moreover, we could acquire superior technologies to enhance our nation's competitive edge, propelling our scientific advancements to unprecedented heights. Although the portal, once activated, may not allow movement, the master, Su Hao, possesses the authority to control its opening and closing. Should we confront an insurmountable civilization, he can simply deactivate the portal, ensuring the safety of our nation remains unchallenged. Furthermore, we could choose to reopen the portal once our strength has escalated, enabling a counteroffensive. In Su Hao's mind, the true threat to our nation originates from within this universe. Hence, it is imperative to expedite our development, fortifying our strength to face the potential incursions of unknown extraterrestrial civilizations that may arise in the future. Chapter 5. The prospects of Hua Yuan's transformation currently. The population of our great nation, Huaxia, has entered a phase of negative growth, primarily due to the exorbitant costs associated with marriage and childbearing. This has led many young individuals to shy away from the commitments of matrimony and parenthood. However, if a multitude of worlds were to be made accessible to us, the notion of 30 million bachelors would be rendered obsolete. Even 300 million or 3 billion bachelors could effortlessly find brides from other realms. This scenario would not only alleviate the pressing demographic concerns, but also catalyze further population growth, thereby invigorating countless waning industries, such as infant care, education, and real estate. After all, population is the cornerstone of development. Su Hao articulated these thoughts, having meticulously pondered them en route. In the future, whether through the interconnection of myriad worlds or venturing into the cosmic expanse, a substantial populace will be imperative. The current population of 1 billion in Huaxia will undoubtedly prove insufficient. The issue of population must be elevated to a position of paramount importance from the outset. Su Hao spoke with fervor, while the chief minister and Minister Wang listened intently, refraining from interruption until Su had conveyed all he could conceive. Only then did the chief minister begin to inquire. You mentioned a task characterized by friendly exchanges. Does this imply that we cannot resort to force against other civilizations? This question was indeed pivotal. Su Hao, uncertain at first, consulted the system before responding. Chief Minister, this friendliness is somewhat ironic, contingent upon our own disposition, and does not impose any actual constraints. The chief minister nodded slightly. Such a perspective greatly expanded the realm of operational possibilities, freeing them from undue restrictions. The people of Huaxia have always cherished peace. While they do not initiate aggression against other civilizations, should any civilization harbor malicious intentions or even declare war, Huaxia would not hesitate to demonstrate what it means to be a truly formidable nation. You referenced cosmic civilizations and citizens. Does this terminology pertain to those worlds, or to the universe in which our blue planet resides? The chief minister posed a second inquiry. This question did not require consultation with the system, as it had been addressed previously. Su Hao replied directly, "It pertains to both the myriad realms and our own universe, which harbors countless resplendent civilizations, some robust, some fragile, some amicable, some neutral, and others exceedingly perilous." From the outset, Su Hao had no intention of concealing this matter. It was essential to instill a sense of urgency within the state. Moreover, by being aware of these realities, the nation could formulate preemptive strategies to avoid being caught unawares should extraterrestrial beings descend upon them. Where is the nearest extraterrestrial civilization to our blue planet? Su Hao Inguit? The system provided no insights on this matter, indicating that it was beyond its purview. After a moment of silence, the chief minister continued, "The task specifies a trade volume of 1 trillion yuan. Is this based on our national currency?" "Indeed," Su Hao affirmed, "however, we cannot resort to printing money or other deceitful methods to fulfill this task. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. This 1 trillion yuan represents the total trade volume of legitimate exchanges between both parties, encompassing both exports and imports." After consulting the system, Su Hao answered. The prime minister nodded slightly, seeking to ascertain whether there was any actionable potential in the matter. To his surprise, Su Hao proactively brought it up, revealing himself to be an exceptionally astute young man. "If we were to adopt Huayuan as a universal currency, circulating across countless dimensions, would that be feasible?" The prime minister inquired once more. Su Hao paused, realizing that if this were indeed possible, the issue would transcend mere internationalization, evolving into a matter of universal significance. The potential benefits for Huaxia could be immense, almost unfathomable. The only concern would then be the prevention of counterfeiting. After consulting the system, Su Hao swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes, as long as it is recognized by other worlds." Upon hearing this, a rare look of joy graced the prime minister's face. As Huaxia holds dominion over the portals, it is destined to become the nucleus of celestial civilizations, a vital transit point. Provided Huaxia refrains from any dubious maneuvers, Huayuan is bound to remain robust, gaining acknowledgement from these civilizations, a predictable outcome. Whether he was still digesting the earlier revelation or contemplating other matters, the prime minister pondered for over a minute before finally speaking again. "Su, where do you think the portal should be situated?" Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. He indeed had thoughts on the matter, but the brief interval had allowed him to calm his mind and reflect on various issues, including whether his previous remarks had been inappropriate. Suddenly, a phrase emerged in his mind. "Too much is as bad as too little." "In that case, I shall defer to your judgment, Prime Minister," Su Hao replied with a sheepish smile, tempering his brilliance. The Prime Minister regarded Su Hao with a knowing look, then turned to Minister Wang, standing nearby. "Minister Wang, where do you believe it should be placed? When it comes to diplomacy, I excel, but this is one matter I'm truly uncertain about." Minister Wang responded with a chuckle. The Prime Minister maintained his expression, choosing not to press further, and stated, "I plan to convene a high-level cabinet meeting tomorrow morning. You two shall also attend. We will discuss the specifics of the portal's placement and our approach to the first celestial civilization." "Understood," both Su Hao and Minister Wang replied, rising to take their leave after bidding farewell to the Prime Minister. After their departure, the Prime Minister instructed the head of his internal guards, "Compile all available information on the Su family for me." "Yes, sir." Su Hao, unaware of the events that followed, was resting in a room in Zhonghai, arranged by the internal guards. Lying in bed, he found it difficult to sleep, replaying the night's occurrences in his mind, particularly the dialogue with the Prime Minister. What did the Prime Minister's final remarks signify? Was he hinting at the meeting's content to allow me to ponder it overnight? Anticipating my performance tomorrow? Su Hao mused silently. Though he possessed the system, he was not so arrogant as to believe he was invincible or free to act without restraint. He had yet to reach a point where he could transcend the rules and act on a whim. Task 1 involves earning the complete trust of the Prime Minister. I refrained from mentioning it to him today, and the system did not indicate that I had accomplished this task. This implies that the Prime Minister does not yet fully trust me. Evidently, he harbors some lingering doubts. Thus, tomorrow's meeting holds great significance. If I perform well, I might succeed in fulfilling this task, or perhaps I must truly activate the portal, allowing the Prime Minister to witness everything firsthand in order to gain his genuine trust. During my audience with him today, he shared a wealth of information, more than he did in the presence of Grandfather and Minister Wang. Yet he still retained some reservations. For instance, regarding Task 1 and the esoteric teachings of our ancient culture, he remains somewhat guarded, as he is not a sage and possesses his own interests. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Hao found himself unable to sleep for an extended period and ultimately decided against slumber, opting instead to delve into the study of the ancient teachings. Chapter 6, The First Cultivation, Novice Martial Artist. The initial realm, known as the Foundation Establishment Realm, is divided into 3 stages and 9 tiers, with each stage corresponding to 3 minor realms. The first stage is that of a primary force martial artist, encompassing the first 3 tiers. Through the practice of standing meditation combined with a unique breathing technique, one can stimulate the circulation of vital energy throughout the body, thereby fortifying one's physical form. The threshold for entry is quite low, as long as one possesses the appropriate techniques or has a mentor to guide them. The basics can typically be mastered within half a day. Progressing further requires relentless dedication to cultivation, with the pace of advancement dependent on one's innate talent and the resources available. The first 3 tiers correspond to novice martial artists, intermediate martial artists, and advanced martial artists. A novice martial artist must achieve a physical strength of 500 kilograms and a maximum speed of 15 meters per second. Both criteria must be met to qualify as a true martial artist. Merely reaching the strength requirement designates one as a quasi-martial artist. The meaning of being a quasi-martial artist becomes clear to Su Hao, who understands that he must also work on improving his speed to attain the status of a true martial artist. System, what is my current speed? Su Hao inquired. Curiosity piqued. He had previously excelled as a sprinter in school, and with his enhanced strength, he surmised that his speed would have increased significantly. Approximately 18 meters per second. Not bad. Although he still had a way to go before reaching 15 meters per second, his performance exceeded his expectations. It is noteworthy that Usain Bolt's peak speed during the 100-meter dash was only 27 meters per second, and he was a world champion. In comparison, Su Hao could potentially outpace Bolt by a considerable margin on the track. With this realization, Su Hao felt an intensified urgency and a fervent desire to become a true martial artist. How might he enhance his speed? By improving his mastery over his own strength and the surrounding environment, and by practicing combat techniques and body movements. Once he can fully control his strength of 500 kilograms and harness the flow of air around him, he would easily break through to the martial artist realm. The system provided a thorough response. Armed with this knowledge, Su Hao resumed his study of the ancient texts of Huaxia. An intermediate martial artist doubles their strength to achieve 1,000 kilograms, with a speed of 25 meters per second. The doubling of strength without a corresponding doubling of speed is understandable, as air resistance increases with velocity. An advanced martial artist further doubles their strength to 2,000 kilograms and achieves a speed of 35 meters per second. The maximum strength of an advanced martial artist reaches 3,999 kilograms, with a peak speed of 49 meters per second. At this stage, one must enter the second phase of cultivation. Internal vision, achieved through visualization methods, enhances one's mental power. When this mental power surpasses a certain threshold, reaching 1 hertz, it enables the practitioner to internally perceive their own body. From the surface of the skin to the entirety of the meridians, internal organs, and blood, this potent mental force can mobilize vital energy to strengthen the skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs, further fortifying the physical body. Within the foundation establishment realm's internal vision phase, the middle three tiers correspond to novice martial masters, intermediate martial masters, and advanced martial masters. A novice martial master possesses a strength of 4,000 kilograms, a speed of 50 meters per second, and a mental power of 1 hertz. The intermediate martial artist possesses a strength of 8,000 kilograms, a speed of 80 meters per second, and a mental force of 2 hertz. The advanced martial artist boasts a strength of 16,000 kilograms, a speed of 120 meters per second, and a mental force of 4 hertz. Hertz serves as a unit of measurement for mental force intensity. A higher value signifies greater mental prowess. Upon surpassing the critical threshold of 9 hertz, one can manifest mental energy externally. Although a novice martial artist, at the onset of their journey, may only marginally exceed the capabilities of an advanced martial artist. Under equivalent conditions, they can typically prevail decisively within a few moves. The rationale is straightforward. The dramatic surge in mental force significantly enhances the practitioner's reaction speed, rendering the attacks of martial artists painfully slow and rife with openings. The novice can easily discern the trajectory of these attacks and even anticipate their techniques, resulting in an overwhelming advantage. In the third stage, the master of Qi manifests a physical prowess so formidable that the life force within their blood transforms into a visible energy. Upon reaching a mental force of 10 hertz, one can guide this energy to interact internally and externally, cleansing and further fortifying the physical body. Simultaneously, this energy can be unleashed in offensive or defensive maneuvers. The more vigorous the life force of the practitioner, the greater the potency and endurance of the energy, leading to increased destructive capabilities. A novice martial sovereign, with a life force akin to a spring, can only allow their energy to barely envelop the surface of their body, enhancing defense and close-range attack power, pushing their strength beyond 32,000 kilograms and their speed over 200 meters per second. An intermediate martial sovereign, with a life force resembling a pool, can extend their energy by 1 meter for short-range assaults or utilize formidable weapons to broaden their attack range, achieving a strength exceeding 64,000 kilograms and a speed that reaches the speed of sound. An advanced martial sovereign, with a life force akin to an abyss, can project their energy up to 10 meters, acquiring preliminary long-range strike capabilities. Their energy radiates powerfully, leaving desolation in its wake, with strength surpassing 128,000 kilograms and speed reaching twice the speed of sound. As for the planetary level content that follows, he refrained from delving further, not out of desire, but due to necessity. Such knowledge demands formidable mental strength to comprehend. Otherwise, one might experience a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Much like Su Hao is currently enduring, it is prudent not to reach too high. One must first solidify their foundation before advancing. Su Hao retracted the cloud card into the bronze seal, choosing not to further explore martial techniques or secret methods. Nor did he pay heed to the beads of sweat that had surfaced on his forehead due to the earlier discomfort. He then rose from his bed and began to practice a stance known as the Four Symbols Stance, which comprises 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and the ultimate limit. The transition from minor to major success corresponds to the journey from novice to advanced martial artist, while the ultimate limit signifies the transcendence of conventional techniques, reaching the physical strength limit of martial artists, specifically 999 kilograms, which surpasses even the strength of intermediate martial artists. This exemplifies the profound power of the Huaxia secret texts. In addition to achieving limits in the first stage, the second stage can also reach the limit of 999 kilograms of strength, while the third stage can attain a life force as vast as the ocean, with a strength limit of 999 kilograms. After a night of silence, Su Hao stood in meditation until the first light of dawn broke, at which point he ceased his practice. To his astonishment, rather than feeling fatigued after an entire night of cultivation, he felt invigorated, more refreshed than after a restorative slumber. It was a perfect substitute for sleep. Rising, he marveled at this newfound sensation. Host, this is the concealed advantage of the Huaxia secret classics. Typically, after half an hour of foundational practice, one begins to feel weary. The maximum duration for daily cultivation is 3 hours, and even with the aid of top-tier spiritual herbs, one can only maintain this for up to 6 hours. Prolonging practice beyond this leads to foundational damage. However, the four symbols stance allows for 24 hours of continuous cultivation without fatigue, the system elucidated. According to the law of conservation of energy, from where does the energy that enhances my strength derive? The universe? Su Hao inquired, intrigued by the system's proactive explanation. Naturally, supplementary spiritual herbs are required. Your ability to endure a night of cultivation stems from the residual, high-purity biological energy within your body from the universal gene serum number 000. Last night's practice allowed you to digest and assimilate this energy into your own strength. The remaining energy in your body will sustain you for an additional 2 hours of cultivation. Thereafter, the practice will not be so effortless, the system continued. Anticipating Su Hao's questions, Su Hao nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. After a brief wash in the bathroom and a breakfast delivered by the internal guard, he was escorted to an important conference room. Along the way, he glanced at his status panel. Host, Su Hao Authority, Trainee Position, Trainee Diplomat Realm, Junior Warrior, Strength, 559 kilograms, Speed, 15.01 ms, Cultivation Method, Huaxia Secret Classics Combat Skills, None Secret Techniques, None Equipment, Diplomatic Attire, Expansion Sword, Bronze Seal Space, Cloud Card X1, Primitive Level Teleportation Portal X1 Connected Worlds, None Military Talismans, None Wealth, 93, 260 Huayuan Impressive, he mused. Having gained 59 kilograms in strength overnight and successfully advancing to the rank of Junior Warrior. Yet, it was merely superficial. While he possessed strength, his combat capabilities might still leave much to be desired. He needed to swiftly select combat skills and technique for training. Furthermore, earning the full trust of the Prime Minister was imperative. He had his sights set on securing that 1 million units of foundational spiritual liquid. Su Hao clenched his fist, motivating himself for the challenges ahead. Chapter 7. Closed-door meeting, levels of cosmic civilization in the office. Jiang Hua inquired of the chief internal guard. How did Xiao Su sleep last night? He didn't sleep at all, replied the chief internal guard. Oh, Jiang Hua paused momentarily, then resumed his grooming while asking. What did he do last night? First, he lay in bed for over an hour. Then he got up and practiced standing meditation until dawn, after which he proceeded to wash up and have breakfast. Standing meditation for an entire night? Is that normal? Jiang Hua questioned. Standing for 1 or 2 hours could be understandable, but an entire night bordered on the irrational. Though Jiang Hua was not a martial artist, he was well aware of such common knowledge. Coupled with Xiao Su's mental state in the morning, it was decidedly abnormal. As the chief internal guard handed Jiang Hua a towel, he remarked, It seems he hasn't disclosed the entire situation to me. Jiang Hua smiled and said, Should we pry? Everyone has their own secrets. Given that he experienced such a peculiar encounter with the system, his immediate thought of the nation is sufficient. As long as he harbors the spirit of China, he is a good comrade. Why must we press for every detail? He will speak when he is ready. The chief internal guard nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Xiao Su did not have to wait long. Soon, several esteemed members of the Huaxia cabinet and military leaders, individuals he had only seen on television, arrived in the conference room. They were taken aback by the presence of this unfamiliar young man, each pondering the purpose of Jiang Hua's summons. After all, it was rare for high-ranking officials from both military and government to convene so uniformly. Was it related to this young man? That seemed unlikely. Since they were all present, Jiang Hua declared, Let us commence today's meeting. Upon his words, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably more solemn. He introduced Xiao Su, stating, Today, he has a matter of great significance regarding the future of Huaxia to share with you all. I must clarify that regardless of how shocking or unbelievable his revelations may be, please refrain from interrupting until he has finished speaking. He will provide proof and welcome your questions afterwards. Jiang Hua turned to Xiao Su, asking, "Are you ready, Xiao Su?" "Absolutely," Xiao Su affirmed with a nod, then stood to address the assembly of dignitaries. "My name is Su Hao, and I am thrilled to meet so many esteemed elders and generals. If I falter in my expression later, I kindly ask for your understanding." The young man exhibited commendable politeness, which did not go unnoticed. Unfazed by accolades or criticism, neither servile nor arrogant, he embodies the essence of the new generation of Chinese youth, the leaders collectively acknowledged. Following this, an approximately 8-minute personal presentation commenced. As Xiao Su spoke more extensively, the initial admiration of the leaders gradually shifted to a more serious demeanor. Some individuals wished to voice their thoughts. Yet upon recalling Jiang Hua's initial words, they swallowed their words back down. They glanced at Su Hao, then at the composed Jiang Hua, which led them to realize that the young man's assertions were likely grounded in truth. As this realization dawned, some prominent figures began to breathe more rapidly, while others gradually calmed themselves, contemplating the future path of Huaxia. Meanwhile, some pondered the potential global upheaval this situation might provoke, and how Huaxia should prepare to respond. The assembly of esteemed individuals had never comprehended that 8 minutes could encapsulate such a vast amount of information, which profoundly shook their worldview. Once Su Hao concluded his exposition, all eyes turned to Jiang Hua, as if silently inquiring whether they could now pose questions. "If you have inquiries, feel free to ask, but as elders, please maintain decorum," Jiang Hua remarked with a slight nod. The assembly exchanged glances, and the second elder was the first to speak. "Su, your claims are utterly astonishing. Might you present the portal for us to observe?" With a flick of his wrist, Su Hao conjured a palm-sized bronze door into existence. This was the portal, albeit in its initial state. It would only expand the passage and connect to another world once properly positioned. However, once set, it could not be moved. Thus, selecting an appropriate location was imperative. It was clear that this site was unsuitable. Once the placement was determined, those interested could witness it in person, at which point the truth would be unmistakable. After this, Su Hao made the bronze door vanish once more. Today's agenda included discussing the portal's potential locations, a matter to be revisited later. Assuming the portal is indeed genuine, do you have any further questions? Jiang Hua inquired, signaling that inquiries questioning the portal's validity or requests for evidence were futile and merely a waste of time. The ultimate validation of the portal would certainly come, but not at present. "Can the portal be concealed after use?" inquired the second assistant. After consulting with the system, Su Hao nodded. "When not in use, it can blend seamlessly with the local environment, exhibiting only slight ripples that are nearly imperceptible at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, some signs may be discerned. When in use, it becomes conspicuously evident and cannot be hidden." Were the dimensions of the portal's passage, specifically its height and width? Another elder asked, gesturing as he spoke. In its fixed form after activation, it stands 10 meters tall and 20 meters wide. When necessary, one can purchase expansion materials from the system's marketplace to increase both height and width, Su Hao responded after consulting the system. This expandable feature surprised Su Hao, yet he recognized its immense value. As future developments necessitated increased transport capacity, widening the passage would be essential. Is it possible to construct train tracks on either side of the portal for interdimensional transport? This question prompted all eyes to turn towards Su Hao, their gazes sparkling with anticipation. The significance of this question's answer cannot be overstated, as it pertains to the capacity for trade between realms and the associated transportation costs. Su Hao paused, equally eager to uncover the answer. He promptly directed the inquiry to the system and, upon receiving a response, smiled and replied, "Indeed, however, it is imperative to procure a special type of paint from the system marketplace. Only trains and tracks coated with this paint can traverse the void between realms. Ordinary tracks and trains will not suffice." The revelation of such a miraculous paint astonished everyone further. An elder promptly inquired, "What is the price of this paint? Furthermore, what currency is utilized in the system marketplace?" The price remains unknown, as the marketplace is yet to be activated. The currency in the system marketplace is trade points, which are determined by the total trade volume between Huaxia and the myriad civilizations. For every 10,000 Huaxia dollars in trade, 1 point is awarded, Su Hao elucidated. It was only now that he grasped this information, having not contemplated it previously. It must be said, these prominent figures possess a holistic approach to problem solving. Is the portal easily susceptible to destruction? Another elder asked. Once activated, the portal cannot be destroyed. However, I possess control over its mechanism, Su Hao revealed, not concealing his role in order to enhance his standing among these influential individuals. Upon hearing this, several prominent figures breathed a sigh of relief. For Su Hao's control over the portal's mechanism signified that Huaxia would be in an invulnerable position in dealings with the myriad civilizations, significantly enhancing safety, a promising development. Is there only one portal, or are there many? Currently, there exists but a single portal. However, additional ones can be purchased within the system marketplace, contingent upon trade points. Though the precise cost remains unclear until the marketplace is launched. What kind of world lies beyond this portal? That remains uncertain, as it is random. Nevertheless, the first portal is classified as primitive level. Hence, the civilization on the other side cannot exceed the high tier of primitive level. Su Hao responded. Primitive high tier? Is this a classification of the myriad civilizations? Indeed, it also delineates the levels of civilization within our universe, Su Hao affirmed, nodding. He even took the initiative to educate them further. The levels of cosmic civilization are categorized into 5 major tiers: primitive, planetary, stellar, aerospace, and divine civilizations. Among these primitive, planetary, and stellar tiers are subdivided into low, medium, and high levels, while aerospace is classified from level 1 to 4, each further subdivided into low, medium, and high levels. Divine level represents the pinnacle of civilization in this universe. What more detailed classifications? It was evident that these prominent figures were deeply intrigued by the delineation of civilization levels within the universe where Blue Star resides. Chapter 8. Determining the location of the portal from the era of primitive survival to the tribal age. The Stone Age is classified as a rudimentary civilization. The Bronze Age to the Industrial Civilization 1.0 era, characterized by steam power, represents a mid-level primitive civilization. The transition from Industrial Civilization 2.0, marked by internal combustion engines, to the Nuclear Age signifies a high-level primitive civilization. With the advent of informational technology and the exploration of the cosmos, alongside a significant increase in human lifespan, we enter the threshold of planetary civilization. This progression leads to the establishment of space cities, where ordinary individuals can traverse the expanse between space and planets at minimal costs. The hallmark of this advancement includes the emergence of strong artificial intelligence and the commercialization of controllable nuclear fusion in compact applications, enabling human lifespans to reach extraordinary limits. Upon reflection, Su Hao evaluated the status of Huaxia civilization, stating, according to this assessment, our blue planet, or more specifically, Huaxia civilization, appears to be in the early stages of planetary civilization, nearing the mid-level. If nations worldwide could genuinely collaborate and share their technological advancements, with scientists engaging in mutual discourse, perhaps within 5 to 10 years, blue planet civilization could successfully ascend to a mid-level planetary status, even achieving high-level planetary civilization within 50 years. Alas, this remains a mere wishful thought, devoid of any real possibility. The hallmark of stellar civilization lies in interstellar travel, migration, and mining within a star system, transcending the limitations of human lifespan, whether through paths of cultivation or genetic evolution. Citizens would generally attain planetary-level capabilities, with the pinnacle being planetary transformation and the optimal exploitation of stars, allowing individuals to exist in the void of space without reliance on equipment. Astronautical civilizations are primarily categorized based on 2 criteria, both of which must be concurrently satisfied. First, a civilization capable of independently constructing curvature spacecraft qualifies as a Level 1 astronautical civilization. One that can build vessels capable of navigating dark dimensions constitutes a Level 2 astronautical civilization. Those that can create temporary, Short to mid-range interstellar wormholes are classified as Level 3, and civilizations capable of establishing permanent, long-distance interstellar wormholes are designated as Level 4 astronautical civilizations. Second, the citizens must meet corresponding standards of capability, either through cultivation or genetic evolution. While some cosmic civilizations emphasize cultivation, others prioritize technological advancement or pursue a dual approach. However, upon reaching the divine level of civilization, cultivation becomes predominant. Only civilizations with immortal deities presiding over them are deemed divine civilizations. As Su Hao contemplated this, he experienced a pang of confusion. Isn't there a level beyond immortal deities? He pondered. What civilization does that belong to, still divine, or perhaps a super-divine civilization? The system provided a simple response. Su Hao was profoundly shaken by this revelation, yet he refrained from probing further, acutely aware of the numerous esteemed figures observing him. Subsequently, everyone posed questions for approximately half an hour. Most of what Su Hao knew was disclosed without reservation, and he candidly admitted to those inquiries that he could not answer or where the system lacked information. Noticing that the questions had subsided, the Prime Minister spoke again. Now, let us deliberate on the optimal location for the first portal's installation. The site of the portal must be secure, easily concealable, particularly impervious to detection by satellites, and should also facilitate convenient transportation for subsequent trade and logistics, while avoiding densely populated areas. This presents a considerable challenge. As Deputy Minister furrowed his brow and voiced his thoughts first. According to the information shared by Su regarding the primitive level civilization, the most valuable resources we seek from the first connected world should be mineral resources, alongside an uncertain consumer market, ideally situated near industrial zones. Would it be prudent to consolidate these portals in one location, thereby centralizing the industrial area to create a robust industrial chain cluster? This could significantly reduce the future costs of industrial production, proposed an elder. While centralizing might reduce transportation expenses, it also introduces substantial security risks. We could establish multiple decentralized centers or create a circular industrial belt radiating from the portals, allowing various upstream and downstream industries to encircle this industrial ring, thereby strengthening our industrial chain advantages. As for future matters, we shall address them later. I propose that the first portal be situated in Fengtian, where the headquarters of the Northern Theater Command is located. This site offers military protection, addressing both security and concealment concerns, along with relatively convenient transportation. Additionally, the Northeast, as old industrial region, requires revitalization, and this first portal could serve as a catalyst, not to mention its proximity to the capital city. An admiral remarked. The assembly brightened at this suggestion, particularly at the last point regarding its nearness to the capital, which instilled a sense of reassurance. Fengtian is indeed an excellent location. However, there are concerns about its proximity to hotspots. Should the portal be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract a swarm of opportunistic predators, potentially transforming the area into a battleground. An elder expressed his apprehension. Contemporary China is far removed from its past. With the removal of resource constraints, our nation possesses the capability to confront the world head-on, and I am eager to see who would dare to challenge us, declared a military leader with bravado. The newfound world will not yield resources instantaneously. Communication with the opposing civilization is necessary, alongside establishing mining operations, all of which require time. With each additional day of concealment, our national strength can be augmented. Thus, the later the exposure, the better. They recognized that the matter of the portal could not remain hidden indefinitely. Initially, the small volume of trade was manageable. But as the volume increased, the number of individuals involved would also rise, making concealment impossible, especially in this era of mobile internet. In a moment, a heated debate ensued regarding whether to place the portal in Fengtian and the merits and drawbacks of its location. Xiao would dare not interject, yet as he listened, it seemed that each argument held merit, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Were he to make the decision, he would indeed find it challenging. At that moment, the decisiveness of the Prime Minister became apparent. With a firm strike upon the table, An immediate silence enveloped the conference room. The Prime Minister surveyed the assembly and decisively proclaimed, "Let us choose Feng Tian, immediately dispatch individuals to seek the most suitable location there." Upon hearing this, the majority of attendees revealed expressions of delight, and only a few refrained from dissent, as it was evident that those in favor of establishing the settlement in Feng Tian had already constituted the majority during the preceding debate. The discussion then shifted to the second issue: how to navigate the relationship with the civilization across the portal. Specifically, the first civilization serves as a model, warranting our utmost attention. The Prime Minister remarked, Xiao Su's system was named the Celestial Diplomatic System, and the tasks indicated the necessity of forging diplomatic ties with a neighboring civilization. Hence, our initial stance must be one of goodwill. Should they prove uncooperative, we shall adhere to the principle of first courtesy, then force, a tradition of our Huaxia culture. An elder interjected. If we were to confront a unified civilization, it could pose considerable challenges. However, should it resemble Blue Star, comprised of numerous nations, the situation would be simpler. There will inevitably be countries eager to establish amicable diplomatic relations with us, thus providing a foothold on the other side. Xiao Su, is a location accessed through the portal selectable, or is it determined randomly? An elder suddenly directed his gaze toward Xiao Hua and inquired. Chapter 9. The Establishment of a Special Department. Bureau 749. Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had been listening attentively and did not expect to be called upon. Quickly regaining his composure, he inquired of the system and responded, "The positioning can be finely adjusted. Once the portal is activated, we will receive general information about the interconnected dimensions, as well as an anchor point. From our location, we will be able to observe the real-time scene within a radius of 100 kilometers centered around the anchor point on the other side. Subsequently, we can ascertain the precise location of the connection. Similar to Blue Star, once this location is determined, it cannot be altered." Splendid. With such intelligence as our assurance, we possess a significant advantage. The elder who had asked the question remarked gleefully. Given this, our current discussion seems rather futile. We should prioritize activating the portal and confirming the information on the other side before determining our diplomatic approach and attitude towards the other civilization. An elder interjected suddenly. Each civilization has its unique circumstances. We must indeed act based on the realities at hand. For now, having only one portal is manageable. But as more portals arise in the future, must we convene for every instance? Should we not establish a dedicated department to handle interdimensional diplomatic affairs? Each of us has numerous responsibilities, and our identities are sensitive, drawing considerable attention. Excessive involvement could undoubtedly lead to suspicion and scrutiny from the outside world. These words from the deputy minister instantly silenced the conference room. Being astute individuals, they quickly grasped the deputy minister's implication. This posed a significant risk. Should they involve themselves too deeply, the secret of the portals would likely be compromised. Since this pertains to interdimensional diplomacy, why not entrust it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? This suggestion left Minister Wang momentarily stunned, while Su Hao also found himself taken aback. It was a notion that, while unexpected, made perfect sense. The Chancellor glanced at Minister Wang and remarked, given his sensitive position, it may not be wise for Minister Wang to engage extensively. We could establish a special department beneath the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to specifically manage this matter. Furthermore, all our departments must covertly facilitate the smooth operation of this department. Those present here should offer their unwavering support and assist in its development until it can emerge into the light of day. A glimmer of understanding shone in the eyes of the assembly. This idea was indeed commendable, as it would not only spare them from exerting their energies, but also minimize external scrutiny while effectively managing interdimensional diplomatic matters. Minister Wang, what are your thoughts? The Chancellor inquired. Excellent. However, what shall we name this special department, and who will lead it? Minister Wang readily agreed, recognizing it as a means to enhance the authority of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yet, the position of leadership in this department was significant and highly coveted. He was hesitant to involve himself, and thus decided to raise the matter directly in the meeting. The department's name should not raise suspicions. It would be wise to use a code name, suggested one elder. How about calling it Bureau 749? Su Hao interjected, feeling a sudden surge of inspiration. All eyes turned towards Su Hao, causing him to feel a bit apprehensive. With a light-hearted chuckle, they referred to it as the 749 Bureau, noting its capacity to mislead the outside world. The Prime Minister showed considerable support for Su Hao, which left him feeling quite touched. As for the first director, at this juncture, the Prime Minister cast another glance at Su Hao, causing him to grow increasingly apprehensive. Could it be that I am to be appointed as the director? Not only Su Hao, but all present began to feel an air of tension. Though they were all passionate patriots, they understood the significance of this position. Whoever held it wielded the power to shape the future. Young Su was the owner of the system, the one most familiar with it. Entrusting the 749 Bureau to him would indeed be the wisest choice. The Prime Minister's words made Su Hao swallow hard, the weight of expectation amplifying his pressure. Just as Su Hao began to feel a flush of warmth, the Prime Minister shifted his tone and continued, "However, young Su is merely a sophomore, too youthful for such a responsibility." Without revealing his status as the system's owner, his authority and reputation are insufficient to manage a department of this magnitude. Upon hearing this, Su Hao felt a significant alleviation of pressure, though a faint sense of disappointment lingered. This was a golden opportunity, and he harbored ambitions. Yet, the Prime Minister's next statement turned the tide once more. "I believe that Comrade Su Guangyao, young Su's grandfather, is the most suitable candidate. Firstly, he is informed and can help minimize the number of insiders. Secondly, being a seasoned diplomat, he possesses exceptional political acumen and diplomatic skills, making him an excellent fit. Thirdly, as Su Hao's grandfather, he would not hinder his grandson, but rather support him wholeheartedly, respect his opinions, and impart wisdom selflessly, facilitating Su Hao's rapid growth. When the time comes for Su Hao to step into the light, he will naturally take over the 749 Bureau." Thus, Comrade Su Guangyao emerged as the ideal first director, while Comrade Su Hao could serve as an advisor, learning from the sidelines. The meeting room fell silent once more, as astute minds quickly grasped the implications of the Prime Minister's words, which underscored three key points. First, a complete binding of Su Hao to the Su family, which is the best choice for China. Second, Su Hao would officially hold the title of advisor, while in reality, he would be the true, albeit hidden, leader of the 749 Bureau, with Su Guangyao merely serving as a figurehead to shield Su Hao from external threats and assist in his development, correcting him when necessary. Third, it signaled to everyone that there was no need for them to covet this position, thereby reducing internal competition and potential disputes. Additionally, there was an unspoken yet crucial element. The grandfather teaching his grandson was a natural order, one that would not evoke resentment from the young man. Appointing Su Guangyao as the inaugural director would leave no lingering grievances in Su Hao's heart. The Prime Minister had reviewed the Su family's background the previous night and held great confidence in the elder Su's character and patriotic fervor. Recognizing him as a dedicated comrade who devoted his life to the nation's diplomatic endeavors, I find the Prime Minister's arrangement to be excellent. I wholeheartedly support it. The Deputy Prime Minister chuckled in agreement, lending his full backing. I too am in favor. Soon, the Prime Minister's proposal garnered unanimous support from all the prominent figures, swiftly passing without any hindrance. Only Su Hao appeared somewhat dazed. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that the Su family was on the verge of becoming the most esteemed and sought-after family in Huaxia, perhaps without rival. "Little Su, you should take a moment to rest. Once the location is finalized, someone will escort you there," the Prime Minister said, gently patting Su Hao's shoulder. "I will heed the Prime Minister's advice," Su Hao replied with a slight nod. Upon returning to the previous room, Su Hao remained industrious, continuing his standing meditation. He aimed to swiftly absorb all the high-energy biological energy within him to prevent its metabolic loss, which would be an immense waste. Simultaneously, the machinery of the state commenced operations with remarkable efficiency. By noon the following day, a location had already been selected, a secluded mountainous forest, shielded by towering peaks and dense woodlawns, effectively concealing it from aerial surveillance. The sparse population would deter any unwelcome intrusions from prying eyes. Additionally, it was situated at a considerable distance from the war zone headquarters, facilitating protection while avoiding immediate attention from foreign entities. The external access to the forest was conveniently established with railways and highways, requiring only the temporary construction of a road extending outward to connect with the existing transportation network, thereby resolving logistical challenges with ease. This mountain was temporarily renamed Singularity Mountain, symbolizing the cosmic singularity of the Big Bang, marking it as the nexus through which Huaxiao would connect with myriad realms. By that afternoon, Su Hao had already been transported to this location. However, to his astonishment, he encountered a familiar face there. Chapter 10. The First World. The Great Tang Uncle, what brings you here? Su Hao inquired, his surprise giving way to a realization about his uncle Zhao Jianjun's identity, which led him to form a conjecture in his mind. His grandfather, Zhao Yuanchao, was a veteran of the Vietnam War, a retired major general with a son and a daughter. Uncle Zhao Jianjun currently served as a lieutenant colonel in the Northern Theater Command. Zhao Jianjun was taken aback upon seeing Su Hao, his expression one of disbelief. After a moment, he quickly composed himself and confirmed, "You must be the esteemed consultant Su from Bureau 749, am I right?" "Indeed, that would be me," Su Hao replied with a cheerful smile, unconsciously straightening his posture. "Well done, young man. You managed to make quite a stir without a word. To the extent that your uncle is here to ensure your safety. You've truly made something of yourself," Zhao Jianjun said affectionately, giving Su Hao a hearty pat on the shoulder. You've grown stronger. It seems you've been training diligently. Very impressive." Zhao Jianjun expressed his satisfaction with his nephew's physical condition. "I received an urgent order today to lead a special forces unit to secure this area while ensuring the safety of an individual and a particular department. At first, when I heard the name Su Hao, I thought it was merely a coincidence, but to my surprise, it truly is you," Zhao Jianjun elaborated after reminiscing. "Uncle, are you unaware of the true purpose of our mission here?" Su Hao venta kati osili. From Zhao Jianjun's words, Su Hao sensed that his uncle might not possess complete clarity regarding the specifics of the task, perhaps believing it to be merely a straightforward protective assignment. "Consultant Su, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao." Just as Zhao Jianjun was about to respond, two individuals descended from another helicopter. Su Hao recognized them. One was Fong Daong, the chief internal security officer beside the prime minister, and the other was Huang Shan, the commander of the Northern Theater Command. "Good day, commanders." Zhao Jianjun greeted Huang Shan with a salute. "Consultant Su, what is your impression of Chidian Mountain? Do you deem it suitable for the installation of the teleportation portal?" Huang Shan inquired directly. Su Hao surveyed the surroundings, momentarily disregarding his uncle's perplexity, and nodded. "I have already reviewed the terrain maps on my way here, and considering the on-site observations, I find it highly suitable." "That's reassuring," Huang Shan replied with a smile, visibly relieved. During the meeting, he had been the one to propose the establishment of the first teleportation portal in Fengtian, and he certainly did not wish for this opportunity to slip away. He then turned to Zhao Jianjun and instructed, "Jianjun, you will remain stationed here with your team. Unless Consultant Su initiates a conversation, refrain from asking unnecessary questions or divulging information. The confidentiality level here is top secret, exceeding even that of the military district headquarters." "Understood," Zhao Jianjun acknowledged, suppressing his curiosity. As a soldier, obeying orders was his foremost duty. "Commander Huang, General Fong, shall we proceed to install the teleportation portal?" Su Hao suggested, taking the initiative to invite them. He was well aware of Fong Daiyong's purpose for being there and had not forgotten the significance of Task 1. Thus, it was imperative to bring him along, allowing him to witness the reality firsthand and subsequently relay his observations to the Prime Minister. Upon hearing this, the two individuals lost their prior composure and tranquility, becoming somewhat agitated and anxious, leaving Zhao Jianjun bewildered. Nevertheless, he dared not interject, merely following behind the trio, diligently fulfilling his security duties. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the group arrived at a narrow passage where a contingent of soldiers was stationed. Beyond the passage lay a modest valley, within which a grove of bamboo flourished. Traversing this small copse, they ventured deeper into the valley, where a vast chasm emerged at the foot of a great mountain. This chasm spanned 700 to 800 meters in width, rose 15 to 16 meters high, and plunged over 100 meters deep, concealed by camouflage fabric. Viewed from above, it appeared utterly unremarkable. As Su Hao and the others entered the cavern, they paused after advancing about 5 meters. Su Hao extracted a portal from the bronze seal. As he concentrated, the portal inexplicably soared from his palm, hovering in midair. A brilliant light flickered, and the once dim cavern transformed into a bustling street reminiscent of ancient times. No, it was not a genuine street, but rather a mirror image, standing 10 meters tall and 20 meters wide, akin to a cinematic scene, yet more vivid and immersive. Just as Su Hao reached out to ascertain its authenticity, text materialized above the mirrored street, resembling movie subtitles. Connected World, Tang Dynasty Time Node, 9th year of Wuda, 8th month, 10th day civilization level, primitive mid-tier anchor point, Chang'an City node, can project within a radius of 100 kilometers, allowing for the selection of portal passageway positioning within this range. Is this truly the portal? Remarkable, akin to a cinema screen, Huang Shan mused as he surveyed the portal. Wuda of the Tang Dynasty? Whose era is this? Is it not the era of Li Yuan? Meanwhile, Fang Daiyong's attention was captivated by the subtitles above the portal. He possessed a basic understanding of Tang history, albeit not in great detail. While Wuda is indeed Li Yuan's era, the 9th year of Wuda is quite significant, as it was the year Li Shimin instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident. Huang Shan, still in contemplation, was drawn to this revelation. Then, who is the reigning emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin or Li Yuan? Fang Daiyong inquired, recognizing the importance of this question. The differing emperors would undoubtedly yield vastly distinct attitudes and strategies. I cannot recall the exact date. A team of historians and linguists has been dispatched. They should arrive shortly. Huang Shan replied with a wry smile. Commander Huang, General Fang, it has only been a little over a year since my college entrance examination. I still remember some key dates from this historical period, particularly the timeline of significant events, Su Hao remarked, drawing the attention of the two men. At Viso Su, please enlighten us. Which emperor currently reigns? Huang Shan asked with curiosity. Su Hao, without further ado, provided the answer. On the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident, and he ascended the throne on the 9th day of the same month. The two individuals hurriedly glanced at the subtitles above the portal. Huang Shan spoke again. This implies that the current moment on the other side is the day after Li Shimin ascended to the throne. Su Hao nodded. Indeed. I recall that at the onset of Li Shimin's reign, he faced the humiliating Wei-Shui alliance. How much time remains until that event? Huang Shan appeared to contemplate something and quickly inquired. The agreement was signed on August 30th at the Wei-Shui Bridge, historically referred to as the Bridge Alliance. Given the pace of ancient military movements, by this time, the Turkic forces must have already advanced southward, possibly reaching the vicinity of Chang'an. However, I am uncertain of their exact location. Su Hao reflected before responding. If we push the timeline back a few more days, it indicates that the Turkic army will arrive at the banks of the Wei-Shui near Chang'an in just over a week, which could have dealt a devastating blow to the nascent Tang Dynasty. Huang Shan's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Commander Huang, are you suggesting that we seize this opportunity to engage with Li Shimin and establish diplomatic relations with them? Su Hao quickly followed Huang Shan's line of thought. Chapter 11. The Proxy War and the Opening of the Portal. Indeed, this presents an exceptional opportunity. The Tang Dynasty has been cornered into a dire predicament. If we were to intervene at this juncture, it would be akin to celestial soldiers descending from the heavens. Should we assist the Tang in navigating through this crisis, we would not only gain their camaraderie and establish diplomatic relations, but also bolster our own standing on the opposite side, thereby laying a robust foundation for future bilateral trade. Huang Shan stated earnestly, while it would be effortless for us to deploy troops against the Turkish forces, would this not instill fear within the Tang, engendering trepidation towards us? Furthermore, as we are champions of justice, I would advise against excessive intervention in the affairs of others unless absolutely necessary, as it contradicts our current national policy. Fang Daong countered, shaking his head. It was evident that he was not in favor of this proposal. Gentlemen, we could indeed engage in a proxy war by supplying the Tang with a batch of weaponry and sending instructors to train a pseudo-modernized army, enabling them to confront the Turkish forces independently. This approach would not only enhance our prestige, but also allow us to refrain from direct involvement in their conflict, presenting an opportunity for us to profit significantly from arms sales and training fees. Let us not forget, in addition to establishing diplomatic ties, we have the task of achieving trade volume targets between our realms, Su Hao suggested, presenting a compromise amidst the differing opinions. It must be said, while the Americans may be unscrupulous, they occasionally exhibit commendable ingenuity. Upon hearing this, both men's expressions brightened, with Huang Shan exclaiming, "Your youthful minds are indeed agile." My own thoughts have become somewhat rigid. Su Hao, feeling a touch of bashfulness as he scratched his head, found his confidence bolstered by the acknowledgement from the senior figure. "Su, I find your proposal quite commendable. I shall promptly report this plan and the current situation to the Prime Minister," Fang Daong declared. "Very well." Su Hao nodded in agreement. Fang Daong stepped aside, retrieving an encrypted phone to dial a number. "Prime Minister, the portal has been successfully established. I have recorded the installation process in a video and will send it to you." Furthermore, Fang Daong reported the situation and Su Hao's proposal truthfully. After a prolonged silence, presumably while reviewing the video, the Prime Minister's voice finally resonated. "Given the authenticity of the portal has been confirmed, we shall assign all matters pertaining to the realms to the 749 Bureau for complete oversight. Your proposal is excellent. Su Guangyao is currently in the capital assembling the 749 Bureau, and it may take some time before he arrives in Fengtian. Until then, you shall take full responsibility for affairs in Fengtian, and your decisions shall be regarded as mine." Fang Daong was taken aback by this revelation, yet he promptly responded, "Understood." As Fang Daong approached Su Hao, the latter eagerly inquired, "General Fang, has the Prime Minister given his consent?" With a hint of envy in his gaze, Fang Daong replied. "The Prime Minister stated that the 749 Bureau will have full authority over the matters of the realms, and there is no need to report every detail to him. Moreover, until your grandfather arrives in Fengtian, you will temporarily hold complete responsibility for the affairs here." Both Huang Shan and Zhao Jianjun were astonished. What profound trust this was in Su Hao. It was a complete delegation of authority. "Thank you for your trust, Prime Minister," Su Hao responded, equally exhilarated. What exhilarated him even more was the succession of two system notification chimes resonating in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed main quest 1. Establish cooperation with the nation. Meet with the Prime Minister of Huaxia and earn their complete trust. You are now rewarded with a formula for foundational elixir, a repository of necessary medicinal seeds, an automated production line capable of yielding 1 million units daily, and a perfect quality of 1 million units of foundational elixir, all of which have been deposited into your bronze imprint space for your immediate use. With these 1 million units of foundational elixir, Su Hao need no longer worry about the resources required for his cultivation during the nascent stage. Moreover, he could utilize these resources to nurture a cadre of formidable individuals. Now, all that remained was to acquire the cultivation techniques, which, assuredly, were not available in the Tang Dynasty. In the short term, he could only procure them from the system marketplace, thus necessitating the completion of Quest 3, establish diplomatic relations with the Tang Dynasty. Ding! A random quest has been triggered. Assist the Tang Dynasty in defeating the Turkic army, successfully navigate the founding crisis, and avert the humiliation of the Weishui alliance. The reward is one opportunity to draw from the military talisman lottery. Military talisman lottery? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, although he possessed military talismans in his attribute interface. He had never known how to utilize them. System, what is the specific purpose of the military talisman, and what does the military talisman lottery entail? Su Hao silently inquired within his mind. The precise utility of the military talisman will be revealed once the host acquires it. The system's response left Su Hao momentarily speechless. At times, this system would answer every inquiry, with responses even more detailed than anticipated, leading to pleasant surprises. Yet at other times, it could be quite frustrating. As for the military talisman lottery, it is a method of drawing prizes of a randomly designated type, whereby the host can only draw military talismans. With a specific tier generated randomly, the system further elucidated. Now I understand, Su Hao mused, yet he soon became engrossed in another line of thought. How is this random quest triggered? Is it possible to instigate it deliberately? Just as Su Hao was lost in contemplation, Huang Shan's voice pulled him back from his scattered thoughts. Advisor Su, this passage can be established within a radius of 100 kilometers. What do you deem it most suitable? Commander Huang, I am still quite young and unable to make a decisive judgment at this moment. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Su Hao replied, redirecting the question to Huang Shan. Although he had been granted full authority, he was still a young man, and displaying a degree of humility would surely serve him well. Given the 100 kilometers, it essentially falls within the radiance of Chang'an City. Furthermore, if we were to open the passage before the Weishui alliance and do not intend to personally deploy troops, placing it south of Weishui would be the most prudent course. If that is the case, it would be best situated just outside Chang'an City, Huang Shan concluded thoughtfully. Why not place it within the city? Wouldn't that be safer? Su Hao Inguit Pu Dao. The volume of trade between our two factions will undoubtedly increase, and we may even consider constructing railways. If it were within the city, the walls would impede future transport. We certainly cannot dismantle the walls at that time, can we? Huang Shan chuckled. Indeed, Commander Huang possesses great foresight. Su Hao gestured in approval, secretly admiring Huang Shan's comprehensive considerations, realizing his own thoughts were still somewhat lacking. It appears that once the 749th Bureau is established, it will be necessary to form a think tank, as collective wisdom is essential for identifying gaps and achieving excellence. Subsequently, Su Hao operated the portal screen to scan the area south of the Weishui River, near the city of Chang'an. With the guidance of Huang Shan and Fang Daong, he arrived at a final decision, confirming the location of the opposing passageway. The moment the connection to the passage was established, the text above the portal vanished entirely, revealing a corridor that spanned 20 meters in width and rose 10 meters in height, its surface undulating with gentle ripples. Just as Su Hao was about to reach out to test it, he was stopped by Huang Shan, who insisted, Advisor Su, your safety is paramount. It is unwise to take risks. Even though we have just observed that there is no one on the other side and no danger, I cannot permit you to take such a chance. Your significance to Huaxia is immeasurable, and there must be no room for error. Su Hao, however, chose not to disclose the fact that the bronze seal bestowed him with a 10-second invulnerability defense. This was one of his trump cards, one he intended to keep secret unless it became evident to others. Chapter 12. A small step for Zhao Jianjun. A giant leap for humanity. Perhaps we should have Jianjun assemble a small team of soldiers to investigate the situation, Huang Shan suggested. Having closely observed and absorbed the discussions around him, Zhao Jianjun, no fool, had already surmised the general circumstances at play. As the first individual from Blue Star to step into another world, he was certain that he would etch his name into the annals of history. As the saying goes, a small step for him, a giant leap for mankind. With this thought, he gazed at Su Hao with eager anticipation. Then I shall trouble you. Unso, Su Hao Ziplit. In truth, he had little regard for such ephemeral fame. The moment he acquired the system, his place in history was assured. Thus, he preferred to leave this opportunity for his uncle, who had always treated him kindly since childhood. Jianjun, both Advisor Su and I are in agreement. You may descend and make your preparations. Remember to bring the recording device. We require first-hand information from the other side, Huang Shan instructed. Understood. Zhao Jianjun's voice trembled with excitement as he hurried off to gather the soldiers. Acutely aware that this opportunity would not have been afforded to him were it not for his nephew. Advisor Su, we must carry various pathogens, correct? If we proceed directly, might we inadvertently bring calamity to the Tang Dynasty? Fang Daong inquired, watching Zhao Jianjun depart. General Fang, there is no need for concern. The portal will address any issues arising from interdimensional personnel movement, Su Hao replied with a smile. This question had already been raised at a meeting in the capital, and Su Hao had provided an answer. However, it was entirely reasonable that Fang Daong, who had not been present, remained unaware. Then I shall rest easy. Fong Daong nodded in relief. General Fong, I need to trouble you with another matter. I wish to ascertain how many old-style weapons and equipment, including grenades, we currently have in stock. I seek detailed data. Su hao at do fang da zong. Fong Daong's eyes brightened. Are you considering selling off these relics from the past? Indeed, Su Hao replied with a smile, confirming his intentions. This is an excellent idea. It would be a tremendous boon for our nation, and certainly sufficient for the Tang Dynasty as well. I shall conduct an investigation. Fong Daong responded enthusiastically. Given the current industrial capabilities of Huaxia, the production capacity was swift, yielding only the latest equipment. The outdated gear not only occupied valuable inventory space, but also required regular maintenance, rendering it quite burdensome. If one were to stockpile equipment and ammunition for potential future conflicts, it would be far more prudent to exchange the old gear for funds, thus facilitating the production of new armaments. Selling off a batch would recoup finances, enabling the continued cycle of production until all antiquated equipment have been replaced and phased out. Thank you for your efforts, General Fong. Su Hao then turned to Huang Shan. Commander Huang, I would also like to request that you assign a cadre of highly qualified officers from the Northern Theater, preferably instructors proficient in the use of those old-style weapons. Huang Shan furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his concerns. Advisor Su, while there are no issues regarding the instructor, might it be somewhat unscrupulous to handle the weaponry in this manner? In the future, they will establish consulates in our Huaxia, and undoubtedly, they will gain access to information from our side. If they discover that we are providing them with outdated and obsolete equipment, could this not lead to a deterioration in relations between our two nations? Commander Huang, it is said that one gets what one pays for. Moreover, even if we establish diplomatic relations, not everything will be available for sale to them. The most advanced weaponry will undoubtedly be prohibited for export. While those arms may be outdated for us, in the context of the Great Tang, they possess an overwhelming superiority and can also save the Tang considerable expenses. Were it not for the urgency of the situation and the limited time, I would prefer not to sell that batch of weapons at all, providing them instead with more affordable armor and cold weaponry, which would suffice for them to sweep across that world. Su hao e lucida. After listening, Huang Shan pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a considerable time, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Very well, you make a valid point. I shall make the necessary arrangements. In an instant, everyone busied themselves as the foremost historians and linguists summoned from across the nation began to arrive, along with a contingent of personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As they came, their affiliations were also transferred to Bureau 749, marking them as the first official members of this new establishment. Su Hao convened a small meeting with these individuals to familiarize them with the situation at hand and to discuss the diplomatic approach towards the Great Tang. We haven't even begun yet, and I already feel exhausted. I hope Grandpa arrives soon to share some of this burden with me. Once the meeting concluded, Su Hao longed to lie down and rest, feeling utterly drained. Transitioning from sophomore student to the leader of those whom he had previously looked up to placed an immense psychological strain upon him. At V So Su, Commander Huang has sent word that Captain Zhao and his team are prepared. Would you like to join them? A communications soldier announced as he entered. I'll head over immediately. Su Hao ziplit sudeli in vigot. At the portal, Zhao Jianjun stood in formation with a fully armed special forces team, their chests adorned with recording devices. Captain Zhao, I wish you a triumphant return. Su Hao addressed him, opting for his title rather than the familial term. Zhao Jianjun had been appointed as the captain of the security team for Bureau 749, officially under Su Hao's jurisdiction. He nodded towards Su Hao and Huang Shan before loudly instructing his soldiers. Let us move out. Though merely a squad of 10, their presence exuded the might of an army, seemingly invincible. As they approached the portal, Zhao Jianjun took a deep breath and was the first to step through, with his team following closely behind, displaying no hesitation as soldiers. Before long, the squad of 10 had vanished from sight. Incredible, simply astounding, exclaimed the watching experts, their faces flushed with excitement. Despite their prior knowledge of the portal and previous visits, They had never witnessed anyone being transported firsthand, nor had they experienced the profound impact of the current moment. In the realm of the Great Tang, during the twilight hours, to the east of Chang'an City, west of Mount Li, south of the Ba River, and north of the Chan River, an area measuring 10 meters in height and 20 meters in width suddenly began to warp. Subsequently, 10 figures that appeared incongruous with this time and space materialized before them. "Stay alert," commanded Zhao Jianjun, prompting the team members to raise their rifles and disperse. "Report, no dangers detected in the vicinity." Soon, various reports echoed in the air. Only at this moment did Zhao Jianjun allow himself a slight relaxation as he began to scrutinize the surroundings more attentively. He then issued a further command: commence gathering information within a 1-kilometer radius. Assemble in half an hour. Caution: if you encounter any locals, avoid them whenever possible. Do not discharge your firearms unless your life is in imminent danger. Zhao Jianjun reiterated the importance of their safety. They were already quite close to Chang'an City, in the suburban area, and even though dusk had fallen, there was still a possibility of pedestrians passing through. Upon receiving their orders, the team members sprang into action. Zhao Jianjun himself was not idle. He retrieved several test tubes and small boxes from a container, beginning to collect samples of the soil, stones, insects, plants, river water, and even air, which he then carefully placed into the boxes. Though half an hour is not a lengthy duration, it can feel quite protracted for those awaiting results. Fortunately, Su Hao and his companions were not merely idling. They continued to prepare for the tasks ahead. Until Chapter 13, Scientific Rigor and Drone Light show the time had arrived. The timer called out, having begun counting down as soon as Zhao Jianjun and the others departed, marking exactly half an hour. As his voice faded, a distortion emanated from the portal, and 10 figures reappeared before the crowd. Su Hao could not help but smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Congratulations on your triumphant return. You're the first humans in history to step into another world. The nation is grateful to you, and future generations will remember your names." Huang Shan stepped forward to salute. The 10 individuals promptly returned the gesture, their hearts swelling with excitement. This was an achievement that would fill them with pride for a lifetime, even surpassing the monumental feat of landing on the moon. "Has everything been recorded?" Su Hao inquired of a staff member fiddling with a camera nearby. "Rest assured, Advisor Su. Both the footage of their entry and exit has been meticulously captured. These videos will undoubtedly find their place in a museum in the future." The photographer, equally exhilarated, realized that his name would also be etched in history. It was clear that everyone involved in this undertaking would have their names immortalized in the annals of history, thus fueling an atmosphere of enthusiasm among the participants. "Team Zhao, have you collected the items?" An elder approached, eyeing the box held by Zhao Jianjun. "Yes, Wang Lao. All the items are inside," Zhao Jianjun replied, nodding as he handed the box over. "Excellent, splendid," Wang Lao exclaimed, eagerly taking the box and hastily departing with a few other elders, intent on analyzing the samples at the earliest opportunity to ensure the safety of the new environment. Despite already knowing that they had entered the Tang Dynasty, they remained exceedingly cautious. "Did you spend half an hour on the other side?" Huang Shan asked. "Indeed. We activated the timer just before crossing the portal and returned promptly after 30 minutes, Zhao Jianjun confirmed. "It seems the flow of time is consistent on both sides." "Which is excellent," Huang Shan noted gravely. Although Su Hao had already shared much information with them, the pursuit of scientific rigor necessitated verification and research, a process Su Hao did not impede, as it bore no impact on him. "What was the situation over there? Please hand the recording devices to the staff, and share your insights with us in detail," Huang Shan instructed. "Understood." Zhao Jianjun and the others promptly entrusted their recording devices to the specialists, subsequently gathering to recount the information they had observed, along with their analyses and personal impressions as soldiers. After a brief silence, Su Hao broke the stillness, pointing to a red dot on the map. Chang'an Post is situated westward of Chang'an City, connecting to Tunghua Gate. To the east lies Tongguan, and to the south, one could travel to Wuguan and Luoyang. This is an excellent location, should we aspire to sell Huaxiao products throughout the Tang Dynasty. Establishing a distribution center here would be a wise choice. Of course, It was noted that Chang'an Post had been established during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian. During the recent meeting, Su Hao proposed the establishment of a transit station, which was subsequently highlighted by historians as a favorable location, primarily due to its proximity to the portal, a notion Su Hao endorsed. The Ba River and the Chan River can connect with the Wei River, and they are in close vicinity to Chang'an Post. The Tang Dynasty did not possess the convenient transportation systems we have today. Thus, before aiding them in developing a more advanced land transportation network, water transport stands as a commendable option. Su Hao gestured towards two marked red lines, stating, "Advisor Su, your points are indeed valid. However, time is of the essence. Our foremost priority is to arrange our initial meeting with Li Shimin, determine the manner of our introduction, and establish formal diplomatic relations." Fang Daong interjected. The matter of surveying the national armaments did not necessitate his direct involvement. Having delegated the task, he remained present, representing the Prime Minister, thus rendering his opinions exceedingly significant. A silence enveloped the trio once more. The Tang Dynasty, even in its nascent state, stood as the epicenter of the world, exuding a sense of pride. Should they venture into Chang'an proclaiming their origins from a future era and their desire for diplomatic engagement, they might not even gain entry into the city, being dismissed as lunatics or apprehended. Engaging in various explanations would diminish their stature, failing to align with the ethos of Huaxia. It was imperative to orchestrate a stunning spectacle, ensuring it was not they who sought out the Tang, but rather the Tang who sought them out, as this would be the most prudent strategy, Su Hao asserted. "Advisor Su, what are your thoughts? Please elaborate." Huang Shan inquired with curiosity. There are myriad ways to create a breathtaking scene. First, directly arriving at the palace via helicopter, an undeniable shock. Second, as evening descends, we could host a light show and fireworks display across the river. In the absence of light pollution in the Tang, this would undoubtedly capture the attention of all Chang'an, prompting Li Shimin to dispatch personnel to investigate, thereby making our existence known. Third, we could approach in an armored vehicle, arriving at the gates of Chang'an, making it impossible for Li Shimin to disregard us, Su Hao articulated, presenting three options in succession. The first and third proposals seemed excessively presumptuous, projecting an overly assertive demeanor. Although they might not openly oppose, this was their first encounter with a civilization that served as a benchmark, thus such actions were ill-advised. The second proposal, however, was indeed feasible, Fang Daong concurred. As Lu Sun once remarked, everyone tends to favor compromise, and this proved to be true. "Of course, Advisor Su, we shall heed your guidance on how to proceed," Fang Daong added, suddenly recalling the Prime Minister's words. "General Fang raises a valid point. Let us proceed with the second proposal," Su Hao noted, remaining oblivious to Fang Daong's shift in attitude. Instead, he attentively considered the other suggestions, acknowledging that the second option was indeed more prudent or perhaps more moderate, aligning with the principles of Huaxia. After all, their aim was to forge diplomatic relations with the Tang Dynasty, facilitating interdimensional trade to mutually benefit each party, rather than relying on military conquest. If each portal opened signifies a conquest of force over the opposing side, then as interactions with more civilizations occur, it is conceivable that these civilizations may intertwine, collectively targeting Huaxia. Even if Su Hao possesses control over the portals, he cannot govern the hearts of all individuals. Huaxia begins with a significant advantage and authority. By merely upholding its integrity and standing on the moral high ground, it can secure the allegiance of the vast majority of civilizations, thereby establishing an invulnerable position. At V So Su, what do you think about transforming the light show into a drone light display? Zhao Jianjun interjected. A drone light display? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with delight. Brilliant! This is simply extraordinary. Uncle, how did you come up with that? Su Hao gave Zhao Jianjun a thumbs up, showering him with praise, momentarily forgetting to address him by his title. It may not be remarkable for a young person to conceive such an idea, but for someone of his uncle's age to think of a drone light display so swiftly was indeed impressive. Chapter 14. More impressive than cattle and horses, our Special Forces unit is equipped with a variety of drones. To my knowledge, Our nation has achieved remarkable advancements in this technology. The impact it has on people is profound. Even those of us accustomed to grand spectacles are left in awe. I believe that for individuals in ancient times, this would undoubtedly be perceived as a miracle, possessing formidable destructive power, Zhao Jianjun remarked. Across from us lies the Tang Dynasty's temporal landscape. Can precision positioning without satellites truly be viable? Fang Daong appeared intrigued, yet still harbored reservations. Zhao Jianjun paused, then summoned a soldier from the 10-man team to introduce him to the group. Commander, this is Li Jie, our unit's foremost expert in drone operations. He may be able to address your concerns. As he spoke, Zhao Jianjun relayed Fang Daong's uncertainties. Li Jie promptly stood at attention and began to elucidate. Commander, the drone light shows primarily rely on ground-based flight control systems for operation. Operators on the ground can utilize radio communication and other means to coordinate the drones, establish flight paths, and create patterns without depending on satellites for these performance functions. After speaking, Li Jie, perhaps feeling his explanation lacked rigor, added, of course, satellites can provide auxiliary functions such as positioning, but they do not affect the actual performance. Does this require an extensive rehearsal period? Fang Daong inquired further. Smaller performances can be prepared within a few days, while larger ones may necessitate several weeks, even months. That is quite lengthy, Fang Daong stated bluntly, and Su Hao furrowed his brow. The time frame was indeed too protracted for their needs. Is there a way to expedite this process? Su Hao asked. Li Jie pondered for a moment before responding. There are numerous proficient civilian teams. If we were to engage these established groups directly, it would only require simple adjustments and familiarization with the environment to execute the performance. Commanders would merely need to select suitable acts. Su Hao glanced at Fang Daong and Huang Shan. The three exchanged nods of agreement. Very well, let us proceed with the drone light show, Su Hao declared decisively. Comrade Li Jie, we are rather inexperienced in drone operations, and I would like you to take charge of this undertaking. You may mobilize resources from the 749 Bureau. Are you willing to accept this task? Su Hao's boldness in personnel allocation surprised both Fang Daong and Huang Shan, yet they refrained from intervening. Given the absence of relevant talent among the civilian members of the 749 Bureau, seeking someone now would undoubtedly consume precious time. Thus, bold decisions were imperative. Absolutely. As a soldier, there is no task I would shy away from, Li Jie affirmed. Excellent. Then this responsibility is entrusted to you. How much time will you require? Can it be accomplished by tonight? Su Hao asked with gravity. For a large performance, the earliest would be by tomorrow evening. Advisor, Su needs to select the performance programs first. I will then contact the related teams. They will need to arrive at the site tomorrow to prepare the ground and familiarize themselves with the environment. This is the most expedited approach, unless we opt for a simple performance utilizing only a few drones, which could be feasible tonight. Li Jie replied with a hint of resignation. There is no need to rush. We have ample preparations to undertake. Huang Shan discerned Su Hao's inner turmoil, recognizing that this young man possessed an impatient spirit, eager to expedite the matter at hand. Therefore, with a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, Commander Huang is correct. It is merely a day. Su Hao, upon realizing this, turned to Li Jie and said, Very well, the performance will be tomorrow evening. Please present to me those large-scale showcase projects. I shall select the performances tonight. Indeed, the day passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, two elders arrived in the capital, having witnessed the portal firsthand. Their doubts dispelled, they offered Su Hao words of encouragement before departing with palpable excitement. Huang Shan also took his leave. As a military district commander, he had pressing commitments. In the afternoon, Fang Daong was summoned back by the chief minister, likely out of concern that his presence might undermine Su Hao's authority. Thus, at Chidian Mountain, Su Hao had become the paramount figure. All responsible parties sought his guidance. He found himself busier than a spinning top, unable to carve out even a moment for cultivation, merely sighing at the foundational elixir within the space. Grandfather, please hurry. I am overwhelmed with fatigue and unable to manage all these tasks. Unable to restrain himself, Su Hao called his grandfather, Su Guangyao, only to be met with a scolding. You find this workload exhausting? In my day, Su Hao promptly moved the phone away from his ear. "All right, I shall come over immediately." He feigned to the outside world, then addressed his phone. "Grandfather, I must return to my duties. Goodbye." Without waiting for a response, he hung up. As this whirlwind had only just begun, he mused that once his grandfather transitioned and he fully assumed control of the 749 Bureau, he would undoubtedly be busier still. He feared that, rather than engaging in cultivation, he might scarcely have time for his own life. The chilling thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down his spine. This is more demanding than I anticipated. No, this simply cannot continue. I am a system-endowed individual, and I must not become a mere beast of burden. I must devise a solution. If necessary, I will establish a secretarial team to assist with various affairs. This way, not only will work proceed without delay, but it will also elevate my spirits and not impede my cultivation. Su Hao's expression transformed from one of terror to one of resolute understanding, a remarkable display of emotional agility, akin to that of a seasoned actor. At viso Su. At that moment, someone indeed appeared at his door. Clearing his throat, Su Hao instantly adorned a smile, adjusting his demeanor as he turned to see a young man with a square face and a buzz cut. "Li Jie, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Li Jie, in charge of the drone light show project. At viso Su. The drone light show team has already familiarized themselves with the environment across the way and completed the necessary adjustments. They are ready to perform at any moment. As Li Jie conveyed this information, a sense of relief washed over him. Throughout the day, not only had Su Hao been exceedingly busy, but he too had endured a sleepless night. Upon hearing these words, Su Hao's eyes brightened, and he raised his hand to glance at his watch. Noting the time, 6:16. "Excellent. Have them make the final preparations. We shall commence promptly at 7:15. Understood, Li replied, immediately setting off to ready everything. During the summer months, daylight lingers longer. By 6 o'clock, the skies over Blue Star gradually darken. As this location is remote from urban areas, outside their makeshift encampment, darkness swiftly envelopes all. The temporal flow of the Tang Dynasty synchronizes with this realm. Although due to the differences in latitude and longitude, Chang'an experiences twilight slightly later than Fengtian. At 6:50 in the evening, numerous individuals expressed a desire to accompany the expedition, their curiosity piqued by the mysteries of the Tang Dynasty. Earlier that day, a contingent of special forces had established a presence across the way, setting up a rudimentary camp and leveling an area suitable for drone takeoffs and landings. "Let us proceed," Su Hao commanded, and with that, hundreds traversed the passageway, entering the realm of the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 15. Congratulations on the ascension of the Tang Emperor. Is this truly the Grand Tang Dynasty of over a millennium ago? The air here is remarkably refreshing, far superior to that of the woods back home. The stars in the sky are so vividly clear. It has been years since I beheld such a sight. Upon their arrival in the Tang era, the group, initially brimming with curiosity, soon fell into a hushed silence, each engrossed in their own activities. After all, it was late at night, and beyond the glow of their lights lay an impenetrable darkness, limiting their view. After a moment of astonishment, Su Hao quickly regained his composure, reminding himself of his responsibilities, and swiftly began to coordinate operations. "Li Jie, instruct the drone team to conduct a final inspection. We cannot afford any mishaps at this critical juncture," Su Hao commanded with seriousness. "Understood. Uncle, has anything unexpected occurred today?" Su Hao inquired as he approached Zhao Jianjun. "Although we are in the outskirts of Chang'an, there were quite a few pedestrians during the day. We had to disperse some overly curious citizens who attempted to investigate. However, we encountered several assertive individuals whom we could only temporarily detain. Among them was a team of the Jinwu Guard. It seems someone may have informed them, prompting their inquiry. We were unable to communicate effectively, so we had no choice but to apprehend them for the time being," Zhao Jianjun replied, somewhat helplessly. In the early Tang period, the Jinwu Guard served as the imperial military, tasked with patrolling Chang'an, the outer city, and the suburbs, as well as overseeing government officials. While not as formidable as the Jinyui, they possessed certain similar functions. Emperor Li Shimin had only just ascended the throne, and he was yet to establish a more Jinyui-like cavalry unit, which remained a future endeavor. while the situation with the other individuals was manageable. The disappearance of the Jinwu Guard posed a significant issue that could not be concealed for long. Fortunately, after tonight, there would be no need for subterfuge. Su Hao found himself both amused and exasperated. All of this was for the sake of grandeur. If they had contacted Li Shimin through the Jinwu Guard, it would have been a passive approach, failing to maximize their interests. As the clock struck 7, Su Hao promptly issued his orders. Firework team, prepare to deliver a spectacle that will astound the Tang era. Rather than commencing with a light display, Su Hao opted to initiate the event with a fireworks show to capture the attention of all Chang'an, planning to follow it with a drone light show once the fireworks concluded, hoping for a larger audience to witness the final visual extravaganza. Advisor Su, we are ready. Release. With a thunderous roar, dozens of fireworks shot into the sky, bursting into a magnificent array of colors. The resounding noise and brilliant display swiftly captivated the attention of the entire city of Chang'an, as well as the surrounding villages. In the eastern palace of the Chang'an Imperial City, the magnificent Shinda Hall was ablaze with lights, the atmosphere laden with gravity. Within the hall, only a handful were present, yet they were all trusted ministers of Li Shimin. Among the civil officials were Fang Xianling, known for his strategic acumen, Du Hui, along with Changsun Wuji and Gao Shilian. The military leaders included the formidable Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingde, the fortunate General Cheng Yaojin, the divine military strategist Li Jing, and the English Duke Li Shiji. The Turkic army of 200,000 has already arrived at Jingyang, just 40 miles from Chang'an. Our forces surrounding the city are sparse, numbering only in the tens of thousands. How shall we respond? Li Shimin asked, his expression grave. Your Majesty, I humbly request to go to Jingyang to thwart the advancing Turkic army, buying you precious time. Spoke Yuqi Jingde. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could annihilate an army of 200,000 Turks. Merely delaying their advance would be a considerable feat. Given sufficient time, we could summon forces from various regions to rally for the throne. Although the chaos in Chang'an has subsided, some individuals will not easily relent. It is imperative to maintain a contingent of troops in the city to deter them, as our available forces are scant. Gao Shilian remarked. Shelley has seized upon our internal strife, perceiving an opportunity to march south with his vast army. Given their insatiable greed, it is unlikely they would withdraw without securing substantial gains. Thus, this confrontation is unavoidable, declared Qin Xiong, his expression grim. It is best to avert this battle. Once it commences, regardless of victory or defeat, we shall find ourselves in a precarious position, said Fang Xianling, frowning deeply. Yet Shelley is not inclined to heed our counsel. How can we possibly avoid this battle? Shall we relocate the capital? Boomed Cheng Yaojin. In an instant, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If Li Shimin were to be compelled to relocate the capital so soon after his ascension, his prestige would be utterly diminished. He might as well abdicate. Such words could only be uttered by Cheng Yaojin. As the assembly found themselves in a state of despair, they were suddenly startled by a tremendous explosion echoing from outside the hall. Li Shimin furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable agitation, and called out loudly, "What has transpired?" A member of the Jinwu Guard entered the hall to report, "Your Majesty, there is an unusual phenomenon in the heavens. Multicolored sparks have appeared, seemingly forming patterns and characters." What characters? What patterns? Li Shimin inquired further. The report continued, "Your Majesty, the characters convey congratulations on the ascension of the Tang Emperor, and the pattern depicts a divine dragon." As the Jinwu Guard spoke, he could not suppress a nervous gulp. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the hall. And just as their bewilderment reached its peak, another resounding boom resonated from the sky. "Let us go outside to investigate," Li Shimin declared, aware that the Jinwu Guard would not dare deceive him. Yet the report was too extraordinary to dismiss. He must witness it for himself. Indeed, the others, filled with curiosity, hurriedly followed him out onto the elevated platform, where they beheld but faint remnants of the fading sparks in the sky. Just as disappointment began to settle in, another thunderous roar erupted from above, and this time they witnessed the celestial phenomenon with their own eyes. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations!" This is a heavenly omen. Your ascension to the highest throne is divinely ordained. Longsun Wujin bowed deeply before Li Shimin. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the others echoed, also bowing in reverence. Ah! Li Shimin gazed at the celestial wonders while basking in the accolades of his ministers, his heart filled with immense joy. The burdens of the Xuanwu Gate incident and the pressure from the Turkic army dissipated like mist, clarity emerging in his thoughts. By the portal, Advisor Su, do you think this display of fireworks will capture Li Shimin's attention? After arranging the fireworks, Li Jie approached Su Hao with a hint of uncertainty. It will definitely work. Su Hao deeply gone feet in. Although fireworks were an unexpected creation of the alchemists from the Sui and Tang dynasties, their true flourishing occurred during the Song dynasty. At present, Li Shimin had just ascended the throne, and the rudimentary form of fireworks was likely only known in a few places, far from being widespread. Moreover, the grand spectacle we are about to present would surely be unknown to most of the common folk in Chang'an, even if the emperor had some inkling of it. This serves as a means to bolster Li Shimin's reputation, a magnificent gift from us. After all, the divine right of kings still holds significant sway in this era. Suhao. The fireworks display was nearing its conclusion. A mere 15 minutes was sufficient to draw the citizens of Chang'an from their homes. What follows will be your drone light show, which is the true feast for the eyes, Su Hao remarked. Chapter 16. Creating miracles upon the high platform of the Taiji Palace. Li Yuan gazed at the celestial spectacle above, his brow furrowed and fists clenched tightly. The sight of white-haired individuals bidding farewell to their black-haired kin, coupled with the fraternal discord, left this elderly father utterly exhausted. Was he truly the fated one? Had he erred in his judgments? After a considerable time, Li Yuan muttered to himself, his fists gradually loosening. Alas, he sighed deeply, surrendering to a torrent of emotions. Anger, resentment, ultimately coalescing into a single lament. The situation had reached this juncture, leaving him with no alternatives. His prior presence in the Taiji Palace was a mere act of defiance. Now, he felt a sense of release, prepared to let go. Atop the Gauda Hall of the East Palace, a melodious voice resonated. The dignified Empress Chang'an, adorned in a phoenix robe and surrounded by several palace maidens, approached. Your Majesty, how delightful to see you, she exclaimed. You ought to be cautious. The night air is chill, Li Shimin replied, emerging from the fervent cheers of his ministers and the multitude of citizens beyond the palace walls. Stepping closer to the Empress with tenderness. I have come to offer my congratulations, Your Majesty. With the divine decree, I trust the people will wholeheartedly acknowledge you, and no more dissent shall arise, the Empress declared, fully aware of Li Shimin's inner turmoil. With this miraculous event, the populace would surely cease their murmurs, allowing the tumultuous Tang Dynasty to swiftly regain its stability. Ha! Li Shimin grasped the Empress's hand, erupting into hearty laughter, finding immense joy in this moment. As the fireworks continued to illuminate the sky, the assembly, gradually emerging from their joy and excitement, began to discern peculiarities. Your Majesty, it appears these sparks are ascending from that direction and then bursting forth rather than descending from above, the Empress pointed out. Li Shimin turned to regard the indicated location, witnessing dozens of luminous beams soaring into the heavens, followed by their explosive bloom. His brow furrowed, and after a moment's contemplation, he addressed Cheng Yaojin beside him. Jijia, take a squad of Jinui to investigate any anomalies there. Yes, Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin replied, brimming with curiosity. However, before his departure, Li Shimin added with caution, exercise discretion and maintain secrecy. Should it prove to be man-made, do not cause harm. If anyone in Chang'an obstructs you, they shall face no mercy. After all, if this was indeed orchestrated by a person, it would likely benefit him, an ally or a faction supporting his cause. Conversely, if it were not of human origin, it might very well be the work of celestial beings. Regardless of the circumstances, it was unwise to offend either party. As for Chang'an, since he had observed and contemplated this, it was certain that others of keen intellect would also perceive and deduce the same. He wished to prevent those individuals from encountering anyone capable of conjuring celestial phenomena. Fear not, I know where to draw the line, Cheng Yaojin boasted, thumping his chest confidently. Go forth, Li Shimin nodded, fully aware of Cheng Yaojin's capabilities. Not only was he a trusted confidant, but beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor lay profound wisdom and meticulous thought. Such qualities made him the ideal choice for this task. Cheng Yaojin departed, yet upon the high platform, the assembly remained, each lost in their thoughts. Yet their gazes remained fixed upon the heavens, eager to witness any further developments. A quarter of an hour passed swiftly, and, as the fireworks display concluded, the crowd presumed the spectacle had reached its end. However, in the blink of an eye, a more astonishing scene unfolded. Suddenly, a brilliant red lotus flower blossomed in the sky, which then began to disintegrate from its petals, giving birth to a magnificent golden dragon. The celestial dragon soared through the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Li Shimin gazed in astonishment. Even with the prior fireworks display having prepared him, he was still profoundly moved. A miracle, indeed. This was nothing short of divine. But the marvel did not cease there. The dragon began to dissipate from its head, subsequently forming two enormous characters. Huaxia? Is it referring to our Tang Dynasty? Li Shimin exclaimed in surprise. Your Majesty, the beauty of our attire is known as Hua, and the grandeur of our rites is termed Xia. Our illustrious Tang Dynasty can indeed be aptly encompassed within the term Huaxia, Long Sun Wuji interjected. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself contradicted as the celestial characters transformed once more, morphing into another two words. Long Sun Wujia lowered his gaze, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Nearby, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui gazed upward, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama, though the slight tremors of their bodies betrayed their true sentiments. Nevertheless, captivated by the ever-changing characters in the sky, the assembly paid little heed to these subtle details, redirecting their focus to the heavens once again. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the characters dissipated and reformed into two new words. Huaxia welcomes the Tang Emperor. Is this a welcome for me? Li Shimin pundarat, increa singli perplexa. Initially, he had assumed that Huaxia referred to the Tang, but it now appeared otherwise. What then? Did Huaxia signify? Just as they anticipated further transformations, the two characters dissolved yet again, transforming into a moving arrow, pointing directly toward the location of the portal, descending from the skies to the ground without any concealment. What does this mean? Is it urging me to approach? After a lengthy pause without further changes in the sky, Li Shimin finally voiced his inner confusion. Your Majesty, your esteemed status must not be put at risk, Long Sun Wujia cautioned. Indeed, Your Majesty. Duke Gua has sent men to investigate. We shall soon have results, and you may decide thereafter, Qin Xiong advised. Seeing that his trusted ministers were dissuading him, Li Shimin temporarily relinquished the impulse to investigate immediately. However, he knew this night would be restless as he awaited news from Cheng Yaojin. Beside the portal, Su Guan remarked, Everything has gone smoothly. Now we can only wait. Li Jia exhaled heavily, his tense spirit finally relaxing. You have worked hard. You must be exhausted from the sleepless night. Now, go and rest, Su Hao said with a smile. Although weary, he had managed to catch a brief slumber the previous night, whereas Li Jia had indeed remained awake the entire night, preoccupied with the fireworks display and the drone light show. Indeed, once the tense emotions dissipate, a wave of drowsiness swiftly envelopes the mind. Captain Zhao, please inform the members of the Jinyui about our circumstances and subsequently release them all, Su Hao instructed as he approached Zhao Jianjun. Shall we not wait until tomorrow? Zhao Jianjun inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. There is no need to delay. Let it go back now. If I were Li Shimin, I would find it impossible to sleep tonight. It is highly probable that he has already dispatched individuals to investigate. Allowing these Jinyui to return can serve a dual purpose. They can relay our current situation and prepare themselves psychologically, preventing any potential misunderstandings that might lead to conflict upon their arrival, which could adversely affect our future diplomatic relations, Su Hao elucidated. This group of Jinyui is intended to act as a buffer. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Zhao Jianjun nodded in agreement. Chapter 17. The Eternal Emperor Li Shimin. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the Hacienda Hall was still brightly illuminated. Li Shimin remained awake, as did his trusted ministers, who had not yet departed. They sat in silence, waiting patiently. "Your Majesty, Duke Su has returned," announced a guard from the Golden Robe Guard. "Quick, let him in." Li Shimin instantly perked up, and everyone present became alert. "Have you gathered intelligence on the situation?" Without waiting for Cheng Yaojin to pay his respects, Li Shimin stepped forward and grasped the man's shoulder, inquiring eagerly. "Your Majesty, I did not reach that location." Cheng Yaojin's words drew frowns from everyone in the hall. "That is because I encountered a group of the Golden Robe Guard who had ventured outside the city this evening to investigate unusual occurrences. They witnessed the miraculous events of tonight and requested that I relay their message to your Majesty. I deemed it imperative to bring them back first," Cheng Yaojin explained, panting heavily, earning him several stern glares from those present. "Haha!" Cheng Yaojin chuckled awkwardly and called out to the guards outside. "Why are you not coming in?" Soon, a young man, having removed his armor and dressed in regular attire, nervously approached Cheng Yaojin and knelt before Li Shimin. "I am Wang Mao of the Golden Robe Guard." "Your Majesty." "Rise and swiftly explain what transpired," Li Shimin urged. "Your Majesty, the matter is as follows. This afternoon, we received several reports indicating the presence of a group outside the city, dressed oddly, speaking peculiarly, moving stealthily, and driving away the common folk. In the evening, I led a small team of Golden Rogar brothers to investigate. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, we were subdued by them without any means of resistance. Recalling the encounter still sends shivers down my spine. If they had wished to kill us, it would have been effortless. After dark, they performed a miraculous spectacle, and then their leader informed me that they hailed from a different world, the Huaxia Kingdom. They had crossed over to establish diplomatic relations with our Tang Dynasty. The miraculous event tonight was a greeting gift for your Majesty. If your Majesty is inclined, you may personally meet with them tomorrow morning to gather more detailed information." Upon finishing his account, Wang Mao glanced up at Li Shimin before quickly lowering his head to add, "They also mentioned that collaborating with them could easily resolve the crisis posed by the Turkic army and assist your Majesty in unifying the realm, becoming the heavenly Khan of the entire world." A profound silence enveloped the hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Heavenly Khan? Li Shimin expressed his delight at this title. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure from the shock and promptly inquired, "How many of them are there? What does it mean to come from another world and to traverse?" "Your Majesty, I must report that their numbers are few, merely a few hundred. As for the other world, I confess my understanding is limited. However, I have witnessed an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon. They possess the ability to appear and vanish in a thin air." Wang Mao searched the depths of his mind, employing all his intellect to respond. Upon hearing of their capacity to materialize and dematerialize, a collective gasp arose from the assembly. Each individual exchanged glances, perceiving astonishment and incredulity in one another's eyes. "Did you truly witness this with your own eyes? Are you certain it is not an illusion? Be mindful that if you speak falsehoods, it amounts to treason," Gao Shirlian admonished loudly. "Your Majesty, every word I utter is the truth, based on my own observations," Wang Mao replied, his tone slightly flustered yet resolutely firm. "Could they genuinely be divine beings from the heavens?" Cheng Yaojin mused, scratching his head. Everyone expressed their opinions, yet none garnered unanimous agreement, leading to a cacophony that caused Li Shimin considerable distress. "Enough. Return to your posts. Tomorrow at dawn, accompany me outside the city, and all will be revealed," Li Shimin declared, discerning that further discourse would yield no fruitful conclusions. Should any conspiracy exist, he was determined to witness it firsthand. After all, he emerged from the battlefield, bold and unafraid of these elusive specters. "Jijia, dispatch personnel immediately to guard all critical routes. No one is permitted to approach before I meet them tomorrow," Li Shimin instructed Cheng Yaojin, who was about to step outside the hall. "Yes, I shall make the arrangements forthwith," Cheng Yaojin affirmed. At the break of dawn, as the Tunghua gate swung open, Li Shimin mounted his steed, accompanied by a retinue of trusted civil and military officials, and, surrounded by 3,000 elite soldiers, he slowly proceeded beyond the city towards the portal. The encampment beside the portal had begun to take shape with military-green tents housing various devices, including computer monitors. Captain Zhao. The drones have relayed intelligence. A large contingent is emerging from the Tunghua Gate of Chang'an. Judging by their attire, they appear to be high-ranking officials of the Tang Dynasty, with the foremost individual likely being Li Shimin, an operator pointed out, directing attention to a video displaying a distinguished man in his 30s. Monitor their movements, Zhao Jianjun commanded, immediately instructing the soldiers nearby. Contact Advisor Su and inform him that Li Shimin has exited the city. Urge him to come swiftly. Understood. At the Chidian mountain of Blue Star, the valley encampment had been hastily constructed over the past few days, now capable of accommodating thousands. Inside a hastily erected prefabricated room, Su Hao was performing a specialized stance, his breath oscillating between rapid and slow, while two empty reagent tubes lay on the table beside him. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Su Hao slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and replied, "Come in." As he spoke, he gradually straightened his posture and waved his hand, causing the two empty reagent tubes to vanish into the ether. That night, he forsook sleep, opting instead for cultivation, seizing every moment to enhance his prowess. Naturally, such a practice cannot be sustained for prolonged periods, as it may lead to heightened tension and emotional instability. However, in the short term, it poses no significant issue. Host, Su Hao authorization. Apprentice rank, Apprentice Diplomat Realm. Initial level Warrior, Strength, 886 kilograms. Speed, 21. 87 ms. Cultivation Technique. Huaxia Secret Scriptures Combat Skills. None Secret Arts. None Equipment. Diplomatic Attire, Kaijiang Sword. Bronze Official Seal Space. Cloud Card X1 Connected World. History, Tang Dynasty Military Tally. None Wealth. 93, 260 yuan in a single night. He augmented his strength by over 300 kilograms, a truly formidable achievement. Through personal experimentation and comparison with the description in the Foundation Elixir formula, Su Hao confirmed the efficacy of the perfect quality Foundation Elixir, which is capable of sustaining continuous cultivation for 6 hours. If fully absorbed, it can enhance strength by 200 kilograms. However, it is noted that the initial usage of the Foundation Elixir yields the best results, and with repeated use, one may develop a tolerance, diminishing its effects. Fortunately, as he utilized a perfect quality product, this would not induce tolerance, allowing for infinite usage. Nevertheless, with the advancement of his cultivation, it is improbable that each elixir would consistently bestow a 200 kilogram increase, as the enhancement effects would gradually wane. Over the course of the night, he consumed 2 elixirs. Presently, a portion of their potency remained unrefined within him. Nonetheless, there were more pressing matters at hand. Leaving no time for further cultivation, he resolved to wait until evening or whenever he had the opportunity, reasoning that as long as he did not delay too long, normal metabolism would only slightly diminish the elixir's potency, which would not be significantly impactful. As Su Hao's thoughts wandered, a young man with a square face entered, announcing loudly, "Report, Chief. We have received word from Team Zhao that Li Shimin has departed from Tunghua Gate. Please proceed at your earliest convenience." This individual, named Shirlei, affectionately referred to as Shirtu, was a capable warrior selected by Zhao Jianjun from the security team for Su Hao. He was known for his agility of mind, unwavering loyalty, and steadfastness, serving as Su Hao's personal guard and communications officer. Understood. Inform everyone to prepare. We shall meet this timeless emperor, Su Hao replied with a slight nod. While preparations were underway, Su Hao quickly freshened up and had a light breakfast before leisurely stepping through the portal to arrive in the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 18. The First Encounter with Li Shimin. A direct confrontation. Where have they reached? Su Hao inquired as he entered the temporary command center of the camp. Seeking Zhao Jianjun's insight, our advanced troops have already arrived and are positioned about a mile outside our camp. Li Shimin and his entourage are still behind them. At their current pace, they should reach our camp in approximately 15 minutes, Zhao Jianjun responded. Let us go and meet this legendary emperor. Su Hao expressed his curiosity about Li Shimin with enthusiasm. Agreed, Zhao Jianjun echoed, equally eager. Soon, 200 fully armed Special Forces soldiers secured the camp. occupying the surrounding high ground and strategic points. Su Hao confidently asserted that as long as they had ample ammunition, even with the 3,000 armored troops led by Li Shimin or the 200,000-strong army of the Turks, they would face no challenge. The makeshift camp's entrance was flanked by 10 heavily armed special forces soldiers on each side. Su Hao, Zhao Zianzun, and 8 diplomats dispatched by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs awaited at the entrance. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Out of the haze emerged a middle-aged man clad in royal attire, riding a white horse, illuminated by the morning light, exuding an air of mystique. As he approached the camp, approximately 200 meters away, he reined in his horse, which reared up before landing gracefully. The rider, demonstrating remarkable poise, as if he were one with the steed. "I am Li Shimin of the Great Tang. Is your leader willing to meet?" Li Shimin proclaimed loudly to the camp. To facilitate communication, all realms in connection had their languages automatically synchronized. Su Hao adjusted his diplomatic attire and stepped out of the camp, responding in kind, "I am Su Hao, an advisor from the 749 Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia, honored to meet His Majesty the Emperor of Tang." "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia? What banquet is this?" Li Shimin replied, visibly perplexed, glancing at his aides, who mirrored his confusion. "Does His Majesty dare to enter the camp for a discussion?" Su Hao extended an invitation before Li Shimin could fully comprehend his previous statement. "Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven. A noble person should not expose himself to danger," Long Sun Wujis urged swiftly. "Let me go and meet them," Qin Xiong volunteered eagerly. Li Shimin gazed at the modest camp across from him, deducing from its peculiar tents and the scale of the area that there were not many people present. Perhaps only a few hundred. "I have traversed 3,000 miles in my lifetime. What scenes have I not witnessed? I stood unafraid against Wang Shicheng's 100,000-strong army. Now, how could I be intimidated by a mere camp of a few hundred?" Li Shimin, unaware of the modern weaponry's terrifying capabilities, contemplated the situation through the lens of his own experiences. His adventurous spirit and bold nature drove him. "Medic, I entrust the command of the army to you. If there is any disturbance within, you are to lead the troops to rescue immediately," Li Shimin instructed Li Jing, who stood beside him. "Understood. Your Majesty, if you insist on entering, please allow me to accompany you," Wei Qi Jingda promptly stated. "Ha, that is only natural," Li Shimin nodded, bringing along 2 gatekeepers, Cheng Yaojin, and 20 of the strongest personal guards. With this formidable group, they could easily pierce through the camp if they wished, let alone simply protect themselves until the Xuanjiao army arrived for rescue. This assurance was not only held by Li Shimin, but also shared by Wei Qi Jingda and the others, which led them to agree to the emperor's endeavor. "Your Majesty, I too wish to accompany you," Changsun Wuji quickly added. The Changsun family had irrevocably aligned themselves with Li Shimin, and should any misfortune befall the emperor, they would undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. His unease compelled him to enter alongside the emperor, particularly as the individuals accompanying Li Shimin were all martial generals without a strategist to aid in planning. After a moment's hesitation, Li Shimin nodded in consent. "Very well. Let us proceed together." Once the decision was made, Li Shimin, a man of action, did not linger. With great courage, he led his company of over 20 men on horseback to within 3 meters of Su Hao and his companions before dismounting. As the distance closed, Su Hao could clearly discern their features, and Li Shimin could see the young man before him. "Your Imperial Highness, please," Su Hao gestured invitingly. Li Shimin noted Su Hao's youth. Yet, the young man faced the emperor with neither subservience nor arrogance, displaying a calm demeanor that Li Shimin greatly admired. As the guest, "I shall follow your lead," Li Shimin replied, walking alongside Su Hao toward the camp. Changsun Wuji and the others furrowed their brows. Who was this young man to walk beside the emperor? However, as the emperor remained silent, they could only ponder internally, refraining from voicing their thoughts. Upon reaching the entrance of the camp, Li Shimin paused, his expression growing more solemn. As one versed in military affairs, he could sense the palpable aura of kill surrounding the 20 soldiers lined up at the entrance. Despite their peculiar attire, lacking armor, they unmistakably appeared as seasoned warriors. Perhaps their unarmored state was intended as a gesture of goodwill, which endeared Li Shimin further to Su Hao and, by extension, to the greater Huaxia. With this thought in mind, Li Shimin's expression softened slightly as he continued forward. Wei Qi Jingde, having sensed this shift, moved closer to the emperor, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Hao and the soldiers. Should they dare to act with hostility, he was confident in his ability to eliminate the threat and ensure the emperor's safety. Regardless of whether Wei Qi Jingde could succeed, Su Hao never harbored intentions to harm Li Shimin. With a warm smile, he led the group into the modest camp, directly bringing Li Shimin to the threshold of the teleportation portal. Indeed, Su Hao had prepared to lay all cards on the table from the very beginning, eschewing any convoluted discourse, presenting the portal before them, confident in its ability to command their attention. Your Imperial Highness, do you notice anything unusual here? Su Hao inquired, pointing towards the portal. Li Shimin was taken aback, then turned his gaze in the direction Su Hao indicated, observing a series of subtle ripples, akin to those on the surface of water, causing the entire space to appear slightly distorted, a most peculiar sight. This is a passage between two realms. Through this portal, the people of our Huaxia can enter the world where your Tang Dynasty resides, and, conversely, you may also enter our Huaxia through this gateway, Su Hao elucidated. Observing that Li Shimin appeared somewhat perplexed, Su Hao instructed the nearby, Sure to, please demonstrate to the Emperor of Tang. As you command, Shirley responded, proceeding towards the portal. In the next instant, the ripples dissipated, revealing a vast transmission gate, and simultaneously, Shirley vanished before their eyes. Your Majesty, be cautious. Wei Qi Jingde promptly positioned himself in front of Li Shimin. They gazed in astonishment as Shirley had genuinely vanished in a thin air. Despite having heard of it the previous night, the shock of witnessing it firsthand was overwhelming. As they remained in a state of bewilderment, the portal reopened, and Shirley reappeared as if conjured from the ether. It is truly astonishing, Li Shimin remarked with awe. A divine artifact from the celestial realm. Chang'an Wuji swallowed hard. Equally astounded, could this be an entrance to the realm of immortals? Sheng Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. So, you're not merely foreigners, but hailing from the celestial world? Li Shimin's gaze turned fervent as he looked towards Su Hao, awaiting a response. We do not originate from the celestial realm, but rather from a parallel dimension. Su Hao briefly explained the concept of parallel worlds and myriad realms to Li Shimin and the others, allowing the accompanying experts to address some of their inquiries. After a brief interval, both parties exhaled in relief. Su Hao felt a sense of accomplishment in clarifying matters, while Li Shimin underwent a profound reconstruction of his worldview. Chapter 19. Harmonious relations and exchange of national gifts. To my astonishment, I too have been a frog at the bottom of a well. This world is indeed vast and wondrous. After absorbing the knowledge from myriad realms, Li Shimin could not help but exclaim, Are you from a parallel world over a millennium after the Great Tang? Li Shimin sought confirmation once more. Indeed, Su Hao nodded. Thus, you are aware of the events that will unfold in our Tang? Correct. You wish to establish diplomatic relations with the Tang, allowing for the exchange of culture and trade of goods between our nations? Precisely. Can you assist the Tang in addressing the crisis posed by the advancing Turkic army? This is quite straightforward for us, Su Hao affirmed again with a nod. What if you do not extend your aid? How might the impending crisis evolve? Li Shimin inquired suddenly. One does not receive gifts from the heavens without cost. Li Shimin was acutely aware of this truth. If possible, he would prefer to avoid such a predicament. The Treaty of Weishui was a source of humiliation for the Tang Emperor, yet in the end, he did manage to repel the Turkic forces and, years later, capture Chang'an City. Su Hao did not deceive regarding this matter, for there was no need to do so. Ha ha ha! Li Shimin laughed heartily upon hearing this, his spirits soaring. However, due to our presence, variables have already emerged. Whether the Tang Emperor's ruse will succeed remains uncertain. The commotion caused by Su Hao and his companions last night was visible to the citizens of Chang'an and the surrounding areas, and such news would undoubtedly reach Chang'an City's ears. What thoughts he may entertain at that time is unknown. Of course, with the assistance of our nation, Not only could the humiliation of the Weishui Treaty be entirely averted, but the Turkic army could potentially be vanquished years in advance, thereby solidifying the Tang Emperor's reign. Su Hao presented a significant temptation. "I shall contemplate this matter earnestly," Li Shimin replied, clearly intrigued, though he refrained from giving an immediate response. Naturally, such a weighty issue warrants careful consideration, Su Hao remarked with a smile, not pushing the matter. With that, Su Hao revealed a splendidly adorned book, its cover embellished with 2 traditional characters. "This is a personal gift for the Tang Emperor, a chronicle of the Tang's history, encompassing 289 years. This tome is invaluable at present. Once they establish an embassy in our land, acquiring the history of the Tang will not pose a challenge." 289 years of Tang history. Li Shimin's body quivered slightly as he gazed at the book Su Hao offered, his breath quickening. The ministers who accompanied him also looked on with fervent interest. As high-ranking officials of the Tang, they were curious to see if their own stories and those of their families were recorded within. They too wished to glimpse the future that awaited them. However, now that the book was in the emperor's hands, they dared not make a move to seize it. Especially the astute Long-Sun Wuji quickly regained his composure. This book is a treasure for Li Shimin, yet for his ministers, it is akin to a hot potato, a soul-stirring tome. If they were to acquire it privately, it might be manageable, but in the presence of the emperor, such thoughts ought to be abandoned. Many thanks to Su. "Ah, Sir Su." Li Shimin accepted the gift, wishing to express his gratitude, yet found himself at a loss for words and decided to address him in the manner befitting the Tang Dynasty. With this gift as a foundation, the rapport between them flourished, at which point Su Hao seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. "Tang Emperor, we of Huaxiao wish to establish diplomatic relations with the Great Tang, setting up consulates in both nations. Furthermore, we would like to invite high-ranking officials from the Tang to visit our Huaxia, enhancing mutual understanding and camaraderie. What say you, Tang Emperor?" Li Shimin squinted slightly, then burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. I too wish to dispatch a delegation to your esteemed nation. My curiosity about the future, over a millennium hence, is insatiable. Were it not for the imminent threat posed by the Turkic forces, I would have personally ventured forth. Of course, the Turkic threat served merely as an excuse. The underlying concern was one of safety. As a sovereign, should he travel to Huaxia and be unable to return, grave repercussions would ensue. After all, the information regarding Huaxia came solely from Su Hao, and they were essentially ignorant of the realities on the other side. Upon my return to the palace, I shall select individuals for the delegation. They will arrive tomorrow, and I trust Sir Su will extend his hospitality towards them. Li Shimin parsaiba shu aus urjangi. Mirroring his own. Thus, it was prudent to hasten the process. Why not embrace the opportunity? "That would be splendid," Su Hao replied with a smile. Subsequently, they continued their conversation for some time. For instance, Li Shimin initially believed that consulates were akin to the Four Corners Pavilion, only to grasp their true significance through Su Hao's elucidation, resolving to enhance the delegation's substance. Su Hao had previously mentioned that with Huaxia's assistance, they could avert the humiliation of the Weishui alliance, which piqued the Tang Emperor's curiosity. He assumed it involved military support from Huaxia, only to discover that Su Hao was referring to the sale of weaponry and training. "Is it truly possible that equipping you with our arms would allow you to vanquish 200,000 Turkic soldiers with merely 3,000 men?" Li Shimin was astounded. While he himself had witnessed instances where 3,000 triumphed over 100,000, the scale of Doji and his forces could not compare to the 200,000 Turkic troops, and the particulars of the two conflicts were markedly different. Indeed, with ample ammunition, one could decisively annihilate, even sweep across the northern tribes, Su Hao reiterated emphatically. "This is nothing short of a dimensional strike of civilization. My curiosity regarding the weaponry of which you speak has only intensified," Li Shimin remarked, sensing Su Hao's sincerity. This delegation, aimed at negotiating diplomatic ties, could also serve as an opportunity to learn more about our Huaxia, where we would showcase the might of our advanced weaponry. "Su Hao su Quintin convit." "That would be splendid," Li Shimin nodded slightly. Had it not been for the dispatching of troops by the Huaxia, A mere exchange of weaponry would still have been feasible. Li Shimin had nearly arrived at a resolution in his heart. With a fruitful initial encounter and the generous gifts of two remarkable treasures from the Huaxia nation, Li Shimin was not one to be stingy. "Esteemed Lord Su," he proclaimed, "your nation has presented me with a marvel as a token of our meeting. As the Tang Dynasty is renowned for its propriety, it is but fitting that I reciprocate this gesture. You mentioned a desire to establish a material transit station to facilitate trade between our nations, did you not? I am well aware of the location you refer to, and I hereby grant it to you, as long as no military presence is established. You may utilize it as you see fit. Li Shimin exhibita remarkable magnanimity." "Thank you, Tang Emperor," Su Hao expressed with genuine astonishment, unable to refuse for the sake of pride, for Huaxiao indeed required such land. "In return for your kind gift of a history of the Tang, I shall also present you with a residence, an estate adjacent to Tunghua Gate in Yongjiafang. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you 100,000 taels of gold and 100 servants," Li Shimin continued. While the Tang history held little significance for Su Hao, it was of immense value to Li Shimin. Had Su Hao not represented Huaxia, but rather been a subject of the Tang, he might have conferred upon Su Hao a noble title. "Your Majesty, this..." Su Hao was taken aback, not expecting that a single history book would yield such a lavish estate and numerous benefits. The residence offered by Li Shimin would undoubtedly be extraordinary, capable of accommodating 100 servants. Thus one could imagine its grandeur. "Dear Lord Su, my word is as solid as gold. Do not cause me to contradict myself," Li Shimin remarked, having spoken so unequivocally that Su Hao would be remiss to decline. "Once again, my heartfelt thanks to the Tang Emperor." Su Hao sighed with a wry smile, feeling compelled to accept. This matter would need to be reported, lest it lead to undesirable consequences. However, it was unlikely to provoke any issues. "Ha ha ha!" Li Shimin chuckled with delight, casting a final glance at the portal before returning with anticipation. Chapter 20. Construction plans for the transit station at the East Palace's Sienda Hall assistant. "You are to take charge of the delegation and personally represent us in discussions with the Huaxia nation regarding diplomatic relations and the procurement of weaponry," commanded Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, I find this quite perplexing. Should we not approach this matter with greater caution?" Duruy subtly suggested. After all, he had not entered the camp and had not witnessed the various wonders firsthand, so his reservations were entirely reasonable. It is indeed somewhat astonishing, however, everything we have seen with our own eyes, including the many marvelous items within that camp, compels my belief. They possess the capability to encapsulate people and scenes within a small box, command thunder and lightning, and illuminate without the need for candles. Too many extraordinary phenomena exist, which leave me in awe, Li Shimin reflected, still marveling at the experience. This morning, he had not merely observed the portal. After a cordial interaction, Su Hao had guided him through other areas of the camp, revealing many commonplace wonders in the Blue Star, which were truly remarkable in the context of the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, we have dispatched a delegation. Once they arrive, the truth will surely be revealed, Li Shimin added. "Your wisdom is evident, Your Majesty," Du Ruhui acknowledged, recognizing that the emperor had made up his mind. To alleviate his curiosity, he proposed to join the delegation, eager to witness Huaxia for himself. "Very well," Li Shimin agreed after a moment's contemplation. "Remember, when you arrive in Huaxia, observe and listen more, speak less. A millennium is a long time. Judging by the attire and demeanor of Su and his companions, it is evident that customs have evolved significantly. Be cautious with your words upon your arrival." Li Shimin was determined not to offend this powerful ally due to minor indiscretions, especially in these precarious times when their support was crucial. "Yes, Your Majesty." Once the others departed, Li Shimin secluded himself in his chamber, carefully retrieving the Tang history gifted by Su Hao. He yearned to glimpse the future of the Tang Dynasty he had established with his own hands. However, it wasn't long before sounds of objects being hurled and furious shouts echoed from the room, leaving the surrounding guards in stunned silence, unsure of what had transpired. Within the Huaxia camp, as Li Shimin and his entourage departed, Su Hao retracted his smile and instructed, "Though formal diplomatic ties have yet to be established, Li Shimin has already gifted us that parcel of land. We can now commence the transportation of materials, level the terrain, and begin construction. At Viso Su, what kind of transit station do we envision building? An attendant inquired. Suhail had pondered this question previously, initially intending to acquire the land from the Tang after formalizing relations. He had not anticipated that merely mentioning it would result in Li Shimin offering the land to Huaxia so readily, thereby significantly advancing their plans. That place is not merely a transit station. It serves as a window through which our Huaxia gazes upon the Grand Tang world. It is also the residence of our 749 bureaus Tang division, as well as the diplomatic missions. In the future, a considerable number of Huaxia people may reside here. Thus, it is imperative to construct it according to modern standards. Su Hao succinctly articulated his vision. Firstly, a commercial complex must be established to cater not only to our own people's needs, but also to the affluent elites, wealthy merchants, and tourists from all over the Tang realm. Its scale should be substantial, soaring in height, serving as an iconic architectural symbol of the Tang Dynasty. Secondly, a modest residential area should be constructed, incorporating villas and spacious apartments to meet the living requirements of our people, while also allowing some opportunities for Tang citizens to experience modern architectural styles. Thirdly, a central business district (CBD) is essential, as trade between us and the Tang will be inevitable. Major enterprises are likely to establish branches and factories here, necessitating the provision of office spaces. The future headquarters of the Tang Temporal Branch should ideally be situated in this locale. Fourthly, 2 large docks should be constructed near the riverside, one dedicated to an automated dock predominantly operated by us, and another to a manual dock primarily managed by the Tang. This arrangement will provide job opportunities for the local populace surrounding Chang'an. The automated dock will facilitate the transportation of goods from Huaxia to various parts of the Tang, while the manual dock will focus on the transfer and packaging of materials from across the Tang, which will then be dispatched to Huaxia. Lastly, a railway and a highway must be established from the portal to the transit station to facilitate future transportation. Once the system mall is operational, I will certainly purchase specialized paints to connect the railways and highways on both sides, a crucial element for trade between our realms. For now, that will suffice. Expedite the gathering of relevant professionals for an on-site assessment, followed by the formulation of a construction plan. Quality and quantity must be ensured, but speed should take precedence. We will work around the clock in 3 shifts. Should you require additional personnel or machinery, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will find a solution. Your utmost priority is to complete this construction in the shortest time possible, establishing a robust image of Huaxia here. We are indeed masters of infrastructure, a claim we do not make lightly. Su Hao's excitement grew as he envisioned the day of realization approaching, anticipating the profound impact it would have on this world. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Upon hearing Su Hao's grand blueprint, the staff's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Team Zhao, expand the camp slightly and ensure the permanent stationing of at least 500 troops here to maintain the safety and accessibility of the passage. Su Hao instructed Zhao Jianjun. That is simple. I will arrange it right away. Zhao Jianjun nodded in agreement. With the matters here temporarily resolved, Su Hao promptly returned to Blue Star and called the Chancellor to report on their initial meeting. Additionally, he had a photographer capture the entire encounter and instructed that the video be sent to the capital. Do you wish to bring a delegation to the capital for us to meet with them? Inquired the Prime Minister. It is not necessary for you to meet them in person, but if possible, it would be preferable for an elder to receive them, as it would reflect our respect and significance towards them, suggested Su Hao. After a brief silence, the Prime Minister responded, I'm quite curious about Long Sun Wujing and his associates. I shall arrange for a special aircraft to receive the delegation tomorrow. You may show them around the capital, and I will find time to meet with them the day after tomorrow. Excellent, Su Hao replied, feeling a surge of happiness. After all, having received benefits from Li Shimin, he felt it was only right to reciprocate. By the way, Prime Minister Li Shimin gifted me a residence in the realm of the Tang Dynasty, along with 10,000 taels of gold and 100 servants, Su Hao mentioned after some contemplation. Malasialat, since it is a gift from the Emperor of Tang, it rightfully belongs to you. You needn't harbor any burdens of conscience, the Prime Minister chuckled. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, Su Hao expressed, feeling relieved and at ease to take possession of his property. Just after hanging up the phone, Shirley entered to announce, "Chief, General Fong has arrived." "Oh." Su Hao promptly rose to greet him. Upon reaching the door, he saw General Fong Daong approaching with a stack of documents. "General Fong," Su Hao greeted him warmly. "At Viso Su, I have compiled the information regarding the outdated equipment you requested for investigation into a data list. It is all here," Fong Daong said, patting the documents in his hands. "That's splendid. I just met with Li Shimin. They will send someone over tomorrow. Besides discussing the establishment of diplomatic relations, we will also deliberate on equipment procurement." Su Hao Diplit Zoi Fu Li. Once inside, Fong Daong handed the documents to Su Hao, saying, "Take a look. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I can consult on anything I may not know." "Thank you, General Fong," Su Hao replied, not being overly formal, and began to examine the documents. The information was categorized into 4 types: Air Force equipment, Navy equipment, infantry equipment, and armored weapons. P.S. The data has been slightly modified from online sources and does not reflect actual statistics. Please do not compare it to real data, as such information cannot be casually represented, and the online figures may not be accurate. Your understanding is appreciated. Air Force equipment: J-5 fighter jets, 662 units. J-6 fighter jets, 5,618 units. J-7 fighter jets, 2,846 units. J-8 fighter jets, 844 units. Various other types of retired domestic and imported fighter jets, 525 units. Various types of retired armed helicopters, 342 units. Chapter 21. Establishing a temporary arms trade group, Fong Daong observed Su Hao perusing the data on obsolete fighter jets and interjected, "Among these retired aircraft, some are damaged, while others are earmarked for conversion into drones. A few are destined for museums, and some are nearing the end of their service life. In reality, only about 3/4 remain operational. This endeavor primarily serves as preparation for future dimensions. In the Tang Dynasty, they have no practical use for these fighter jets and helicopters." "That may not hold true," Su Hao replied with a slight smile. "The Tang Dynasty also requires development. Once they witness the formidable strength of our Air Force, they will undoubtedly covet our capabilities. At that point, these outdated jets, which we consider retired, could still shine with a little maintenance. After all, the allure of flight is irresistible to us, the people of Huaxia." As for the active duty fighter jets, Su Hao had no intention of selling them. Firstly, Huaxia needs to maintain its own security. Secondly, even if offered, the Tang Dynasty would struggle to utilize them. The more advanced the fighter jets, the greater the logistical and pilot training demands. Even these older models would require personnel from the Tang Dynasty to come to Huaxia for extensive training before they could be operational. Thirdly, Huaxia must maintain a certain technological gap with the myriad civilizations across the realms, which is essential for safeguarding its transcendent status and security. "It would be ideal if you could sell them," Fong Daong remarked, not wishing to dwell on the matter, as he would gladly sell a high price. Naval equipment also included some patrol boats and warships that were no longer of interest even to the Coast Guard. However, this posed challenges for trade with the Tang Dynasty. Such vessels could only be sold to civilizations situated near the sea via portals. Otherwise, transportation would become a significant issue. It was impractical to dismantle them for assembly on the other side. Establishing shipyards there for direct production would be more efficient. Of course, this pertains to larger warships. Smaller patrol boats could indeed be sold to the Tang Dynasty, as the Chan River lies not far from the portal, serving as a highly advanced asset for their inland navy. Su Hao cast a glance at the naval equipment list before setting it aside, as his primary focus remained on the Army's equipment. Infantry equipment: Type 54 handgun, 31 million units. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, 25 million units. Type 56 submachine gun, 6 million units. Type 81 automatic rifle, 5 million units. Type 95 automatic rifle, 6 million units. Various non-mass-produced and older rifles for foreign trade, 24 million units. Other specialized retired firearms, including sniper rifles, 840,000 units. Non-Type 54 retired handguns, 22 million units. Type 67 wooden handle grenade, for billion units. Type 69 40mm rocket launcher, 150 million units. Various other grenades, 260 million units. Countless ammunition and artillery shells. Below this were various types of artillery. The inventory of armored vehicles includes a staggering array of decommissioned tanks, transport vehicles, and troop carriers. After Su Hao perused the list, Fang Daong remarked, "As you know, we prepared for 30 years back in the day. Many of these pieces are damaged, otherwise the numbers would be even more astonishing." Su Hao nodded in understanding. "General Fang, has the Type 95 been retired?" he inquired curiously. "Most have been decommissioned, though not entirely." Fang Daong replied, "I believe selling just a portion of rifles, grenades, and a few artillery pieces would suffice for the Tang Dynasty to vanquish the Turkic army." Su Hao stated, a cunning expression crossing his face as he looked at Fang Daong. "I share your sentiment, but what price do you intend to set? Furthermore, we have yet to engage in trade with the Tang. They possess no yuan. Shall we lend to them or accept goods as collateral?" Fang Daong asked. "Let us opt for a loan. Time is of the essence, and this approach is more convenient. Once we resolve the immediate Turkic crisis, they can gradually repay with goods. I trust that witnessing our strength will deter them from defaulting," Su Hao asserted confidently. "You may decide on this matter," Fang Daong concluded, rising to depart. Subsequently, Su Hao convened a group of experts in weaponry, along with adept salespeople, to form a temporary arms trading committee, tasking them with negotiating and managing the forthcoming arms trade. Unfortunately, this group still lacked a leader, necessitating the involvement of Su Guangyao, who was busy recruiting in the capital, temporarily escaping the complexities of these affairs. Su Hao resumed his practice of standing meditation in his room, dedicating himself to this endeavor with diligence. The sensation of his body growing stronger was exhilarating, even more so than the pleasures of intimacy. Perhaps this is why practitioners can endure years of solitude, forsaking worldly desires. Time passed unmeasured, and upon exhausting the effects of his third foundational elixir, Su Hao felt as though his body underwent a transformation. His muscles seemed to come alive, quaking vigorously, while a layer of oil appeared on his skin, exuding an unpleasant odor. "The four-symbol stance has reached a minor completion," Su Hao proclaimed, clenching his fist with a force of 1,000 kilograms, an intoxicating sensation that led him to believe he could shatter the very world itself. "Now, it is time to learn combat techniques, agility, and secret arts. I possess immense strength yet lack the means to wield it effectively." With this thought in mind, Su Hao retrieved the cloud card from his spatial pocket, placing it against his forehead to once more engage with the written texts and videos within. Soon, he located the information he sought. Thunderstrike. When perfected, it can transform vital energy into thunder, striking enemies from 3 miles away. Mountain Shaking Fist. When perfected, it can shake mountains with tremendous force. Surging Step. When perfected, it moves like a startled swan and a gliding dragon, capable of walking on water and leaving no trace in the snow. Golden Bell Shield. Cultivated to perfection, the body becomes as steadfast as a golden bell, immovable as a mountain, impervious to myriad techniques. Sky-slicing sword technique. Boundless in potential, the longer the sword intent is nurtured, the mightier it becomes. Enhancing the power of the sword's draw. It embodies a fusion of speed and sword intent. If one dares to conceive it, nothing is insurmountable. Even the heavens can be cleaved. The 9 transformations of gods and demons. A secret art, allowing the practitioner to cultivate the first transformation, which can amplify combat prowess by up to 10-fold. Thunder Finger, Mountain Shaking Fist, Soaring Swan Step, and Golden Bell Shield are all foundational combat techniques. The Sky-Slicing Sword technique can be cultivated from the foundational level, accompanying one throughout life. The foundational variant is termed the First Realm, with subsequent realms naturally including the second and third, theoretically limitless, yet practically capped at a certain level. This can serve as a trump card, unleashing a destructive force that far exceeds one's own realm. The 9 transformations of gods and demons also offers lifelong companionship as a secret art, classified as an amplification method. The first transformation is divided into 5 minor realms: entry level, minor accomplishment, proficiency, major accomplishment, and perfection. Upon reaching entry level, combat power doubles. At minor accomplishment, it quadruples. At proficiency, it increases sixfold. At major accomplishment, eightfold. And at perfection, it surges tenfold. A truly terrifying prospect. Such treasures are indeed remarkable. Su Hao, eager to select the most suitable combat techniques and secret arts, felt a surge of excitement within. Naturally, there exist other techniques and arts, but one cannot indulge in excess. Hence, Su Hao judiciously chose these few, ensuring a balance of offense and defense, long-range and close combat, both unarmed and armed techniques, sufficient for his needs. With the aid of reading and video instruction, Su Hao swiftly mastered these techniques and arts. However, mere mastery is but a far cry from true entry into their practice. Host, Su Hao permissions, apprentice position, apprentice diplomat realm, junior warrior, strength, 1,000 kilograms, speed, 23. 98 ms, cultivation method, Huaxia secret classics combat techniques, thunder finger, not yet initiated, mountain shaking fist, not yet initiated, soaring swan step, not yet initiated, golden bell shield, not yet initiated, sky slicing sword technique, first realm, not yet initiated, secret art, 9 transformations of gods and demons, first transformation, not yet initiated, equipment, diplomatic attire, frontier sword, bronze official seal space, cloud card X1 connected world, history, Tang Dynasty military symbol, none wealth, 92. 885 Huayuan, Chapter 22. Wang Henian. Chang'an Post Station. At first glance, the attribute panel had become resplendent. However, all martial skills and secret techniques remained at a rudimentary level, necessitating further time for cultivation. Su Hao sighed, closed the interface, and ventured outside to practice his martial arts. The first technique he practiced was the mountain shaking fist. Having studied martial arts for several years previously, specifically in the forms of Bajiquan and Juntiquan, he possessed a foundational understanding of boxing techniques. Thus, when practicing the mountain shaking fist, he found it somewhat intuitive and easier to grasp. After 2 hours of training, it was time for lunch. Following his meal, he busied himself with various affairs, carving out another 2 hours for martial practice. Before he knew it, dusk had settled in. Throughout the day, Su Hao felt immensely fulfilled, having wasted not a moment, experiencing growth in both strength and problem-solving abilities, a truly gratifying sensation. Following dinner and a brief handling of additional matters, he was preparing for his evening training when Shirley entered his room with a middle-aged man. "Chief, designer Wang has arrived." Su Hao looked up to see a middle-aged gentleman, meticulously coiffed with a slick-back hairstyle and wearing glasses, greeting him with a warm smile. "At vi so su. Today we dispatched a team to scan and survey the land for the Tang Dynasty temporal zone, and based on your requirements, we have conducted a preliminary design. This is the draft. Please review it, and if there are any amendments needed, do not hesitate to voice them." As he spoke, he presented a tablet to Su Hao, revealing the design proposal for the Chang'an Post Station. So soon? Su Hao was taken aback, having anticipated at least 10 to 15 days for such progress. "We understand the significance of this transit station. Thus, we mobilized a considerable number of top surveyors and designers from relevant industries to partake in this project. Additionally, we have based our design on modern architectural principles, comparing it with the geological formations of contemporary locations. Many mature plans and templates are available, requiring only minor modifications, which has greatly enhanced our efficiency," Wang Henian elucidated. "Indeed, any modern large-scale construction from Huaxia, if transported to the Tang Dynasty, will be profoundly impressive. Thus, bespoke designs were unnecessary. It sufficed to select from existing blueprints and make simple adjustments." "I see, you have worked hard," Su Hao acknowledged, realizing the effort involved. He then took the tablet and meticulously examined the design, raising any points of confusion on the spot. After listening to the explanations, he proposed some modifications aligned with his own vision. "By the way, how large is the area allocated to us for the Chang'an Post Station by the Tang Emperor?" Su Hao inquired curiously. "The area is considerable, approximately 30,000 acres, Wang Henian replied. Su Hao was taken aback. He had not expected Li Shimin to be so generous. 30,000 acres equated to around 20 square kilometers, an impressive expanse situated in the economically valuable vicinity of Chang'an. This indeed was a substantial gift, equivalent to a small town. According to your designs and plans, how many individuals can be accommodated here for living and working? In the residential area, we have designed 10 independent villas, 60 townhouses, 4 fourth-generation apartment buildings, and 8 third-generation small apartment buildings. The 4 large apartment buildings can house 224 households, while the 8 small apartment buildings can accommodate 920 households. Additionally, there are 400 single apartments in the commercial area, totaling 614 households, which is ample enough to support several thousand, even tens of thousands of residents, Wang Henian remarked. Might this be insufficient? The number of individuals who will work and possibly settle in the Tang Dynasty space is likely to be considerable. Furthermore, to sustain the normal operation of this transit station, the number of service and technical personnel will also be significant. Where they reside? Su Hao expressed his concerns. After all, the Tang Dynasty space is the first temporal space connected by Huaxia, and it is undoubtedly of utmost importance. However, Wang Henian explained, Consultant Su, we have considered this issue. Nevertheless, we are not restricted to this particular plot of land. The primary focus here is functional architecture that serves the transit station. Should there be a demand in the future, we can acquire additional land from the Tang Dynasty, either in various locations on the outskirts of Chang'an or even within the city, to construct housing. Moreover, many individuals may find themselves more inclined towards the architectural style of the Tang Dynasty upon their arrival. They may choose to purchase local properties and undertake partial modern renovations, which are all viable possibilities. Wang Henian's words enlightened Su Hao, whose thinking had become somewhat rigid. Indeed, who dictates that only one parcel of land can be purchased. Very well, let the residential area be designed as such, Su Hao acquiesced. What about the electricity issue? Su Hao inquired with concern. We plan to establish a thermal power plant here, supplemented by wind and solar energy, which will sufficiently meet the entire demand of the Changlu transit station, and even supply a portion of electricity to Chang'an. However, we'll need to apply for additional land from the Tang Dynasty, as the thermal power plant cannot be situated too close due to potential pollution, Wang Henian clarified. Having electricity in the Tang Dynasty is already commendable. Concerns about pollution are secondary. Moreover, with the advancements made in Huaxia over the years, even thermal power stations have significantly reduced their pollution levels. This matter is agreeable. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Su Hao consented to the plan. Subsequently, the two continued to discuss designs for other areas for about half an hour. Su Hao then cheerfully remarked, Let's proceed accordingly. We shall amend these details based on our earlier discussions, and that should suffice. Very well. We will work overnight to produce the second draft of the design plan and present it to Consultant Su tomorrow, Wang Henian said, relieved. He had previously worried that Su Hao, being young, might have various fanciful ideas that would complicate communication. To his surprise, Su Hao was quite agreeable and receptive to suggestions. Although there were some modifications to the overall design plan, they were not extensive and the adjustments required minimal effort. Thank you for your hard work. Su Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Henian had departed, and Su Hao finally found himself with a moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, he resumed his training in the shaking mountain fist, concluding his regimen shortly past 1 a.m. After a brief slumber of 5 hours, he rose again at 6:30. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the melodic chirping of birds and the crispness of the morning air. Revitalized, he felt none of the fatigue that typically accompanies a night spent awake. It was as though those 5 hours of sleep had replenished him with the vigor of an entire day. By 7 o'clock, Su Hao, accompanied by a dozen staff members from the 749 Bureau, ventured outside the camp. Not far off, a contingent of individuals approached them at a leisurely pace, numbering at least 30 or 40. The scale of this diplomatic delegation was indeed impressive, and at its forefront stood Changsun Wuji, wielding a ceremonial staff, his demeanor solemn and composed. As they drew closer, Su Hao and his colleagues greeted them warmly. Welcome, esteemed delegates of the Tang Dynasty. Welcome, Mr. Changsun. The honorific title Mr. had been explained to them by Li Shimin the previous day. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young Master Su, Chang'an Wuji replied courteously. They were on the precipice of an unknown journey to the land of Huaxia, and despite the trepidation that lingered in his heart, the young man before him was one he needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with. Perhaps in Huaxia, this encounter would prove beneficial. Hence, he did not underestimate Su Hao due to his youth, extending the respect that was due. Please, Su Hao responded succinctly, leading the group directly to the portal. Chapter 23. It truly moved Mr. Chang'an and esteemed envoys. Shortly, you shall accompany me through the portal, which will transport you to our glorious Huaxia. With that, Su Hao boldly stepped into the portal, once again witnessing the astonishing sight of vanishing into thin air. Chang'an Wuji was profoundly shocked. This was especially true for the envoys who had only just arrived and had not experienced the events of the previous day, including the accompanying Du Ruhui. At that moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the surroundings multiple times, still unable to perceive anything amiss. It was not until Chang'an Wuji gently reminded him that he realized the inappropriateness of the situation, representing the dignity of the Tang Dynasty. He could not afford to appear as though he had never encountered such wonders. Taking a deep breath, Chang'an Wuji stepped forward into the portal, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Encouraged by curiosity or bravado, the others followed suit. As a flash of white light enveloped them, an overwhelming sensation of temporal dislocation washed over them. When they opened their eyes again, the surrounding scenery had transformed entirely. Chang'an Wuji and the others discovered themselves within a vast cavern, with a valley outside, dotted with various structures and bustling with construction activity. While the presence of people was manageable, the sight of colossal excavators and trucks left the onlookers in awe, some even betraying expressions of trepidation. Mr. Chang'an and esteemed guests, please, this is your bus. We shall proceed to the nearest airport and then to our capital city of Huaxia. Su Hao gestured toward a nearby bus, inviting them aboard. A bus? This enormous, fearsome beast is referred to as a bus? And what is an airport? A geographical term? These were unfamiliar concepts to them. Yet they comprehended the mention of the capital city. They were to be taken to the capital of Huaxia. Let us heed the arrangements of Su Langjun, they agreed, being entirely unfamiliar with their surroundings. Li Shimin had advised them before their departure. Observe, listen, speak little, and seek to understand the essence of Huaxia before discussing anything further upon their return. Please, Su Hao urged as he boarded the bus first, waving through the transparent glass at Chang'an Wuji and the others, who lingered nearby. Chang'an Wuji noticed Su Hao's beckoning gesture and managed a slight, strained smile. He quietly urged Du Ruhui beside him, "Coming, let's go." Brother Fuji, are we truly to enter this beast's interior? It does not consume humans, does it? Du Ruhui expressed his concerns. Huaxia has orchestrated numerous events in our homeland. Surely, it cannot be merely to threaten the lives of us few. Moreover, this is their territory. Should they wish us harm, they need not go to such lengths. Besides, we have come this far. To hesitate now would only serve to embarrass us and tarnish the dignity of the Tang Dynasty. Chang'an Wuji's final words convincingly swayed Du Ruhui. He had voluntarily requested this journey, seeking to gain a deeper understanding of Huaxia, to formulate strategic responses, not to come here to disgrace himself. Chang'an Wuji took the lead onto the grand bus, and the others swallowed hard, summoning their courage to board one after another. Initially, they were filled with trepidation. However, once inside, they began to survey their surroundings and express their astonishment. How luxurious it is in here. So many plush seats. I expected to find something more gruesome, exclaimed a minister clad in scholarly garb. Why is this seat so comfortable? It appears to be made of some kind of leather, yet it possesses such remarkable elasticity, remarked another envoy, who touched the seat and got up several times to experience its comfort. Is this made of crystal? It's the first time I've seen such translucent glass. It feels like a waste to be installed here, said another as he caressed the window, treating it as delicately as one might touch a young maiden's skin, fearful of causing any harm. This colossal structure, if used for besieging a city, could be unstoppable. It would terrify even the most steadfast defenders, a general in armor mused. According to Lord Su, We are to travel to a place called the airport. Could it possibly move on its own? To propel such a large contraption, one would need at least a dozen horses. And I didn't see a single one a moment ago, an envoy commented, peering through the glass in search of horses or livestock. Everyone chose their seats and settled in. We'll be departing shortly, Su Hao reminded them, disregarding their ongoing chatter. Everything around them was novel. Were he to explain each detail, he would find himself overwhelmed, so he pretended not to hear them. Cough, cough. Chang'an Wuji cleared his throat and then sternly commanded, "Everyone, please take your seats." Such recklessness is unbecoming. While he too was curious and astonished by the bus, he maintained a calm demeanor, feeling embarrassed by the envoy's naive reactions. As a seasoned politician, he typically bore a thick skin, but at that moment, he felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. Noticing Chang'an Wuji's displeasure, the others recalled their earlier behavior and felt their faces grow warm as they hurried to find their seats, plunging the bus into silence. Once everyone was settled, Su Hao took his place beside Chang'an Wuji and instructed the driver, "Let us go." With a click, the doors closed and the vehicle began to move. The envoys gazed in astonishment at the scenery outside that was now shifting. "It's moving. It's truly moving." The once quiet delegation erupted in exclamations, seemingly having forgotten Chang'an Wuji's earlier admonition. "How is this possible? I observed that there were no oxen or horses. It's quite strange. Is this bus, when we boarded, elevated, perhaps hiding something beneath our feet?" Some began to speculate wildly. Many cast their eyes downward, lost in contemplation. "Lord Su, is this a mechanical beast akin to a wooden ox or horse?" At this moment, Chang'an Wuji found himself devoid of the inclination to attend to those behind him. His own curiosity piqued. The envoys in close proximity, such as Du Ruhui and others, immediately fell silent, eager to glean from Su Hao the reason behind the movement of this grand bus. Su Hao inclined his head slightly, stating, "One might comprehend it thus. However, it is far more advanced than the wooden oxen and horses. This is an electric bus propelled by the power of lightning, a marvel of technological advancement." "Technological marvel?" Chang'an Wuji inquired with intrigue, directing his gaze towards Su Hao. Su Hao succinctly elucidated the concept of technology to Chang'an Wuji, as well as the evolution of technology over the forthcoming millennia. Regardless of whether his interlocutor truly grasped the nuances, he could divulge no more, for a more intricate explanation eluded him. Chapter 24. Chang'an Wuji takes a flight at the outset as the bus traversed a merely flat yet still bumpy mountain road. The passengers felt little discomfort, accustomed as they were to the roads of the Tang Dynasty, which were far inferior. However, upon reaching the smooth concrete road, the vehicle glided with remarkable steadiness, providing a much more comfortable experience than their previous horse-drawn carriages. This transformation sparked considerable astonishment among the travelers. Yet Su Hao was engaged in conversation with Chang'an Wuji, leaving the rest with their questions stifled in silence. Chang'an Wuji, seated near the window, leaned closer to gaze at the ground outside, expressing his astonishment. "Su Langjun, how can the roads outside be so remarkably smooth?" "That is a concrete road," Su Hao replied. "What is a concrete road?" Chang'an Wuji inquired with curiosity. "Well, it is a special construction material. Once laid on the ground and allowed to dry, it becomes extremely smooth and sturdy." Su Hao provided a brief explanation. As they entered the city and witnessed the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers, the entire envoy fell into a collective silence, including Chang'an Wuji and Du Ruhui. They harbored myriad questions, yet in that moment, they were at a loss as to which to pose first. The fleeting scenery outside was overwhelming, leaving them little time to inquire, and their curiosities were relegated to the depths of their minds. Su Hao, too, refrained from offering unsolicited information, feeling a sense of relief. Throughout the journey, Chang'an Wuji had been like an inquisitive child, posing numerous questions. Some Su Hao could answer, providing explanations, while others were beyond his understanding, which he chose not to address to avoid misleading anyone. The envoys gazed at the rapidly passing sights outside, their faces etched with shock, disbelief, and trepidation, displaying a multitude of complex emotions. These scenes were beyond anything they had ever dreamt of, let alone heard of. They had initially thought this place was not of the celestial realm. Yet here were magnificent buildings adorned with glass, and streets bustling with mechanical beasts akin to their bus. They had assumed these were treasures of Huaxia, specifically employed to welcome them, but were taken aback by the sheer abundance of such wonders. Chang'an Wuji could scarcely fathom the spectacle that would unfold were they to take these mechanical beasts into battle. Soon, after navigating the ceaseless streets for 2 hours, the bus arrived at Taoxian International Airport. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the airport. Please prepare yourselves. We shall disembark shortly, Su Hao announced as he stood. Is this the airport? How magnificent! It is so vast. Oh, what is that? A great bird? Someone exclaimed, having heard a roaring sound and looking skyward through the glass, where an airplane was taking off. What kind of bird is that? I've never seen one like it. That is not a bird. It is an airplane. We will soon transfer to one of these planes and fly directly to the capital, Su Hao clarified, glancing at the aircraft in their line of sight. Flying chicken? A chicken that flies? Is there such a large chicken? Someone exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Su Hao nearly rolled his eyes, feeling a sense of frustration. He wished to elucidate his thoughts, but ultimately relinquished the idea. Throughout the journey, he had spoken until his throat felt parched. He believed he had made a significant blunder by leading the delegation directly to the capital instead of first arranging for them to receive a training session either at the camp or within the valley, imparting basic knowledge about Huaxia or, more broadly, the contemporary world. He resolved to delegate this cumbersome task to the educators. Indeed, it was imperative to establish a dedicated knowledge group, regardless of whether it pertained to the Tang Dynasty or future civilizations, specifically aimed at training and broadening their horizons. Otherwise, even with 10 mouths, he could not express everything adequately. Moreover, he contemplated creating an introductory video about Huaxia and the modern world, ensuring that everyone could grasp the foundational knowledge at a glance. Many matters appeared straightforward, yet only through actual execution did one uncover numerous complexities. Now, Su Hao needed to identify and address these gaps. The Tang Dynasty's temporal framework served as an excellent model, allowing Huaxia to glean valuable insights, thereby enabling them to confront subsequent civilizations with greater composure. Upon arrival, everyone disembarked in an orderly fashion as they prepared to board a plane. Su Hao led the way down from the bus. To avoid unnecessary complications, the vehicle had been driven directly beside the aircraft, a private plane exclusively accommodating the Tang envoys, devoid of any other passengers. As they stepped off, some individuals curiously surveyed their surroundings, noting numerous planes, some parked, others taking off, and still others landing. A portion of the group began to feel a sense of unease. Had it not been for the support of colleagues beside them, they might have embarrassed themselves. These flying machines were not mere birds. They were marvels of technology, large mechanical creations. Along the journey, they had absorbed some valuable information, and being intelligent individuals, they were beginning to grasp the situation. However, they remained astonished that these planes could soar through the skies. The thought that they too would soon take flight left many feeling both anxious and exhilarated. Flying was a dream cherished by the people of Huaxia, a feat even the emperor had never experienced. Were there celestial beings in the heavens? If we ascend, might we glimpse their celestial abodes? Would we disturb the immortals? Some, with their imaginations running wild, posed such questions. Su Hao's lips twitched slightly at the mention of celestial palaces. Indeed, there was a palace in the sky, more accurately referred to as the Heavenly Palace. It was Huaxia's space station. As for the existence of immortals, they would soon find out as they boarded the aircraft and soared into the heavens. Su Hao remarked with what he considered a benevolent smile. Indeed, we shall see for ourselves. The crowd brightened at the prospect. Even the most composed figures, like Chang'an Wuji and Du Ruhui, simultaneously gazed upward, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Since Su Hao had not cleared the area, some distant passengers boarding their flight caught sight of the unfolding scene. Their curiosity piqued, with several even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Look over there. They're all dressed in ancient attire. Could it be a cosplay event? One girl with a phone questioned, perplexed. It might be a film crew. Didn't you see they chartered the plane? Another suggested. This production seems quite affluent. I wonder what project it is. Dressed in attire reminiscent of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Su Hao and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that they were being photographed. Curiosity piqued, they would not have minded even if they had known, as merely observing a group adorned in ancient garments was quite acceptable in contemporary China. The possibilities were endless, yet no one would have imagined that they were all-time travelers. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the aircraft, Su Hao beckoned, guiding everyone towards the aircraft's boarding ladder with a gracious gesture. Two flight attendants, elegantly clad in their uniforms, stood at the top of the ladder, welcoming and directing the guests. After you, Long Sun Wuji remarked, being the first to ascend the ladder. As he walked, his gaze wandered, momentarily fixating on the flight attendant's long, slender legs clad in sheer black stockings. Quickly averting his eyes, he chided himself inwardly, reminding himself to refrain from inappropriate glances. Chapter 25. Ascending to the Heavens. The delegation arrives in the capital with Chang'an Wuji leading the way. The remaining envoys boarded the aircraft in succession. They too were captivated by the attire of the flight attendants. Some swallowed hard, quickly averting their gazes, while others cast furtive glances aside. Adhering to the unwritten rule of discretion, many secretly pondered. Could these be the songstresses and dancers meant to entertain them? Indeed, they were strikingly beautiful, possessing a grace entirely distinct from the dancers of the Tang Dynasty, particularly those long legs. Though they were covered, they exuded an alluring charm. However, they found themselves in unfamiliar territory, and mindful of their dignity, they chose to remain composed, awaiting the local customs to unfold. As the last aboard, Su Hao entered the cabin just as the door sealed shut. The envoys, under the guidance of the flight attendants, settled into their seats and fastened their seatbelts. Subsequently, the attendants delivered a brief safety demonstration and introduced their roles, assuring the delegates that they were available for assistance should the need arise. It dawned on the envoys that their previous assumptions were misguided. These women were not entertainers, but rather attendants providing service without the implication of any other offerings. Though a twinge of disappointment lingered, their outward demeanor remained unchanged. This fleeting contemplation was soon overshadowed as the plane ascended, their attention captivated by the breathtaking scenery outside. Was this truly the experience of flying through the heavens? The earth rapidly receded beneath them, and Chang'an Wuji, leaning against the window, gazed intently outside. This elevated perspective afforded him a novel view of the cityscape below. The sight of countless towering edifices elicited an involuntary gasp. A singular thought resonated within him. The might of the Huaxian nation was formidable, and the Tang Dynasty must tread carefully in its presence. During this mission, they ought to adopt a humble stance, seeking friendship with such a powerful country rather than inciting hostility. Many envoys shared his sentiments, particularly those representing esteemed families, who contemplated the broader implications of establishing relations with Huaxia, envisioning the myriad benefits that might arise. The mere thought of the opportunities hinted at by the mere glimpse they had caught today quickened their pulses as they swallowed hard, daunted by the vast potential at stake. It could be said that even the slightest acquisition from Huaxia would yield bountiful rewards upon their return to the Tang. The aircraft soared swiftly through the skies, piercing the cloud cover and stabilizing as it reached the stratosphere. It was exquisite. Was this truly a celestial realm? Duruhui gazed out the window, entranced, despite Su Hao's prior explanations that this was not a realm of deities. The ethereal beauty before him made him wish to believe that they had indeed entered a paradise above. Su Hao too cast his gaze outside, where the sun bathed the thick clouds in golden light, illuminating the edges of the clouds as if they were adorned with sheets of gilded foil, shimmering with unparalleled brilliance and sanctity. Such a breathtaking vista was a first for Su Hao. Previously, he had only encountered images of it online. One cannot help but acknowledge the fortunate circumstances that have led to this moment. A beam of golden light opens the gateway to heaven. Myriad rays of dawn illuminate the royal court. Truly, it is exquisite. To witness such splendor in this lifetime leaves one with no regrets. Unable to contain his emotions, Chang'an Wuji was inspired to recite half a verse of poetry. Although such beauty may not persist, the celestial panorama continued to captivate the group of envoys until the aircraft began its descent, prompting them to return to reality. "Are we landing? Have we arrived at the capital?" Chang'an Wuji exclaimed in astonishment as he turned to Su Hao. It is worth noting that he had previously inquired about the distance from Fengtian to the capital of Huaxia, which spans over 1,000 miles, and now, in less than an hour, they had achieved this. "Indeed, we have reached the capital's airport, taking only 5 hours, Su Hao replied, further elucidating the relationship between the hour and the time of day. "Incredible, utterly astonishing." Chang'an Wuji and Du Ruhui gasped, fully aware of the implications of this feat. Su Hao remained silent, realizing that they were yet to experience the full extent of their astonishment. After disembarking, they boarded a bus that conveyed them to the DYT Hotel, where they were assigned accommodations within the same building. Prior to their arrival, arrangements had already been made by the Prime Minister. "Mr. Chang'an, you shall reside in this building for the next 3 days," Su Hao informed him, summoning a nearby staff member. "This gentleman is the steward of the building. Should you have any needs or uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult him for assistance." "Su Langjun, may I inquire when we might have the honor of meeting your esteemed emperor?" Chang'an Wuji asked humbly. Su Hao paused, momentarily taken aback. He had yet to provide them with an overview of Huaxia. "Ahem," he cleared his throat. "There is a matter that Mr. Chang'an may not be aware of or may have misunderstood. Our nation, Huaxia, does not have an emperor. The highest leader is the Prime Minister. No emperor? How can a nation function without an emperor? Is that not chaotic?" Chang'an Wuji was taken aback, unable to comprehend. "In truth, there is no chaos. As Mr. Chang'an has observed throughout the journey, our nation is prosperous and peaceful, with its citizens thriving," Su Hao explained, gesturing. "While the common people of Huaxia do face pressures and occasionally voice grievances compared to the early days of the Tang Dynasty, when many struggled for basic sustenance, they are undoubtedly quite fortunate. It is absolutely accurate to say that the nation is wealthy and strong." Chang'an Wuji fell silent. Although he could not grasp the operational mechanisms of Huaxia, the evidence spoke volumes. "Then, may I ask when we might have the opportunity to meet your Prime Minister?" "After all, our time here is limited to just 3 days, Chang'an Wuji pondered. Even without an emperor, the Prime Minister must indeed be the highest decision-maker, and meeting him would be equally significant. Everyone has endured great hardships along the way. Let us first check in and take a moment to rest. Shortly, we will arrange for you to enjoy lunch. In the afternoon, we will guide you to appreciate the splendid scenery of our capital, the magnificent city of Huaxia. Tomorrow morning, the Prime Minister will meet with Mr. Chang'an, and in the afternoon, we shall discuss the matters of establishing diplomatic relations between our two nations. On the 3rd day, we will deliberate on arms procurement and related training. Should you express interest in Huaxia's goods, we can also explore potential trade discussions." Su Hao briefly outlined the itinerary for the next 3 days to Chang'an Wuji, ensuring that his counterpart would have a clearer understanding. If Chang'an Wuji were representing another nation in the Tang Dynasty's timeline, he would not have felt so lost. However, Huaxia now belongs to an entirely different realm, and everything here diverges significantly from the Tang era. He sensed that his life experiences were rendered futile in this context, which understandably contributed to his unease. Recognizing this, Su Hao took the initiative to share the itinerary with him in advance. "I appreciate your efforts, young Master Su." Indeed, upon hearing Su Hao's explanations, Chang'an Wuji felt a newfound confidence, dispelling his earlier bewilderment. "Su Consultant, I shall take it from here," he stated. "The director mentioned that when you return to the capital, you should pay him a visit." "Very well. Thank you for your hard work," Su Hao replied with a nod before departing from DYT. Chapter 26. Adding 5 more generals in a dilapidated 5-story building from the 1980s and 1990s, located in the 3rd ring of the capital, Su Hao has returned to Beijing. "I have sent word to him, and he should arrive shortly. When he does, I will introduce you all to him. In matters of work, I kindly request your assistance in helping him grow more swiftly." Su Guangyao addressed the 5 individuals before him, 3 men and 2 women. "Rest assured, Director, We will fully support Consultant Su's work and ensure that nothing falls through the cracks, replied one astute-looking middle-aged man with a smile. These individuals have been recommended by various influential figures and were among the few who understood Su Hao's true circumstances. They had received numerous instructions from their superiors, mentally preparing themselves for how to interact with Su Hao. This was precisely why Su Guangyao had been forthright with them. Naturally, their capabilities were beyond reproach. Otherwise, even with formidable backing, they would not have been assigned to a position that could lead to embarrassment. They had undergone thorough vetting by internal security and had been recognized through Su Guangyao's assessment. Director, Consultant Su has arrived, announced a staff member from outside the room. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Su Guangyao said with a benevolent smile, turning to the person outside. Bring him in. Understood. Soon, a lively figure appeared at the entrance, and upon spotting Su Guangyao, rushed in, exclaiming, "Grandfather." Cough cough. Su Guangyao cleared his throat and said with a serious tone, "In a professional setting, you must address titles." At that moment, Su Hao noticed that there were others in the room. He quickly adjusted his attire, suppressing his smile, and with a serious demeanor, replied, "Yes, Director. Come, let me introduce you to a few exceptional talents." Su Guangyao beckoned Su Hao. Finally, Su Hao had the opportunity to carefully observe the 5 individuals in the room, 3 men and 2 women. The men were well-groomed, and the women were strikingly beautiful, all possessing looks above the standard. Notably, one of the women with a high ponytail caught his attention, causing Su Hao's gaze to linger on her for a moment longer. "This is Su Hao, my grandson, and also a consultant for our Bureau 749. I trust you're already aware of this." Su Guangyao introduced Su Hao to the group. "Hello, Consultant Su," the 5 greeted warmly. "Hello, everyone," Su Hao responded with a cheerful smile. "This is Liu Yan, a weapons expert well-versed in modern armaments as well as the older stock. He has also participated in numerous national military sales projects, gaining considerable experience in this area. I believe you have established a temporary arms trading group aimed at the heavens? The leader has been assigned to assist you." Su Guangyao pointed to the man on the far left, the eldest among them, appearing to be in his 40s, wearing stylish gold-rimmed glasses. "Hello, Group Leader Liu. I hope to rely on your expertise regarding arms matters in the future," Su Hao said, stepping forward to shake his hand. "Please take care of me as well." Gunsun Su. Liu Yan, being older and aware of Su Hao's background, refrained from being presumptuous and displayed a commendable humility, adeptly navigating the nuances of social interactions. "This is Meng Du, who possesses over a decade of secretarial experience, having served as the Secretary General for a municipal leader for 2 years. He has graciously been reassigned to assist you in managing various affairs." Su Guangyao introduced the man on the left, the second individual, a middle-aged gentleman in his 30s. "Director Su, you flatter me. It is a tremendous honor and fortuitous opportunity to join Bureau 749, Meng Du replied with a humble smile, stepping forward to extend his hand to Su Hao. "Please call me Old Meng. It feels more amiable. I look forward to your guidance. And should I falter in any way, I kindly ask for your insights to rectify my shortcomings." Su Hao was pleasantly surprised, shaking hands with enthusiasm. A casual glance at his grandfather revealed the elder's warm smile, reassuring Su Hao that he was indeed cared for and loved. Despite having scolded him over the phone for being weary at such a young age, his grandfather had procured a formidable assistant to alleviate Su Hao's burdens, thereby granting him more time for personal development. Old Meng is a fitting title. It feels warm and familiar. Meng Du responded with a cheerful demeanor, expressing no objections. "This is Zhang Xuanzi, an adept negotiator from the Foreign Trade Department, who will be responsible for engaging in negotiations with various civilizations across the realms regarding commercial trade." Su Guangyao continued, introducing the 3rd young man. Indeed, this individual appeared remarkably youthful, likely in his 20s. Yet, beneath his youthful exterior lay a composed aura and a demeanor that exuded reliability, providing a strategic advantage in negotiations. "I am in the process of establishing a foreign trade team, as there are numerous valuable commodities from the Tang Dynasty we require, and we seek to promote suitable goods to them. Zhang, your timing is impeccable. We are set to engage in related negotiations the day after tomorrow." Su Hao shook Zhang's hand sincerely, garnering a favorable impression from him. I will soon commence product selection, ensuring we identify items suitable for sale to the Tang Dynasty, while also sourcing products for import into our homeland to facilitate this trade. Zhang Xuanzi promptly transitioned into work mode. Thank you, Director Zhang, for your efforts, Su Hao remarked with a smile, feeling a weight lifted from his mind. Initially, he had planned to allocate time in the coming days to address this matter or seek assistance from the chief minister, but this serendipitous encounter had resolved his concerns effortlessly. This is Chang'an City, a financial expert proficient in stock markets, futures, and foreign exchange, managing several funds exceeding 300 billion. In a remarkable feat, he transformed $1 million into 25 billion within 3 months and has navigated foreign exchange strategies amounting to 100 billion, maintaining an unblemished record over 4 years. He stands as a distinguished figure among the younger generation in our financial sector. One of the nation's best-kept secrets, Su Guangyao earnestly introduced the fourth individual. P.S. Su Hao glanced over and beheld a girl with shoulder-length hair, her features exquisitely sculpted. Her brows arched confidently, while her deep, piercing eyes radiated assurance and determination. The vibrant red of her lips underscored her strength and allure. Attired in a tailored white suit that accentuated her graceful and competent figure, she wore a black low-cut blouse underneath, subtly revealing her décolletage. Her feet were adorned with slender black high heels, exuding an air of sensuality. Standing there, she possessed an unparalleled independence. When her expression was serious, there was a chilling distance that seemed to repel others, yet when she smiled, it was as if an iceberg had melted, refreshing and invigorating, akin to a gentle spring breeze. At this moment, she extended her delicate hand with a smile, saying, Su Hao, dear brother, I hope you will take good care of your sister from now on. Her gaze inadvertently conveyed a hint of enchanting charm. Of course, it's a pleasure, Su Hao replied, promptly extending his hand for a brief shake. She was a formidable enchantress, and he resolved to exercise caution in the future. Otherwise, he might easily fall under a spell. This was Su Hao's first impression of her. As for her capabilities, he had yet to witness them. He would need to observe her practical skills in due course. Su Hao had instructed Su Guangyao to seek out a prodigious trader in the realm of finance. As the affairs of interdimensional commerce portended significant upheavals in global finance and various resource trades, which would undoubtedly usher in substantial wealth. If executed adeptly, there lay the potential for substantial gains. No one ever complains of having too much money, and the 749 Bureau was no exception. If there was an opportunity to enhance departmental funding, why not seize it? Chapter 27. Is this really a test for the cadre? This is Lu Linglong. Unlike the previous 4 introductions, Su Guangyao hesitated momentarily before continuing, stating that she would be responsible for your daily needs, personal affairs, and itinerary, essentially serving as your life secretary. Upon hearing Su Guangyao's introduction, Su Hao couldn't help but glance back at his grandfather, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if silently questioning. Grandfather, are you serious? Lu Linglong was the stunning girl with the high ponytail, whom Su Hao had briefly lingered upon just moments ago. She possessed a captivating visage reminiscent of first love, with porcelain skin that seemed almost fragile, and her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity. When she smiled, shallow dimples graced her cheeks, and her figure was nothing short of a divine proportion, ample bosom and a slender waist. Clad in a crop top that accentuated her assets, and paired with light blue, form-fitting jeans that showcased her long, elegant legs. At least a D-cup, Su Hao mused, wondering if his grandfather truly believed his grandson could withstand such a trial. While he inwardly lamented, he also felt a surge of anticipation for the future. Was it possible that his previous fantasies were about to materialize so swiftly? A bevy of female secretaries to assist him in various affairs? Clearing his throat, he reminded himself that it wasn't solely a team of female secretaries. There was a balance of 1 male and 1 female. A thoughtful arrangement by his grandfather that catered to both his well-being and his professional commitments. Indeed, his grandfather knew Su Hao far too well, understanding him like the back of his hand. Hello, Chief. I look forward to your guidance, Lu Linglong said, stepping forward and extending her delicate hand toward him. Her voice was soft and sweet, enveloping him in a delightful sensation, and her smile radiated warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring, uplifting his spirit. "Hello, hello. Ahem. No need to call me Chief. Please just use my name," Su Hao hastily replied, shaking her hand while noticing his own unusual demeanor and quickly regaining composure. "Shall I call you young master then?" Lu Linglong's eyes twinkled like crescent moons, clearly jesting. "Never mind, let us stick with Chief." Su Hao conceded with a touch of resignation. "Very well, Chief," Lu Linglong replied with a cheerful grin before tempering her demeanor, mindful of Su Guangyao's presence nearby. However, during their initial interaction, Lu Linglong discerned that this exceptionally fortunate young man was, in fact, an innocent soul. The thought made her feel that the days ahead would surely be anything but dull. She had no desire to be a secretary to those rigid old-timers. That would be exceedingly tiresome. "All right, with the introductions complete, you will have ample time to get to know each other. You may disperse for now," Su Guangyao announced to the 5 individuals. "Yes, Director," they responded. After they departed, Su Hao leaned closer to his grandfather and whispered, "Grandfather, why did you arrange for a life secretary? Not to your liking?" Su Guangyao chuckled, observing Su Hao's reaction. "If you find her unsuitable, I can send Lu away immediately." "That would be quite embarrassing for her, having come all this way," Su Hao retorted stubbornly. "Well, my lad, I knew you were up to something. The old man does not wish to quibble over trifles. Ahem, the wisdom of the elder is undeniable." Su Hao quickly offered his flattery. "Let's not dwell on them. Has the Tang envoy been settled comfortably?" The old man inquired about the matter at hand. "They have already been arranged at the fishing terrace. At this hour, they should have finished their lunch. Later this afternoon, I shall take them around to explore, allowing them to grasp the might of our Huaxia. This will be highly beneficial for the negotiations in the coming days." Su Hao responded earnestly. "Is it necessary for you to go in person?" Su Wangjia questioned. As he still had numerous matters to discuss with Su Hao shrugged his shoulders, tilting his head with a hint of arrogance. "There is no choice. My pleasing demeanor inspires trust." "Speak plainly," Su Guangyao interrupted, wishing to curtail Su Hao's self-indulgence. "They are unfamiliar with this place and lack a sense of security. I'm the only person they know and trust to some degree. It is more appropriate for me to accompany them. This is the truth." "Indeed, you have considered this thoroughly." "Very well, you shall go," Su Guangyao agreed after a moment's contemplation. "Show them the modern skyscrapers. Let them see the daily lives of our citizens," Su Guangyao reminded. "I understand," Su Hao nodded, recognizing the intention to showcase the true essence of Huaxia to the envoy, akin to the Ali Hongzhang experienced upon witnessing the grandeur of America. It is a stark disparity that evokes a profound sense of despair, an unspoken shock. This experience would allow the Tang envoy to realize their position, and they would accurately convey the strength of Huaxia back to Tang, thus facilitating Huaxia's mastery over diplomatic initiatives. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Hao, accompanied by his 2 secretaries, Meng Du and Lu Linglong, returned to the fishing terrace. As soon as they arrived, Chang'an Wuji and the others surrounded them, albeit most of them were clutching their bellies with one hand, walking rather slowly, appearing quite peculiar. "What seems to be the matter, everyone?" Su Hao inquired, directing his gaze towards Chang'an Wuji. "Ahem," Chang'an Wuji awkwardly coughed. "Forgive us, esteemed Su, but the delicacies of your Huaxia are simply too delectable. In a moment of greed, we may have indulged a tad too much. Confucius once said, 'Food and desire are inherent to our nature.' In my view, among all that exists, only culinary delights are worthy of our utmost appreciation, and I can empathize," Su Hao replied with a smile, offering them an opportunity to save face. While speaking of food, his thoughts were in truth on beauty. "I never anticipated that a millennium later, the cuisine would be so exquisitely prepared. It is truly astonishing. Alas, I can only remain here for 3 days, and I wonder if I shall have the chance to savor these delights again." Chang'an Wuji, who was quite astute, immediately grasped Su Hao's implication and eagerly praised the culinary arts of Huaxia. It is worth noting that stir-frying only gained popularity during the Tang Dynasty. While in the Sui and Tang eras, the prevalent cooking methods were roasting, steaming, boiling, frying, and slicing. Moreover, In modern times, a plethora of spices and seasonings exists, which were absent during the Sui and Tang dynasties. The initial experience of these condiments elevates one's palate to several extraordinary levels. Furthermore, the culinary creations here are the masterpieces of national banquet chefs, renowned for their exquisite aroma, flavor, and presentation, constituting a supreme indulgence. Even Su Hao himself has never savored the delicacies of this place. Did not His Majesty the Tang Emperor grant us a piece of land in Huaxia? We intend to establish a transit station there, which will feature a commercial plaza. In due course, we shall introduce an array of Huaxia's culinary delights into that space, allowing Mr. Chang's son to relish these gastronomic treasures at any time in the Tang time continuum. Su Hao Vima? Really? Changsun Wuji and the other envoys were instantly captivated. That is truly splendid. Changsun Wuji exclaimed with hearty laughter, revealing genuine joy. Chapter 28. Inviting Changsun Wuji for honey snow, Mr. Changsun. Shall we venture out for a stroll? Enjoying our meal while exploring the vibrant streets and alleys of our illustrious capital? Su Hao proposed. Indeed, we are quite curious about your nation's capital, Changsun Wuji replied. His interest piqued. Previously, their views were limited to fleeting glimpses from the bus, leaving them with numerous questions that they longed to resolve through a more intimate exploration. Due to the large delegation, their conspicuous presence made it challenging to navigate the vastness of the capital in a single afternoon. Therefore, Su Hao organized them into smaller groups, pairing 2 envoys with a staff member from the 749 Bureau to guide them to various locations, allowing for a more comprehensive experience of the city. Naturally, Su Hao accompanied the duo of Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui, joined by Meng Du, Lu Linglong, and Shi Tu. Shi Tu drove a business vehicle, transporting the group away from Diaoyutai to a bustling commercial street. Upon disembarking, Changsun Wuji and Du Ruhui surveyed their surroundings with the awe of a visitor entering a grand garden, their faces illuminated with astonishment. Su Langjun, how are these buildings so immense and towering? What a tremendous expenditure of human and material resources this must require. Du Rui lamented, as though the costs bore down on their Tang Dynasty's treasury. This inquiry had lingered on his mind for quite some time, awaiting the right moment for expression. To be honest, I am not entirely certain either. These structures are constructed from concrete and reinforced steel. Without such materials, they could not reach such heights. As for resources, ironically, this development tends to stimulate economic growth, Su Hao explained succinctly. The real estate sector has burgeoned rapidly, even aggressively. While one might enumerate its flaws, it has undeniably propelled the rapid advancement of numerous industries. The remarkable growth of Huaxia over the past 2 to 3 decades owes much to the contributions of the real estate industry, a fact that stands uncontested. Let's not dwell on that any longer. Shall we explore inside? Su Hao suggested, redirecting the conversation. Is this gold? Changsun Wuji inquired, astonished as they passed by a jewelry store adorned with various golden ornaments. Indeed, Su Hao affirmed with a nod. Isn't it risky to display such valuables openly? Aren't you concerned about theft or robbery? Our security in Huaxia is exceptionally robust. One could say that doors remain unlocked by night and lost items are seldom claimed. Su Hao refrained from mentioning the surveillance cameras present in the shop. Sometimes, a necessary embellishment is warranted, and indeed, the current safety in Huaxia is unparalleled globally, a truth Su Hao did not obscure. This section offers a variety of clothing, men's, women's, and children's apparel. As he observed the 2 men cautiously descending the escalator, Su Hao gestured towards the shops lining the second floor. I had not anticipated the vibrant diversity of your garments. They appear rather unusual, yet the colors are striking. I wonder how such hues are achieved. Du Rui Courrier. In the era of the Tang Dynasty, fabrics served as a form of hard currency, capable of being utilized as money. Should the Tang learn the dyeing techniques of Huaxia, its treasury would undoubtedly flourish. However, I confess my ignorance. The garment factory surely possesses its own secret methods. Su Hao, not one to feign understanding, was genuinely perplexed. Do not take offense, my Lord Su, he said. Du Ruhui soon realized that this was a confidential matter and that it was improbable for them to disclose such information. In truth, He had misinterpreted Su Hao's intentions. He truly lacked comprehension. Suddenly, Du Ruhui halted, pointing at a plastic mannequin adorned with a brassiere. His face flushed. This is indeed a disgrace to propriety. The morals of society are declining, truly. He stammered for a while before finally exclaiming, Ahem, we must be cautious with our words. Chang'an Wuji lightly cleared his throat and quickly stepped forward to restrain Du Ruhui, offering a whispered reminder. It was then that Du Ruhui recalled the emperor's counsel before their visit, to observe and listen more, speak less, and refrain from excessive commentary on Huaxia's customs, lest they provoke disdain. Following Du Ruhui's gesture, Su Hao glanced in that direction, discovering a shop specializing in women's lingerie. Several mannequins stood at the entrance, and inside, an array of alluring undergarments adorned the walls. Even Huaxia men sometimes hesitated to enter such establishments alone, let alone the more conservative individuals from the Sui and Tang eras. Ahem, Su Hao coughed lightly, stating, in our Huaxia, women hold up half the sky. They are equally entitled to work and support their families, and naturally possess the right to pursue beauty. After articulating this, he wished to avoid delving further into the topic, as it was not a matter that could be easily clarified in a brief exchange. Rather than squander time, he suggested redirecting their focus. Shall we explore other places? Su Hao proposed. Very well, Chang'an Wuji replied, pulling Du Ruhui along to follow Su Hao to new destinations. The self-service barbecue restaurant, hot pot eateries, arcade, children's South amusement park, and cinema. All were imbued with novelty and mystery for the two men. Their astonishment was unceasing. Captivated by the rich tapestry of daily life in Huaxia and the abundance of resources, experiences unattainable to the nobles of the Tang. Simultaneously, a cascade of queries and eccentric inquiries flowed forth, making it quite taxing for Su Hao to respond, leaving him feeling rather fatigued. Upon exiting the shopping center, still yearning for more, Su Hao guided them to a bustling pedestrian street. There are indeed so many people in Huaxia. This place is remarkably vibrant, Du Ruhui remarked, observing the throngs of passers-by. Today is a work day. At this hour, most individuals are at their jobs. If you were to visit in the evening or on a weekend, the crowds would multiply several-fold. A veritable sea of humanity, Su Hao chuckled. Is that your tea beverage? Chang'an Wuji inquired, noticing many departing from a stall, each clutching a peculiar transparent cup and sipping from it. Indeed, this is milk tea, a drink favored by the youth of our Huaxia. As he spoke, Su Hao turned to Lu Linglong, who was beside him, and said, Little Lu, please buy a cup of milk tea for each of the gentlemen. No, that's unnecessary. Chang'an Wuji hastily declined. Do not be so polite with me. Milk tea is not overly expensive, and our selection is quite distinctive. You both should give it a try. Su Hao's insistence left Chang'an Wuji with no choice but to concede without losing face. Then I shall graciously accept your kind offer, Su Langjun. It is my pleasure. Chief, may I also have a cup? Lu Linglong whispered close to Su Hao's ear. Su Hao paused for a moment before nodding. Certainly. Please give me a cup of jasmine milk green tea. He too felt a bit parched after their journey. Indeed, they stood before the renowned Mishui city. Old Meng. Sure to. What would you like to drink? Have little Lu order you a cup as well, Su Hao suggested to the other two. No need. I am not accustomed to this. Meng Du repeatedly waved his hands. I do not require any either, Sure Tu added, dismissively. Let us get them 2 cups of lemonade then. Su Hao decisively commanded, earning a resigned smile from the two, who did not bother to argue further. Soon, the group of 6 was walking along, each holding a cup of milk tea, sipping as they strolled. Chang'an Wuji and Du Ruhui took a sip of their iced peach 4-season spring tea and were immediately refreshed, exchanging a tacit look of astonishment. So sweet, so cold. The flavor is truly delightful, Chang'an Wuji remarked to Su Hao. Su Langjun, what is the price of this milk tea? Chapter 29. The Prime Minister receives the envoys of the Tang Dynasty, Mr. Chang'an. This tea shop offers relatively affordable milk tea, accessible to the common folk. Even ordinary citizens in small towns can indulge daily without significantly impacting their quality of life. However, consuming such sugary drinks daily is indeed inadvisable. as excessive sweetness can lead to weight gain and health issues. Too sweet? Weight gain? Chang'an Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had heard that gaining weight was considered unhealthy. In their Tang Dynasty, gaining weight was regarded as a sign of prosperity and good fortune, something only the wealthy and esteemed officials could afford, while commoners could not. I truly envy the people of Huaxia. This delightful beverage is something even the ordinary folk can enjoy every day, Chang'an Wuji remarked with a sense of admiration. After exploring the pedestrian street and witnessing a variety of stalls, exquisite delicacies, and peculiar goods, they were thoroughly amazed. As night fell, Su Hao took them to Sanlitun to experience the vibrant nightlife of Huaxia, returning them to Dalitai around 9 o'clock. Dinner was enjoyed at a local restaurant. Although it was tea prepared by a state banquet chef, it was still a feast for Chang'an Wuji and his companion, who lamented the limitations of their appetites. Rest early. For tomorrow morning, our Prime Minister will meet with you, Su Hao informed them. Thank you for today, Lord Su. When you visit our Tang Dynasty in the future, I shall ensure you experience our splendid culture, Chang'an Wuji replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. Certainly, I have long been fascinated by the Tang Dynasty, Su Hao said, eagerly anticipating the many captivating aspects it held, awaiting the day he could explore them leisurely. As they closed the car door, Su Hao reclined wearily in the seat. Sir, would you like me to give you a massage to relieve your fatigue? Lu Linglong suddenly leaned in, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Is this massage legitimate? Su Hao zested. Humph, you rogue. Lu Linglong's face flushed crimson as she playfully nudged him, turning her head away to feign indifference while gazing out the window. Meanwhile, Shirley and Mengdu, seated in front, maintained a composed demeanor, observing with detached interest as though nothing transpired. I feel as though I've discovered a new facet of my charming secretary, who possesses such a shy side. Su Hao mused, laughter bubbling forth at the thought of the amusing days to come. What are you laughing at? Lu Linglong asked, her expression less than welcoming. Nothing, Su Hao replied, shaking his head and closing his eyes in a feigned slumber, choosing to disregard her. This left Lu Linglong in a state of frustration, yet she refrained from expressing it, acutely aware of her current position. Many sought to forge connections to be near Su Hao, and she was merely fortunate in this regard. Offending him and being dismissed would be a grave miscalculation. With this in mind, Lu Linglong regained her smile and leaned closer, gently kneading Su Hao's shoulder. To her surprise, the pressure was just right, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, leading Su Hao to gradually relax and, unbeknownst to him, drift off to sleep. In the office of the Chief Minister of the Middle Sea, after Consultant Su and his envoy descended upon the capital, their circumstances were generally as follows. A middle-aged secretary diligently reported on the day's itinerary of the envoy. Young Su performed admirably. We must not only showcase our hard power to the envoy, but also exhibit our soft power, allowing them to witness firsthand and experience the daily lives of our citizens. For this is what truly resonates with the heart. The chief minister beamed, thoroughly pleased with Su Hao's approach. What was the performance of the Tang envoy today? He inquired. Just as you predicted, they initially posed many questions, but as time progressed, they fell into silence, solemnly observing everything. Fortunately, it was merely an afternoon, and the places visited were limited. Had they been exposed to the entirety of our Middle Sea, the impact would have been even more profound. In all matters, moderation is key. At this moment, it is just right. Any more, and they would be overwhelmed with fear, which would hinder the relations between our two nations. The chief minister remarked thoughtfully. By the way, is the meeting arranged for tomorrow? Yes, it has been organized. The time is set for 8:30 in the morning. In addition to you, Chief Minister, Director Su Guangyao of the 749 Bureau will attend, while the Tang side will be represented by Chang'an Wuji and Du Ruhui. The meeting will be recorded and will only be disclosed when the time is ripe. The secretary promptly demonstrated his professionalism. At 9:30 that evening, within a building at Daitai, Chang'an Wuji and others gathered to discuss the sights they had witnessed that day, aiming to foster a more comprehensive understanding of the Middle Sea. However, after a few brief exchanges, they all fell into silence, for what they had observed was far more astonishing than anything they had experienced in their lifetimes. It felt as though they had much to convey, yet struggled to articulate their thoughts. This was not an isolated sentiment. It reflected the collective demeanor of all present. "Ah, I understand. Let us all return to rest. Tomorrow, we have more significant matters to attend to," Chang'an Wuji sighed in resignation. As a first-hand witness, he recognized the need to adjourn the meeting, allowing everyone to digest their experiences before engaging in further discussion. The following morning, a ray of sunlight stealthily crept through the curtain's gap, illuminating a young man. He languidly sat up in bed, donned his slippers, and stood, stretching his body before suddenly exclaiming, "Refreshing." After a few hectic days, where each night was spent seizing every opportunity for cultivation, he finally enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, allowing him to indulge in a late morning. Upon rising, he felt invigorated and remarkably comfortable. After refreshing himself in the bathroom of the bedroom, Su Hao stepped out and spotted Lu Lingrong entering through the front door, carrying some items. Upon seeing him, she promptly greeted him and placed the items on the table. "Commander, this is breakfast prepared for you as per your request. Soybean milk, tea, eggs, and 3 meat buns. Have you eaten yet?" "Su Hao Gasu in Guit." "I already had something on the way," she replied. "Then please contact Shurtu and have him drive over to pick us up. We will head to the temporary base shortly." As he issued the instructions, Su Hao pulled out a chair, seated himself, and began to relish the delectable breakfast without any pretense of politeness. "Understood," Lu Lingrong responded, proving herself to be quite competent in her role as his personal secretary, which greatly pleased Su Hao. After finishing breakfast, Shurtu drove the two of them to the temporary base, which was the dilapidated 5-story building Su Hao had visited the day before. Despite its shabby exterior, the interior was surprisingly remarkable. "Old Meng, has the meeting with Grandpa and the others not concluded yet?" Su Hao inquired, noticing Meng busy with his tasks. Chapter 30. The new zone of all realms. Meng Du glanced at his watch and replied, "The meeting commenced at 8:30, and it is expected to last around an hour. It should be concluding shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Su Hao's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was none other than his grandfather. "Grandfather?" Su Hao answered the call with urgency. "Take the arms trade team and proceed immediately to conference hall number 3 at Jiayutai. Chang'an Wuji wishes to expedite discussions regarding the arms trade," Su Guangyao instructed. "Grandfather, what else was discussed in the meeting?" Su Hao inquired with curiosity. "Not much. Primarily, it was about enhancing mutual understanding and fostering goodwill, along with a beautiful vision for future interactions between our two nations. There were no substantial agreements reached." Su Guangia Ziplit Gasu. "What about diplomatic relations?" Su Hao pressed, aware that this was crucial to his mission, despite knowing the outcome was unlikely to be surprising. The task's rewards remained in suspense until it was finalized. This was certainly on the agenda, and there were no disagreements. "We have agreed to establish diplomatic relations. The chief minister intends to transform Xiongnu area into the new zone of all realms, specifically designated as the district for embassies of the myriad civilizations of the future. We will soon take the Tang Dynasty envoys to select a location for the embassy. Additionally, they have agreed to allow us to establish our embassy at Chonglu Post. Su Guangia et la Bozet. Of course, for the sake of your mission, we also negotiated further. The Tang Dynasty has consented to prepare a temporary embassy for us within Chang'an City until the construction of Chonglu Post is completed, ensuring there will be no delays in the progress of your task," Su Guangyao added, having sensed Su Hao's concerns. "You truly are my esteemed grandfather," Su Hao exclaimed joyfully before hanging up the phone. "You rascal," Su Guangyao chuckled at the now blackened screen of his phone before returning to his own affairs. After ending the call, Su Hao promptly turned to Meng Du and instructed, "Old Meng, contact Lu Yin immediately and inquire whether his arms trade team is ready. If they are, have him wait for me at the entrance of Jiayutai." "Understood," Meng Du responded and swiftly called Lu Yin. "All right, I got it. Bring the negotiation team and the list to the entrance of Jiayutai now. Advisor Su and I will be there shortly," Meng Du concluded before hanging up. "Let us proceed directly to Jiayutai," Su Hao stated, having overheard the conversation without the need for repetition. At the entrance of Jiayutai, 2 Hongqi cars were parked, with Lu Yin and others engaged in discussion. When one individual pointed towards a business vehicle, the others turned, smiling warmly as they approached. They were familiar with the license plate of Su Hao's designated vehicle. As Su Hao leaned out of the business car, Liu Yin promptly stepped forward with respect, Advisor Su. "Enter my car. I would like you to brief me on the arms team situation." Su Hao invited Liu Yin into his vehicle, instructing the other members of the arms trade team to continue in their Hongqi cars to conference hall number 3. "Certainly," Liu Yin replied without hesitation and climbed into the car. Inside the vehicle, the conversation continued. "Currently, our arms trading group comprises 25 members, encompassing a diverse array of weaponry experts, negotiation specialists, and business commissioners, along with a historian well-versed in the Tang Dynasty." Liu Yin commenced with a brief introduction of the Group's members. He subsequently elaborated on the specific weapon models and pricing intended for sale to the Tang Dynasty. By the time they arrived at hall number 3, Su Hao had already grasped the situation quite well. "Come, this marks our inaugural arms trade. We must strive for a resounding success," Su Hao exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor as he disembarked from the carriage. Upon entering hall number 3, they were greeted by Chang'an Wuji and others, who promptly approached them. "Lord Su, you have finally arrived. Mr. Chang'an has been waiting for you. I initially thought discussions on arms trade would commence tomorrow morning, yet I did not anticipate such eagerness," Su Hao replied with a smile, acknowledging the truth in his words. 3 days had been meticulously planned. However, he did not foresee Chang'an Wuji's urgency, which had led to an earlier-than-expected meeting. Su Hao recognized that the looming threat of the Turkic army was imminent, and resolving matters swiftly would foster a more comprehensive collaboration. Moreover, if they could return with arms sooner, it would alleviate the emperor's anxious wait. Chang'an Wuji's statement not only conveyed their desire to accelerate comprehensive cooperation with Huaxia, but also reflected his loyalty to Li Shimin, truly a cunning strategist. In reality, the previous day, envoys had visited Huaxia's military factories and witnessed the formidable weaponry. Some had toured the History Museum to glean details about the Treaty of Weishui. The advent of Huaxia had altered the historical narrative. Should the Turkic army remain undeterred and launch a vigorous assault, the Tang Dynasty could face dire consequences. Their meeting the previous evening had been cut short due to an overwhelming influx of information, leaving their minds somewhat disordered. However, after a night of reflection, they convened a brief internal meeting before meeting with the Prime Minister, ensuring a relatively comprehensive understanding of Huaxia among the members. These cumulative factors heightened Chang'an Wuji's urgency to conclude the arms trade expeditiously. Even a single hour saved would be advantageous. Chang'an's earnest patriotism is indeed commendable. In light of this, shall we delve directly into the subject matter? Su Hao proposed with a smile. "Excellent," Chang'an Wuji affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, the participants took their seats. Huaxia's arms group occupied the left side, comprising 8 individuals, while the Tang envoys sat on the right, also 8 in number, facing one another. "Previously, during my time in the Tang era, I mentioned to the emperor the intention to arm 3,000 of your troops. Has there been any change in this regard?" Su Hao inquired. "Lord Su, may I ask what form of payment is required for these arms? Will it be gold, grain, or something else?" Chang'an Wuji felt compelled to clarify this matter, for it would be unfavorable if they found themselves unable to meet the cost or if Huaxia demanded exorbitant prices. The Tang Dynasty is rich in mineral resources, such as iron, ore, and coal, as well as precious metals and gemstones. Additionally, it boasts an abundance of forest resources, including various types of timber, medicinal herbs, an array of wild game, organic grains, fishery resources, and numerous handcrafted products. All of these assets can be converted into cash to cover the costs of arms, training, and future trade. Su Hao recited the carefully prepared statement he had long envisioned. Upon hearing this, Chang'an Wuji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. For them, these conditions were quite acceptable, as long as they did not entail the cession of territory or any form of treachery against their nation. Chapter 31, Arms Trade, Part 1. Of course, the precise value of these resources can be deliberated and determined at a later time. There is no rush. The immediate priority is to address the crisis faced by the Tang Dynasty. Thus, after careful discussion, we have resolved to extend a loan to cover the expenses of your arms procurement and training, with a remarkably low interest rate of merely 10 per annum. I wonder how Mr. Chang'an feels about this. This is a proposal that has been mutually agreed upon here in Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Chang'an Wuji furrowed his brow slightly. First and foremost, I would like to express our gratitude for Huaxia's consideration. However, is not this 10 interest rather excessive? It is an annual interest, which is not exorbitant. Firstly, we are responsible for transporting the weapons to Chang'an, which incurs transportation costs. Secondly, this is a special arrangement. By providing you with a loan, we are also assuming some risk. Thirdly, this rate is significantly lower than what is typically found in the private lending sector within the Tang. Furthermore, once you have dealt with the Turkic forces, the spoils of their warhorses alone could yield substantial profit for the Tang, potentially saving you several years of development. Is it worth quibbling over such a trifling interest? Su Hao's series of responses left Chang'an Wuji with no room for rebuttal. Exchanging glances with Du Ruhui and the others, Chang'an Wuji ultimately nodded in agreement. They could not afford to waste time, and indeed, a 10 interest was not unreasonably high. It fell within an acceptable range. Very well, we shall proceed as Lord Su suggests. Chang'an Wuji relaxed his brow and gave his consent. Then, Mr. Chang'an, how much equipment do you wish to procure? And how many individuals do you intend to arm? Su Hao inquired once more. Lord Su, might we first examine the quotations? After reviewing them, we can make a decision. Chang'an Wuji replied astutely. Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and nodded in agreement. Certainly, with this foundational understanding in place, the subsequent negotiations became considerably smoother. Here is the list of weapons we have prepared for your esteemed side, along with various other military supplies necessary for forming your army. Please review it and raise any questions or points for negotiation you might have, Su Hao stated, as Liu Yin distributed 2 copies of the list to each of the Tang envoys present. Liu, please elaborate on the details for our esteemed guests. Entrusting specialized matters to qualified individuals, Su Hao needed only to set the tone for the discussions and address the loan agreement. Nodding, Liu Yin picked up the weapons list and began to introduce it to Chang'an Wuji and the others. This time, we have prepared 6 types of weapons for the Tang Dynasty. They are the Type 54 pistol, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, the Type 56 submachine gun, the Type 67 wooden handle grenade, the Type 69 rocket launcher, and the Type 54 122mm howitzer. This selection includes short firearms, long firearms, light firepower, and heavy firepower, offering a relatively comprehensive configuration. The Type 54 pistol boasts a magazine capacity of 8 rounds, with a caliber that remains unspecified, a weight that is not mentioned, an initial velocity that is not disclosed, and an effective range of 50 meters. It is capable of firing approximately 30 rounds per minute and is priced at 1,200 yuan. Additionally, we offer a complimentary base quantity of ammunition, totaling 40 rounds, with extra rounds available for purchase at 5 yuan each. This firearm is typically issued to officers or personal guards. Liu Yin introduced the first weapon to Chang'an Wuji and others, noting that its price is undoubtedly higher than what is sold in the Blue Star, even exceeding that of brand new weapons. However, Su Hua is confident that the Tang Dynasty will indeed make the purchase. As he spoke, Liu Yin operated the laptop beside him, causing a video to appear on the nearby screen. Please watch the video. This is the appearance of the Type 54 pistol, along with its operation methods and lethality tests. Hearing Liu Yan's words, Chang'an Wuji and the others quickly turned their attention to the television. They had already familiarized themselves with this weapon the previous day, and witnessing the various destructive capabilities demonstrated by the soldier in the video, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Its power was astounding. In the Tang Dynasty, no one would be able to withstand it. The only drawback was its relatively short effective range. The data Liu Yin prepared for them included conversions between meters and feet, with detailed explanations in the video, allowing for a clear understanding of the effective lethality of an average Tang archer for comparison. For instance, the effective range of the Type 54 pistol is 50 meters, while that of a Tang archer is approximately 90 meters, a difference of less than double. Yet, the rate of fire and training time for the pistol are considerably more economical than for archers. Furthermore, this is merely a short-range weapon. The subsequent weapons are of greater significance. The pistol is primarily designated for personal guards and officers, not for ordinary soldiers. It is worth noting that the pistol's maximum range exceeds 1,600 meters, far surpassing that of a bow, although accuracy diminishes significantly beyond 50 meters, and lethality decreases with distance. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle features a standard magazine capacity of 10 rounds, an effective range of 400 meters, and a firing rate of 35 to 40 rounds per minute. It is priced at 12,000 yuan, with a complimentary base of 200 rounds of ammunition, and additional rounds available for 8 yuan each. This rifle serves as the battlefield's mainstay, a veritable reaper. After quoting the price, Liu Yin once again operated his laptop, displaying the operational use and destruction tests of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle on the screen. One of the emissaries, a military leader, was so astonished that he stood up abruptly. Although he had heard his colleagues mention Chinese weapons earlier that morning, he had not witnessed them firsthand. At that moment, his shock was beyond the capacity of words to describe. With this weapon, the Turks would be unable to close in. If 3,000 troops were armed and lined up to fire, no matter how many Turkic cavalry approached, they would meet certain doom. An emissary expressed his astonishment. Chang'an City, knowledgeable in military matters, was similarly struck by the content of the video, finally grasping the meaning behind Su Longjuan's words. He understood why it was claimed that merely arming 3,000 soldiers could stand against the 200,000-strong army of the Turks. This was not an exaggeration, but a plausible reality. Subsequently, Liu Yin introduced the Type 56 submachine gun, priced at 15,000 yuan, which include the complimentary standard of 300 rounds of ammunition. Additional rounds can be purchased at 8 yuan each. The Type 67 wooden handle grenade, known for its simplicity of operation, requires only minimal training for soldiers to improve their throwing skills and accurately calculate the detonation time. Remarkably affordable at just 100 yuan per unit, its lethality is substantial. In the accompanying video, one can observe a soldier pulling the safety ring and hurling the grenade toward the target. In an instant, the explosion obliterates the target, leaving a considerable crater on the ground, a display of power that astounds the envoys of the Tang Dynasty. This grenade, when employed against city gates, is nothing short of a formidable weapon. It is equally effective against cavalry, as the deafening blast would surely disorient the horses, rendering the Turkic forces vulnerable when combined with rifle fire. The Tang envoys, already envisioning the applications of these weapons, swiftly transitioned from shock to smiles, their expressions transforming remarkably. Chapter 32, Arms Trade, Part 2. The Type 69 rocket launcher boasts an effective range of 300 meters and a maximum range of 600 meters, priced at 30,000 yuan, with ammunition sold separately at 1,000 yuan per round. Upon witnessing the explosive video of the rocket launcher in action, Chang'an City and his companions became increasingly agitated, as its destructive capability far surpassed that of grenades, the only drawback being its exorbitant cost. Esteemed gentlemen, what follows is undoubtedly a national treasure in the realm of the Tang Dynasty, albeit at a steep price. Liu Yin cautioned the assembly. The 54 Type 122mm howitzer weighs 2.5 tons, with a firing rate of 5 to 6 rounds per minute, a maximum range of 11.8 kilometers, and a minimum range of 3.4 kilometers, capable of direct fire up to 600 meters. Operated by 8 personnel, it encompasses a lethal radius of 40 by 20 meters, approximately 800 square meters. Liu Yin solemnly presented the final devastating weapon. Once the Tang envoys had viewed the operational video of the howitzer, particularly its destructive power, a profound silence enveloped the room. After about a minute, Chang'an City urgently inquired, "Lord Su, Leader Liu, can this howitzer truly be sold to us? Such a national treasure must be acquired. Otherwise, Li Shimin would undoubtedly reprimand him, and he could never forgive himself. Rest assured, all the weapons we have listed are available for sale," Su Hao replied with a smile. "How many can you sell to us?" Chang'an City gazed at Su Hao with eager anticipation. "Fear not. I'm not being boastful. We can provide as many as you desire," Su Hao asserted genuinely. As long as the Tang Dynasty could afford the price, Huaxiao was capable of supplying in abundance, even if current stock was insufficient. with the existing industrial foundation. Production speed was exceedingly rapid. Furthermore, it was unlikely that the Tang could muster such vast sums of money. Depleting Huaxia's inventory of antiquated artillery was impractical, given that there were tens of thousands of such weapons stockpiled across the nation. The Tang envoys gasped in astonishment. To think such a national treasure could be so readily available indicated the formidable strength of Huaxia. The Tang Dynasty must cultivate good relations and avoid offending Huaxia, lest they face imminent peril. Regaining his composure, Chang'an Wuji then inquired about the price of the howitzer. "May I ask, what is the price of this howitzer?" 1,000,000 Huayuan per unit, with shells priced at 8,000 Huayuan each, Liu Yan replied with a smile. This pricing followed careful consideration by the arms team. Although the actual production cost of the artillery is merely a few thousand Huayuan, the price for such a powerful weapon, intended for the Tang Dynasty, had to be significantly elevated, diverging from the pricing of Blue Star. Additionally, once the howitzers were sold, the Tang would inevitably require ammunition, which they would be unable to manufacture themselves, ensuring a continuous stream of orders for Huaxia. "We would like 20 units, Chang'an Wuji declared, then immediately raised his hand. "No, we shall take 50 units, along with 5,000 rounds of ammunition." "Certainly, that poses no problem," Su Hao replied cheerfully. "These antiquities, there remains a considerable stock in Huaxia. The routine maintenance incurs costs, and when sold as scrap metal, they fetch a meager price. Thus, obtaining such a high price brings him immense satisfaction. The artillery and ammunition alone amount to 90 million Huaxia yuan. Although this is trivial for Huaxia, merely a minor transaction, it is crucial to remember that this constitutes only a portion of the initial deal, with a steady stream of opportunities anticipated in the future, all while assisting Huaxia in expediting its inventory. Having successfully negotiated the artillery deal, Chang'an Wuji was elated, and Su Hao was equally pleased, leading to an invigorated atmosphere in the conference room, significantly reducing the barriers between the two parties. "Leader Liu, what is this military equipment list?" Du Ruhui suddenly raised a second list and inquired. As everyone had just viewed the video, they had likely observed that our soldiers' attire differs from that of your Tang soldiers. Utilizing these modern weaponry primarily facilitates contactless combat, necessitating agility rather than mere defense, although some level of defense remains essential. Liu Yan's remarks initially captured everyone's attention. He then projected an image of a soldier using a laptop and began to introduce it earnestly. "Behold, our soldier is clad in military uniform, which encompasses 3 categories: training attire, regular uniforms, and combat gear." Liu Yan elaborated on the 3 types of clothing, including spring and autumn variants, as well as summer and winter options, astonishing the Tang envoys who had not anticipated such luxury among Huaxia soldiers. However, considering the affluent lives of ordinary Huaxia citizens, this realization became less perplexing. It epitomizes soft power, subtly influencing their perceptions and judgments. Additionally, the soldiers are equipped with bulletproof vests and helmets, which offer significant protection. Even in close combat with the swords of the Tang era, inflicting lethal harm would prove challenging, while arrows would struggle to penetrate the bulletproof gear. These 2 elements substantially enhance the soldier's defense and survivability. Liu Yan continued to present 2 more pieces of equipment. This is a telescope, capable of observing enemy movements several kilometers away, ideal for officers and night operations, proving highly effective in detecting threats before the enemy. Its cost is quite reasonable. This is a walkie-talkie. Given the minimal signal interference in the Tang era, we recommend using civilian models, which are affordable, as military-grade equipment can be excessively pricey. Liu Yan, while presenting these items, considered the Tang perspective, which deeply gratified Chang'an Wuji and his colleagues. "Isn't this akin to having eyes that see 1,000 miles and ears that hear the wind?" Du Ruhui exclaimed in astonishment. "With these 2 tools, the battlefield would be transparent to us. Even without firearms, we would possess a fighting chance." The group expressed eager desire for these 2 pieces of equipment, having resolved to procure them. These included, Liu Yan continued to introduce numerous items, such as military water bottles, night vision goggles, and marching tents, among other military supplies. At last, he produced a box from which he extracted 8 pieces of compressed biscuits, distributing them among the 8 esteemed envoys of the Tang Dynasty. He remarked, "This final item is a compressed biscuit, ideal for military rations. It is not only convenient to carry, but also remarkably filling, nutritionally adequate, and can be consumed without the need for cooking. Most importantly, it is quite affordable. I encourage you all to give it a try." Upon hearing this, Longsun Wuji and his companions were astonished that such a seemingly modest item could serve as military sustenance. Their faith in the culinary delights of Huaxia led them to eagerly unwrap and sample the biscuits, each man's expression brightening with delight. The taste was indeed pleasing, and the sense of satiety was commendable. The 8 exchanged glances, having reached a consensus. They were keen to procure this product. "Mr. Longsun, we have completed our introductions, and the pricing is transparent. May I inquire how many soldiers you ultimately intend to equip?" Su Hao sought to recapture everyone's attention. 5,000, Longsun Wuji replied. "His Majesty specifically instructed me before departing that 3,000 would be insufficient. With 5,000 men, in conjunction with His Majesty's 3,000 armored troops, we might indeed stand a chance against the formidable Turkic forces." This notion had been his prior belief, akin to the emperor's, and he had even contemplated proposing the arming of 10,000 soldiers initially. However, after witnessing the weaponry of Huaxia, he felt that 3,000 might suffice. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, 5,000 seemed a more secure number, and it was the emperor's directive, which he could not disregard. "Given that this new army will be fully equipped with our advanced gear and will receive training from our instructors, I recommend that you adopt a formation more suitable for these weapons," Su Hao suggested. "Pray, elaborate further, Mr. Su?" Longsun Wuji inquired with curiosity. Chapter 33. The new military organization and the ambition of navigation. 10 men comprise a squad, led by a squad leader, with 3 operational teams beneath, each consisting of 3 members. The squad leader is equipped with a submachine gun and a pistol, while the 3 teams are furnished with 9 semi-automatic rifles. Su Hao remarked that 41 individuals form a platoon, commanded by a platoon leader, which consists of 3 standard squads and 1 fire support squad. The fire support squad is divided into 3 groups, each armed with a rocket launcher, with each soldier assigned a pistol. In the absence of a fire support squad, 3 standard squads may collectively form a regular platoon. 207 personnel constitute a company, led by a company commander and a political instructor, structured into 4 platoons, along with a communications team and a cooking platoon of 31 members. The communications team is equipped with walkie-talkies and pistols, while the cooking platoon is armed with pistols. The company can serve as the smallest independent combat unit. After Su Hao concluded, he elaborated on the role of the political instructor, which piqued the interest of the Tang envoys. 896 individuals make up a battalion, overseen by a battalion commander, a deputy battalion commander, and a political commissar, comprising 3 companies, 1 fire support company, with 3 platoons, 9 squads, 27 groups, 27 rocket launchers, and 95 personnel, a communications platoon, 31 members. A logistics company, which includes 2 cooking platoons and a supply platoon of 95, and a battalion-level direct support platoon, 3 standard squads, and 2 fire support squads, totaling 51 personnel. Such a battalion would be formidable even in the context of World War II, and placed within the Tang Dynasty, it would be an unstoppable force, facing no rivals. 3,541 individuals form a regiment, commanded by a regimental commander, 2 deputy commanders, and a political commissar, structured into 3 battalions. 1 heavy artillery battalion, with 8 members per squad, operating a howitzer, comprising 3 companies, 9 platoons, and 27 squads, totaling 27 cannons and 216 personnel. A supply battalion, 288 members, a communications company, 95, a cooking company, 95, and a regimental direct support company, 3 standard platoons of 93 members. 2 fire support platoons of 62, totaling 155 personnel. Su Hao recounted the detailed organization, while Liu Yin presented a printed document outlining specific formations to Chang'an Wuji. Chang'an Wuji perused the document multiple times. Though he found it somewhat perplexing, he felt an undeniable clarity dawning within him. He trusted Su Hao's design, or rather, he believed in the strength of the illustrious Huaxia, convinced that it would not lead them astray. This must be the finest design, a culmination of insights gleaned from countless wars. However, upon noting the size of a regiment, Chang'an Wuji furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that 5,000 personnel exceed the number in a regiment but fall short of 2 regiments. Should they consider forming 2 regiments instead? As Chang'an Wuji pondered this, Su Hao spoke again. I recommend that your esteemed nation establish at least 2 regiments. In the future, 1 regiment should remain in Chang'an to safeguard the capital, while the other embarks on campaigns to expand territories, alternating in combat. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances affecting 1 regiment, the overall strategy would remain intact. Of course, if you choose to maintain the 5,000 personnel, that is also feasible. The regiment I have designed is essentially an enhanced regiment. It could also be structured in a 3-3 system, allowing for the artillery to be used collectively, forming an artillery regiment alongside 2 standard infantry regiments, which would suffice for a total of approximately 5,000 personnel, though with less firepower than currently proposed. Su Hao spoke with utmost sincerity. In the era of the Tang Dynasty, a standard infantry regiment was deemed sufficient. However, the allure of reinforced regiments was undeniable, necessitating an increase in weaponry. The ability of Huaxia to sell more arms was a significant reason for Su Hao's strong recommendation. Now, they were presented with 2 choices, the final decision resting with the Tang Dynasty itself, as he would not impose his will upon them. Regardless of the choice made, Huaxia stood to profit. Su Langjun, might we engage in internal discussion first? Chang'an Wuji found himself momentarily indecisive. Certainly, Su Hao replied, signaling for everyone to vacate the conference room. Once only 8 Tang envoys remained, a heated debate ensued. Lord Chang'an, we must acquire 2 regiments, or even 3. With such forces at our disposal, we could effortlessly annihilate the 200,000 Turkic troops and sweep across the north, vastly expanding the Tang territory. The value of this endeavor far surpasses the procurement costs of 1 or 2 regiments. Yet there were dissenting voices. His Majesty instructed us to secure only the equipment for 5,000 men. 2 regiments clearly exceed that limit. Others countered. His Majesty was unaware of the true capabilities of Huaxia's weaponry. Were he present, he would certainly agree to procure more. Have you calculated the equipment required for a regiment? The number of weapons and expenses involved? While this is a loan, we must eventually repay it. Our nascent Tang Dynasty, amidst numerous challenges, cannot afford such expenditures. We may lack resources, but others do not. With this new army, the vast world becomes our oyster, abundant with riches, one envoy retorted, bewildered by the newfound ferocity of his colleague. You do not grasp the future history. During my recent visit to the museum, I learned that the world transformed dramatically over the past 2 to 3 centuries due to the age of exploration and industrialization. Beyond the Tang Dynasty lies vast territories, teeming with immeasurable wealth. As he spoke, the envoy's eyes glistened with fervor, having planted a seed of ambition to persuade His Majesty upon his return to embark on maritime exploration and conquer the world. The debate persisted for half an hour until Chang'an Wuji finally declared, "Let us procure the equipment for 2 regiments. It is settled. I am the leader of this delegation, and upon my return, I will personally report the circumstances to His Majesty. I shall bear any consequences that arise." It must be said that Chang'an Wuji exhibited both wisdom and resolve. He understood that the existence of the Tang Dynasty was paramount to the prosperity of the Chang'an family. Should the dynasty falter, so too would they. In such a case, repayment of the loan would become irrelevant. Thus, the foundation of their deliberation lay in overcoming the impending crisis. Each additional regiment offered an extra layer of security, instilling a greater sense of assurance. Brother Auxiliary, in our great land of Huaxia, we possess the marvels of aircraft for swift travel and mobile phones for seamless communication across vast distances. Why do we not arrange for a portion of our colleagues to return and report the situation here to His Majesty, allowing him to make a decisive judgment? Given the efficiency of our homeland, we could receive His Majesty's directives by tonight, thus alleviating any concerns about contravening his previous orders. Du roi Sudani interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to him, exchanging glances. Chang'an Wuji abruptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Kemming is right. Such a straightforward matter. How did I not think of it?" And so it was decided. At this moment, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone. Chapter 34. The technology tree of primitive civilizations. As the door to the conference room swung open once more, Chang'an Wuji wasted no time and spoke directly. "Lord Su, I wonder if you could arrange for that aircraft to take me back to the Tang Dynasty. I need to provide His Majesty with a detailed report regarding the arms issue and confirm the procurement quantities before tomorrow." "That is no problem at all. We had originally planned to discuss the arms matter tomorrow anyway," Su Hao replied, confident that once Li Shimin learned of the formidable capabilities of these weapons, he would undoubtedly be tempted to acquire more, for he is the sovereign of the Tang, heralded as the most powerful carbon-based life form of the 7th century. This entity surely harbors grand ambitions. "Thank you, Lord Su," Chang'an Wuji said, a smile breaking across his face as his spirits lifted considerably. "Old Lu, take 2 individuals to accompany Mr. Chang'an to Chang'an. Ensure that each type of weapon is represented by an actual specimen. Additionally, reach out to Commander Huang to request support in sending some soldiers proficient in operating these equipment along with you. During this visit, you must not only showcase the video content to His Majesty, but also demonstrate the actual effectiveness of the weapons." Su Hao Gongman, presenting the tangible weaponry to Li Shimin, would most vividly illustrate the might of Huaxia's arsenal. "Understood," Liu Yan replied, his eyes lighting up with understanding. He was also eagerly anticipating this journey through time, intrigued by the prospect of meeting a figure like the ancient emperor, and secretly hoping to leverage his persuasive skills to promote the sale of more weapons. "I am truly grateful to you, Lord Su, and I appreciate your assistance, Captain Liu," Chang'an Wuji acknowledged, comprehending Su Hao's intentions and growing increasingly exhilarated, as this would save him considerable effort and persuasion. The efficiency of Huaxia was remarkable. By the time Liu Yan and Chang'an Wuji arrived at the teleportation portal, a contingent of seasoned veterans from the Northern Theater was already waiting on the other side with the weapons. These individuals were initially designated as instructors for the Tang Dynasty, now advancing ahead of schedule to acclimate themselves. In the capital, within the confines of the 749 Bureau's base, Su Hao mused. They should have reached the Tang Dynasty's temporal realm by now. He casually accepted the tea offered by Lu Linglong and posed a question. "By the timeline, they should be just about there," Lu Linglong responded. No sooner had her words left her lips than Su Hao suddenly sprang to his feet, entirely unbothered by the tea that spilled over him. "Chief, what is the matter?" Lu Linglong inquired, perplexed by Su Hao's unusual demeanor. "Ah, splendid news. Marvelous news," Su Hao exclaimed, laughter spilling forth from his lips. Paying no heed to Lu Linglong's wide-eyed confusion, Su Hao immersed himself in the system interface. Just moments ago, he had heard a notification from the system. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the bronze door and established a friendly exchange with the Tang civilization, completing at least one round of interaction. You have been rewarded with the complete technology tree of primitive level civilization, now stored within the bronze seal space. System. Does this completion of the task correlate with Chang'an Wuji's return to the Tang Dynasty?" Su Hao pondered internally. Previously, he was quite curious as to why figures such as Chang'an Wuji had arrived in Huaxia without the system notifying him of a completed task. He had presumed that their friendly exchange would only be recognized after they concluded their meeting in the capital. However, it now seemed that his speculations were indeed more plausible. As expected, the system provided a definitive answer. "Yes." "Oh, system, do not tell me that this USB drive contains the entire technological tree?" Su Hao discovered a previously unseen black USB drive amidst his belongings, alongside the items he had possessed earlier. This is a compressed version of the complete technological tree of primitive-level civilization, requiring a large data center to decompress all the internal information, the system elucidated. Su Hao nodded slightly, understanding. In Director Su Guangyao's office, Su Hao hurriedly rushed in, forgetting to knock, and simply pushing the door open. "Su Guangyao, sensing the commotion, furrowed his brows. It was evident that entering without knocking was a most impolite act, inciting the director's ire. However, when he raised his gaze to see who had entered, his anger dissipated in an instant, and he scolded, "You little rascal! Do you not know to knock when entering?" Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, his excitement causing him to overlook the etiquette. "Grandfather, I was so thrilled that I forgot. I promise to be more mindful next time," he explained. "What has transpired to make you so exhilarated?" Su Guangyao's curiosity was piqued. "Grandfather, just a moment ago, the system informed me that I had completed a main quest, rewarding me with the complete technological tree of primitive-level civilization. While our Huaxia has achieved a nascent planetary civilization, it does not imply that we have fully comprehended all aspects of primitive technology. This reward can help us address our deficiencies, rendering our technological landscape more comprehensive and refined." Su Hao placed the black USB drive on Su Guangyao's desk, his voice fervent. "Et sao, Su Guangya ak noet?" Fully aware of the significance of the system's tasks and the implications of this reward for Huaxia. Naturally, apart from the initial task, which only Su Hao was privy to, no one else was informed. Su Hao then reiterated the usage of the USB drive. "This item is of no use remaining here. I will send it to a more suitable location, and you need not concern yourself with it." With that, Su Guangyao stood up, taking the USB drive and exiting the office, leaving Su Hao momentarily bewildered. "Grandfather, take your time. There is no need to rush," Su Hao called after him, a tinge of worry for the elderly man creeping in, despite his robust health at 70. He mused, "Once the system all opens, I must purchase a suitable cultivation method for grandfather." Meanwhile, on the other end, in the realm of the Tang Dynasty, a different scene unfolded. Outside Chang'an, a venue for weapon demonstrations had likewise been prepared. Li Shimin had also received the news and personally arrived at the site with his trusted generals and guards. "Your Majesty, what does Huaxia intend to do?" Qin Xiong inquired, observing the Huaxia soldiers engaged in various preparations within the venue. As the auxiliary machine deliberated on the arms trade in the capital of Huaxia, he found himself at a crossroads. En route back and eager to confer with His Majesty for a detailed report before determining the quantity for procurement, Li Shimin harbored no reservations regarding his trusted confidant. Remarkably, within less than 2 days, the auxiliary machine and his cohort had arrived in the capital of Huaxia, poised for immediate return. Could it be that the opposite side of the passageway was indeed the capital? Fang Xuanling's perspective diverged from that of the military generals. "Our position lies just outside the city of Chang'an, making it entirely plausible that the vicinity surrounding the capital could be similarly accessible." Li Shimin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this conjecture. Even if the capital of Huaxia was farther from the passage than Chang'an, the distance must still be limited. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how Changsun Wuji could make the round trip in such a brief span of time. "Your Majesty, Lord Changsun and his party have arrived," reported the Jinwu guard, just as a rugged vehicle was spotted approaching from a distance. Chapter 35. The resolve of Li Shimin, this land of Huaxia, is truly remarkable. Possessing such extraordinary artifacts, one cannot help but wonder if they are available for purchase. Li Shimin had previously laid eyes upon the all-terrain vehicle, and it stirred within him a profound desire. However, he chose to bide his time, waiting for the negotiations with Changsun Wuji to conclude before broaching the subject. At that moment, their relationship would be in a state of blissful accord, making discussions far more amenable. To raise the matter now would merely serve to tip the scales in Huaxia's favor, placing the Tang Dynasty at a disadvantage. As he disembarked from the vehicle, Changsun Wuji Uryedi Apruaka Li Shimin, bowing respectfully. "I am Changsun Wuji, Your Majesty." "Rise," Li Shimin replied, personally assisting Changsun Wuji to his feet. Lu Yan, a member of the Huaxia 749th Armaments Group, had also encountered the Emperor of Tang. He stepped out of the vehicle, following closely behind Changsun Wuji, and offered a respectful salute to Li Shimin. Is this the legendary Emperor Li Shimin? His demeanor is indeed extraordinary. Lu Yin mused as he caught a glimpse of the Emperor. There is no need for such formalities, dear guest, Li Shimin said with a warm smile, unconcerned by Lu Yan's direct gaze, for they hailed from two disparate worlds. When the esteemed Su Langjun first met him, he too had been filled with curiosity. "Pray tell, what is the matter at hand?" Li Shimin was eager to inquire about Huaxia's intelligence from Chang'an Wuji, yet the timing felt inappropriate, compelling him to suppress his curiosity for the moment. "Your Majesty, it is as follows." Chang'an Wuji soon articulated the dilemma they faced. Li Shimin's brow furrowed at first, but as he absorbed the information, shock soon supplanted his initial concern. It took him a while to regain his composure, trusting in Chang'an Wuji's words and judgment, though he yearned for a more tangible understanding of the situation. "Your Majesty, Consultant Su is concerned that you may not fully grasp the capabilities of our weaponry. He has instructed me to bring tangible examples for your examination, so we may demonstrate their lethality." Liu Yin interjected, having closely observed the dialogue between the emperor and Chang'an Wuji, seizing an opportune moment to offer his insight. "Let us proceed with the demonstration," Li Shimin urged, his eagerness palpable to witness the so-called invincible national treasure that Chang'an Wuji had extolled. Liu Yin nodded and approached the seasoned soldiers, issuing brief instructions. Soon, the veterans commenced operating the weapons they had brought along. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom. A series of weapon demonstrations unfolded, transitioning from astonishment to sheer astonishment and ultimately to terror. The explosive effects and the terrifying lethality left all present, including the mentally prepared Chang'an Wuji, in a state of shock. The impact of witnessing it in person far surpassed any video depiction in that moment. He found himself momentarily speechless. "Your Majesty, shall we inspect the site where the shells have landed?" Liu Yin proposed. "Indeed," Li Shimin replied mechanically, still somewhat dazed. Upon arriving at the shell impact site a few kilometers away, they beheld a vast crater, a testament to the devastation wrought by the howitzer bombardment. With a faint sound, all present could not help but swallow hard at the sight before them. This was divine retribution, utterly beyond the realm of human resistance. Once struck by this cannon, survival was an impossibility. Even Li Jing, who had maintained a facade of composure, could no longer uphold his calm and reason, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He realized that the emergence of such weapons from Huaxia heralded the dawn of a new era. In the face of a new military wielding such terrifying instruments of destruction, no one could withstand their might, instilling despair in all adversaries. Fortunately, at this juncture, Huaxia intended to sell these arms exclusively to them. This was the prevailing thought of Li Shimin. No, in the future, they would be sold solely to them, at least during the Tang Dynasty. He could scarcely envision the dire consequences if the Turks or any other faction were to acquire such weaponry. However, the will of Huaxia was beyond his influence. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with them and avoid offending them. This sentiment resonated among all the high-ranking officials of the Tang. A silent consensus reached without the need for dialogue. "Liu Langjun, do you know how much yuan is required for a fully equipped regiment?" Li Shimin inquired with urgency. On their journey, Liu Yan's team had already calculated the figures, so upon hearing Li Shimin's question, he promptly provided the answer. The total procurement cost for a fully equipped regiment, armed and capable of sustaining a high-intensity battle, amounts to approximately 240 million yuan. This includes military uniforms and various other military supplies. Huaxia has not exorbitantly inflated the prices for non-weaponry military goods, requiring only a 50 profit margin. Otherwise, the cost would be higher. However, the expenses for military salaries, benefits, daily rations, routine training, consumables, medicines, transportation, and the maintenance of weaponry are not included in this estimate. These can be determined by Your Majesty based on the circumstances in Tang. Liu Yan's additional comments highlighted significant expenditures that would accrue monthly and annually, and Huaxia would stand to gain substantially from this ongoing arrangement. What does 240 million yuan equate to in terms of material costs? "How much will we need to offer?" Li Shimin asked, his concern evident. He understood the value of copper coins, but had no clear concept of yuan. "This will require discussions between the envoy and our commercial team. However, I can assure Your Majesty that while 240 million yuan is a considerable sum for an individual, it is but a trifling amount for a nation such as Tang. Many prominent families and wealthy merchants would likely be able to afford it, Liu Yan replied, leaving the matter somewhat open-ended, but providing enough context for Li Shimin to grasp the situation. Liu Yan was privy to certain insights. Huaxia did not intend to exhaust all resources. The Tang would not only become a significant market for Huaxia, but also serve as a substantial source of raw materials, fostering a long-term trade relationship. While there might be some price negotiations on various materials, they would not be significantly lower than the average prices in Blue Star. Huaxia was not akin to Western pirates. They adhered to principles and sought mutual benefit. Upon contemplating this, Liu Yan added a remark, aiming to encourage Li Shimin to engage in commerce with Huaxia. In the future, the trade between the Tang Dynasty and our Huaxia will effortlessly exceed 1 trillion Huaxia yuan annually. Upon hearing the figure of 1 trillion, Li Shimin felt a surge of confidence, prompting him to raise the threshold. However, he harbored another concern and cautiously inquired, I intend to procure equipment for 10 enhanced regiments in one go. I wonder if your esteemed nation can fulfill this request? This was a subtle probe into Huaxia's stance. Firstly, he wished to ascertain whether Huaxia could readily supply such a substantial quantity of equipment, which would reflect its foundational strength. Secondly, he sought to understand Huaxia's willingness to witness the Tang Dynasty's military fortification, thereby revealing Huaxia's perspective on the future of the Tang. Liu Yan was taken aback, pondering why the inquiry had escalated from 1 or 2 regiments to 10. He had not anticipated Li Shimin's depth of thought. What? Is there a dilemma? Li Shimin furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 36. Chang'an Wuji transforms in the midst of blowing winds. Not at all. Even if we were to muster 10 regiments, or even 100, we are fully capable of doing so. I am merely taken aback. His Majesty the Emperor of Tang truly deserves the epithet of eternal sovereign, exhibiting such remarkable audacity, Liu Yan extolled. Oh, eternal sovereign, is this the assessment of posterity regarding me? Li Shimin's face could not conceal the joy and excitement that surged within him. As an emperor, one cannot be indifferent to their legacy, especially after instigating the Xuanwu Gate incident. His heart yearned for achievements, hoping to cleanse the stains upon his reputation. Indeed, others may be unaware, but in my estimation, there are 4 eternal sovereigns in the annals of Huaxia: Qin Shi Huang, Han Wudi, Your Majesty of Tang, and the Yongle Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Liu Yan remarked with a smile. Li Shimin was familiar with the first 2 sovereigns, although he held Han Wendi in higher regard. He could not dismiss the merits of the other 2. As for the Yongle Emperor, he was entirely unfamiliar with him, though he was eager to inquire. The moment was not opportune, and he resolved to seek this knowledge at a later time. Your Majesty, there is one matter I must clarify in advance. Although you have procured equipment and ammunition for 10 regiments, the new army will require training from our instructors to develop combat capability. This training will take a minimum of 3 months. During this period, we will bear not only the training expenses, but also the soldiers' consumables, which amounts to a considerable sum. The training cost for 1 regiment over 3 months is 60 million Hua Yuan, and the consumables are 50 million, totaling 110 million Hua Yuan, Liu Yan stated with a grave expression. It was essential to address these matters up front to avoid any misconceptions that Huaxia was deliberately exploiting the Tang Dynasty financially. Such a significant sum? Li Shimin was taken aback, realizing it was nearly half the cost of equipping a regiment. This is already a remarkably favorable price. When your soldiers come to Huaxia for training, we will handle everything except for their military salaries. By the time they return, they will be fully formed and possess a certain level of combat readiness, Liu Yan elucidated. This essentially amounts to an all-inclusive package. Charging 110 million is indeed a modest sum, and Huaxia stands to gain only a small profit. Li Shimin regarded Liu Yan with discerning eyes. He sensed the likelihood that Liu Yan was truthful. Thus, he resigned himself to the arrangement, letting out a slight sigh before turning his attention to another matter. I am willing to fund this, but with the Turkic army looming, I fear we may not afford a 3-month delay. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will promptly dispatch a contingent of instructors to arm 2 regiments initially, followed by a period of training in the Tang territory. When the Turkic forces approach the Weishui River, our instructors will assume the roles of commanders and mid-level officers, assisting you in securing victory in this conflict. Subsequently, Your Majesty may recruit young new soldiers to train in Huaxia, Liu Yan explained, adhering to the directives given by Su Hao. Very well, let it be so. I shall procure 10 enhanced regiments. Li Shimin resolved, his doubts dispelled. He was confident that with these 10 new regiments, the Tang Dynasty would be invincible in battle. With a stable domestic and foreign environment, trade relations with Huaxia could flourish, thus rapidly enhancing the strength of the Tang Dynasty. Let the flourishing era of the Tang Dynasty, known as the Chang'an period, arrive even sooner. May our collaboration be delightful. Liu Yan, in a habitual gesture, extended his hand, but upon recalling the identity of the individual before him, he withdrew it. Mr. Chang'an, I have completed my tasks here and will return to the capital shortly. Will you be departing tomorrow, or shall you accompany me? Liu Yan inquired. Chang'an Wuji glanced at Li Shimin and promptly replied with courtesy, Leader Liu, I shall journey to your esteemed nation early tomorrow to further discuss the trade agreement. Today, I will remain here to converse with His Majesty regarding the establishment of diplomatic relations between our countries, striving for an early alliance and the mutual establishment of consulates. Very well, I shall take my leave then. The establishment of diplomatic relations was merely a pretext, and Liu Yan chose not to expose it. As the sooner this matter was resolved, the better. Once Liu Yan and the other Huaxia individuals had departed, Li Shimin spoke. Fujiji, let us return to the city. You must elaborate on the sights you beheld in Huaxia. Yes, Your Majesty. The reason Chang'an Wuji stayed behind was precisely for this purpose. Along the way, Chang'an Wuji spoke animatedly. Your Majesty, are you aware of the population of Huaxia? I do not know. 140 million. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Li Shimin, could not help but gasp in disbelief. The Tang Dynasty had endured the turmoil of the late Sui Dynasty, and, at that moment, the entire realm comprised merely 3 million households, with a total population not exceeding 15 million. If Chang'an Wuji was not exaggerating, then the population of Huaxia was 100 times that of their own Tang. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if Huaxia were at the peak of its prosperity, even if its territory were several times that of our Tang, it could not possibly sustain such a vast population. Though the world is large, the yield of grain is finite. How could so many lives be nourished? Before Li Shimin could respond, Fang Xianling could not restrain himself from retorting. Huaxia was the successor of the Tang Dynasty for over a millennium. Even with expansion, the nature of the land would not change, which contradicted their understanding. Unless you journey to Huaxia, you cannot comprehend how powerful and formidable they truly are, Chang'an Wuji declared passionately. They not only boast a population of 140 million, but the common folk are also well-fed and cared for in their old age, with the young receiving support. It is even said that some grow overweight due to their abundance of food, constantly yearning to lose weight. Can you fathom such a reality? Moreover, astonishingly, they provide 9 years of compulsory education for children, and the number of university graduates each year exceeds 10 million, rivaling the total population of our Tang. Did you know? Huaxia is home to countless towering skyscrapers, reaching heights of hundreds of zhang. They also have grand shopping malls where the common people can stroll, filled with a plethora of goods that are both excellent in quality and reasonably priced. Their capital lies over 1,000 miles away, yet they possess airplanes that can transport us through the skies, overcoming that distance in less than an hour, arriving in the capital. The more Chang'an Wuji spoke, the more fervent he became, ultimately losing himself in his excitement, as if he could not contain all these revelations, forgetting to gauge the reactions of those around him. As Li Shimin and his companions listened, their expressions grew increasingly somber. The more they absorbed the information, the more it felt like a whimsical fantasy. Were it not for their knowledge that Chang'an Wuji could not possibly have been bought off by Huaxia in such a brief span, they might have suspected him of treachery against the Tang. Under the weight of this heavy atmosphere, even the steeds were affected, slowing their pace until they eventually came to a halt. By the time Chang'an Wuji realized the gravity of the situation and fell silent, it was already too late. With a steely resolve, he ventured, Your Majesty, the chasm between our Tang and Huaxia is indeed vast. We must tread carefully to avoid offense, lest. His words trailed off, but the astute minds present understood the implications all too well. Chapter 37. Formal diplomatic relations and arms agreements. Your words are utterly perplexing and border on the fantastical. I find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend and believe. Remarked Li Shimin with a grave expression. Your Majesty. Chang'an Wuji began to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Li Shimin. Do not be hasty. It is not a matter of distrust, merely a struggle to accept such notions in a fleeting moment. As for our dealings with Huaxia, I have engaged with their representatives on 2 occasions, and they appear to adhere to established protocols. As long as it does not infringe upon the interests and dignity of the Tang, I shall strive to maintain amicable relations with Huaxia. Disregarding the soft power that Chang'an Wuji spoke of, the mere fact that Huaxia has sold formidable weaponry to our Tang serves as testament to their military prowess. Were they overtly aggressive, Chang'an would have already succumbed to chaos and flames of war. The decision to procure equipment for 10 regiments was, in part, a precaution against Huaxia. Had it not been for the concern that acquiring more might provoke their vigilance, I would have sought to acquire even greater provisions. Indeed, the idea of purchasing Huaxia's weaponry to guard against Huaxia may seem absurd, yet is an unavoidable reality. Upon recognizing the might of Huaxia's arsenal, it became clear that the existing military strength of the Tang would not suffice to vanquish them. Perhaps, with the aid of Huaxia's weapons, we might stand a chance of altering the odds in our favor. Chang'an Wuji had not contemplated these stark realities. However, upon hearing Li Shimin's words, he felt a wave of relief. Without having visited Huaxia or witnessed the disheartening disparities firsthand, one could scarcely grasp the extent of the chasm between the 2 nations. Upon returning to Chang'an, despite being profoundly shaken and bewildered, Li Shimin summoned Chang'an Wuji to the Xianda Hall, where he listened intently to his account throughout the night. I hereby authorize you to proceed with the establishment of diplomatic relations between our 2 nations. Upon your arrival in Huaxia's capital, you are to formalize the agreement. Furthermore, I will arrange for the establishment of a Huaxia consulate. You may inform their representatives to send personnel to take up residence. Li Shimin instructed with earnestness. As for Kuming, he shall not return just yet. I appoint him as the first ambassador to Huaxia, tasked with overseeing all consulate affairs. Is that correct? Indeed, the ambassador to Huaxia, Chang'an Wuji confirmed with a nod. Inform Kuming to streamline matters there and stabilize the situation. I shall dispatch someone to replace him promptly. So he need not fret, Li Shimin added. Understood, Your Majesty, Chang'an Wuji replied, deeply moved. After you finalize the formal agreement, return swiftly. I require your presence here. Li Shimin continued, demonstrating his adeptness in governance. Yes, Your Majesty, Chang'an Wuji said, profoundly touched. Upon departing from the Xianda Hall, Chang'an Wuji set forth to Huaxia that very night, reappearing the following morning in the conference hall of Daitai No. 3. Mr. Chang'an, you need not exert yourself so. A delay of a day or 2 would be inconsequential, Su Hao remarked, noticing the fatigue etched upon Chang'an Wuji's face, dark circles accentuating his weary eyes. Forgive me for my insolence, Lord Su, Longsun Wuji remarked with a bitter expression. With the looming threat of the Turks, it is indeed difficult to find rest without addressing this crisis. In response, Su Hao clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Your loyalty to the nation, Mr. Longsun, is truly commendable. In light of this, let us commence without delay. Very well. The assembly soon took their seats. I have already received Director Lu's report. His Majesty the Tang Emperor intends to procure equipment for 10 regiments. Correct? Su Hao reiterated for confirmation. Indeed, Longsun Wuji affirmed with a nod. The cost for equipping 1 regiment amounts to 240 million yuan, with training and operational expenses totaling 110 million yuan. Therefore, the total for 1 regiment sums to 350 million yuan, and for 10 regiments, that would be 5 billion yuan. Is that agreeable? That is acceptable. To counter the threat posed by the Turks, we shall deploy a training regiment to guide this endeavor. We can assure you that the Tang Dynasty will triumph in this conflict. Consequently, an additional sum of approximately 500 million yuan will be required for wartime advisory services. This guarantees victory should unforeseen circumstances arise Our Huaxiao will provide military assistance at no extra cost. Is this satisfactory? The Tang Dynasty, being the inaugural partner of Huaxia in this foreign realm, cannot afford to witness their misfortune. Even without the 500 million, Huaxia would extend its utmost assistance, Su Hao stated, voicing a straightforward ambition to expedite the completion of the trillion trade mission. System, should this 500 million be considered part of the trade amount? Su Hao inquit un setin. Affirmative. Inter-realm trade encompasses not only goods, but also services, provided both parties consent. All such agreements contribute to the total trade value. The system's response alleviated Su Hao's concerns and inspired further profitable ideas. Upon hearing this, Longsun Wuji and his companions exchanged glances and conferred with Du Ruhui for a brief moment before ultimately consenting. Very well, we agree. Winning this war is paramount for the Tang Dynasty's future. Otherwise, it would be mere rhetoric. Should the Turks breach Chang'an, the repercussions would extend far beyond 500 million yuan, jeopardizing the emperor's authority and legitimacy. Here are 3 contracts, one for equipment, one for training and operational costs, and one for wartime advisory services. Please review them. If all is in order, we may proceed to sign. Once the agreements are executed, we shall commence immediately, Su Hao stated, glancing at Liu Yan. Liu Yan comprehended the cue and promptly rose to present the 3 contracts to Longsun Wuji. Accepting the documents, Longsun Wuji scrutinized them meticulously, engaging in discussions with the other emissaries for about half an hour. Ultimately, having found no discrepancies, Longsun Wuji, as the plenipotentiary representative of Li Shimin, affixed his signature to the agreements. Su Hao then followed suit, signing and sealing with a bronze stamp. May our collaboration be fruitful. Su Hao extended his hand to shake Longsun Wuji's. The substantial deal of 4 billion yuan had finally been secured, leaving Su Hao in high spirits. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This marks the initiation of our diplomatic endeavors across realms. May our collaboration be fruitful. At first, Chang'an Wuji felt a hint of perplexity and discomfort, yet with Su Hao's elucidation, he grasped the meaning behind it, smiling amiably as he shook Su Hao's hand. Simultaneously, the camera captured this iconic moment. Following the signing of the arms agreement, both parties proceeded to formalize the diplomatic relations with remarkable efficiency, subsequently engaging in discussions regarding trade between their nations. However, these matters did not necessitate the direct involvement of Chang'an Wuji and Su Hao. Su Hao had more pressing undertakings, namely dispatching a delegation to the grand city of Chang'an in the Tang Dynasty, as well as arranging for the Tang envoy to travel to the new world of 10,000 realms, striving to accomplish another principal task within the next few days, thus facilitating the early activation of the system's marketplace. Although these responsibilities did not require his direct intervention, as an advisor and the proprietor of the system, he remained actively engaged, consistently monitoring the progress. Should any stagnation arise, he would step in to coordinate efforts, thereby expediting the advancement of affairs. Chapter 38. Inter-realm trade goods. In the office of the Chief Minister of the Central Sea, he returned promptly from a significant meeting. Expressing his immediate concern, has the diplomatic agreement with the Tang Dynasty been signed? The middle-aged secretary, Qi Gang, reported earnestly, indeed, I have just received word that it was signed an hour ago. And what are the arms negotiations? The chief minister inquired further. To summarize, a total of 4 billion yuan will be lent to the Tang Dynasty, guaranteed by the 749 Bureau, with an annual interest rate of 10. Qi Gang recounted some details of the agreement. Upon hearing about the 500 million yuan allocated for war guidance, the chief minister chuckled and shook his head, showing no opposition. By the way, how are the scientists faring with the original level civilization technology tree that Su Guangyao presented to us? Is it of any utility? Extremely useful. Qi Gong responded earnestly. Although we have already mastered most of the technologies, this technology tree is more comprehensive. It presents some of the same technologies, but offers differing perspectives. The experts, including Mr. Qian, assert that by thoroughly understanding the technologies within this tree, we can not only address our existing deficiencies, but also gain additional insights that will facilitate the development of more advanced technologies. especially the medical technologies. Many can address some of our current ailments, significantly aiding the establishment of our medical system, he continued. Upon hearing this, the chief minister paused in his actions, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Speaking of systems, it reminds me that we have been cautiously navigating the waters influenced by the Eagle Nation over the years. While we have made rapid advancements and established our own systems in certain areas, there remain many aspects yet to be addressed. Please convey to Mr. Qian my request to lead a team dedicated to the construction of a civilization system. This team should thoroughly integrate our traditional and modern sciences, in conjunction with our current technologies in this technology tree. It is imperative that we establish a comprehensive and systematic technological framework that is uniquely suited to our Huaxia. Such an endeavor will undoubtedly assist us in ascending to greater heights in the future." One cannot help but acknowledge the chief minister's visionary foresight. His insight was indeed astute. Understood, Qi Gang, who was astute enough to serve as the chief minister's secretary, instantly grasped the essence of his directive. "And what is the current status of trade between our nations?" The chief minister inquired about another crucial matter. The discussions are still ongoing. The trade group, led by Zhang Xuanze, has suggested that both nations select 10 to 20 types of goods for initial negotiations and trade. The remainder can be discussed gradually as both countries become more acquainted with and adapted to each other, thereby ensuring greater efficiency. "I estimate that we should reach a conclusion within the next couple of days," Qi Gang replied. "Indeed, young Zhang is quite astute. Ensure that I am informed the moment there are results," the chief minister remarked with a smile, clearly recognizing the potential of Zhang Xuanze. "Certainly," Qi Gang nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether it involves dispatching ambassadors to Chang'an, assisting Tang envoys in establishing embassies in the New World, or negotiating trade agreements between the two nations, there are dedicated individuals to handle these matters. Su Hao merely needs to oversee the progress, which leaves him with ample free time. Thus, he returned directly to Singularity Mountain and immersed himself in cultivation. "Chief, you should take a break. Breakfast is ready for you," Lu Linglong remarked, handing him a towel. "All right," Su Hao replied, accepting the towel and wiping the sweat from his brow as he made his way indoors. Along the way, he glanced at his attribute interface, and a smile graced his face. "Not bad. I have made progress. The mountain shaking fist has finally been mastered at its elementary level. Host, Su Hao authority, trainee position, apprentice diplomat realm, primary warrior, strength, 1,002 kilograms, speed, 24.06 ms, cultivation method, Huaxia secret cannon combat skills, thunder strike, not yet mastered, mountain shaking fist, entry level 110, soaring step, not yet mastered, golden bell shield, not yet mastered, sky defying sword technique, first realm, not yet mastered, secret techniques, divine demonic 9 transformations, first transformation, not yet mastered, equipment, diplomatic attire, expansion sword, bronze seal space, cloud card X1 connected worlds, history, Tang Dynasty military tokens, none wealth, 85, 220 yuan from the system interface. It was evident that once a combat skill was mastered at the entry level, a progress bar appeared, providing Su Hao with a convenient means to gauge his proficiency. His next endeavor would be to diligently cultivate the soaring step. If he could also master it, his speed would undoubtedly surpass 25 ms. Reaching the level of an intermediate warrior, Su Hao mused inwardly. The past 2 days of practicing his fist techniques had significantly enhanced his control over his strength. Even without standing meditation or consuming foundational spiritual liquid, his strength had increased by 2 kilograms, and his speed had also improved considerably. This was the most tangible evidence of progress. "I heard that in the New World, the Tang envoys have already opened the embassy. What is the current situation of our personnel in Chang'an?" Su Hao inquired while savoring a meat bun. This was crucial to his mission concerning the activation of the system's marketplace. According to the news from Chang'an this morning, everything is ready, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the embassy will officially open at 8:30 a.m. today, Lu Linglong replied. Su Hao glanced at his phone, noting it was already around 8:15 a.m., meaning the opening was imminent. His spirits lifted further, and anticipation grew as he wondered what treasures the system marketplace would unveil. "What progress has been made with Zhang Xuanze?" Su Hao inquired, Shifting his concern to another matter. Things are proceeding smoothly. Currently, we have confirmed and negotiated the export prices for 15 items to the Tang Dynasty, including fine salt, white sugar, monosodium glutamate, pepper, perfume, floral water, soap, toothbrushes, toothpaste, white paper, toilet paper, rice, bicycles, automobiles, and steel. 5 additional items, frozen pork, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and clothing, are still under negotiation, Lu Linglong reported. How could it take so long to negotiate corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes? They are high-yield crops, Su Hao mused. Su Hao set down the bun, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Logically, the envoys of the Tang Dynasty should be exceedingly excited and eager upon learning about the yields of these crops. Once these crops were introduced to the Tang, they would no longer experience a shortage of grain, and Emperor Li Shimin would undoubtedly bestow great rewards upon them. Thus, this should have been one of the first matters to be finalized. But why? The Tang naturally hoped to purchase seeds from us, intending to cultivate them on their own, while we prefer to sell the finished products directly, as this would yield greater profit. Even if we sold seeds, they would be genetically locked seeds, allowing us to profit from them in the future as well. However, the Tang did not wish to remain dependent on us, hence the ongoing negotiations. Lu Linglong shrugged her shoulders. Very well. Su Hao then grasped the situation. And what about the clothing and pork? He inquired once more. Chapter 39. The opening of the system mall. Our garments are of exceptional quality, and the Tang Dynasty is apprehensive that our clothing may disrupt their textile industry, thereby affecting the livelihoods of their people. As for pork, it is primarily due to the Tang populace's unfamiliarity with it. Although the emissaries are aware that our pork is safe, there remains a need for a period of acceptance, unless we offer it at an exceedingly low price, which is evidently unfeasible given our need for profit. If they're concerned about our garments impacting their textile sector, why then do they permit us to sell fine salt and steel? Are they not apprehensive about undermining their state-controlled salt and iron industries? Su Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Thus, they have only consented to the sale of fine salt and refined steel, with the fine salt intended for the elite and wealthy merchants, not for the common populace, which will not significantly affect the official salt supply. Additionally, while the Tang Dynasty possesses refined steel, it undoubtedly pales in comparison to our performance and cost-effectiveness. I surmise they wish to procure a batch of refined steel to enhance their weaponry and comprehensively upgrade their military equipment. Lu Linglong responded adeptly to every inquiry. It must be said, this lifestyle secretary is quite capable, performing her duties competently, even exceeding her prescribed responsibilities. I can understand bicycles, but what on earth is this about cars? Do they possess the conditions to operate automobiles? Su Hao, having finished his breakfast, rose and inquired with curiosity. I hear it is because Li Shimin has expressed a keen desire for our off-road vehicles, and Long Sun Wujin likely seeks to curry favor with the Tang Emperor, thus proactively bringing it up. Moreover, some of their emissaries are quite envious of the cars, probably hoping to enjoy them for themselves. Although the sales volume will likely be limited, categorizing them as luxury items, Lu Linglong explained while tidying up the kitchen waste on the table. What about the goods from the Tang side? Which items have been confirmed? Su Hao asked while walking towards the tea table outside. Gold, jade, premium timber, and 13 varieties of wild medicinal herbs, including wild ginseng, as well as 6 handcrafted products from intangible cultural heritage artisans. The items the Tang Dynasty can directly provide us with are rather limited, with many raw materials still requiring extraction, Lu Linglong stated. For instance, we have already reached agreement for the extraction of 7 coal mines, 6 rare earth mines, 11 iron and copper mines, and 1 oil field. We will collaborate with the Tang Dynasty to establish relevant enterprises for extraction and initial processing, subsequently transporting them to Huaxia. These partnerships will involve them providing land and minerals, along with preferential policies, while we contribute capital and technology with a profit-sharing arrangement of 40% for them and 60% for us, Lu Linglong elaborated. In truth, Huaxia could command a larger share, such as 90%, and I believe the Tang would have no choice but to acquiesce, as they have no alternative beyond Huaxia. However, pursuing such an approach would not be favorable in terms of appearances and would hinder future cooperation. The objective of Huaxia is straightforward: to secure dominance over these mineral resources while allowing for some concessions to the Tang Dynasty. After all, the Tang will benefit from the profits and will still need to purchase various consumer goods from Huaxia, which will enable Huaxia to earn more and cultivate the market on the Tang side. This represents a win-win cooperative model and a sustainable partnership that will also foster goodwill towards Huaxia from the Tang Dynasty. Coal mines? Suddenly, Su Hao had a thought and instructed Lu Linglong, "Please remind Old Meng to notify Zhang Xuanzi later. We can establish a joint venture coal briquette factory and a coal stove factory in the Tang Dynasty, directly producing coal stoves and briquettes there. Aside from a management team and a few technical personnel, we can recruit ordinary workers from the local populace. The products would be sold directly to the citizens of the Tang Dynasty and even to neighboring countries. Not only will we generate profit, but we will also promote local employment. As they earn, they will be able to purchase our goods, which necessitates nurturing this market. Furthermore, encourage them to think broadly. Teaching one to fish is preferable to merely providing fish. While we profit, we must also devise ways to stimulate the economic development of the Tang Dynasty, creating a virtuous cycle, a win-win business model." Su Hao added, confident that the opportunities in the Tang Dynasty would extend far beyond this singular venture. For instance, there could be a subsequent transfer of certain labor-intensive, low-skill industries from Huaxia to the Tang, such as garment manufacturing. Lu Linglong cast a surprised glance at Su Hao, astonished by his grand vision, which justified his fortunate acquisition of the system. "Yes, I will inform Old Meng about this matter immediately." As Su Hao prepared to inquire further, he was interrupted by the sound of a system notification in his mind, reminding him of his own tasks. He swiftly waved at Lu Linglong, saying, "You should go now. It's easier to communicate this face-to-face." "All right then, Chief. Call me if you need anything," Lu Linglong replied, perceptively recognizing that Su Hao had something to discuss and intentionally wanted to send her away. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Once Lu Linglong exited, he returned to his room and reclined on the sofa. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Huaxia and the Tang Dynasty have mutually established embassies, exchanged cultural ambassadors, and signed a diplomatic agreement, officially establishing relations. You are rewarded with access to the system mall and 10,000 points." Just moments ago, around 8:30, the Huaxiao embassy in Chang'an officially opened, and the task completion notification coincided perfectly with his expectations. Fantastic! Su Hao clenched his fists and pumped them triumphantly in the air, releasing his excitement. Even though he had anticipated this moment, the actual opening of the system mall overwhelmed him with joy. "System, activate the system mall immediately. I wish to see what it offers," Su Hao exclaimed eagerly. "As you wish," replied the system. In the next instant, a virtual interface resembling a shopping website appeared before Su Hao, visible only to him. On the left side were categories of goods: genes, cultivation, technology, and others. The gene category contained various gene potions and seeds. The cultivation section included cultivation techniques, foundational spirit liquids, elixirs, combat skills, secret arts, and various equipment. The technology category encompassed techniques and technological products. The other section was diverse, featuring items such as a primitive-level teleportation portal and void paint, the kind that, when applied to train tracks, connects two realms. The right side of the home page occupied at least 4/5 of the interface and displayed only 4 items. These items include the original grade bronze door, original grade void paint, universal foundation cultivation method of the cosmos, and the Omni Gene Serum, designated as Sequence 000. Chapters 1 and 6 have been revised to reflect the designation of the Omni Gene Serum as Sequence 000. Beneath each item, their respective prices are marked: 1 million points, 100 points per liter, 500 points, and 100 points. Upon observing these 4 products, Su Hao was struck by thought and promptly opened the categories of these items. Upon closer inspection, he indeed uncovered some anomalies. Chapter 40. Grand Procurement at the System Mall. Are there any restrictions on the System Mall? Am I currently limited to purchasing only primitive-level goods? Su Hao inquired. Upon exploring the 4 major categories, he discovered that, despite the vast array of options, everything available was indeed of primitive level. Even when he scrolled to the last page, he found the same. It was only natural for Su Hao to harbor such thoughts. Indeed, only upon completing main quest 4 and achieving a trade total of 1 trillion can the host ascend to planetary level. At that time, the system all will also undergo an upgrade, the system elucidated. Suddenly, Su Hao discerned a flaw in the system's response. He promptly asked, "Are you suggesting that this 1 trillion trade total does not necessarily have to be fulfilled exclusively with the Tang Dynasty?" "Certainly. As long as the trade is conducted with any of the celestial civilizations connected to and diplomatically engaged with Huaxia, it will be counted." The system's answer filled Su Hao with exhilaration. "Splendid. If I were to rely solely on the trade total with the Tang Dynasty to reach 1 trillion, it could take a considerable amount of time. However, if there are several civilizations like the Tang Dynasty, the situation would be entirely different." He turned his gaze back to the price of the primitive level bronze gate on the homepage, 1 million points. After deducting the reward of 10,000 points, this meant that a trade volume of 99 billion yuan was required. Currently, they had already secured a trade agreement with the Tang Dynasty amounting to 40 billion yuan. Thus, only 59 billion remained. He was confident that subsequent commercial exchanges would be swiftly accomplished. With this thought, Su Hao felt his earlier anxiety dissipate. System. If I were to construct a railway connecting the Tang Dynasty and Huaxia according to the current high-speed rail specifications, how much paint would be required? Su Hao inquired with concern, for the paint was critical to the trade volume between the two realms. The demand for track is minimal. A railway connecting the Tang Dynasty and Huaxia would only require 2 to 3 liters of paint, the system explained. Once we complete the painting, could you assist in verifying if it meets the standards? Su Hao pressed on. He wished to avoid any mishaps during the transportation between the two realms. While loss of goods was manageable, injury to personnel would pose a significant problem. "This is simple. No issues there," the system assured. "By the way, can you directly assist us with the painting work?" Su Hao suddenly thought of something and asked, feeling somewhat opportunistic. "System, is that not feasible?" Su Hao persisted, reluctant to give up. After a brief silence, the system finally responded, "I can provide processing assistance, but a processing fee will be charged. 10 points for each section of track connecting the two realms and 30 points for each carriage. Is it that expensive?" Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "The choice lies with the host. Additionally, if you opt for processing, the painting can be completed with minimal paint usage." Su Hao fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "No problem. Let it be settled then." Although there was a processing fee, it was still far more advantageous compared to undertaking the task himself. Firstly, and most importantly, is safety. Secondly, the paint saved also translates to reduced costs. Even if it cannot cover the outsourcing fees, the difference is likely negligible. Weighing these two factors, Su Hao resolutely opted for outsourcing, saving both time and effort while ensuring safety. With the painting matter settled, Su Hao's spirits lifted, and he casually instructed, "System, please filter suitable battle techniques, secret arts, elixirs, and gene potions that aid in cultivation for the universal practice of Huaxia." In an instant, the virtual interface before Su Hao transformed. The 4 enlarged items on the right vanished, replaced by a variety of scaled-down products adorned with trademarks. The offerings included Flame Blade Technique, 288 points, Wildfire Spear Technique, 298 points, Demon Binding Fist Technique, 168 points, Gale Sword Technique, 268 points, Grass Above Leaping Technique, 299 points, Heaven and Earth Longevity Secret Art, 88,000 points. Blood Ignition Secret Art, 66,000 points. Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid, 10 to 200 points. Pure Spirit Pill, 100,2000 points. Vitality Pill, 1,000 to 20,000 points. And Gene Potion number 000, 1,000 points. Some spiritual medicines had price ranges due to distinctions among low grade, mid grade, high grade, supreme grade, and perfect grade variants, thus leading to significant price disparities. While the battle techniques were noteworthy, it was the secret arts that captured Su Hao's attention. Their allure lay not only in their enigmatic nature, but also in their significantly higher prices compared to battle techniques. The Heaven and Earth Longevity Secret Art is a method that enhances combat power at the cost of one's own lifespan. the greater the lifespan consumed. The stronger the increase in power, epitomizing the principle of inflicting 1,000 damage to oneself to kill 800 enemies. Conversely, the blood ignition secret art enables the burning of internal vitality to amplify combat strength, divided into 5 tiers. The first tier offers roughly a 10% increase in strength, causing no harm to the practitioner, though it cannot be sustained for long, varying with cultivation level and vitality. The second tier can enhance strength by 20 to 50%, but post-battle, one will endure a period of weakness requiring recuperation. The greater the enhancement, the longer the weakness. The third tier boosts strength by 80 to 100%, damaging one's foundation and impacting future cultivation potential, possibly even shortening lifespan. The fourth tier triples strength but incurs permanent damage. Post-use, the practitioner's cultivation will stagnate at the current level, with no hope of reaching higher realms without extraordinary resources to replenish their essence. The fifth tier can amplify strength by 8 to 10 times, burning all bodily blood in a suicidal assault. Once the blood is expended, the battle concludes with the practitioner perishing as well, making it a last resort, not advised unless absolutely necessary. The exorbitant prices of these two secret arts, coupled with their severe side effects, left Su Hao astounded after reading their descriptions. Reflecting on the secret art of divine demon 9 transformations that he practiced, the disparity felt monumental, akin to the difference between the heavens and the earth. As long as one does not exhaust themselves completely and utilizes secret techniques judiciously, the impact on practitioners will not be substantial. However, when one reaches the critical point of desperation, employing these arcane methods may yield dire consequences. It offers at least a glimmer of hope for survival. Without resorting to such techniques, they would undoubtedly fall victim to their adversaries. Host, what choice will you make? The system seemed to pierce through Su Hao's thoughts, posing a profound inquiry to his soul. Naturally, the answer is to utilize them. This question requires no contemplation. The secret techniques will serve as the trump card for every practitioner, wielded for intimidation and ultimately for salvation. System, how many points do I currently possess? Su Hao inquired. 250,000. Why is it 250,000? Su Hao expressed his confusion. Chapter 41. The Elder's Wisdom among the total sum, 10,000 was a system reward, while 240,000 was from the arms trade of 10 factions, as elucidated by the system. The arms have yet to be delivered, right? If this can be calculated directly, then the total trade amount should indeed reach 4 billion, and my points ought to be 410,000, correct? Su Hao inquired with an open mind. Firstly, the agreement has been signed. Secondly, the arms are ready for dispatch. With the efficiency of Huaxia, the delivery will certainly be completed within a week. Given these two conditions, the points will be released in advance. The system added a reminder, although the points have been allocated and can be utilized by the host. Should the complete delivery not be fulfilled within the stipulated time, any points spent during that period will be deducted at double the rate as a penalty. This measure is also to prevent fraudulent trades aimed at acquiring points. In essence, if I refrain from using this portion of points, I can complete the delivery at any time. However, if I do use them, I must finalize the delivery within a week. Otherwise, I will incur a deduction of double the points I have utilized. Is that correct? Su Hao sought clarification once more. Indeed. Understood. Su Hao nodded slightly. A mere week is ample time. He held considerable confidence in the efficiency of Huaxia, certain that the delivery task would be accomplished within the week. Hence, these points could be utilized immediately. Thus, he asked the system, these combat techniques and secret methods, once purchased, do they have a restriction on the number of users? Su Hao confirmed before proceeding with the purchase. There is no limitation on the number of users. With the system's affirmative response, Su Hao felt a sense of relief. Without the slightest hesitation, he proceeded to acquire the combat techniques recommended by the system. However, he hesitated momentarily over two secret methods, eventually opting for the blood ignition secret technique. As for the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid, he had a sufficient supply on hand and did not require it at this time. Similarly, the Cleansing Spirit Pill and Qi blood pill were unnecessary, as he had yet to break through to the intermediate martial artist level. Yet, when it came to the gene potion, Su Hao found himself in a quandary, unable to make a decision. He took out his phone and called his grandfather, Su Guangyao, seeking the elder's counsel. "Grandfather, is your environment suitable for conversation?" Su Hao cautiously inquired, having heard some noise on the other end. "Yes, hold on a moment." As the background noise faded, Su Guangyao entered his office before responding. "Speak, what is it?" "Grandfather, today our embassy in Chang'an City has officially opened. I have completed one of my most significant mainline tasks, and now the system marketplace is accessible." Su Hao promptly shared the situation with Su Guangyao, selectively covering the essentials. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Su Hao could discern the elder's breath quickening, indicating that the news had stirred his emotions. Su Hao chose not to rush him, patiently waiting in silence. After approximately 20 to 30 seconds, the elder's voice returned. "Xiao Hao, you have done exceptionally well." Hearing his grandfather's praise brought genuine joy to Su Hao's heart. "You first need to procure 150 units of the Universal Gene Serum, designated as Sequence 000. 50 of these should be sent to the capital for distribution by the cabinet, while the remaining 100 should be kept in reserve. I intend to petition the chief minister to establish a demonstration army for cultivation purposes. In the future, we will undoubtedly face practitioners from other civilizations. It is most appropriate to confront practitioners with practitioners. It is wise to prepare in advance to ensure we are not caught unawares," instructed Su Guangyao. "Understood. I await your news, grandfather. Additionally, I have prepared a unit for you." Su Hao began, but was interrupted by Su Guangyao. "Little Hao, you must not be so impulsive in the future. As the owner of the system, you may utilize it as you see fit without fear of reproach. But as the director, I cannot exploit my authority for personal gain. I trust that the chief minister will have arrangements for me, so you need not worry." Su Hao paused, realizing he had not considered this aspect. His grandfather, seasoned by decades in the political arena, certainly had a more comprehensive view than he did. "Very well." Su Hao, displaying his intelligence, quickly grasped his grandfather's intent and offered no objections. As long as his grandfather could benefit, that was sufficient. "Do not squander the remaining points. I will speak to the chief minister. We should soon establish a railway between the two realms, and the amount of paint required remains uncertain. It is prudent to retain a surplus," Su Guangyao advised further. "Agreed," Su Hao nodded. After ending the call, he needed to purchase another 150 units of the Universal Gene Serum, costing 150,000 points. Following this shopping spree, his original balance of 250,000 points dwindled to a mere 32,467 points. Points truly do deplete rapidly. Su Hao mused upon observing his balance. He now hoped that the trade delegation would swiftly finalize the relevant agreements to commence trade between the two realms. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, bringing us to the 18th of August in the 9th year of the martial virtue era. The Turkish army was increasingly encroaching upon the city of Chang'an, casting a shadow over the capital. Within the Sienda Hall of the Chang'an Imperial Palace, Emperor Li Shimin convened his trusted advisors once again. Although Jing De had temporarily halted the advance of the Turkish forces and achieved minor victories, the enemy was formidable, and our situation was precarious. It was unlikely we could withstand their onslaught for long. Li Shimin expressed his concerns regarding the current state of affairs. He then turned to Changsun Wuji and inquired, "When will the goods from Huaxia arrive?" "Your Majesty, this morning the Huaxia envoy sent word that they have delivered all the equipment for 10 reinforced regiments to the barracks we designated outside Chang'an. Along with the equipment, a military instruction company from Huaxia, comprising approximately 100 personnel, has also arrived." Changsun Wuji, who maintained the closest contact with Huaxia, prepared to report to Li Shimin at the first opportunity, just as he was summoned into the palace by a eunuch. Upon entering, he had yet to utter a word. He privately admired the efficiency of Huaxia. He had anticipated a delay of 10 days to half a month, or even longer. Yet everything was resolved in just 3 days, truly remarkable. Upon hearing the news, Li Shimin was quite taken aback. However, a hint of relief soon graced his features. He turned to Li Jing and inquired, "Pharmacist, have the soldiers for the 2 regiments been selected?" Although the plan called for 10 regiments, Only two were essential to resolve the crisis in Chang'an. Once this immediate threat was addressed, the remaining regiments could be established at a more leisurely pace, thus alleviating the urgency. Your Majesty, everything is in readiness, and the troops have been reorganized according to the structure proposed by Huaxia, Li Jing promptly replied. Excellent. Since both sides are prepared, let us hasten to have the Huaxiao instructors commence training the army. Whatever demands they may present, I shall acquiesce. My sole requirement is that this new army must be formed swiftly and attain combat readiness, so that when the Turkic forces arrive at Weishui, we can vanquish them. Li Shimin was thoroughly pleased with the efficiency displayed by both parties and eagerly anticipated the forthcoming performance of the two regiments. I shall obey the command. Having perused the history of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin was aware that in the future, it would be Li Jing who would triumph over and capture Chang'an City, thereby gaining a profound understanding of this military prodigy's capabilities. Thus, he decided to appoint Li Jing, the nemesis of Chang'an City, as the commander of the new army. Just as the sovereign and his ministers were preparing to continue their meeting, an officer from the Imperial Guard entered to report, Your Majesty. Her Highness the Empress requests an audience. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, the Empress would not disturb him during his deliberations with his ministers. Given the unusual nature of her request, something must have transpired. With this thought in mind, Li Shimin addressed Changsun Wuji and the others. You may return for now. The ministers bowed and took their leave. Once they had departed, Empress Changsun Wugo approached Li Shimin. Is there something amiss, Guanyin maid? Li Shimin asked with curiosity. Your Majesty, this morning, my father sent someone to convey a message to me, Changsun Wugo replied. What message? Li Shimin inquired, deeply concerned as it pertained to Li Yuan. Chapter 42. The dragon guards the emperor remarked, What is the meaning of a dignified emperor of the Tang Dynasty remaining in the crown prince's residence? How will the ministers and the citizens perceive this? It undermines the majesty of the imperial family. With a smile, Changsun Wugo responded, What does Father Emperor mean by this? Li Shimin was taken aback. Your Majesty, you are usually so wise and sagacious. How could you be so perplexed at this moment? This morning, the Taiji Palace has been quite busy, as Father Emperor is having people relocate. Changsun Wugo offered a gentle reminder. With these words, Li Shimin's realization dawned, and he widened his eyes in delight, exclaiming, Father Emperor wishes for me to take charge of Taiji Palace. Has he forgiven me? While the question of forgiveness remained uncertain, it was evident that his anger had considerably subsided. Most importantly, Father Emperor had begun to acknowledge Li Shimin as the emperor of the Tang Dynasty from the depths of his heart. Changsun Wugo's words struck a chord within him. Haha, splendid! Li Shimin exclaimed, his excitement leading him to embrace Changsun Wugo tightly, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. However, Li Shimin paid no heed to this and eagerly urged, Come, let's go to Taiji Palace to meet Father Emperor. Indeed, Changsun Wugo replied, and together they departed from the Xina Hall. Meanwhile, not to dwell on the situation in Chang'an in the span of 3 days, Su Hao had successfully dispatched 50 gene serums to the capital. It was only today that Su Guangyao finally called him, suggesting that matters in the capital had been anything but tranquil, particularly regarding the distribution of the gene serums. Grandfather, you finally called. It's been 3 days. Is there any outcome? Su Hao inquired as soon as the call connected. You rascal, why the urgency? You are always so busy with work. And now that you have a moment to spare, you are already restless? Su Guangyao chuckled in a teasing manner. Not at all. Besides, who says I have been idle? I have been diligently practicing these past few days. Furthermore, I have been contributing strategies to the trade group, proposing numerous valuable plans. If I had not facilitated their progress as a mediator, they would not have reached their first trade agreement so swiftly, Su Hao retorted, defending himself. At this moment, one must feign busyness even when not occupied. All right, you need not pat yourself on the back. I know precisely what you have accomplished. Su Guangyao nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hee, Su Hao chuckled, enjoying a playful banter with his grandfather, while still genuinely concerned about the developments in the capital. Su Guangyao, well aware of his grandson's nature, directly stated, The gene serums have been allocated, prioritizing those who have made significant contributions to the nation and are of advanced age. They are in dire need and should witness the future of our Huaxia. Reflecting on this, the elder's mood turned somewhat melancholic, perhaps lamenting that had the gene serums or the system been available earlier, many of the valiant predecessors might have been able to witness this prosperous era. Indeed, that is true. Su Hao agreed wholeheartedly with this approach. Grandfather, please consult the chief minister and inquire whether it is possible to compile a list of our nation's esteemed individuals in urgent need of genetic serums. We must prioritize those whose needs are immediate, while allowing for those who can afford to wait. Ideally, we should categorize them according to their medical conditions and the urgency of their situations, providing me with a clear numerical representation. This way, once I acquire sufficient credits, I can prioritize the preparation of genetic serums for these venerable individuals, Su Hao suggested. The efficacy of the universal genetic serum is remarkably potent. It not only rectifies genetic deficiencies, but transcends mere enhancement of strength and physical constitution. It addresses a myriad of ailments faced by humanity today, including cancer, acting as a panacea, ensuring the user can live to the natural lifespan of an average individual. The average human lifespan ranges between 120 and 150 years, with slight variances among individuals. However, how many people globally can truly reach beyond 120 years? This implies that those esteemed individuals who utilize the genetic serum could extend their lives by several decades. With this additional time, whether they opt for higher-grade genetic serums or pursue advanced cultivation techniques, a breakthrough to planetary level could further augment their lifespan. These esteemed individuals are invaluable. Each loss represents a significant detriment to our nation. Therefore, it would be worthwhile to delay the development of other areas for a period. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, Su Guangyao finally spoke. Xiao Hao, your thoughtfulness is commendable. It is all due to your excellent upbringing, grandfather, Su Hao flattered. You cheeky rascal, Su Guangyao laughed, his spirits lifted. By the way, what about you this time, grandfather? Although Su Hao did not inquire fully, Su Guangyao understood his meaning. They offered it to me, but I declined. The chief minister and the elders are not on this priority list. It has been allocated to those in greater need. My health remains relatively robust. I can afford to wait a few more years before using it. Su Guangyao replied with a relaxed tone, showing no concern. Grandfather, you are truly remarkable. Su Hao gestured a thumbs up into the air, though Su Guangyao could not see it. He could certainly infer it. The chief minister even expressed gratitude towards you for your contributions to our nation. Su Guangyao felt immense pride for his grandson as he spoke of this matter. Once he adjusted his mood, Su Guangyao continued on the phone. Additionally, my proposal for a cultivation demonstration military unit has been approved by the chief minister. We have received special authorization to form a unique military organization composed of cultivators, aptly named the Divine Dragon Guard, with an initial scale of 800 individuals. You will be appointed as the first commander. The responsibilities of the Divine Dragon Guard are threefold, Su Guangyao stated earnestly. First, to safeguard the lives and properties of all members within the 749 Bureau. Second, to ensure the safety of ambassadors from various civilizations within the 10,000 Realms new area, as well as the security of the Chinese embassy and its ambassadors. Third, to uphold the safety, order, and dignity of our nation, swiftly quelling any disturbances caused by local cultivators or those from other civilizations attempting to disrupt peace in China. In summary, the primary objective is to safeguard the security of the 749 Bureau and uphold the dignity and order of Huaxia. Matters pertaining to cultivators will be entrusted to the Divine Dragon Guard, while those concerning ordinary citizens will be managed by regular military and police forces. Su Guangyao concluded with a remark. Divine Dragon Guard? That name indeed resonates with our Huaxia essence. Very well, I shall commence the initial framework. Su Hao felt quite content with this armed force. An initial scale of 800 personnel would suffice. At present, not to mention 800, even 300 would be beyond the reach of his current resources. Thus, he would heed his grandfather's previous suggestion and start with 100, gradually augmenting the numbers thereafter. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance, or consult your uncle Zhao Jianjun, Su Guangyao specifically advised. Understood, Su Hao replied with a faint smile. His mind as clear as crystal. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. Mission activated. Assemble 800 divine dragon guards and elevate all members to the rank of novice warriors. Reward: 10 basic gravity chambers. The unexpected alert left Su Hao momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. However, as he was currently engaged in conversation with his grandfather, he had too many questions swirling in his mind that he could only suppress for the time being. Chapter 43. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. By the way, there is another matter concerning the construction of the railway between the two realms. I have consulted the Prime Minister, and his opinion is that you should decide when to build, how many railway lines to construct, and their lengths based on the remaining points and trade volume. Su Guangyao declared with great pride. I can hardly sit still now. Su Hao was about to express his thoughts in front of the elder when the call abruptly ended, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, though fortunately, there was no one else around. However, the awkwardness was fleeting, as his attention was swiftly drawn to the system's prompt sound. System, what exactly is a gravity training chamber? Is it similar to the one in Dragon Ball? Su Hao inquired hastily. It is quite similar. By adjusting the gravity within the chamber, it aids practitioners in mastering their own strength in the shortest amount of time, while also enhancing the training of various combat skills, accelerating the process, the system explained. What does beginner signify? Su Hao pressed further. A beginner gravity chamber can adjust gravity from 1 to 100 times, which is sufficient to support the foundational, planetary, and even early stellar stage of cultivation, the system elucidated. I see. Su Hao nodded slightly, subsequently falling into contemplation. This gravity chamber is undoubtedly a marvelous asset. Regrettably, the random task is not easily accomplished, as personnel are secondary. The key requirement is a substantial amount of points. No rush, I shall take my time. Advancing step by step, I will surely achieve it. After a while, Su Hao managed to calm his inner turmoil, temporarily setting this matter aside. Glancing at his phone, Su Hao recalled his pressing business and quickly called Zhang Xuanzi. Old Zhang, please bring the signed agreement to my office and discuss the details with me. He needed to commence trade as soon as possible. He required more points. Understood, Chief. Ever since Lu Linglong began addressing Su Hao as Chief, others followed suit. And Su Hao found no need to correct them. It was quite agreeable, indeed, far better than being called Advisor Su. After hanging up, Su Hao paced back and forth in his office several times, and finally, with a firm resolve, he retrieved his phone and called Meng Du. Old Meng, I plan to construct a railway starting from the Chang'an post station in Chang'an to the railway line in Fengtian. Please gather all relevant department personnel. Brief them on the situation here, have them sign a confidentiality agreement, and then bring them to me. I want to hold a meeting and devise a plan as soon as possible. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Meng Du comprehended at once. Su Hao intended to connect the two worlds via railway, thereby expediting the flow of goods. 2 hours later, Zhang Xuanzi arrived at Su Hao's office with a stack of agreement documents. Lu Linglong poured a cup of tea for Zhang Xuanzi, then took her leave, closing the door behind her. How is the progress of the trade negotiations with the Tang Dynasty? Su Hao inquired directly. The agreement primarily encompasses 4 categories: mineral agreements, factory settlement agreements, product agreements for items sold from Huaxia to Datong, and product agreements for items sold from Datong to Huaxia. Zhang Xuanzi, with a serious expression, neatly organized a substantial stack of documents into 4 smaller piles on Su Hao's desk. He pointed to the first stack of agreements and introduced. These are the mineral agreements, comprising 7 large coal mining agreements, 6 rare earth mining agreements, 11 various conventional metal mining agreements, and 2 oil and gas field agreements, totaling 25 mineral agreements. The first phase primarily involved preliminary exploration, equipment procurement, infrastructure establishment, installation and commissioning, maintenance, and training, all with the singular objective of ensuring the smooth operation of the major mines, with a projected total investment of 88 billion yuan. Is that all? Su Hao inquired, somewhat astonished. In his view, the investment should at least reach several hundred billion. After all, they were selecting the largest and most renowned deposits within Datong, which surely would not amount to less than 1,000 billion, even in the realm of Datong. Chief, This is merely the first phase. Subsequent investments will undoubtedly be ongoing. Excluding daily operations, the increased mining efforts will require more equipment and labor. As the number of mines expands, the future total investment will certainly exceed $1 trillion with ease. Zhang Xuanzi promptly clarified. That seems reasonable. Su Hao nodded slightly. Zhang Xuanzi continued. Moreover, Chief, our first phase is primarily exploratory, aimed at preventing financial losses. Once the major mines are operational, we will immediately amplify our investments. Additionally, there are numerous areas where we can economize. For instance, we possess existing mineral distribution maps, which will not only save significant funds during preliminary exploration, but also conserve considerable time. Furthermore, for the first phase, we plan to utilize second-hand equipment that has been phased out from the current major mines. This approach will not only facilitate the upgrade of Huaxia's mines to more advanced equipment, but also effectively manage the surplus second-hand equipment, ensuring nothing goes to waste. Whose idea was this? It is excellent, Su Hao praised. Purchasing outdated equipment from modern mines and selling it at a premium to Datong would enable modern mining companies to acquire more advanced and environmentally friendly equipment. Meanwhile, mining operations in Datong would proceed without delay, and the more Huaxia spends on procurement, the more significant their stake in the mines would become. The 46-54 ratio is not fixed. It will change with varying investments. This is merely a foundational ratio. I learned it all from you, Chief, Zhang Xuanzi said with a smile. Me? Su Hao pointed at himself, looking perplexed, as he could not recall suggesting this idea. Don't you remember? Selling our outdated weapons from Huaxia to Datong and using the proceeds to upgrade to new weapons, Zhang Xuanzi reminded him. Su Hao chuckled, shaking his head in mild disbelief. In a certain sense, he did indeed set a commendable precedent. Please continue. In addition, we will recruit local citizens as miners, as their wages will be considerably lower. Not only will we save costs, but we will also enhance the income of the people in Datong. As you have said, Chief, teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. I've always kept this in mind. Zhang Xuanzi's flattery left Su Hao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Hao chose to ignore it and pointed to the second stack of agreements, inquiring, "What about these?" Zhang Xuanzi replied, "These are the agreements we have made with the Tang Dynasty regarding the factories to be established there, which include a coal briquette plant, a coal furnace factory, a coal washing facility, a textile mill, a garment factory, an herbal plantation, a poultry breeding guidance center, a black pig breeding guidance center, among others totaling 30 factories, with an anticipated investment of 15.2 billion yuan. Su Hao extracted the agreements for the poultry breeding guidance center and the black pig breeding guidance center from the stack, and asked, "What does this signify?" Chapter 44. Recruitment of Divine Dragon Warriors Chief. It is upon your suggestion that I have particularly negotiated with the Tang Dynasty, which proves beneficial for both parties. Zhang Xuanzi remarked. My suggestion? Su Hao questioned himself once more, bewildered. When did I propose that? How could I be unaware? You once said that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Zhang Xuanzi attempted to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Hao. Get to the point. We shall establish a center for guiding the scientific breeding of poultry in the Tang Dynasty, collaborating with the official authorities. The government will provide guarantees, and we will distribute poultry seedlings to the citizens of Tang free of charge. They need only rear these seedlings until maturity, at which point we will reclaim them per head. These free-range poultry possess superior nutritional value and are organically raised, allowing them to fetch a higher price in our homeland. Meanwhile, the cost of breeding in Tang is remarkably low, aiding the citizens in overcoming poverty. He added, currently, the Tang Dynasty has just over 10 million inhabitants. With our various factories and the implementation of this breeding program, we should swiftly enable Tang to eradicate poverty, significantly enhancing its national strength. In due course, the Tang Dynasty may even conquer the world of that era, amassing untold wealth, which could then flow back to our land through consumption, creating a virtuous cycle. The establishment of a black pig breeding guidance center aligns with this vision as well. Provided our collaboration remains harmonious, we can explore even broader partnerships in the future, Zhang Xuanzi continued. One must commend Zhang Xuanzi for his intellect. I had merely suggested an idea, yet he was able to extrapolate and devise numerous highly feasible plans in such a short time. The only caveat is that we must first assist the Tang authorities in addressing the citizens' basic need for food. Otherwise, the poultry seedlings may not last a night in the hands of the populace. As for the issue of sustenance, it is not insurmountable for the Tang Dynasty at present. Firstly, they have seized a considerable amount of grain and supplies from the Turks. Secondly, they import a significant quantity of food from our homeland. Thirdly, the royal family has profited handsomely from trade with our land, enabling them to procure stored grain from noble families or engage in beneficial exchanges, thus acquiring ample food to stabilize prices and resolve the fundamental issue of nourishment for the common people. Well done, but these are all long-term plans. In short term, we must focus on the trade of these goods, Su Hao stated, gesturing toward the 2 stacks of agreements behind him. Indeed, Chief, Zhang Xuanzhen nodded in agreement. What is the expected trade volume for these 2 piles of agreements in the short term? That is my primary concern, Su Hao inquired. The total value of the goods to be supplied to us by the Tang amounts to approximately 15 billion yuan, and correspondingly, the value of the goods we provide to them is roughly equivalent, Zhang Xuanzhen replied. Thus, the total trade volume reaches 30 billion yuan, translating to 3 million points, a substantial sum, sufficient for numerous undertakings. How long will this take? Su Hao asked. 3 to 4 months, Zhang Xuanzhen replied without hesitation. Expedite the process. The sooner, the better, provided it does not disrupt the normal operation of trade between both parties, Su Hao advised. Understood, Zhang Xuanzhen nodded in acknowledgement. After understanding the situation from the trade group, Su Hao invited Zhang Xuanzhen to share a lunch with him before allowing him to depart. The first camp of the Great Tang Time Space, now renamed Camp 1, is situated near the teleportation portal. Uncle, I need to trouble you with something. Su Hao specifically came to find Zhao Jianjun. What instructions does the leader have? Zhao Jianjun jested. In formal occasions, they addressed each other by their titles, but in private, they need not adhere so strictly to protocol. Uncle, please don't pull any tricks on me. If my mother finds out, I might as well not live anymore. Su Hao quickly stepped forward to massage Zhao Jianjun's shoulders. That feels good. Zhao Jianjun closed his eyes in enjoyment, and after a while, he asked, so what is it? The Prime Minister has specially approved my request to establish a martial force called the Divine Dragon Guard, comprising 800 members, Su Hao stated directly. Initially, he planned to recruit 100 individuals for training, then expand gradually. However, he reconsidered. Both recruitment and the subsequent training would demand considerable time. With such a span ahead, he would accrue numerous points, and come that time, even if he fell short, he would not be far off. Instead of recruiting again, then, he preferred to do it all at once. Ultimately, based on training performance, they could prioritize the most outstanding warriors for the genetic enhancement, gradually administering it to all 800. You want me to help you select personnel? Zhao Jianjun immediately grasped Su Hao's intent. Yes, I plan to conduct a nationwide recruitment, selecting 800 from recently discharged special forces. You surely have more connections in this regard, Su Hao replied. Zhao Jianjun frowned. Why not recruit from active duty? That should be easier, right? Recruiting retired special forces could provide better employment opportunities for those soldiers. Su Hao casually remarked. Is that truly the only reason? Zhao Jianjun sensed something was amiss in Su Hao's expression. There is another, more significant reason Su Hao had no intention of concealing. What reason is that? Uncle, let me ask you, if I were to recruit active duty soldiers and sought your assistance, from where would you recruit? Su Hao Yingui, from the Northern Theater, of course. Commander Huang is acquainted with you and is my former superior, Zhao Jianjun replied matter-of-factly. You see, I anticipated that, which is why I opted for nationwide recruitment. While providing employment opportunities for retired soldiers is one aspect, it primarily serves as a pretext. My true intention is to recruit from across the nation, ensuring that retired special forces from all major military districts are included, not solely from the Northern Military District. Do you comprehend my meaning? Su Hao's words were quite explicit. Currently, all major departments and military districts are facilitating our work at the 749 Bureau. With just a word from you, we could also recruit active duty soldiers from various military districts. Zhao Jianjun sought to maintain his stance. Regarding Commander Huang, while he would undoubtedly agree, it still feels somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, recruiting from active service raises the question of whether to accept individuals recommended through connections. If we pursue direct recruitment, we can maintain control over the selection process, thereby avoiding considerable complications. Su Hao reiterated this point. Zhao Jianjun, realizing the implications, remarked, "You, young man, may not be very old, but you possess quite a few clever schemes. All right, I understand what to do." With that, he said, "I appreciate your help, uncle." Having achieved his objective, Su Hao did not linger and cheerfully departed from Camp 1. Upon returning, he briefed the elder on the matter and requested assistance in conducting political evaluations and background checks on the individuals selected by his uncle. Chapter 45. The siege perseverance and cultivation is paramount. Day and night, Xu Hai seizes every moment to hone his skills. The diligent shall be rewarded by the heavens. Over time, although Xu Hai refrained from utilizing foundation-building elixirs to augment his physique, the advancements in his martial techniques were conspicuous, having successfully grasped 2 combat skills. In the courtyard before the office, Xu Hai stood bare-chested, adopting a defensive stance, while Shirley relentlessly struck various parts of his body with an iron rod, a sight that elicited gasps from onlookers. Lu Linglong, standing by the tea table, covered her eyes in fright, peeking through her fingers at Xu Hai, her expression a mix of concern and a hint of blush. "Huh!" Xu Hai suddenly exclaimed, his muscles quivering, prompting Shirley to halt his assault. "Sir, are you all right?" Lu Linglong hurriedly approached, offering a warm towel with genuine concern. "Haha, good news. I have finally entered the realm of the Golden Bell Shield." Xu Hai joyfully accepted the towel, wiping his face and then his body, while Lu Linglong assisted with areas he could not reach. Once the traces of sweat were cleansed and he donned a fresh garment, Xu Hai addressed Shirley. "Shirley, you have worked hard these past few days. Please take a moment to rest." Understood. Shirley nodded and departed the courtyard with the iron rod. Xu Hai then settled by the tea table, savoring the tea leisurely, relishing the moment, and took the opportunity to glance at his attribute interface, which had undergone significant transformation. For instance, apart from the sword technique of Heaven's Severance, all other combat skills had reached the introductory level. Host, Xu Hai permission, apprentice rank, apprentice diplomat realm, intermediate warrior, strength, 1,039 kilograms, speed, 25, 84 ms, cultivation method, Huaxia secret classic combat skills, thunderous finger, introductory. Mountain shaking fist, introductory 110. Soaring step, introductory. Golden bell shield, introductory. Sword technique of Heaven's Severance, first realm. Not yet mastered, secret techniques. Divine Demon 9 transformations, first transformation. Not yet mastered, equipment. Diplomatic attire, frontier sword. Bronze official seal space. Cloud card X1 connected world. History, Tang Dynasty military symbols. None wealth. 82,066 yuan. After reviewing the interface, Xu Hai fell into contemplation, facing 3 choices ahead of him. First, continue cultivating combat skills to enhance his realm and practical abilities. Second, practice the sword technique of Heaven's Severance and the secret technique. Divine Demon 9 transformations. Third, use foundation-building elixirs to further elevate his cultivation level. Given that he had attained the status of an intermediate warrior, with both strength and speed meeting the requisite standards, he was indeed poised to advance his cultivation. System. Is there a way to expedite the enhancement of combat skills and secret techniques? Xu Hai inquired, contemplating the system. Indeed, apart from diligent practice, there are 2 common methods. One is to engage in combat with others, preferably in life-and-death struggles, for the terror of mortality can awaken latent potential. The other is to utilize elixirs that enhance comprehension. Additionally, there exists a rather uncommon method, seeking out extraordinary natural locations or artificially cultivated training grounds, such as gravity training rooms, where the speed of cultivation and the grasp of combat techniques and secret arts will be significantly accelerated. The system elucidated. Does such natural ground exist on Blue Star? Su Hao inquired eagerly, as it would be the most advantageous option suitable for everyone. However, the gravity chambers were not only scarce, but even if obtained, there would only be a mere 10, hardly sufficient for the multitude, a mere drop in the bucket. Regrettably, the system's response was no, although it was an anticipated outcome. Su Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. Are there any items in the marketplace that can enhance comprehension? Su Hao had to settle for alternatives. As for life-and-death battles, that was not a choice he would make. If it were merely about finding an opponent for practical training, it would be acceptable. The reason was simple. He possessed a system with a promising future ahead, and his role was pivotal to the future of Huaxia, making it unwise to take unnecessary risks. Yes, but they are quite expensive, the system replied, and the interface of the system marketplace materialized before Su Hao, revealing 2 items. Bodhi fruit. Consuming it permanently increases the practitioner's comprehension by 1 point, with a maximum of 10 fruits, priced at 880,000 points. Pass. Without a second thought, Su Hao dismissed it, as he could not afford such an expense in the short term. Comprehension tea leaves can be brewed into tea or consumed directly, temporarily enhancing the practitioner's comprehension by 3 points, with each leaf lasting for 1 hour, priced at 66 points. This was indeed feasible, yet 66 points for just 1 hour seemed exorbitant. Su Hao furrowed his brow tightly. However, it can save the host considerable training time, and time is money, the system reminded him. All right, I concede. Your argument is valid. Su Hao, no longer conflicted, promptly purchased 10 leaves, intending to assess their effectiveness first. By the way, system, I noticed the marketplace indicates increases in comprehension points. What is my current level? Su Hao asked curiously. The host's comprehension is at 7 points, considered an extraordinary talent. Ordinary individuals possess only 2 to 3 points, while those exceeding 4 points are rare prodigies. Individuals with less than 1 point have little hope of cultivation, the system explained. I didn't expect my comprehension to be so high. Su Hao felt elated by this revelation. Please add comprehension to the attribute list, as it would be more intuitive to view henceforth, Su Hao instructed. Understood. Just then, as Su Hao was conversing with the system, Shurtu, who had just exited, returned. Chief, Captain Zhao has sent word that the Turkic army is advancing upon Weishui. A great battle is imminent. Has it finally arrived? Su Hao sprang up abruptly, as it had already been over 20 days. According to the historical timeline of the Tang Dynasty, the bridge agreement should have been signed several days ago. However, in a bid to secure victory in the war and provide the new army with additional time for training, Li Shimin exerted considerable effort. He meticulously studied the history of the Tang and consulted us regarding the movements of the Turkic forces, devising strategies to hinder their advance. He even dispatched the Xuanjia army, successfully delaying the Turkic troops for a while. Li Shimin's courage to deploy his elite forces stemmed from the emergence of Huaxia. The prominent families within Chang'an had reaped substantial benefits from trade with Huaxia, which recognized only Li Shimin as their legitimate leader. Consequently, Chang'an remained remarkably stable, with the major families supporting him and providing a solid rear. In the Taiji Palace, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Li Shimin echoed the sentiments of Su Hao, contemplating the imminent events. To the south of the Wei River, a temporary platform nearly 20 meters high had been erected. On this platform, Li Shimin leaned against the railing, gazing northward, accompanied by his trusted advisors, including Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji, as well as Wu Zheng, the envoy from Huaxia, along with Su Hao, Meng Du, Lu Linglong, Lu Yin, Zhang Xuanzi, and Zhao Jianjun. Su Langjun, do you truly believe we can triumph over the 200,000 Turkic troops? Li Shimin inquired softly to Su Hao at his side. The weaponry provided by Huaxia was undeniably formidable, yet they numbered only 7,000 and had chosen to confront their adversaries head-on. The most critical aspect was that he could not afford to lose this battle. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I cannot guarantee 100% success, but I am 99% confident. Moreover, we have prepared a trump card. Even in the unlikely event of a mishap, we can easily manage the aftermath. The Turkic forces will certainly not cross the Wei River, Su Hao replied, his confidence bolstered by the sight of dust rising from the distant cavalry. The trump card Su Hao referred to was a swarm of drones and rocket artillery. Against the cavalry of the bygone era, this represented a dimensional strike. 200,000 or even 2 million, would be rendered ineffective. Buoyed by Su Hao's unwavering confidence, Li Shimin felt considerably reassured. He retrieved the telescope provided by Huaxia and surveyed the distant battlefield. At that moment, beneath the grand banner of the Turkic Central Army, Chang'an City and the high-ranking officials of the Turkic court, protected by their guards, were gathered in deliberation. Chapter 46. The Frightened Chang'an City Great Khan. The situation with the Tang army seems rather unusual. They appear to be unarmored. Is this not a death wish? Could there be some hidden conspiracy? Ashina pondered, gazing at the distant Tang forces arrayed to confront their 200,000-strong army, a deep sense of perplexity engulfing him. Indeed, it was somewhat peculiar. Observing their numbers, they seemed to be merely a few thousand. Who had instilled such confidence in them to believe they could withstand the onslaught of our Turkic cavalry? Another general boldly declared, "Great Khan, regardless of their schemes, grant me 3,000 cavalry, and I shall sweep away any obstacles that stand before us." What do you think, Zhishir Silly? Kelly Khan, harboring his own doubts, reflected on his character. Otherwise, in another parallel universe, he would not have been deterred by Li Shimin's empty city ruse, missing the prime opportunity to invade Chang'an, which ultimately led to his capture years later. Zhishir Silly, previously dispatched by Kelly Khan to the city of Chang'an to discern its state, found himself thwarted by Li Shimin's astuteness, who left no opportunity for reconnaissance. After merely a day, he was sent away without acquiring substantive intelligence. Judging by past military achievements, Li Shimin was certainly no fool. He would not engage in futile endeavors. I suspect these few thousand are merely bait. There are surely traps awaiting us. Should we fall into them, the losses could be catastrophic. I implore you, Great Khan, to proceed with caution, Zhishir Silly reasoned. Although he had not obtained useful information from Chang'an, the city's enigmatic atmosphere convinced him that something extraordinary was afoot there, particularly in light of previous rumors regarding miraculous occurrences above Chang'an at night. For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition lingered within him. Hearing Zhishir Silly's analysis, Kelly Khan felt increasingly uncertain. He turned to his trusted minister, Kong Sumi, and inquired, "What is your perspective?" "Great Khan, I do not perceive any conspiracy. The Han people possess the legendary spirit of fighting to the last, reminiscent of the current predicament of the Tang. Faced with our 200,000 valiant warriors of the steppe, they are left with no recourse but to fight desperately. Their formation along the northern bank of the Weishui River signifies a fight to the death. They must either triumph over us or be annihilated. They are undoubtedly prepared to lay down their lives," Kong Sumi analyzed. He then added, "Even if they were to harbor some conspiracy or trap, we are only confronted by a few thousand men. We need only send a vanguard to test the waters, and the truth will become evident." It was this very statement that instilled a sense of resolve in Kelly Khan. "You are correct. Our warriors of the steppe are invincible in battle. Regardless of their schemes or desperate last stand, they face a dead end." He had made up his mind, whether or not a conspiracy existed. They must engage in battle first, lest they suffer a loss of face. "Ashina, you shall lead our valiant warriors as the vanguard and obliterate this final impediment, pressing onward into Chang'an. We shall not sheathe our blades for 3 days," Kelly Khan proclaimed, offering the most invigorating promise to bolster morale. "Yes," Ashina exclaimed. Filled with exhilaration, and with his contingent of 20,000, he charged forth towards the 7,000 troops stationed on the northern bank of the Weishui River. On the side of the Great Tang's new army, Wang Hai sat astride his steed, peering through binoculars at the distant Turkic forces, observing them with crystal clarity. Beside him stood Li Jing, who was likewise gazing into the horizon through his own binoculars. Li Jing served as the commander of the new army, while Wang Hai, a colonel dispatched from Huaxia and the leader of the instructional company, was responsible for directing this grand battle. As the deputy commander, Li Jing trailed alongside, absorbing the new army's tactics. As the enemy launched their charge, both Wang Hai and Li Jing remained composed. Wang Hai calmly retrieved his radio from his waist and issued the battle orders. "Attention, everyone. Do not fire yet. Let them approach to within 200 meters before engaging." The effective lethal range of Turkic mounted archers was approximately 100 meters, while their arrows could reach up to 200 meters. However, at that distance, their lethality was significantly diminished, insufficient to penetrate the bulletproof vests worn by the soldiers of the Great Tang's new army. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves kicked up clouds of dust, heralding an unstoppable wave of destruction that surged towards the new army. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the soldiers of the Tang gripped their rifles, their hands trembling. Despite having embraced the modern combat philosophies and familiarized themselves with their formidable weaponry in recent days, the sheer weight of this impending onslaught induced a palpable sense of panic. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. As the cavalry closed in, the sense of dread among the Tang soldiers intensified. At an unguarded moment, one soldier, unable to withstand the mounting tension, fired a shot at the advancing enemy when they were merely 240 meters away. The sharp crack of the gun echoed through the ranks of the new army, heightening their anxiety. Nevertheless, the Turkic forces, unfamiliar with such modern weaponry and caught in the fervor of their charge amidst the cacophony, remained oblivious. The cavalry continued their advance, showing no signs of faltering. Wang Hai merely frowned upon hearing the gunshot, refraining from comment, for the 40 meters remaining was but a fleeting distance for the galloping cavalry, who would breach it in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, the Turkic forces surged into the 200-meter range. Wang Hai promptly commanded through the radio, "Fire! Open fire!" The acting squad leaders, all instructors from the Huaxia Instructional Company, swiftly relayed the order to their men. The cacophony of semi-automatic rifles erupted, drowning out the sounds of hooves. In an instant, the charging Turkic cavalry fell like wheat before the scythe, rows upon rows collapsing on the battlefield. Those in the front would tumble, inadvertently toppling their comrades behind them. Despite their momentum, not a single rider managed to breach the 80-meter mark of the Great Tang's new army. It was as if a treacherous chasm lay between the 280 meters, where countless riders fell, either dead or wounded. What was happening? Ashai Nasimu, positioned slightly further back, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. By the time he tightened his reins in an attempt to slow his steed, it was already too late. A bullet, moving with such astonishing speed that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, pierced his skull. In a whirl of confusion, he collapsed to the ground, remaining oblivious to the events that unfolded until his last breath. What transpired? In the distance, Chang'an City also observed the situation at the front lines, his eyes wide with bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. "A demon. Surely the Tang Dynasty has summoned a demon," muttered a nearby general in a daze. They were warriors of the steppe, unafraid of any adversary, yet the occurrences at the front had transcended their realm of understanding. Only the supernatural could elucidate such phenomena, and the unknown was the most terrifying of all. "Khan, regardless of what has transpired, we cannot press forward any longer. We must sound a retreat immediately. Only once we ascertain the particulars of this incident can we consider resuming our advance," hastily advised King Sumi. Yes, sound a retreat at once," Chang'an City responded, quickly issuing the command. It was imperative to recognize that with every passing moment, with every breath, countless warriors of the steppe were falling. He could afford no hesitation. Chapter 47. Dimensional Strike. Equality among all beings on the elevated platform south of the Weishui River. Li Shimin gazed at the distant battlefield, his eyes wide with astonishment as he inhaled sharply. Lowering his telescope, he cast a complex glance at Su Ha, finally speaking. "My dear Su, I now truly comprehend the meaning of the dimensional strike you mentioned earlier." "Ha, Your Majesty, we have merely begun. Please continue to observe," Su Ha replied with a cheerful demeanor. Li Shimin paused, glancing at the remarkably composed Su Ha, and with a slight nod, he refrained from further comment. Raising his telescope once more to scrutinize the battlefield across the river. "Retreat. Quickly retreat." The Turkic forces, particularly those who had just charged forward, were now utterly terrified. Except for those already struck down or those who had stumbled over fallen steeds due to their reckless advance, the remaining Turkic soldiers gradually slowed their pace, tightening their reins and turning their horses to flee. On the side of a new army, Wang Hai snorted disdainfully, issuing another order: extend the rocket strike. The remaining infantry shall charge forward. Kill. The soldiers of the new army leapt from their trenches, splitting into two factions under the leadership of two acting commanders, rushing in from the flanks while deftly avoiding the previous gruesome battlefield. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous explosions erupted as rockets rained down upon the enemy ranks, instantly transforming the scene into a horrific spectacle of blood and carnage. Once the Turkic cavalry escaped the range of the rockets, Wang Hai commanded once more, "Artillery, extend your strike," focusing on the enemy's central and rear formations. The artillery had been withheld previously out of fear of scattering the Turkic forces, but now the moment had come. The 54 Type 122mm howitzers exported from Huaxia to the Tang Dynasty boasted a range of 8 kilometers, covering the majority of the Turkic army's 200,000 troops within their striking distance. It was not for lack of desire to cover the entire area, but rather an impossibility, as the Turkic forces were not congregated together, with distances between the front and rear stretching as far as 15 kilometers. Nevertheless, the Grand Standard of Chang'an City was located less than 3 kilometers from the new army's artillery position, fully within range. Boom! This explosion was even more intense and terrifying. Especially since the Turkic forces had never encountered artillery before, many remained clustered together, unaware of the necessity to disperse or take cover. The consequences were dire. With each shell that landed, a vast area was obliterated, regardless of whether it was man or steed, common soldier or noble. All were equal in the face of destruction. Particularly with the artillery's extensive range, the rear of the Turkic army remained oblivious to the calamity unfolding, only feeling the world spin chaotically, as if thunder rumbled through the heavens, turning the surroundings into a hellish nightmare. The soldiers at the very back of the Turkic army turned and fled, considering themselves the luckiest. At this moment, the vanguard was being relentlessly charged and shot down by the new army, while the central and most of the rear forces found themselves ensnared by the artillery's assault, caught between the jaws of death with no means of retreat. South of the Wei River, Li Shimin, engaged in observing the battle, set aside his telescope, his breath quickening with anticipation. Although he had previously witnessed the might of artillery, experiencing its devastating impact firsthand was altogether different. Not only Li Shimin, but also the other military leaders observing through their telescopes, were equally astonished by the artillery's lethal prowess, as if they could already envision the future of warfare. If they did not adapt to new tactics, they risked falling behind. Many of the civil officials, having been acquainted with the brutal realities of war, were unable to suppress their nausea, and a flicker of fear crept into their eyes as they glanced at Su Hao and others. The prevailing sentiment among them was clear. The might of Huaxia was insurmountable. It was unwise to provoke such power. The artillery was terrifying, beyond the capacity of human strength to withstand. How frightening! Sheng Yaojin gulped heavily, attempting to quell his racing heart. After the initial shock, the realization that these weapons now belonged to their Tang Dynasty, with even greater armaments on the horizon, invigorated the crowd. Truly, they were national treasures. With artillery in their arsenal, the enemies surrounding the Tang would be mere trifles. Having perused the world map brought back by Lord Chang's son, they recognized the vastness of their world. With these weapons, there were no corners of the earth they could not claim as Tang territory. In stark contrast to the astonishment and excitement on Li Shimin's side, their adversaries, the Turkic army, had descended into utter chaos. The soldiers scurried like headless flies, heedless of their noble commander's orders, as the command structure had completely disintegrated. With a thunderous crash, the great banner of Chang'an City fell. This further diminished the morale of the Turkic forces. Leading the charge, Li Jing immediately commanded, "Celi is dead. Cast down your weapons. Those who kneel and surrender shall not be harmed." As thousands echoed his proclamation, the terrified Turkic soldiers, overwhelmed by fear, discarded their weapons and knelt in submission. On the high platform south of the Wei River, Su Hao remarked with a smile, "It seems our trump card will not be necessary today, Your Majesty. This victory over the Turks and the preservation of Chang'an is thanks to you, Lord Su, and the generosity of Huaxia," Li Shimin acknowledged, elevating Huaxia's standing in his eyes as a result of this war. "It is our duty," Su Hao replied, "with the threat of the Turks eliminated. We can deepen our cooperation in the future. I share your anticipation, Li Shimin nodded gravely, wishing to lead his people into a life of abundance akin to that of Huaxia. Should he achieve this, he would transcend being merely a great emperor and become a timeless sovereign, erasing the stains of fratricide and paternal imprisonment from history, perhaps even allowing them to be forgotten by the world. We shall not disturb your majesty any longer. We take our leave. Su Hao understood that although the war had been won, it was far from over. Li Shimin still needed to continue deploying combat missions. Apart from the immediate observations before him, the anticipated sound of the system notification remained absent. Let's not forget that he still had a random task pending. The lack of a notification indicating task completion suggested that the war was not yet concluded, or rather, that a definitive victory had not been achieved. As soon as Su Hao and his companions departed, Li Shimin's expression turned grave. He commanded, "Relay orders to Wei Qi. Let him lead the Xuanjia army to intercept the retreating Turkic forces. They must not disperse among the populace, endangering the common people, nor should they be allowed to escape back to their homeland." Li Shimin was acutely aware that leaving behind the 20,000 Turkic troops would severely cripple the northern tribes, ensuring that they could not pose a threat to the Tang Dynasty for a considerable time. This would usher in an extended period of peace. During this time, by strengthening cooperation with Huaxia, the Tang would emerge even more formidable, transforming the northern threat into a mere pasture for their empire. Chapter 48. The finest advertisement. Upon returning to Camp No. 1, Su Hao inquired of his uncle, Captain Zhao Jianjun. "Captain Zhao, have the scenes of this grand battle been captured?" "Indeed, they have been recorded, both from fixed positions and by drones in real time. With a little editing, it will transform into a dramatic spectacle of modern weaponry overwhelming ancient cavalry." Zhao Jianjun replied with palpable excitement. "This is an invaluable historical record and will serve as a promotional advertisement for our future arms business," Su Hao remarked with a cheerful demeanor. "Precisely. I ensured that the scenes of this battle were documented, for when we encounter such ancient civilizations again and seek to sell arms. This video will be the most persuasive tool, more impactful than any words could convey. You're quite astute, my boy, esteemed leader. Such a scene is indeed rare. Should we miss this opportunity, one might wonder when the next will arise." Zhao Jianjun intended to commend his nephew, but quickly altered his address upon noticing others nearby. "Captain Zhao, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall take my leave now." Su Hao had no intention of lingering at the camp. "Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you," Zhao Jianjun said with an air of mystery. "What is it?" Su Hao leaned in and whispered, "The 800 retired Special Forces veterans you asked me to recruit have been successfully enlisted and thoroughly vetted. They have passed political examinations as well. They continue to maintain rigorous daily training and exhibit no infractions or declines in character. They are expected to arrive at Singularity Mountain this afternoon. You should personally interview and assess their capabilities. Do not feel obliged to grant them leniency. Retain those who qualify and send the others back without hesitation." Zhao Jianjun spoke with great confidence. They have been meticulously selected by Captain Zhao, so there should be no issues. Su Hao held his uncle's judgment in high regard. Moreover, the old gentleman will ensure the standards are met. Zhao Jianjun patted Su Hao on the shoulder, leaving unspoken understanding between them. As they approached the teleportation portal, Su Hao observed that a railway had already been laid, with an additional bifurcation approximately 1.5 kilometers from the portal, extending into 2 tracks. One line has been constructed to the southwestern corner of Chang'an Post Station, specifically to the site of the under-construction Smart Unmanned Terminal, primarily intended for cargo transport. The other track extends toward the northeastern corner of Chang'an Post Station, curving alongside it into the distance, although specific plans for its further extension remain undetermined. Given its proximity to residential areas, this line will temporarily serve passenger transport and the delivery of goods necessary for the future marketplace at Chang'an Post Station. Through the teleportation portal, the railway traverses valleys and dense forests, extending further afield, now already completed over 8 kilometers. "Old Meng, when will the railway be fully constructed?" Su Hao inquired, recognizing that the capacity of this railway would undoubtedly accelerate the construction pace of Chang'an Post Station significantly. The nearest route is approximately 22 kilometers away. There is no need for confidentiality regarding that area, as it is being constructed in segments, progressing rapidly towards completion. We only need to connect the 3 kilometers between these two sections to commence safety testing and trial operations, which is expected to take another 2 or 3 days. Meng Du replied, "Everything is set. Please inform me when it opens to traffic," Su Hao said joyfully. "Certainly," Meng Du responded promptly. "What about the condition of the train cars? How are they arranged?" Su Hao inquired further. "The tracks have already been painted by the system, linking the two realms, and the train cars are awaiting their paint as well. We are utilizing the retired green passenger cars, which have undergone maintenance and repainting. The interiors will also be refurbished. This approach not only conserves considerable financial resources, but also saves substantial time, which is quite sufficient for the Tang Dynasty," Meng Du explained. "Please investigate further to see if there are any old train cars that have not been refurbished or dismantled, especially coal-powered locomotives. If any are found, arrange for their repair and renovation. I believe that the Tang Dynasty will undoubtedly require trains in the future, and coal-powered trains are the most suitable for them," Su Hao suggested thoughtfully. "Not everything advanced is necessarily better. Excessive sophistication can lead to exorbitant maintenance costs, making it ill-suited for the Tang space-time. In fact, older models may be more appropriate. Currently, we can exchange these antiquated vehicles for a good price and use the proceeds to manufacture more updated high-speed trains, achieving 2 objectives at once." "Understood. I will immediately arrange for an investigation," Meng Du replied, grasping the intent of his superior and feeling enlightened. "Old Lu, Emperor Li Shimin has personally witnessed this great victory, and their desire for a new army will certainly intensify. They should be contacting us soon, hoping for our assistance in training the new forces. Please coordinate this with the Northern Military District. I've already discussed it with Commander Huang, and we must ensure the execution is impeccable," Su Hao instructed Liu Yan. "The new army from the Tang Dynasty will train in Huaxia for 3 months, with the training location designated in the Northern Military District. This arrangement has been previously agreed upon, with training and operational costs amounting to 1 billion yuan, which will also benefit the Northern Military District. This will provide them with an opportunity to improve their living conditions or update some equipment. And this is merely the beginning. There will certainly be more revenue to follow. Rest assured, Chief, I will manage this splendidly, leaving the Tang Dynasty with no grounds for complaint," Liu Yan confidently declared. "However, Chief, given the ambition of the Tang Emperor, I suspect he may likely procure more weapons and establish additional new forces to gradually replace their original military. Are there any restrictions on our arms sales?" Liu Yan queried. "With the commencement of trade between the two realms, and the absence of internal and external security threats for the Tang Dynasty, a significant boom is imminent, bringing with it a surge of Huayuan foreign exchange, which they will undoubtedly wish to spend. Tentatively, regarding those 6 types of weaponry, we will sell as much as they require, but we must not take advantage of them. It is imperative to inform the Tang Emperor that the new military equipment is highly dependent on logistics. More is not necessarily better. Should they desire additional weaponry, it must undergo my scrutiny," Su Hao reflected thoughtfully. "Understood." Liu Yan nodded in agreement. "By the way, old Zhang, what is the current status of our trade with the Tang Dynasty?" Su Hao inquired with concern towards Zhang Xuanzi. "The imported raw materials have essentially been absorbed by our state-owned enterprises and have not yet been released into the civilian market. The goods we supply to the Tang Dynasty have led them to adopt a previous model from our Huaxia, establishing Tang supply and marketing cooperatives in major cities nationwide, primarily for the sale of our products, managed under royal oversight and with shares held by prominent families, resulting in each new establishment flourishing significantly," Zhang Xuanzi remarked with a smile. "Additionally, the Tang Dynasty has opened a dedicated wholesale market specifically for whom merchants in the western city of Chang'an, exclusively selling to them and only accepting large orders. Furthermore, it has been stipulated that goods procured from this market cannot be sold within the Tang territory. To incentivize merchants, the Tang has even guaranteed the safety of the goods before they leave its borders," Zhang Xuanzi added. Chapter 49. Veterans Never Fade. The formation of the Dragon Guard, this is the venture into foreign trade. With the defeat of the Turks, the prestige of the Tang Dynasty among neighboring nations will reach unprecedented heights. Reviving the Silk Road is indeed a splendid choice. Shuo instantly graspad Li Shimin's intentions. Once the Tang Dynasty's supply and marketing cooperative is established throughout the realm, and the Silk Road flourishes once more, the demand for our goods will escalate significantly. This presents a steadily growing market that we must diligently safeguard, Su Hao admonished. Though the population of the Tang Dynasty may not be vast, when considering the regions influenced by the Silk Road, the total population remains substantial. Most importantly, the profit margins here are exceptionally high. For instance, fine salt sells for approximately 2 yuan per pound in Huaxia, yet the price of the Tang Dynasty is 10 yuan per pound. Similarly, white sugar fetches around 3 yuan per pound in Huaxia, while it commands 15 yuan per pound in the Tang. Even a few yuan's worth of floral water can be sold to the Tang for 50 yuan a bottle, and a bar of soap costing mere pennies can be sold for 20 to 30 yuan. The total value of the first batch of goods sold to the Tang Dynasty reached 15 billion Huaxia yuan, whereas their worth in Huaxia would barely reach 20 to 30 billion. If we solely consider the cost price, it may not even exceed 15 billion. The magnitude of profit here is evident. It is worth noting that the goods currently sold by Huaxia to the Tang Dynasty predominantly consist of light industrial products, with prices being exceedingly transparent. In Blue Star, whether for export or domestic sales, the profit margins are limited, lacking significant added value. Yet despite this, Huaxia's products remain in high demand in the Tang Dynasty. The royal family and esteemed families continue to reap substantial profits, as they will double or even multiply several times. The prices upon reselling. Are the prices too high? Can a common folk not afford them? The variety of goods in the first batch of imports reveals that their target demographic is not the lower class, at least not in the initial phase. Indeed, Zhang Xuanzhen nodded in agreement, also mentioning his current task. Our trade group is currently researching the list of goods for the second batch to be sold to the Tang Dynasty. We have dispatched specialists to the Tang for research to identify any overlooked items that can be swiftly imported. This is commendable. Su Hao expressed his satisfaction with the proactive approach of the trade group. As they conversed, they arrived at the Singularity Mountain base. Su Hao dismissed the crowd, taking only Shurtu to a temporary camp outside, where 800 retired Special Forces soldiers awaited him. Upon entering the camp, Su Hao observed 800 robust men, standing tall and straight. Although some occasionally exchanged words, the atmosphere remained neither noisy nor chaotic. Su Hao surveyed the assembly, nodding in approval. Veterans never fade. It is evident that you all maintain a rigorous training regimen. The soldiers noticed the two newcomers. One bore a strong military presence akin to theirs, while the younger individual appeared relaxed. Yet, the soldiers' instincts warned them of the latent danger that this young man possessed. Greetings, I am Su Hao, an advisor to Bureau 749 and the commander of the Dragon Guard. I trust you're all aware of the purpose of our gathering here, Su Hao proclaimed, stepping forward to address the assembly. As soon as these words were uttered, the auditorium, filled with 800 individuals, erupted into a flurry of whispers, their voices crescendoing even beyond the din that preceded Su Hao's arrival. This unusual commotion caused Su Hao to furrow his brow slightly. Commander, they are merely here to undergo your interview and assessment, and there's a possibility they may be eliminated. For reasons of confidentiality, we have not disclosed the purpose of their visit. We have only informed them that, upon passing the evaluation, they may be recalled to service. Shirley quietly reminded Su Hao, leaning close to his ear. This remark rendered Su Hao somewhat awkward. Fortunately, he was no longer the naive sophomore he had been mere days ago. His composure had been fortified through experience, and he quickly cleared his throat to alleviate his embarrassment, continuing with a firm voice. It matters not if you are unaware of the details. You shall soon find out. What I wish to convey is that the unit you are about to join is called the Divine Dragon Guard, a special force established to safeguard the 749 Bureau and uphold the order and dignity of our great nation, with the explicit approval of the Prime Minister himself. While Su Hao's preceding statements elicited little reaction, the mention of the Prime Minister's endorsement silenced all the soldiers. Some astute individuals clenched their fists tightly, their eyes sparkling with fervor, standing tall in realization that they had indeed come to the right place. It was evident how significantly the phrase Prime Minister's endorsement resonated within the hearts of these warriors. Meanwhile, those who had yet to grasp the full implications wore expressions of confusion, yet instinctively straightened their posture, remaining silent. This was the appropriate response, Su Hao mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Surely, please take them to the other side of the portal, allowing them to experience the sensation and atmosphere of traversing two realms. And then bring them back, Su Hao instructed his companion. At this moment, 100 words would not suffice as much as a personal encounter. Sure enough, after several minutes, Shirley returned with the soldiers, who were still immersed in awe and excitement. Now, you should have a clearer understanding of what you are about to face. Su Hao resumed, not waiting for a reply, before continuing. The world you just traversed belongs to the era of Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, a mere fragment of historical reality. In the future, our nation shall connect with even more realms, encompassing both ordinary historical worlds and those filled with martial arts, as well as realms of cultivation and immortality. When confronted with those possessing extraordinary abilities or adept practitioners, ordinary soldiers may find themselves outmatched. At such times, it shall be the Divine Dragon Guard's duty to uphold the order and dignity of our great nation. I now pose to you a singular question. Do you possess the confidence to protect the order and dignity of our nation? Su Hao inquired loudly. Yes. They shouted in unison. Do you wish to remain? Yes. Echoed throughout the assembly, a resounding affirmation that seemed capable of shattering the clouds above, filled with fervent spirit. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction. Confidence is paramount. You have all passed the assessment and may remain, becoming the inaugural warriors of the Divine Dragon Guard. He did not feel the need for further selection. There was no necessity for it. Following the scrutiny of Zhao Jianjun and Su Guangyao, it was clear that these individuals posed no issues. What more could he discern through his own evaluation? In matters of personal strength, he remained indifferent, for with a single infusion of a genetic serum, anyone could single-handedly confront those 800 individuals. To him, individual combat prowess held no significance. Splendid. Thank you, Commander. I am truly exhilarated to re-enlist, he exclaimed. The others were similarly stirred. Their passion for the military remained undiminished, leading them to maintain their fitness and uphold the commendable habits acquired during their service. For opportunities favor the prepared. Sure to, take them to sign the confidentiality agreements. Then distribute the uniforms of the Divine Dragon Guard. Additionally, we shall expand this camp for training and living purposes henceforth, Su Hao instructed Shi Tu, who was left to manage the tasks in the absence of Secretary Meng, who had attended to other matters. Understood, Commander. Shi Tu harbored no grievances, yet he had his own aspirations. Leaning closer to Su Hao, he inquired, Commander, may I also join the Divine Dragon Guard? What? Do you no longer wish to be by my side? Su Hao jested. No. Shi Tu was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in protest. I merely wish to join the Divine Dragon Guard to acquire genuine skills, enabling me to better protect you, Commander. I was merely teasing you. Being by my side and joining the Divine Dragon Guard are essentially the same. In the future, when I train them, you shall accompany me in the practice. Su Hao reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Commander. Shi Tu was immediately filled with excitement. Now, go and attend to the tasks I assigned. Su Hao gestured. Of course. Shi Tu was invigorated, leading the 800 soldiers to sign the confidentiality agreements. Chapter 50. Intermediate military talismans of the First Order for the next 5 days. Su Hao remained within the confines of the camp. He began by articulating the regulations of the Divine Dragon Guard, proceeded to select team leaders, squad leaders, platoon leaders, and battalion leaders, and conducted routine training. Based on performance, he distributed varying quantities of the Universal Gene Serum, designated as Sequence 000, daily. Ultimately, he instructed them in the cultivation of the Universal Foundation establishment method, along with various combat techniques. He was exceedingly occupied, only managing to carve out moments in the evenings to refine his own martial skills. The Divine Dragon Guard operated in groups of 3, each led by a group leader. Individual actions were strictly prohibited. Even the most minor combat tasks required at least one group to act collectively. This policy was not only for safety considerations, but also to ensure mutual oversight among the trio, thus preventing any abuse of power. Each squad consisted of 10 members with one squad leader overseeing 3 groups. A platoon was composed of 31 individuals, led by a platoon leader who managed 3 squads. A battalion consisted of 125 members divided into 4 platoons, one of which was designated as the elite platoon, with a battalion leader and a deputy battalion leader, the latter being concurrently the platoon leader of the elite unit. In the event of the battalion leader's demise or absence, the deputy would assume the battalion leader's authority. The Divine Dragon Guard was a wholly combat-oriented force, requiring no logistical or administrative personnel. Such responsibilities were delegated to the colleagues at Bureau 749. Currently, the Divine Dragon Guard comprised 6 fully staffed battalions, totaling 750 members, with an additional 50 individuals temporarily assigned to Commander Shirtu, forming Su Hao's personal guard, which also served as the enforcement and training unit, composed of soldiers possessing high cognitive abilities and strong combat proficiency. Within the camp, one must pay careful attention to breathing. Otherwise, standing meditation would hold no significance. As Su Hao approached each soldier, he meticulously observed their breathing patterns. When discrepancies arose, he promptly corrected them, if all was well. He moved on to the next. For these trained warriors, standing meditation posed little challenge. The primary difficulty lay in adjusting their breathing rhythms. Their extensive prior training had ingrained a familiar, habitual muscle memory of breathing patterns, making alteration quite arduous. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a random task, assisting the Tang Dynasty in defeating the Turkic army, thereby navigating the crisis of statehood and avoiding the humiliation of the Weishui Pact. You are awarded a draw for a military talisman. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Wait, there are too many people here. It's certainly inappropriate. Su Hao replied, Sure to. Please oversee everyone as practice. I need to step away for a moment. Understood, Commander. Shirtu was the 4th warrior among the 801 to master the breathing technique, with a total of 217 individuals having successfully grasped it, while others were still in the process of adjustment. Returning to his office, Su Hao disregarded Lu Linglong's astonished gaze and promptly closed the door. System. Here. I wish to draw. Su Hao et Galim Li. In the next instant, a golden wheel materialized before him, displaying 10 segments, each inscribed with different prizes, all various levels of military talismans. Su Hao was delighted to see that none of the segments were empty. In essence, the lottery guarantees a win. It is merely a matter of quality, with no possibility of going empty-handed. The system is commendable. Su Hao gave a thumbs up to the system. Let me draw. Let it spin. Su Hao gestured in the void, grasping a corner of the spinning wheel, and with a sudden force, the golden wheel began to whirl at an astonishing speed. The pointer swiftly traversed through the first-tier basic talisman, then the first-tier intermediate talisman, the first-tier advanced talisman, and finally the first-tier top-tier talisman, totaling 4 types of talismans. Among them, the first-tier basic talisman occupied 4 sectors. The first-tier intermediate talisman occupied 3 sectors. The first-tier advanced talisman occupied 2 sectors, and the first-tier top-tier talisman claimed merely 1 sector. Although he was unaware of the specific attributes of the talismans, Su Hao understood from the distribution of sectors and their rank that the first-tier top-tier talisman was undoubtedly the most desirable. Thus, his gaze remained fixated on that sector, and with each pass of the pointer over it, his heart would clench, rendering him tense and anxious. Perhaps influenced by resistance, the wheel's speed gradually diminished, while Su Hao's heartbeat quickened in response. The pointer lightly glided past the first-tier basic talisman. With a sigh of relief, Su Hao inhaled deeply. The pointer was nearly at a standstill, almost landing on the first-tier basic talisman. However, after passing the sector of the first-tier basic talisman, it ultimately came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn 1 first-tier intermediate talisman. The system's notification chimed. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped the wheel, which then vanished, replaced by an object resembling a tiger talisman appearing before him. Su Hao reached out to grasp the talisman, without needing to consult the system. An influx of information surged into his mind, granting him a clear understanding of the talisman. First, the talisman contains a space for soldiers, equipped with corresponding Dao soldiers of the appropriate cultivation realm. Contrary to Su Hao's previous assumption that it could house the existing army or call forth troops, it instead allows him to carry a contingent of Dao soldiers, which can bolster his presence or safeguard his safety. Second, the first-tier talisman corresponds to the foundation establishment stage, while the second-tier talisman corresponds to the planetary level, and so forth. Third, each tier of talisman is further subdivided into 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. This classification pertains not to the cultivation realm, but to the number of Dao soldiers contained within. The basic talisman contains 10 Dao soldiers. The intermediate talisman encompasses 100. The advanced talisman includes 1,000, and the top-tier talisman holds 10,000 Dao soldiers. Fourth, the cultivation of the Dao soldiers corresponds to the peak configuration of their respective levels. Thus, the Dao soldiers within a first-tier talisman are all at the 9th level of foundation establishment, or in other terms, high-level martial sect practitioners, with their commander reaching the utmost limit of high-level martial sect prowess. Fifth, the strength of an individual Dao soldier is slightly inferior to that of an ordinary practitioner of the corresponding realm. However, Dao soldiers excel in combined military formations. 10 Dao soldiers executing a joint attack can completely overpower 10 ordinary practitioners of the same realm, while 100 Dao soldiers can decisively defeat 100 of the best among their peers, and can just manage to contend against a practitioner of a higher realm. For instance, 100 first-tier Dao soldiers can confront a practitioner at the first level of the planetary realm. Do not be misled by the notion that it is merely a slight elevation to a higher realm. This seemingly minor ascension represents a significant chasm between 2 major realms, a feat not easily accomplished. With 1,000 formidable warriors, one can engage in battles beyond 3 levels, while 10,000 adept soldiers may confront adversaries 6 levels higher. Moreover, the military talismans can be synthesized and upgraded in conjunction. Currently, I possess but a single talisman, rendering the matter of upgrades a distant consideration. Upon absorbing the details regarding the talismans, Su Hao gazed at the first-tier intermediate talisman in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Remarkable! With this talisman, Su Hao has acquired the power to confront a first-level planetary powerhouse. In the early stages, this undoubtedly serves as his most formidable trump card. With a mere thought, the talisman radiated brilliance, conjuring forth a faceless warrior clad in dark golden armor, standing an imposing height of 185 centimeters. As Su Hao beheld this figure, the warrior's face began to shift, revealing a countenance bearing a threefold resemblance to Su Hao himself. Su Yi pays homage to the Lord, the figure proclaimed, kneeling on one knee, with his blade resting upon the ground in a gesture of respect. Rise, Su Hao commanded, feeling quite pleased with the appearance of this soldier. These warriors automatically adopt the surname of the talisman holder and line up behind them, their visages sharing a semblance with their master. Come, let us practice in the courtyard, Su Hao instructed. Certainly, my lord, Su Yi replied. Before long, Su Yi accompanied Su Hao out of the office. As they passed by Lu Linglong, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the two, particularly scrutinizing Su Yi. Commander, who is this? Lu Linglong could no longer contain her curiosity. Having been present all along, she was acutely aware that no one had entered the commander's office. The sudden appearance of an additional individual left her perplexed, especially since the guards outside had provided no indication. What does this signify? It suggests a grave security breach. Should Su Hao encounter any misfortune, it would undoubtedly represent a tremendous loss for Huaxia. Chapter 51, The Grand Army's Triumph. His name was Su Yi. There are certain matters that require no further inquiry. I shall report to the higher-ups. In the future, simply allow him passage upon sight, for he is one of us. Su Hao Instu. Oh, understood, Lu Linglong replied, her innocence radiating a delightful charm that made Su Hao almost wish to pinch her adorably silly cheeks. However, he ultimately refrained from such an impulse. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Hao commanded, Come, let's engage in unarmed combat. I am now an intermediate warrior. You need only suppress your cultivation to match this realm. Yes, my lord, let us fight, Su Hao declared as he took the initiative, and the two swiftly began their duel within the courtyard. Previously, when Su Hao practiced alone, the intensity had been less apparent. Now, with an equally matched opponent, the spectacle was utterly captivating. Dust and debris swirled around them. Had their strength not been contained within the bounds of their combat, the surroundings would have soon been reduced to ruins. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the guards outside the courtyard. At this moment, Lu Linglong's cleverness shone through. She promptly intercepted the guards attempting to enter, saying, "There is nothing amiss inside. The commander is sparring with another. You may enter, but please observe from a distance and do not disturb." The captain of the guard was taken aback. Who else could be sparring with the commander aside from him and Secretary Lu? With this realization, his urgency heightened. Nonetheless, he did not dare offend Lu Linglong and nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Secretary Lu, for the warning. We shall be mindful." Soon, a crowd gathered around the courtyard, comprising guards and members from other departments of the 749 Bureau, all drawn by the sounds of the duel. Even the warriors of the Dragon Guard were ultimately lured in. How formidable! I didn't expect the commander to possess such immense strength. Evidently, he had been deliberately suppressing it before us. One soldier remarked with admiration. "I sensed a powerful aura when I first encountered the commander. At the time, I thought it was merely an illusion, but it seems he is indeed a hidden gem." Another soldier mused. If the previous strength of the Dragon Guard had been bolstered by the special endorsement of the chief minister, then from this day forward, Su Hao had inadvertently established a formidable authority in their hearts, a delightful surprise he had not anticipated. Who was that combatant facing the commander? "I feel as though he is feeding the commander techniques. His strength seems even greater," one observer questioned. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Su Hao had never experienced such exhilarating combat, and as the duel progressed, he lost track of time, transitioning from day to night as if in a state of enlightenment. It was not until darkness enveloped the sky that he finally regained his awareness and swiftly called for a halt. "Su-yi, we shall conclude here for today." "Yes, my lord," Su-yi promptly complied. Indeed, Dao soldiers are remarkable entities. They not only excel in battle and self-defense, but also serve as sparring partners. It is a pity they cannot serve as instructors to guide others in cultivation, for that would simplify matters immensely for Su Hao. He had contemplated having the Dao soldiers teach the Dragon Guard warriors, but alas, they were warriors only, lacking the ability to instruct others. Everyone has dispersed, attending to their own affairs, and should not gather here. Su Hao shouted towards the outside of the courtyard, and instantly, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. The fierce battle had raged for several hours, creating such a commotion that it naturally attracted the attention of many, making it impossible to conceal from those who were observant. In no time, the situation here had already reached the desk of the Prime Minister. In the office of the Prime Minister of Zhonghai, a formidable stranger bore a slight resemblance to Su Hao. The Prime Minister furrowed his brow. This information had genuinely caught him off guard. For someone of his stature, the most daunting prospect was losing control of the situation. What does Su Guangyao have to say? Are they from the Su family? The Prime Minister inquired of Fang Daong, the head of internal security. Director Su was also unaware of the details. Fang Daong shook his head in response. At that moment, the Prime Minister's personal phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile spread across his face as he remarked to Fang Daong, "Look, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." He answered the call. "Prime Minister, I have good news to report." Su Hao's voice came through, filled with evident joy. He briefly updated the Prime Minister on the situation. Everything had returned to normal, as if nothing had occurred at all. The only difference was that the guards outside Su Hao's office had diminished, reassigned to protect others. With the presence of soldiers and his own formidable strength, no one could harm Su Hao unless they wielded heavy artillery. Today, Su Hao's side was bustling with activity, and the same could be said for the Tang Dynasty's timeline. After lunch, Li Shimin gathered the various ministers from within Chang'an, along with the influential figures from prominent families and clan elders, and proceeded to the Tunghua Gate outside the city to await the arrival of the triumphant army. After waiting for over an hour, a messenger from the Golden Guard approached. "Your Majesty, the victorious army has crossed the Weishui River. Generals Li Jing and Yuqi Jingda are escorting Kan Xieli, along with the chieftains of the various Turkic tribes, and they're less than 3 miles from the Tonghua Gate. Initially, everyone believed that Khan Sheli had perished in the explosion, but it was later discovered that only the shock waves had severed the flagpole, causing him to fall off his horse in fright, sustaining only minor injuries. Not only he, but also the Turkic leaders like Jishur Sili and King Sumi had survived, all captured. Excellent. Everyone prepare to welcome our heroes, Li Shimin proclaimed loudly, unable to contain his elation. This victory marked his most significant achievement since ascending the throne. With this battle, his prestige would be unparalleled, and no one in the Tang Dynasty would dare oppose him any longer. His throne was as stable as Mount Tai, and he was determined to prove to his father and the world that his choices were not in vain. He was indeed the most suitable individual for the position. As the triumphant army came into view, the military horns sounded and war drums echoed, presenting a magnificent scene of prosperity before the eyes of all. Upon sighting the emperor and his ministers in the distance, Li Jing and Yuqi Jingde hastily dismounted from their steeds, relinquishing their weapons, and swiftly approached Emperor Li Shimin to pay their respects. Your humble servants, Li Jing and Yuqi Jingde, greet your majesty. Long live the emperor, long live eternally. Pray rise, my esteemed ministers, Li Shimin promptly interjected, stepping forward to support both men. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Shimin's gaze drifted behind them, where he beheld the disheveled presence of Khan Sheli and his entourage. However, his eyes continued to search for someone further back, yet regrettably, he could not find the individual he sought. He then inquired of Li Jing, pharmacist, where is the esteemed Commander Wang? While outsiders may remain oblivious, the higher echelons of the Tang Dynasty were well aware that this remarkable victory was not solely attributed to the advanced equipment of the new army, but also to the composed leadership of Commander Wang from Huaxia. Chapter 52. The Monumental Victory and the Impact of the Convoy, Your Majesty. I am about to report this matter to you. Commander Wang has already led the entire instructional company back to Huaxia. He stated that they were merely a garnish. This grand triumph rightfully belongs to Your Majesty and to the great Tang Dynasty. Li Jing held a deep admiration for Commander Wang Hai. Such a significant achievement could have easily secured him a noble title and military rank should he choose to remain in the Tang, yet he unhesitatingly opted to depart. Huaxia has nurtured the finest warriors, a splendid gift to our great Tang. Li Shimin sighed in reflection, mentally acknowledging Huaxia's contributions. Should Wang Hai come forward, Li Shimin would undoubtedly express his gratitude, for a substantial portion, if not more than half, of this victory could be attributed to Huaxia. However, if Huaxia declines this recognition, then the glory would be wholly Li Shimin's, a crucial asset for solidifying his reign. Upon returning to the Taiji Palace, Li Shimin retained Li Jing and Wei Qijingde, eager to comprehend the entirety of this monumental battle. Your Majesty, in this battle, our forces deployed 2 regiments of the new army, 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers, and an additional 10,000 troops, totaling approximately 20,000. We annihilated over 70,000 Turks, captured more than 120,000, seized over 170,000 warhorses, and over 150,000 cattle and sheep, alongside an abundance of provisions and treasures. Our new army suffered only 7 injuries during the pursuit of the enemy, with no fatalities, while the Xuanjia army lost 83 men and other allied forces lost over 500, Li Jing reported. This battle stands as an unprecedented victory, worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. Excellent, splendid. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the detailed results. The new army, having proven itself in this engagement, represents an undeniable trend. I intend to establish more regiments of the new army. What are your thoughts? A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Li Shimin's eyes. Your Majesty, I have the most direct perspective on this grand conflict. With just 20 such regiments, our Tang would be invincible in battle, allowing other forces to rest and reducing the need for a large military presence. We could channel the savings from military expenses into the development of these 20 new army regiments. Li Jing was the first to express his agreement. In truth, 10 such regiments would suffice. After all, 2 regiments managed to defeat 200,000 Turkish cavalry without any casualties. However, The expanse of the Tang territory is vast, and 10 regiments may not adequately cover all borders. Even with 20, the pressure would still be significant. A cavalry unit remains essential, while the new army possesses formidable strength. Its pursuit capabilities are somewhat lacking. Had it not been for the Xuanjiao army, at least 30 to 40,000 Turks would have escaped. Wei Qijingde proposed a balanced approach. Your Majesty, I have conversed with Commander Wang. Huaxia previously had gun cavalry, and moreover, they possess motorized regiments. Additionally, they could utilize imported bicycles as rapid mobility tools. Whichever of these three options we adopt could effectively address the mobility shortcomings of our new army, Li Jing suggested. The cavalry, they could likely surmise what kind of army it was. As for the bicycles, they had procured a few and could also guess their nature. However, the concept of mechanized troops eluded them entirely. Very well. I shall instruct my aide to confer with the esteemed Liu from Huaxia regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin experienced a moment of illumination. Although he was unfamiliar with the term mechanized corps, it reminded him of the off-road vehicle that Chang'an Wuji had brought back, which he had taken a great liking to. The thought of employing such a vehicle on the battlefield was tantalizing. He imagined mechanized troops to be akin to this. The following morning, Su Hao received delightful news. The railway between the two realms had been fully connected and passed inspection, with final safety tests now underway. How many days will the testing take, and when will it be operational? Su Hao inquired of Meng Du if all goes as planned. It should be operational within a day, Meng Du replied. So soon? Su Hao was astonished. Given the short length of the line, particularly on the Tang side, where the two branch lines totaled merely a few dozen kilometers, it lacked the conditions for high-speed travel. Thus, the design maximum speed was only 150 kilometers per hour, a pace that posed no challenge for them. Meng Du provided a brief explanation. Given the circumstances, 150 kilometers per hour is ample. Once operational, the construction pace at the Changlu station and dock will accelerate. Su Hao mused, feeling quite pleased. By the way, send an invitation to the Emperor of Tang, inviting him and the high-ranking officials to the railway inauguration ceremony. We should make this occasion somewhat grand, Su Hao suddenly suggested. He was confident that Li Shimin, upon witnessing such a marvel as the train, would be captivated. After all, with railways, his troops could be swiftly deployed across the nation, enhancing his control over the territories. No ruler could resist such temptation. Once he was intrigued, the railway project on the Tang side could commence. The railway served as the lifeblood of industry and economy, capable of transporting resources and goods swiftly from all corners of Tang to Huaxia. Conversely, Huaxia could utilize the railway to distribute various products throughout Tang. Achieving this milestone would enable Tang's temporal realm to truly become a base for Huaxia's raw materials and a thriving consumer market. On the 20th day of the 9th month in the 9th year of the Wuda era of Tang, the weather was splendid. With a clear sky and gentle breezes, a rare, beautiful day. The Tunghua Gate of Chang'an City stood wide open as a formidable military-modified Dongfeng Mengsher exited, followed closely by 12 red flag HS-5 SUVs. Behind them trailed 300 armored cavalry, who, upon passing through the Tunghua Gate, accelerated, encircling the 13 vehicles for protection as they gradually journeyed into the distance. What monstrous contraption is this? So enormous, it couldn't possibly consume humans, could it? The citizens waiting in line to enter the city outside Tunghua Gate were startled by the sight of these colossal vehicles emerging from within, hastily retreating to the side. Surely not. They emerged from the city and are accompanied by cavalry guarding them. If it dared to devour people, His Majesty would certainly not stand idly by. It remains a mystery how these monstrous entities manage to infiltrate the city. One cannot help but wonder if the streets are now strewn with corpses. Should we perhaps refrain from entering the city today? A concerned citizen suggested. Such alarm is unwarranted. Your understanding is limited. These are not monsters, but automobiles from Huaxia. A young man, dressed in relatively finer attire, proclaimed with pride. Automobiles? Were those? The surrounding townsfolk, upon realizing these were from Huaxia, found their fear dissipating, replaced by curiosity. In recent days, the Tang Dynasty Supply and Marketing Cooperative has been offering a variety of novel and expensive goods. all rumored to originate from a nation known as Huaxia. This information has spread throughout the cities where the cooperative has established its presence, particularly well known among the populace surrounding Chang'an. Although these goods are beyond their financial reach, it does not hinder them from seeking information to discuss. Previously, the Tang Dynasty procured a peculiar array of weapons from Huaxia, and the tale of how these weapons enabled a mere few thousand Tang soldiers to triumph over a Turkish army of 200,000 has circulated widely among the noble families and common folk alike. As a result, countless citizens of the Tang Dynasty are filled with intrigue regarding the nation of Huaxia, especially the residents of Chang'an, who are most acutely aware of the recent transformations within their city. With such significant news at hand, the crowd hesitated to enter the city, instead gathering eagerly to hear more. It must be noted that the people of Huaxia have a penchant for gathering and gossip, a tradition deeply ingrained in their culture. Chapter 53. The little vendors of the Tang Dynasty automobiles are akin to horse-drawn carriages, yet they exude an air of opulence within, offering a remarkably comfortable ride devoid of jarring bumps. No longer reliant on oxen or horses, they merely require a substance known as gasoline to traverse great distances. How do you know all this? Someone inquired. Indeed, are you not merely boasting? The young man's confidence began to wane in the face of skepticism. He promptly retorted, my second cousin's nephew works at the estate of Lord Su. The Lord possesses a magnificent automobile bestowed upon him by His Majesty, which he treasures dearly and forbids anyone from touching. I heard that his son was punished for merely brushing against it, left hanging for half an hour as a consequence. Young sir, you are quite impressive, but do you know where these automobiles are headed? An elder asked with curiosity. The young man, being of humble origins, was at a loss regarding their destination. However, the atmosphere had escalated, and admitting ignorance would be rather embarrassing. Only esteemed individuals ride in automobiles. How could a mere youth like me possibly know? A middle-aged man, emboldened, spoke the truth bluntly. This statement struck a nerve with the young man, causing his face to flush. He felt the weight of the gazes filled with yearning and doubt from those around him, and he defiantly declared, of course I know. Where are they going then? The crowd pressed eagerly. The young man swallowed hard, glancing in the direction where the automobile had vanished. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. They're heading to Chang'an City. Yes, indeed, to Chang'an City. The Chang'an Post Station, referred to by the Huaxia people, had begun to take shape after days of construction. To the local citizens of the Tang Dynasty, it appeared akin to the establishment of a new city, hence the name Chang'an City. I've heard that Chang'an City is constructed by the Huaxia people, someone remarked. The Huaxia people are truly remarkable. My home is just outside the city, and I pass by there daily. You cannot fathom how rapidly it is changing. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such a swift construction of a city. It is simply astonishing. Indeed, which city does not require years or even decades to build? Yet here, in just over a month, it seems nearly complete, save for the outer walls which are likely close to finishing. It appears there are many contraptions like automobiles capable of lifting thousands of pounds. Their rapid progress must be attributed to these wonders, another young man added. How do you know this? Another curious soul inquired. My brother-in-law used to sell snacks within Chang'an, but has since ceased going there. He now drags his food stall to Chang'an City daily, as it is said that one can earn yuan there, and the Huaxia people are exceedingly generous. The young man explained. What is yuan? An elder questioned, perplexed. Behold, the young man proudly produced a small coin, revealing it to be a 1 jiao coin from Huaxia. I shall inform you that this is yuan, the currency of the Huaxia nation. For our Tang Dynasty to procure goods from Huagua, it is imperative that we utilize yuan. Presently, many prominent families in Chang'an are discreetly acquiring yuan at exorbitant prices, the young man declared with pride. This 1 jiao coin, which he had fervently requested from his brother-in-law for several days, had inadvertently become a star attraction in numerous gatherings, greatly satisfying his vanity. The elegance of Huaxia's currency surpasses that of our copper coins by far. Many around him were witnessing yuan for the first time, and several onlookers craned their necks to catch a glimpse, eager to boast about it upon returning to their villages. What is this, you may ask? It is merely the smallest denomination of Huaxia's currency, akin to our own 1 yuan coin. The larger denominations are crafted from exquisite paper, adorned with intricate and vibrant designs. Resembling magnificent scrolls that could serve as heirlooms, the young man boasted. Initially, he had sought a 5-mao banknote, but his brother-in-law was reluctant to part with it. "I shall not venture into the city. I am heading directly to Chang'an City," declared a middle-aged man, confidently shouldering his game from the mountains. This announcement instantly provoked a stir among all present. "I shall also go and see," came the response. Consequently, the soldiers guarding the city gates were astonished to witness an unexpected scene. The citizens who had been queued to enter the city abruptly fled instead. The astute soldiers promptly reported this unusual occurrence. Li Shimin, 26 years of age, shares a name with the future emperor of the Tang Dynasty. He is a young safety officer at the 2nd Bureau of China Construction Group. Upon completing his undergraduate studies, he directly joined the bureau, and now, for years have passed. Last month, their entire project management team received an urgent directive from above and was swiftly dispatched to the Tang time space. Upon arrival, he, like his fellow workers, was bewildered and incredulous. However, the palpable reality of traversing the portal and the sight of the grand Chang'an City nearby confirmed that they were not dreaming. They had indeed been fortunate enough to participate in Huaxia's top-secret project. Prior to their journey, the higher-ups had mentioned their involvement in a classified endeavor. They initially assumed it was a military-industrial project. Though apprehensive, their excitement predominated, albeit they were unprepared for the more extraordinary transdimensional undertaking. Over the past few days, their initial anxiety and exhilaration gradually transformed into a focused work ethic, leading to a steady and calm demeanor. That morning, as was customary, he rose, attended to his morning rituals, and departed with his dormitory companions. Around 7:15, they arrived at the street outside the construction site, now bustling with various stalls, where they typically resolved their breakfast. This place, once a seldom-trodden wilderness path, had transformed into a vibrant food street, bustling with the presence of numerous small vendors from the Tang Dynasty, drawn by the arrival of the Huaxia engineering team. In the beginning, there was a struggling street vendor on the brink of despair, contemplating that with no viable path ahead, he might as well take a risk and venture here. If fortune smiled upon him, he could potentially alleviate his family's pressing hardships. To his astonishment, upon his arrival, the workers from China, who were barred from entering the city of Chang'an and were constrained to labor in the desolate outskirts, found an outlet for their desires and yearned to savor the local delicacies of the Tang Dynasty. Remarkably, in less than an hour, the vendor sold all the goods he had prepared for the day, and what was more significant was that the payments were made in yuan. Due to the ambiguity surrounding the appropriate pricing, the workers ultimately estimated the costs based on the market rates from their homeland. Initially, the vendor harbored doubts about the value of yuan, yet, captivated by its exquisite appearance, he accepted it, intending to pawn it in the city in hopes of exchanging it for local currency. However, the news spread rapidly, and members of prominent families began to acquire yuan from him at elevated prices, yielding the vendor a substantial profit. In just 1 hour, his earnings equated to what he would typically earn in 6 months during his most prosperous period, thus securing his means of survival. The news of this lucrative opportunity could not be concealed, especially since the Changlupo station had already attracted the attention of many influential families and common folk alike, eager to exploit the vendor's success in earning yuan. Consequently, in the ensuing days, this area gradually transformed into a bustling commercial street. This development was reported to the authorities, and Emperor Li Shimin welcomed it with open arms, while Su Hao merely advised vigilance, showing no opposition to the interactions between the two communities. Chapter 54. The Daily Life of Chinese Workers and the Black Market Exchange Rate as more merchants emerged. Coupled with the soaring value of the yuan, prices began to stabilize under the invisible hand of the market. Over the course of these days, a balance gradually emerged between the Chinese workers and the merchants of the Tang Dynasty. Although the profits were not as bountiful as at the outset for the merchants, the returns in this locale still far surpassed those in the city of Chang'an. A mere month of trade here could equate to the earnings of 2 or 3 months elsewhere, making them exceedingly eager to serve the Chinese workers. Old Zhang, as usual, prepared 4 bowls of jiaozi and 4 pieces of tainwabi. Li Shimin arrived at his favorite breakfast stall, where he sat down with 3 roommates and began to place their orders. "All right," old Zhang replied, bustling with enthusiasm. Before long, a young woman clad in a simple cloth dress, her hair adorned with a wooden hairpin, approached with a tray bearing 4 bowls of jiaozi and 4 pieces of tainwabi. "Please enjoy," the young woman said, her voice melodious and gentle. "Thank you, Sanyang," Li Shimin stammered slightly, his gaze fixed on her. Noticing his attention, Sanyang blushed, lowered her head, set down the food, and hurried away, appearing quite bashful. "Hey, third brother, you seem to be in a daze," teased his roommate Fang Shijuan, waving his hand in front of Li Shimin. Reluctantly, Li Shimin tore his gaze from Sanyang's retreating figure. To foster camaraderie among the workers and stave off boredom, individuals of similar ages had been assigned to share dormitories. Arriving in the Tang Dynasty had stirred varied emotions within them, reminiscent of the initial feelings of leaving home for university. Thus, within 3 days, the 4 had bonded as if they were brothers. "Third brother, for your sake, we have endured jiaozi for over 10 days. I might just lose my appetite if this continues," lamented his second roommate, Yao Tian, gazing dismally at the breakfast spread. Initially, the novelty of the dish was delightful, but after days of repetition, it had lost its charm. "Cough, cough," Li Shimin cleared his throat, casting a cautious glance toward Sanyang, relieved to see she was unaware of their conversation. "Second brother, keep your voice down. It would be quite unfortunate if Sanyang overheard. And please, refrain from such crude expressions." Yao Tian rolled his eyes dramatically. "Third brother, I have inquired about Sanyang. Although she was married, her husband passed away before their wedding night. His family deemed her to be a widow who brings misfortune and sent her back. Now, at the age of 18, she remains unmarried. You might have a chance. After all, we are youth flourishing in a new era, free from superstitions." Their fourth roommate, Wu Jianshan, glanced at the jiaozi and joined in the persuasion. He too was weary of the dish and simply yearned for a change in flavor, believing they could always return to it later. The appearance and figure of Sanyang, coupled with her dexterity in work and gentle demeanor, make her a remarkable young woman. Such a fine girl is hard to find in our region. Were it not for my existing marriage, I might feel compelled to compete for her affections, remarked Lao Fang Shijuan with a cheerful smile. "Sangu, you must make a decision promptly. If you hesitate, I shall not hold back," declared Lao Si Wu Jianshan boldly. Before Li Shimin could respond, Lao Yao Tian interjected with a tone of disdain. "That depends on whether Sanyang even has an eye for you. Have you not noticed that whenever she visits, her gaze is solely fixed on San? San, what are your thoughts? Be decisive and stop hesitating," urged Fang Shijuan, giving Li Shimin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Li Shimin's expression was one of deep concern as he finally voiced his worries. "I genuinely like Sanyang, not merely as a passing fancy. I wish to marry her. However, we are Huaxiao people, and she is from the Tang Dynasty. With the railway nearing completion, the construction here should wrap up in a little over a month. What will become of Sanyang when we return? After all this, your only concern is that?" Fang Shijuan replied, exasperated. Li Shimin looked perplexed, prompting Fang Shijuan to clarify. "You're overthinking it. For reasons of confidentiality, we cannot return to Huaxiao in the near future, unless everything is prepared there to publicly disclose the existence of the portal. Thus, we may be here for several years, perhaps even a lifetime. Why fret unnecessarily? Is it not so?" Yao Tian began to miss his parents. Strangely, while working in Huaxia, he rarely returned home, yet he never felt this melancholic. Perhaps it was the knowledge that he could return at will, which was no longer the case. While a lifetime is manageable, what if we return in a few years? If we marry and have children, will we even be permitted to wed women from the Tang Dynasty? Li Shimin posed several questions in rapid succession. Ultimately, you are simply too cautious, overthinking everything. This is straightforward. Just ask the manager. I believe this issue is likely not confined to just us. But given the current time constraints and everyone's busy schedules, once the construction concludes, if we cannot return, many will face similar dilemmas, which must be addressed, remarked Fang Shijuan, whose leadership stemmed not only from age, but also from his character. Very well. I shall inquire with the manager today. Li Xian hesitated for only a few seconds before arriving at his decision. See? Isn't that all right? Everyone, let us eat quickly so we're not late. Tomorrow, we shall no longer endure this hardship, Fang Shijuan said with a smile. Soon, the four of them finished their breakfast. Li Xian approached the stall, produced 3 1 yuan coins, and handed them to San Yang. San Yang, here you go. Thank you, Li Langjun, San Yang replied, now familiar with the various denominations of Huayuan currency. She placed the 3 coins into the cash box and handed Li Xian 2 10-cent coins in return. Li Xian cheerfully accepted 2 1 jiao coins, not out of frugality, as he had previously expressed his willingness to forego change. Yet, San Yang insisted on returning the coins, which endeared her to Li Xian, fostering a burgeoning rapport between them. In this bustling snack street, a bowl of dumplings costs 5 jiao, while a piece of bailuo is priced at 2 jiao. The total for their breakfast came to 8 yuan, which Li Xian graciously offered to cover. Due to the turmoil of the early Tang Dynasty, grain prices remained exorbitantly high. Not long ago, a bowl of dumplings could fetch as much as 45 yuan. To alleviate the burden of high food costs, Emperor Li Shimin negotiated the relinquishment of certain profits from the Tang Supply and Marketing Cooperative, persuading prominent families to contribute their grain reserves. Consequently, the price of a bowl of dumplings has now plummeted to approximately 15 yuan. As for the rationale behind not directly importing grain from Huaxia, the explanation is rather straightforward. The railway connections have yet to be established, limiting transportation capacity, which is primarily allocated to essential trade and construction materials. Thus, grain, a low-margin commodity, must take a back seat. Based on current trading conditions, 1 jiao in this region equates to roughly 3 yuan. Although there is no formal exchange rate established between Huaxia and the Tang Dynasty, influential families and wealthy merchants acquiring Huayuan on the black market typically face a premium. 1 yuan can be exchanged for around 35 yuan. This implies that merchants operating here, in addition to earning their standard profits, can profitably convert the Huayuan they receive into the hands of influential figures in Chang'an, thus securing additional gains. This has inadvertently given rise to an entire industry, tacitly accepted by all, with no one daring to disrupt this unspoken rule. Naturally, such an elevated exchange rate cannot remain constant indefinitely. The current scarcity of Huayuan renders it a true hard currency. As trade between the two nations deepens and the Tang Dynasty's foreign exchange reserves of Huayuan increase, this situation is bound to improve. Chapter 55. A love that transcends time and space. Engaging in commerce along the borders of the Huaxia influence entails no obligation to pay protection fees. The Huaxia people are neither inclined to drive them away, nor are there any ruffians daring to cause disturbances in this realm. The demeanor of the Huaxia populace is marked by utmost politeness towards them. Where else in the world could one find such an idyllic setting? Consequently, whether for profit or due to the favorable business environment, word of mouth has swiftly attracted a multitude of merchants. I will return after work, Li Xian murmured. Just as he prepared to turn away, a commotion erupted around him. Look, it's a car. How magnificent! Someone exclaimed in awe. Zhang Laobua, who was busy making dumplings, paused in his task, gazing into the distance, unable to restrain his admiration. I wonder which esteemed individual has arrived? Unlike the common folk in other regions, the merchants here exhibit a remarkable acceptance of the automobile, a novel contraption, as they often witness its presence. It must be His Majesty, the Tang Emperor, Li Xian posited, glancing at the lead vehicle of the convoy, a Dongfeng warrior. How do you know, Li Langjun? Zhang Laobua inquired curiously, while San Yang, standing nearby, cast a questioning glance at Li Xian, which he found immensely gratifying. That leading vehicle, known as the Dongfeng warrior, is a gift from our Huaxia to the Emperor of the Tang. It has been specially modified, comfortable within, robust without. It is equipped with a machine gun atop, and no arrows or blades from the Tang can pierce its armor or glass. Truly, it embodies both offense and defense. And there exists only this one in the entire Tang Dynasty, Li Xian elucidated. This information had long circulated among his fellow workers and was hardly a secret among the Huaxia people. Ah, I see, Zhang Laobua replied, enlightened. Li Langjun, why would His Majesty come here today? Isn't this place still under construction? San Yang inquired with curiosity, perhaps intentionally seeking a topic to converse with Li Xian. After all, she was not oblivious. She sensed his burgeoning affection for her, and she harbored feelings for him as well. Regrettably, her tarnished reputation dampened her spirits. His Majesty's visit today is likely to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Chang'an Post Station Railway, as that is the sole event happening here, Li Xian speculated. Upon speaking, Li Xian perceived a shift in San Yang's mood. Unsure of his own thoughts, he blurted out, "Once the train tickets are officially on sale, I shall take you, San Yang, for a ride on the train. How does that sound?" Instantly, San Yang blushed and turned to leave. Zhang Laobo, overhearing, brightened and leaned in to ask, "Li Langjun, may I inquire how old you are?" 26, Li Xian replied candidly. "Huh?" Zhang Laobo exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing Li Xian intently. "How can you appear so youthful?" He wondered aloud. It is worth noting that Zhang Laobo himself was 35, merely 9 years older than Li Xian. Yet he was already stooped and graying. In his perception, 26 was considered quite advanced in age, while the young man before him appeared scarcely in his teens. Most importantly, at this age, he must already have a wife and children. With this thought, he let out a helpless sigh. "I have a youthful face, which makes me appear younger. Furthermore, the average life expectancy in our Huaxia has reached 79 years. There are plenty of people in their 30s who remain unmarried. I am still considered child," Li Xian explained with a cheerful smile. "Ah!" Elder Zhang widened his eyes in astonishment. Had he truly heard correctly? An average age of 79? In their Tang Dynasty, especially after having recently endured the ravages of war, reaching 40 was deemed a remarkable longevity. In that moment, Elder Zhang felt an increased yearning for the mysterious Huaxia. If he could visit Huaxia in his lifetime, it would be worth it even in death. Has young Master Li married? Elder Zhang did not forget the matter at hand. "And no, not yet," Li Xian replied somewhat shyly. "Not only have I not married, but I am still single." Good. Elder Zhang exclaimed 3 times, leaving Li Xian bewildered. Just as he was about to inquire what was so good about it, Fang Shijuan and the others called out, "Lao San, you're going to be late. We can chat later after work." "Elder Zhang, I must get to work now. We can continue our conversation later," Li Xian said with a hint of embarrassment. "All right, young master, you should hurry and attend to your duties." Elder Zhang naturally did not wish to delay the young man's work. After Li Xian and the others departed, Elder Zhang noticed his daughter's gaze lingering on Li Xian's retreating figure. A faint smile crept onto his face as he approached her and whispered, "San Yang, I inquired earlier. Young Master Li has yet to marry. I observed that he seems interested in you. Have you considered this possibility? Grandfather me?" San Yang responded, tears welling in her eyes. "Do not cry, San Yang. Young Master Li is from Huaxia. He is unaware of your past circumstances. For now, refrain from mentioning it. If you both become close, you can repay him with kindness, support him in his endeavors, and show filial piety to his parents. I am certain that such a good person as young Master Li will not hold it against you." Elder Zhang decided to act against his better judgment for the sake of his daughter. Although he felt somewhat guilty for doing so, he felt compelled to proceed. "No, even if I cannot marry young Master Li, I absolutely cannot deceive him," San Yang asserted, her earlier weakness replaced by unwavering resolve. Elder Zhang, wanting to scold, ultimately sighed deeply, returning to his business without further comment. At the northeast corner of the Chang'an Post Station, not far from the residential area, a grand train platform had been successfully constructed, and a considerable number of people were already gathered there, including Su Hao. "Chief, the Emperor's convoy has arrived," Shi Tu said. Leaning in closer, "The Emperor of Tang has come. Let's go greet him," Su Hao declared, removing his hand from the green train carriage and addressing the crowd with enthusiasm. Subsequently, Su Hao led a group of over 20 individuals down from the platform. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Shimin's convoy arrived just in time. Gazing at the imposing Dongfeng Mengsher vehicle, Su Hao felt a twinge of envy and planned to apply for one upon his return. As the car door swung open, Li Shimin leaped from the vehicle, his hearty laughter reaching Su Hao's ears even before he arrived. "Ha! Esteemed Lord Su, we meet again." Li Shimin appeared exceedingly warm, a stark contrast to their initial encounter. Your Majesty, do you fancy the gift we, the Huaxia, have presented? Su Hao inquired, gesturing towards the Dongfeng Mengshi. Indeed, I am quite fond of it. Li Shimin replied with delight. I have heard that it was suggested by you, esteemed Lord Su. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. This tale is rather lengthy. Yet it was indeed Su Hao's recommendation to present something unique. Only the Dongfeng Mengshi is worthy of this most formidable carbon-based life form of the 7th century. As long as your Majesty is pleased, that is all that matters. Su Hao responded, gracefully gesturing, Your Majesty, please. Very well. I have long heard from my advisors about the remarkable speed and stability of Huaxia's high-speed rail. Today, I must witness it for myself. Li Shimin, never one to hesitate, promptly joined Su Hao on the platform. Chapter 56. The inauguration ceremony. An elegantly refurbished green train stood at the platform, albeit rather short in length, consisting of merely 4 carriages after the locomotive was removed. The current demand for passenger transport was minimal, with plans to add more carriages in the future. This was merely the perspective of the accustomed travelers of Huaxia. But for the people of the Tang Dynasty, it evoked an entirely different sentiment. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the Tang citizens upon sighting the train. Emperor Li Shimin pointed at the train in astonishment, exclaiming, Is this truly a train? It is monumental. What immense force must be harnessed to propel such a mechanical beast forward? This exemplifies the power of technology. Su Hao shared in the awe, reflecting on the marvel of technology. Li Shimin nodded slightly, committing the phrase scientific advancement deeply to memory. Although he had heard it several times before, its impact grew ever more profound with each repetition. Your Majesty, shall we step inside and experience it for ourselves? Su Hao gestured invitingly. Very well, Li Shimin replied without pretense, feeling no need for caution. He understood that should Huaxia harbor any ill intentions, his defenses would be futile. It was far better to be open and at ease. The group gradually entered the carriage, their astonishment palpable as they surveyed the interior. Everything was novel to them. They eagerly examined their surroundings, and only after a gentle cough from Li Shimin did they temper their wide-eyed wonder. Please have a seat, Su Hao instructed the train staff. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. The staff guided the dignitaries and clan elders of the Tang Dynasty to their places. Once settled, Su Hao commanded, Commence the journey to Camp 1. In no time, the train began to move, gradually departing the platform and accelerating toward Camp 1. Your Majesty, the previous station was Chang'an, and our next stop lies outside the very camp you first visited. There, another such platform exists, albeit smaller. The distance between the 2 locations is approximately 8 kilometers, a little over 15 li, Su Hao explained while handing Li Shimin a cup of tea. The Camp 1 station is not open to the public. It is designated for troop transportation. In case of emergencies, soldiers can be swiftly deployed from Camp 1 to the docks and Chang'an Station. The station that will eventually serve the public is situated 18 kilometers from the dense forests of Huaxia, between here and Chang'an Station. As Li Shimin gazed out the window, he observed the scenery rushing past, the speed increasing with each moment. He found it difficult to comprehend the immense force capable of propelling such a colossal entity so swiftly. Is technology truly this formidable? Your Majesty, please enjoy your tea, Su Hao gently suggested. Noticing Li Shimin lost in thought, his gaze fixed outside the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips. When Li Shimin turned his head and beheld the teacup on the table, utterly still, he was struck with astonishment. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to steady his mind, and lifted the teacup to indulge in a sip. Instantly, his senses were awakened. The shock he felt was momentarily eclipsed by the delightful flavor of the tea, exquisite brew. Although the practice of roasting tea had begun to emerge in the Tang Dynasty, it had yet to become widespread, only circulating in select regions. Li Shimin had seen it before, yet he had never tasted such a remarkable roasted tea. Su Hao, observing Li Shimin's reaction, was momentarily taken aback and slapped his thigh in realization. Indeed, tea is an excellent commodity for trade, and the Tang can cultivate tea leaves. This represents a lucrative business opportunity to be included in the second batch of commercial endeavors. Su Hao quietly committed this idea to memory. As long as Your Majesty enjoys it, I shall send you some shortly, he said with a smile, indifferent to the triviality of the tea leaves. "Then I must thank you, Su Langjun," Li Shimin replied, hesitating only for a moment before graciously accepting the offer. The thunderous roar of the train echoed, and before he could finish his cup, it began to decelerate, arriving at its destination. "How swift!" Li Shimin exclaimed, gazing at the familiar scenery outside. Yet the distance is too short. The train has barely begun to accelerate before it must slow down. If the railway were sufficiently long, it could reach a speed of 600 li in a single hour. Su Hao translated this into terms Li Shimin could comprehend. The revelation left Li Shimin in awe once more. He had lost count of how many times he had been astonished that day and felt a certain numbness to it. Is it truly that fast? His mind raced through numerous scenarios, such as the rapid delivery of edicts across the realm, the swift transportation of goods, and the quick deployment of troops, matters of great national significance. What if the railway could span the entirety of the Tang? No, even if it merely connected some core regions, his control over the Tang would elevate to a new level. Of course, this was still tempered by the limited conditions of the Tang. In our Huaxia, the current fastest high-speed rail can traverse 1,400 li in an hour, and the soon-to-be operational line will reach 1,800 li per hour. Furthermore, we are developing even faster ultra-high-speed trains. Thus, achieving a speed of 600 li per hour poses no challenge for us, Su Hao remarked with a hint of pride. It must be said that exhibiting one's superiority before Emperor Li Shimin felt uniquely exhilarating. After Su Hao's discourse, Li Shimin lapsed into silence, seemingly lost in thought. On the return journey from Camp No. 1 to Chang'an Station, he remained reticent, prompting concern in Su Hao. "After all I've said, can you not discern its meaning? Do you not wish to construct high-speed rail for the Tang? If so, do not hesitate to ask." Before long, the train returned to Chang'an Station, and as passengers disembarked, many Tang citizens were left in awe by the experience, gathering in clusters to discuss all matters related to the train. As Li Shimin prepared to leave, Su Hao felt a pang of urgency. The purpose of his invitation had been to negotiate the construction of the railway. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a predicament of his own making. Initially, he had set the stakes too high, and now Su Hao was too prideful to approach Li Shimin directly about the matter. With a resigned sigh, Su Hao resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to broach the subject. Little did he know that fate would take an unexpected turn. As Li Shimin descended from the platform, he paused before Su Hao, his expression earnest as he inquired, "Su Langjun, if I wish to invite Huaxia to construct a railway for our Tang Dynasty, would there be any possibility of this?" This was both an inquiry and a subtle test. Li Shimin, initially taken aback, found himself somewhat disoriented. However, during the return journey, he had silently contemplated the situation. From the moment Su Hao had invited him to the inauguration ceremony, it became evident that everything had been orchestrated by Huaxia. Yet, why was Huaxia so keen on building a railway in Tang? What benefits would they derive, and could it pose a threat to the Tang Dynasty? As an emperor, he had numerous considerations to weigh. Indeed, Su Hao nearly revealed his thoughts impulsively, yet he managed to rein himself in just in time. Chapter 57. The Great Tang Railway Plan. Su Hao feigned deep contemplation for a moment before slightly nodding, given the rapport between our two nations. Should His Majesty the Emperor of Tang require it, there would be no issue. What must our Great Tang offer in return? Li Shimin opted for a forthright approach. Through numerous encounters with Su Hao over time, he had begun to discern the latter's character. "Your Majesty, it is not a matter of what Great Tang must contribute, but rather what the railway can bestow upon us," Su Hao cheerfully corrected him. Before Li Shimin could respond, Su Hao took the initiative to elaborate. "Firstly, it will invigorate the rapid development of cities along the railway line. Secondly, your edicts can traverse to every corner of Great Tang in the shortest possible time via the railway. Furthermore, in the event of border conflicts or domestic unrest, your forces can be swiftly deployed, mitigating substantial losses. Additionally, should a calamity strike a region, relief supplies and personnel can be dispatched promptly, saving a greater number of lives. Beyond this, there are myriad other advantages." Upon concluding, Su Hao smiled at Li Shimin, awaiting the latter's decision. "What do you wish to obtain?" Li Shimin inquired more directly this time, having already contemplated the benefits Su Hao had mentioned. If such advantages were not present, he would not have posed this question. monetary resources and minerals, Su Hao succinctly replied. Li Shimin nodded slightly, finding this in line with his own thoughts. Observing Li Shimin's growing interest, Su Hao continued, presenting 3 options for the emperor's consideration. Your Majesty, should Great Tang wish to construct the railway, I have 3 proposals at your disposal. Would you care to hear them? Su Hao asked. Please proceed. Su Langjun. Li Shimin expressed his keen interest. The first proposal entails our provision of funding, personnel, and technology. The entire railway, from surveying to construction, will be managed by our Han people, with Great Tang only required to facilitate and provide policy support. Upon completion, the railway will be contracted to us for operation, and Great Tang shall not interfere. After recovering the construction costs, we will continue to manage it for 30 years, after which the entire railway will be handed over to Great Tang without charge. This proposal offers Great Tang the advantage of incurring no expenses, while also relieving the burden of management, ultimately acquiring a complete railway line decades later, a deal that guarantees profit with no loss. The sole downside is that Great Tang cannot interfere with the railway's operations. Any use of the railway will require an application to us, along with the payment of fees. Su Hao's first proposal essentially involved a comprehensive contract, granting absolute control over the railway, which may be challenging for a sovereign to accept. Thus, he candidly presented the drawbacks, allowing Li Shimin to make his own choice. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Shimin's brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied. Su Langjun, may I inquire about the other 2 proposals? The second proposal entails that the Tang Dynasty shall provide land and policy support to facilitate the migration of the populace along the railway route, as well as station troops to ensure the safety of the line and assist with ancillary tasks. The Huaxia shall contribute financially and technologically to the construction. Upon completion, we shall collaboratively establish a railway operating company responsible for the management of the railway. In this joint venture, the Tang Dynasty will hold a 10% stake, while Huaxia will possess 90%. Once all costs are recovered, the Tang Dynasty may purchase our shares at the prevailing market price at any time, even acquiring the entire 90% if desired. The advantages of this plan lie in the Tang Dynasty's meaningful involvement in railway operations, granting them priority in matters concerning security, such as troop transport and logistics. Other usages would require negotiation and payment. Furthermore, the Tang Dynasty could swiftly regain operational control of the railway. The downside, however, is that the Tang must initially invest some capital, and the subsequent acquisition of our shares will also demand a substantial sum. Su Hao swiftly articulated this second proposal. Upon hearing this plan, Li Shimin felt a stir within. The only drawback was their minimal shareholding. Is there another proposal? Li Shimin intended to listen to all 3 proposals before making a judicious comparison to arrive at the optimal choice. The third proposal is an enhancement of the second. In addition to the Tang Dynasty's 10% stake, Huaxia's technological contributions would account for 40%, with the remaining 50% allocated based on the proportion of investment from both parties. This is the sole distinction. The advantage lies in the increased shareholding, which amplifies influence within the joint venture. For instance, representatives could be dispatched to Huaxia to study advanced techniques in railway operation, service, and maintenance, facilitating a smoother future transition. Other aspects remain consistent with the second proposal. Su Hao had meticulously devised these 3 proposals and conferred with members of the 749 Bureau prior to presenting them. Can the Tang Dynasty truly muster such substantial funds? Li Shimin expressed interest in the third proposal, as he was reluctant to relinquish full control of the railway to Huaxia. While the royal treasury may not suffice, the esteemed families might well have the means. Your Majesty could raise funds from them and distribute shares accordingly. Many noble families would likely be eager to engage in this venture, serving under your royal command, suggested Su Hao. Moreover, your Majesty could use domestic mineral resources as collateral. Huaxia is also very willing to extend loans to the Tang Dynasty, with a reasonable interest rate of 5% annually, Su Hao added, reinforcing his proposition. Huaxia similarly preferred the third proposal, as it required the least investment while maximizing liquidity, without hindering the transport of various mineral resources back to Huaxia. The benefits are considerable. After all, the saved funds could be directed towards extensive development in other realms. I shall give due consideration to the three proposals presented by Lord Su. Li Shimin did not immediately accord his assent, and Su Hao was unperturbed, recognizing that such a significant matter necessitated extensive deliberation with numerous stakeholders before reaching a conclusion. Very well. After bidding farewell to Li Shimin, Su Hao promptly returned to Blue Star. With the roads now open, numerous materials could be directly transported from Huaxia, significantly accelerating the pace of construction here. The following morning, Meng Du arrived at Su Hao's courtyard. "Old Meng, you've come quite early. Have you had breakfast?" Su Hao inquired politely. "I have already eaten," Meng Du responded with a cheerful smile. "Please take a seat. I will finish my meal shortly." Su Hao gestured toward the chair before him, continuing to savor his steamed buns. Meng Du, feeling at ease, sat down and promptly stated, "Chief, I have come today to seek your guidance on a matter." "Please go ahead," Su Hao encouraged. Chapter 58. The Allure of the Brothel. The project manager of the Chang'an post station reported two pieces of news last night. Firstly, some workers wish to marry in the Tang Dynasty, yet they remain uncertain about their return to Blue Star and whether such unions are permissible under current policies. Secondly, the workers, having spent over a month there and being predominantly male, find themselves with excess energy and hope to be allowed to explore the city of Chang'an or its surroundings during their leisure time. Meng swiftly summarized the situation. Su Hao, after finishing his breakfast in contemplative silence, digested the information before rising to speak. Matters of love are a natural inclination of humanity. As long as there is mutual affection or consent for marriage, we are, in principle, amenable to such unions. Once the situation with the portal becomes public, there will be no restrictions on travel between our realms, alleviating concerns about fleeting relationships and the division of worlds. Su Hao's stance was not one of opposition. Rather, he encouraged such connections. However, he emphasized the need to inform the Tang authorities and to maintain control over the number of unions. Currently, the limited population posed no issue. But once the portals opened, it would be imperative to regulate the number of marriages to avoid overwhelming the foundational structures of their societies, as the available eligible women in each nation are finite. He reminded, the number of bachelors in Huaxia is limited, while the worlds accessible to us are boundless. There is no need to focus solely on one. Regarding the workers' desire to visit Chang'an, Su Hao found this feasible as well. In the future, exchanges between our peoples will be essential, and this is an opportune moment to begin such endeavors. If we encounter any problems, we can address them early on, and eventually establish a comprehensive guideline for interworld tourism. Su Hao pondered briefly and concurred with the second request. Please contact Ambassador Wu Zheng Station in the Tang Dynasty and have him discuss this matter with the locals. I foresee no issues arising. However, we must ensure that our workers receive proper ideological education. While abroad, they must uphold the dignity of Huaxia and adhere to local laws and customs. We are not colonizers. Rather, Huaxia and the Tang are friendly neighbors, united by a shared bond and alliance, Su Hao added. Understood. Meng nodded, appreciating Su Hao's guidance, which would streamline the subsequent tasks. Daiji Pitis, Your Majesty, today, Ambassador Wu from Huaxia has sent us a communication, reportedly Daozong, the Prince of Rinsheng, to Li Shimin. This individual is historically known for his alliance with Li Jing in capturing the Kagan Shelley, and he is expected to achieve notable success in future diplomatic endeavors. Having reviewed historical texts, Li Shimin recognized the Tang's need for a capable diplomat and appointed Li Daozong as the minister of the Honglu Temple. What is the matter? Li Shimin inquired, setting aside his current affairs with concern. Nowadays, any issue concerning Huaxia is deemed of utmost importance and must be reported directly to him, reflecting Huaxia's significant standing in the minds of Li Shimin and the Tang people. Ambassador Wu stated that the workers from Huaxia, who came to construct the Chang'an post station, along with other staff members, had been residing there for an extended period, leading to a sense of monotony. In an effort to enhance their work motivation and demonstrate a sense of humanistic care, it was suggested that they be allowed to explore the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty, particularly the captivating city of Chang'an. Consequently, Ambassador Wu submitted a request for the city to be open to the Huaxia people, enabling them to indulge in leisure activities there. Li Daozong remarked on this proposal. Upon hearing it, Emperor Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! This is indeed a splendid opportunity. I grant my approval." However, he quickly adopted a more serious demeanor and nodded slightly, addressing Li Daozong. "Your concerns are valid. The customs of Huaxia differ from our own, and they may be unaware of our laws. Should they inadvertently transgress these laws or engage in behaviors considered normal in their culture, yet unacceptable here, how shall we respond?" Li Shimin acknowledged the gravity of the situation, adding, "Yet, we must not allow fear to stifle progress. The diplomatic relations between Huaxia and our Tang Dynasty will inevitably lead to increased exchanges between our peoples, whether through our visits to their lands or theirs to ours. Consider this a preliminary rehearsal." He continued, "However, ensure that Ambassador Wu is made aware of these nuances. We, as a nation of propriety, will overlook minor cultural differences as long as there is no willful infringement. Should any provocation occur, we shall be compelled to act according to our laws. I trust Huaxia will comprehend this, just as we shall adhere to the same principles when our people visit their realm." Li Shimin endeavored to convey his message with utmost tact. "Your Majesty, your wisdom is evident. I shall proceed accordingly," Li Daozong replied, feeling reassured by the emperor's words. This situation presented an opportunity to garner foreign currency and showcase the splendor of the Tang Dynasty. "Please instruct the necessary parties. I would not tolerate any deliberate sabotage of our diplomatic relations, or else severe consequences shall ensue." Li Shimin, an astute leader, had engaged in extensive discussions with Chang'an Wuji and other officials who had traveled to Huaxia, acquiring knowledge from their experiences and the literature they brought back. The following morning, in the staff dormitory of Chang'lu Post Station, excitement erupted. "Good news! Good news! Everyone, look at the Chang'lu group," Yao Tian exclaimed, springing from his bed, his eyes glued to his phone in exhilaration. Although connectivity with Huaxia was limited, a local wireless network had been established to alleviate boredom and provide entertainment. "What is it?" "It's only 6 o'clock. We still have an hour before rising," grumbled Wu Jianshan, reluctantly checking the time on his phone before collapsing back onto his bed, still half asleep. "Wake up, old three. It's wonderful news. Don't you wish to marry Sanyang? Now it is possible." Yao Tian remained unfazed by Wu Jianshan's reaction. He directly shook Li Xian's bed, exuberantly exclaiming, "Marry Sanyang?" Upon hearing the name Sanyang, Li Xian instantly awakened, hastily unlocking his phone to access the group chat, which had erupted with a flurry of messages, overwhelming him. "Wonderful. At last, we can venture into the city of Chang'an. I've heard that the Tang Dynasty boasts brothels. Is anyone interested?" Of course, brothels have existed since ancient times. It is said that the expenses in ancient brothels are exorbitant. Can we truly afford it? Indeed, I've heard only the wealthy can indulge, and even then, it's for performances, not for physical companionship. To become a favored guest and partake in more intimate encounters. The costs are likely beyond the means of ordinary folk. Many began to reconsider their plans, deterred by the potential strain on their wallets. If the expensive options are unattainable, surely there are more affordable alternatives. I refuse to believe that the average citizens of the Tang Dynasty cannot partake. Chapter 59. Chang'an. Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? Have you perhaps underestimated your own earnings? According to the black market exchange rates I have come across, 1 yuan can be exchanged for 35 when here, given that 1 guan equals 1,000 won. Those who can afford to come here likely have salaries exceeding 6,000. Even if we consider a salary of 6,000, that translates to 210 guan. What does that signify? How could one possibly deny themselves the pleasures of the brothel? In truth, the individuals arriving in the Tang Dynasty not only receive their salaries, but also enjoy special subsidies from the state, which are not inferior to their wages. Hence, the monthly income of the Huaxia people in the Tang Dynasty generally surpasses 450 guan. The manager merely suggested that we could stroll around Chang'an. But would it be inappropriate to visit the brothels? After all, such activities are illegal back home. Just as everyone was brimming with excitement, someone doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Nevertheless, the group only paused for a few seconds before someone swiftly countered. What is there to fear? Did not the group announcement state that we must respect local laws and customs? This is merely their way of life, and we're simply showing them the respect they deserve. It must be said, everyone was quite taken with this notion. If there are enjoyable places within Chang'an, they would undoubtedly wish to explore them. However, the brothels here are undeniably the most alluring, as this is an experience absent in Huaxia. At least, there are no legal avenues for such experiences back home. Ahem, discussions of this nature are prohibited in the group from now on. The project manager, noticing that the messages in the group were becoming unmanageable, swiftly intervened. Manager, is it permissible for us to discuss this matter? Someone boldly inquired. Instantly, silence fell over the group as everyone awaited an answer. Manager, what does this imply? A colleague pondered aloud. Of course, it implies tacit approval. If it were disallowed, it would have been explicitly stated. Well, as long as everyone understands, let's not burden the manager any further. In an instant, the group grasped the unspoken agreement, ceasing to discuss the matter publicly. Yet, within the confines of their respective dormitories, whispers of mischievous discussions began to circulate. Do not pay attention to these messages. Focus on the announcement, Yao Tian urged. Li Shimin quickly opened the group announcement, which contained 2 pinned messages. One allowed for travel to Chang'an, while the other permitted intermarriage between the 2 nations, igniting Li Shimin's excitement. Wonderful! Li Shimin leapt from his bed, eager to rush outside the dormitory. Hey, third brother, don't you think it's inappropriate to meet Xin Yang looking like that? Yao Tian hastily called after him. Right, I need to tidy up. Upon realizing his disheveled appearance, Li Shimin promptly nodded. Third brother, do not lose your composure. Marrying in the Tang Dynasty also requires a bridal price. Have you prepared yours? Furthermore, the marriage customs here are far more intricate than ours. How much do you truly understand? The eldest brother inquired with enthusiasm. How much is the bridal price here? Li Shimin appeared somewhat uncertain. Though he had been working for 4 years and his salary had risen to 8,000 a month, he remained a worker without a car or a home, with savings of just over 50,000. Although there are special subsidies here, amounting to nearly 15,000 each month, the duration of such financial support remains uncertain. In Huaxia, finding a spouse under these circumstances is not impossible, yet it poses considerable challenges. Regarding your inquiry, I cannot provide a definitive answer. Perhaps we may become the first couple to marry between our 2 nations. Fang Dashi was momentarily taken aback by the question. Third brother, why not consult old Zhang or other Tang people to inquire about the local customs and procedures? Wu Jianshan suggested with a smile. Fourth, are you also feeling a romantic stir? Yao Tian's words pierced the heart of the matter. Ahem, if the bridal price were akin to that in Huaxia, why wouldn't I seek a partner here? Is this not preferable to a fairy? Although Wu Jianshan felt somewhat embarrassed at being exposed, he readily conceded. That makes sense. Yao Tian acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Among the 4 of them in the dormitory, only the eldest, Fang Dashi, had married, while the other 3 remained single, each harboring their own aspirations. It would be inappropriate to approach old Zhang directly, as in ancient times, marriage was often arranged through parental consent and matchmakers. Third brother, I suggest you first seek a local matchmaker, Fang Dashi advised. That sounds reasonable. Third brother, let's find a matchmaker together and see if there is someone suitable for us, so we may marry at the same time, Wu Jianshan proposed eagerly. Where shall we find a matchmaker? Li Shimin inquired. Considering the traditional marriage customs, the number of matchmakers cannot be scant. There must be some in Chang'an. We can take a break and explore the city to gather information. Fang Dashi proposed. Shall we go after work tonight? Wu Jianshan asked impatiently. It is currently the 9th year of the Wuda era, and a curfew is still in effect. Yao Tian reminded them. Then let us swap shifts with others and go during the day, Li Shimin suggested, his anticipation palpable. Agreed, they all concurred. Despite having recently experienced the Xuanwu Gate incident, the emergence of Huaxia and the Tang Dynasty's substantial victories over the Turks have rendered Chang'an, the heart of the empire, a magnet for families of nobility, wealthy merchants, and distant traders. Each day, the city gates and streets bustle with throngs of people, creating a lively atmosphere. At the entrance of Tunghua Gate, a long queue formed early in the morning, particularly crowded today. The attire of these individuals differed markedly from that of the local Tang populace, appearing quite peculiar. Yet, the fabric they wore was undoubtedly exquisite and precious. Their short hair further distinguished them. Mr. Chang's son, what brings you here in person? The Tang ambassador, Wu Zheng, expressed surprise upon seeing the visitor. Ambassador Wu, you are too gracious. When I first visited the land of Huaxia, I was met with warm hospitality. I even mentioned to Lord Su that when he visits Chang'an, I shall personally guide him through its wonders. Though he may not be here in person this time, we, in the Tang Dynasty, must not neglect the esteemed guest from Huaxia. Chang's son Wuji chuckled amiably. I appreciate your kind words. The workers who have come to explore Chang'an today are all present. If they falter in any regard, I kindly ask for your understanding, and if anyone were to commit an act that provokes the ire of the heavens, there is no need for formality. This statement also conveyed Huaxia's stance. Certainly, Chang's son Wuji sighed in relief, as the pressure from Huaxia was indeed considerable. He was reluctant to see the Tang Dynasty offend Huaxia unless absolutely necessary, and thankfully, Huaxia is a land of reason and principles. As the handover was prepared, Chang's son Wuji stepped forward and addressed the Huaxia workers. Welcome to our Tang Dynasty, to the city of Chang'an. Is it not a joy to have friend arrive from afar? I hope you all enjoy your time here and have a delightful experience. Please, make yourselves at home. Chapter 60. Journey to Chang'an as Chang's son Wuji gestured an invitation. The workers from Huaxia clasped their fists and bowed in respect, subsequently queuing to enter the city. As the inaugural guests from Huaxia, they were exempt from the entrance fee, for when they visited Huaxia, the locals had graciously waived their fees and had treated them to a plethora of delightful experiences. This was my first time witnessing the ancient city walls up close, and they were truly magnificent. Yao Tian stood in line, gazing up at the towering walls, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Enough of the sentimental musings. Let us hasten into the city. I can hardly contain my excitement. Wu Jianshan gently nudged Yao Tian. I'm too lazy to call you out on it. You're eager for Pinkang Fang, aren't you? Yao Tian retorted with disdain. Huh. If you're so capable, then by all means, don't go, Wu Jianshan scoffed. Fang Dashi, accustomed to their banter, chimed in, it's still before noon. The brothels likely aren't open yet. Shoo, keep your voice down. Wu Jianshan blushed as he noticed glances laden with understanding from nearby onlookers. What's there to fear? These lecherous fellows, one and all, are undoubtedly itching to experience it themselves. When the time comes, we shall all encounter one another. No one can look down on the other, Fang Dashi chuckled. Shall we first seek a matchmaker? Li Shimin, preoccupied with thoughts of San Yang, expressed his curiosity about the brothel, but found his interest somewhat lacking. Ah, the third brother is truly innocent. It's no wonder San Yang has taken a liking to him, Yao Tian remarked. Despite this, once they entered the city, they all accompanied Li Shimin to find matchmaker. One might wonder, where does one find a matchmaker on the bustling streets? It is quite simple. One seeks out an intermediary like a dental shop, through which finding a matchmaker becomes much more manageable. As anticipated, upon entering a dental shop, the staff promptly emerged to warmly welcome them. Welcome, esteemed guests from Huaxia. How may we assist you? The distinctive attire and short hair of the Huaxia people were unmistakable. From nobles to commoners, everyone in Chang'an was aware of their presence. Additionally, the government had spread the word throughout the city the previous day, informing the populace that guests from Huaxia would be visiting, urging them to display the grandeur and etiquette of the Tang Dynasty and not to neglect their honored guests. The staff recognized them immediately. Hello, I am in search of a reputable matchmaker. Could you assist me? Li Shimin inquired directly upon entering. Esteemed guest, you have come to the right place. When do you require our services? Although the staff was curious about why these guests sought a matchmaker, they instinctively offered their assistance. The sooner, the better, Li Shimin replied promptly, noting that taking a day off was no easy task, and it would be best to settle matters today. Not a problem. Please wait here and enjoy some tea. We will contact a matchmaker shortly. It will only take the time of 2 cups of tea, the staff said with a smile as they served tea to the 4. All right, Li Shimin nodded, settling in to await their assistance. Their arrival attracted the attention of others within the trade, sparking a keen curiosity about the purpose of the Huaxiao individuals in this line of work. By the way, how do you charge for your services? Fang Dashi, anxious about being overcharged, inquired beforehand. This depends on the matchmaker you choose. For esteemed guests seeking the finest matchmaker, the fee is slightly higher, set at 900 yuan per person. This is the base price, encompassing both the matchmaker's fee and all costs associated with our establishment. Naturally, should the guest be satisfied, offering additional gratuity to the matchmaker is at their discretion. The Tooth Man was careful not to inflate prices, presenting only the minimum charge. The four companions were aware of the current black market exchange rates, and upon calculating, they exchanged astonished glances, clearly conveying their disbelief. Is it truly this inexpensive? The finest matchmaker, costing less than 30 yuan, was merely the price of a meal back in Huaxia. Do you accept yuan? Li Shimin. Indeed, we do. The Tooth Man replied eagerly. As long as the matter is resolved satisfactorily, I will offer you 50 yuan, Li Xian stated grandly. Thank you, esteemed guest. I shall ensure this matter is handled splendidly. The Tooth Man responded, stepping away momentarily to contact a matchmaker. He then returned to accompany the four, engaging them in delightful anecdotes about Chang'an. Li Xian and his companions were eager to glean insights about the current state of Chang'an from the well-informed Tooth Man, finding it far more detailed and authentic than any online research they had conducted. What? A house within the city costs only 6 yuan? They gasped simultaneously at the information shared by the Tooth Man about properties for sale. Indeed, but that's located in the northern district where most common folk like us reside. The Tooth Man cautioned. The eastern district is more prosperous and bustling, with prices slightly elevated. Currently, we have a moderately sized residence for sale with 3 acres of land, priced at 140 yuan. The Tooth Man, noticing the wealth of the Huaxia guests, cleverly shifted the conversation towards properties in the eastern region. 3 acres of land? Even in a less desirable location, that is still prime real estate in the capital, and so spacious, yet so affordable. Based on the current exchange rate, that amounts to merely 4,900 yuan, Wu Jianshan quickly pulled out his phone and calculated, only to gasp in astonishment at the result. 2 yuan per square meter? You've miscalculated. An acre during the Tang Dynasty is approximately 522 square meters. Unlike our measurements, Yao Tian reminded, observing the information on Wu's phone. Wu Jianshan recalibrated his figures. Even so, it's not much higher, merely over 5 yuan per square meter. Although the Tooth Man was unaware of the treasures held by his guests and did not dare to inquire, he noted their internal discussion and discreetly stepped away. How can it be so low? Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. It is likely due to the scarcity of yuan, coupled with decades of warfare. But the current population of the Tang Dynasty is relatively sparse. In the future, the property prices within the city of Chang'an are bound to multiply significantly. Furthermore, the value of our yuan will also experience a swift decline. It will not be long before, with a considerable influx of our people, the property prices could easily soar tenfold, Fang Dashi whispered. In other words, purchasing properties in Chang'an now could lead to wealth in the future. Wu Jianshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, while the attention is not yet focused on these matters, we must act swiftly. Eventually, the Tang Dynasty will surely catch on, and at that point, property prices will no longer be so affordable. Otherwise, our group of workers could easily purchase the entirety of Chang'an. Fang Dashi nodded in agreement. Having missed the real estate boom in Huaxia, we cannot afford to let this opportunity slip by. Yao Tian expressed his enthusiasm. Yes, I also plan to acquire some properties. Whether for investment or future retirement, it remains an excellent choice, Fang Dashi said with a smile. I too wish to buy. If Sanyang and I truly marry, I must provide her with a splendid home, Li Xian stated. Before the matchmaker arrives, the four of them have already developed a greater interest in real estate than in the matchmaker or the brothels, and they promptly called for a guide, inquiring, "How many properties do you currently have listed for sale?" Upon hearing this, the guide's eyes lit up. He realized a lucrative business opportunity had arisen and responded with even greater enthusiasm. Esteemed guests, we have a plethora of properties available, including residential spaces, commercial shops, and even some farmland outside the city. After meeting with the matchmaker, could you take us to view the properties? Fang Dashi inquired. Of course, that can be arranged. As they began examining the property plans, a graceful middle-aged woman entered the guide's establishment, prompting him to promptly escort her to a private room. Chapter 61. The modest bride price an elegant middle-aged woman approached after performing a traditional greeting and inquired politely, "I have encountered 4 gentlemen. May I ask which one seeks a bride? Esteemed lady?" The 4 men exchanged puzzled glances. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, well-preserved and possessing a voluptuous figure. In the realm of Huaxia, she would be deemed an exceptional matron, as evidenced by Wu Jianshan's evident admiration. "I have taken a liking to a young lady and wish to propose marriage, yet I am unfamiliar with the customs and processes here in the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, I seek the assistance of a matchmaker to navigate these matters. Of course, I shall ensure a generous reward for your services afterward," Li Shimin said, rising and bowing respectfully. "Such eloquence and integrity. I am eager to know which maiden has captured your heart. I shall certainly facilitate this union," the matchmaker replied with confidence. The intended bride hails from Zhangjia village in the southwest of Lantian County. Old man Zhang and his daughter Xinyang sell dumplings and pastries at the snack street outside Chang'an Post Station. Li Shimin recounted what he knew. The matchmaker furrowed her brow in contemplation, but could not recall anyone matching that description. Wu Jianshan interjected, "It seems Xinyang has not remarried since her husband passed away before their wedding night." "Ah, so it is the Zhang family," the matchmaker realized. The tragic circumstance of a groom's death before the consummation of marriage was indeed a rarity in Chang'an, and as a prominent matchmaker, she had heard of such tales. Her gaze shifted to Li Shimin, curiosity piqued. It was perplexing that he was still interested in marrying someone with such a background when there were countless virtuous women available. "We in Huaxia do not concern ourselves with such matters. If my brother desires her, that suffices," Wu Jianshan reiterated. "Ah, I understand now. Rest assured, this matter shall be entrusted to me," the matchmaker declared, her confidence bolstered. "Then I shall rely on you," Li Shimin responded with a bow. "I am curious about the marriage customs here. What is the required bride price, and are there additional purchases to consider? We are quite unversed in these matters and would appreciate your guidance," Li Shimin admitted, momentarily forgetting other pressing concerns. As the elder brother, Fang Dashi had to step in to clarify, lest they become unwitting victims of exploitation. "Do not worry. It is of no consequence if you are unfamiliar. Having sought my assistance, I shall handle the entire process for you. All that is required from you is to provide the necessary funds and personnel," the matchmaker said, her eyes lighting up at the prospect of managing the entire affair, thus enabling her to earn more. Regrettably, the authorities had issued decrees to protect the Huaxia people from exploitation, with severe penalties for transgressors, rendering any pleas for leniency futile. Otherwise, she could have profited even more. Nevertheless, even by adhering to the proper protocols, she anticipated a substantial profit. More importantly, if she could establish a positive reputation among the Huaxia people, it would surely lead to an influx of future clients, a ceaseless source of wealth. With this thought in mind, the matchmaker became even more enthusiastic, vowing to devote her utmost effort to ensure the affair was executed flawlessly. "That is truly splendid," Li Shimin exclaimed with excitement. "In our great Tang Dynasty, the marriage process is divided into 6 steps: proposal, name inquiry, auspicious date selection, betrothal gifts, invitation of the wedding date, and the bride's welcoming." The matchmaker then elaborated on these 6 rites for everyone. Is it truly so cumbersome? Wouldn't this lengthy procedure take an inordinate amount of time? Wu Jianshan expressed his astonishment. If the groom is eager, the process can certainly be expedited. With some calculation, it can be completed in as little as 20 days, the matchmaker assured, understanding the unspoken implications behind his words. 20 days is acceptable. It's not excessively long, the 4 of them agreed. "What is the total cost for this entire process?" Li Shimin inquired, returning to the matter at hand. "That depends on the groom. There are economical approaches for those of modest means, and more lavish options for those with greater resources. Given the Zhang family's circumstances and Zhang Sanyang's current reputation, it could be accomplished even with just a few coins," the matchmaker explained, attentively gauging Li Shimin's expression. Noticing his unease, she quickly modified her tone. "If the groom truly cherishes Sanyang and is willing to allocate 30 yuan, then this wedding will undoubtedly be splendid, bringing great honor to the Zhang family, ensuring joy all around." 30 yuan? Wu Jianshan calculated on his phone and exclaimed, That is just over 800. In Huaxia, that wouldn't suffice for anything substantial. A decent bottle of wine at a wedding costs more, and even an ordinary banquet exceeds this amount. Upon hearing Wu Jinshan's remarks, Li Xian appeared momentarily taken aback, then turned to the matchmaker, stating, "I will provide you with 3,000 yuan. If this matter is handled well, I shall give you an additional 200 as a token of appreciation afterwards." With newfound confidence, Li Xian was determined to grant Sanyang a grand wedding. "Rest assured, esteemed groom, this matter shall be entrusted to me, and I will ensure it is executed swiftly and splendidly," the matchmaker replied, her heart racing at the prospect of such a lucrative endeavor. Even without official endorsement, she had not anticipated earning so much. Indeed, these Huaxiao people are evidently affluent. Before long, Li Xian and the matchmaker signed an agreement at the pawn shop and paid a deposit, entrusting all subsequent arrangements to her. "Matchmaker, we too wish to find brides. Might you have suitable candidates?" Wu Jinshan interjected as Li Xian's affairs concluded. "Rest assured, if we are satisfied, there will be generous compensation for you," he added. Hearing this, the matchmaker was even more elated. "What qualities do you gentlemen desire in your brides, and what requirements do you have regarding their family backgrounds?" "Beauty, good physique, and a pleasant temperament will suffice. Family background is of no concern," Wu Jinshan replied candidly. "Well, I am similar in my preferences," Yao Tian added after some contemplation, "but she should also be filial to her parents." "Not an issue. Leave it to me," the matchmaker assured, finding the conditions exceedingly simple. In the Tang Dynasty, social compatibility was emphasized, yet these Huaxiao individuals seemed to have no such demands, making the task much easier. In truth, there are subtle social compatibilities in Huaxia as well. Otherwise, happiness would be less likely. However, faced with the Tang Dynasty, the Huaxiao people possess an innate confidence. The matchmaker: "It would be best if you could find a way for my two brothers to meet the bride before the proposal, to avoid the pitfalls of a blind marriage and ensure a harmonious match," suggested Feng Dashi. The matchmaker furrowed her brow, acknowledging the difficulty of the request. "Here, this is 50 yuan. Please do me this favor," Feng Dashi said, placing a 50 yuan note in the matchmaker's hand. The matchmaker gazed at the money, swallowed hard, and ultimately nodded in agreement, assuring him, "You can rely on me." Indeed, money can persuade even the most reluctant. In truth, the prevailing customs of the Tang Dynasty were relatively liberal. Had it been during the Ming or Qing dynasties, the situation would have been considerably more challenging. Chapter 62. Huaxia, a celestial kingdom on earth, must not be opposed. After successfully negotiating with a matchmaker, the four individuals accompanied the real estate agent to inspect various properties and shops, all of which were quite satisfactory. Consequently, they proceeded to the cash exchange office near the embassy, withdrawing their savings while retaining only the funds necessary for future expenses, investing the remainder into real estate. Were it not for the inability to return to Blue Star and the restriction on credit card usage, they would have devised more methods to liquidate cash for their property purchases. Unexpectedly, the thought of owning several properties under his name thrilled him immensely, akin to the exhilaration of sipping an ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. "Oh, how I adore the Tang Dynasty!" exclaimed Wu Jinshan, gazing at the courtyard that now belonged to him, his face alight with excitement. Regrettably, they were not officials and thus could not acquire luxury residences. Feng Dashi, eyeing the opulent mansions with envy, yearned to purchase one, knowing well that he could afford it, yet lamenting his lack of qualification. He understood that if he missed this opportunity, the rising property prices would render him incapable of purchasing even if he later qualified. In the Tang Dynasty, regulations dictated the types of residences officials and commoners could inhabit. Ordinary citizens typically resided in modest homes, generally under an acre. Anything exceeding that was considered a middle-class dwelling, occupied only by families with some wealth, with a maximum limit of 4 acres, Tangmu. As dusk approached, Feng Dashi, having inquired, informed the group that curfew was at 7 o'clock and would not be lifted until 5 the following morning, during which time wandering the streets between districts was prohibited. However, within the districts, there were no restrictions, allowing for exploration at leisure. "It's already 6 o'clock. We must decide whether to go to Pingkang Fang or leave," Feng Dashi remarked, checking the time on his phone. Isn't that a redundant question? Wu Jianshan replied. Of course we should head to Pinkangfang. We've come this far. We must experience it. He was reluctant to return after a long day and yearned to unwind and witness the vibrant nightlife of the Tang Dynasty. They could always go to work the next morning. Yao Tian's cheeks flushed slightly, and his voice was soft, revealing a mix of eagerness and hesitation. Lacking the directness of Wu Jianshan, visiting a brothel doesn't necessarily imply indulging. I, too, wish to experience it, he said, glancing at the others. It was imperative not to dampen the spirits of his companions. Thus, after inquiring with passers-by, the quartet made their way to Pinkangfang. Upon arrival, they were met with a distinctly different atmosphere, filled with a cacophony of voices and bustling energy, occasionally spotting several colleagues among the throng. Initially shy, some individuals concealed their faces or behaved furtively, as if fearing unwanted attention. However, as time passed, they gradually acclimatized to the lively environment and began to relax. Which establishment shall we choose? Yao Tian whispered. I have come to understand that Pinkangfang is a gathering place for courtesans, with Huyulo and Nankou being the most esteemed establishments. Huyulo is predominantly frequented by the Huji. Fang Dashi exclaimed, exotic beauties from the western regions? Wu Jianshan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly declared, let us proceed to Huyulo. Very well, Fang Dashi responded, equally intrigued. Li Shimin simply followed suit, going along with the flow. Upon approaching Huyulo, its architectural style distinctly contrasted with the surrounding buildings, radiating an air of exoticism. The four entered with trepidation, immediately greeted by a young attendant who warmly beckoned, esteemed guests, please step inside. The attendant inquired, would you prefer to witness the Huji's dance in the Grand Hall, or shall you opt for a private chamber upstairs? The four friends ventured in, attentively absorbing the attendant's introductions while curiously surveying their surroundings. They noticed that the hall was evidently divided into two sections, one predominantly occupied by their fellow Huaxia people, and the other by the local dignitaries of the Tang Dynasty. The distinction between the two groups was stark, though occasionally individuals from both nations mingled, engaged in hushed conversations. Another 4 Huaxiao individuals have arrived. I hear that today, Pinkangfang has been graced by many Huaxia visitors, at least several hundred. One young man remarked, these Huaxia individuals are quite affluent. I have heard that the private rooms upstairs have been entirely reserved by them. I also heard that these Huaxia visitors are merely ordinary craftsmen, another whispered, cautious not to be overheard. What? Is that truly the case? Can craftsmen afford such luxuries? A young scholar expressed disbelief. The craftsmen of Huaxia differ from us. They're quite wealthy. I inquired discreetly, and it turns out that each of them earns around 500 yuan, or even more when converted to our currency. Incredible. If ordinary craftsmen can earn such wealth, imagine the affluence of their wealthy class. A young man's eyes sparkled with realization. I advise against setting your sights on them. My father has personally visited Huaxia. After meeting with His Majesty, he sequestered himself in his chamber for an entire day. Do you know what his first words to me were upon emerging? The young man whispered. What? Asked another, leaning closer with curiosity. Huaxia is a realm of celestial beings upon the earth, and one must never provoke them. Should you encounter a Huaxia person, do not offend them, or else you shall incur my wrath. The young man glanced around cautiously, ensuring no Huaxia individuals were within earshot before he felt at ease. Is it truly so exaggerated? If not, how did we manage to defeat the Turkic army of 200,000? If it were not so, why would Lord Chang's son personally greet a mere group of Huaxia craftsmen visiting our Chang'an? If it were not so, why did the authorities issue a decree last night, urging all prominent families, merchants, and citizens to avoid offending Huaxia? The young man elaborated. What are the charges here? Li Shimin Kirat Karafuli. They had researched that in ancient times, brothels were considered high-end establishments, with expenditures equivalent to several years' worth of an ordinary citizen's income. Upon entering the Grand Hall, an admission fee of 50 coins per person is required. Each guest will be graciously offered a cup of floral tea. The cost for a table is 300 coins, while a feast of wine and delicacies is priced at 1,600 coins, inclusive of the table fee. After the first candle has burned out, the charges will double. An additional 20 coins is required for a private room on the upper floor, and the finest suite incurs an extra 100 coins, although it has already been reserved. Should one wish to stay overnight, the price doubles, accompanied by the necessity for musical and dance entertainment, which entails supplementary fees for musicians and dancers. The companionship of courtesans is available at an additional cost, ranging from 1 to 5 coins. If one desires to spend the night in the company of a courtesan, the price fluctuates between 5 to 500 coins. The young attendant diligently elaborated on these details, evidently experienced in catering to guests from Huaxia, aware of their unfamiliarity with local customs. It is indeed an upscale establishment, and the charges are considerable. Fang Dashi could not help but marvel at the prices, measuring them against the earnings of the common people of the Tang Dynasty. Let us secure a private room for 20 coins, and arrange for a performance of song and dance. Additionally, I propose we each enjoy the company of 2 lovely ladies, accompanied by a lavish feast, Wu Jianshan declared to the attendant. He then turned to his companions, stating, "Today, I shall treat you all. Is that appropriate?" inquired the 4th brother. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Such a splendid venue as this surely warrants multiple visits. Let us take turns treating one another," Wu Jianshan asserted, prompting the others to relinquish their reservations. Discussing such matters here felt somewhat unbecoming. "Ha ha! Let us proceed to the private room," Wu Jianshan proclaimed with enthusiasm. "Your wish is my command," the young attendant responded with increased warmth. Chapter 63. Attitudes of the 2 nations towards civilian exchanges. Having just concluded his morning exercises, Su Hao slowly transitioned into a state of calm, accepting a warm towel from Lu Linglong to wipe the perspiration from his brow. It was at this moment that Meng Du stepped forward to report on the day's affairs. "Sir, since the restrictions on workers traveling to Chang'an have been lifted, nearly half of them ventured into the city yesterday, most of whom chose to stay overnight and have only returned to the construction site this morning. That is quite normal, as long as it does not hinder the progress of the project. Otherwise, we shall have to impose restrictions promptly," Su Hao remarked, taking a sip of tea. Being a man himself, he could certainly empathize with their actions. "I understand," Mengdu nodded slightly. "We have also noted an intriguing development. Some individuals have begun purchasing properties within Chang'an. Now that is indeed fascinating. These individuals are quite astute, recognizing that property values there will surely rise in the future, and they are seizing the opportunity," Su Hao mused, having observed the remarkably low property prices since his visit to the residence gifted to him by Li Shimin. However, he had refrained from acquiring any properties himself. This matter can be left unattended. The people of the Tang Dynasty will inevitably take notice and will likely act in due course, Su Hao expressed with indifference. "Understood. By the way, once the railway plan is completed, please present it to me first," Su Hao added as a reminder. Of course. From the capital came news that the batch of gene serum most urgently needed had already been utilized by the accomplished individuals. The elders of the cabinet expressed their profound gratitude to the chief for his contributions to the nation. The chief minister conveyed that there was no immediate need to continue sending gene serums to the capital, allowing for the procurement of new bronze gates. "Have they not utilized it yet?" Su Hao inquired. "From those who have already received the gene serum, we have observed remarkable changes. They appear significantly rejuvenated. As public figures, the chief minister and his associates have opted to wait for our planned exposure before proceeding with their use," Meng Du clarified. "Ah, I see." Su Hao nodded slightly, his mind beginning to contemplate how to best utilize the upcoming points. Currently, there are only 3 avenues for expenditure of points. Firstly, purchasing gene serums for the Dragon Guard. Among the 800 warriors, 350 have successfully received the serum, leaving a shortfall of 450 doses, necessitating 450,000 points. Secondly, the construction of the 2nd and 3rd railway tracks, which will require paying upon completion, though this will amount to only a few hundred points, which is negligible. Indeed, while the first track has significantly increased the transport capacity between the 2 realms, it remains insufficient. Further capacity is still required. However, the consumption of points in this regard is minimal. The previous chapter concerning the painting of carriages has been amended. Only long-term connections such as tracks, oil, and gas pipelines require painting. Items such as trains and automobiles which pass swiftly, do not necessitate such attention. A mere patch will suffice. Thirdly, the procurement of Wudao tea for personal cultivation is in order. Fortunately, at present, he is the sole individual in need, resulting in negligible consumption. The current daily income of points effortlessly covers this expenditure. Glancing at his point balance, slightly over 100,000, Su Hao felt assured. What is the current state of trade between the two realms? Su Hao inquired with interest. All is proceeding smoothly. The Tang Dynasty is steadily expanding the supply and marketing system across the entire region. It will only be after this full implementation that trade volume will peak, followed by saturation, decline, and then a gradual stabilization. Although the Hu merchants are procuring in large quantities, they must transport the goods back to their own country, which extends the cycle considerably. At present, the number of people in the Tang Dynasty who can afford goods from Huaxia remains limited. Currently, due to novelty, many have purchased extensively. However, these items, despite being consumables, require time to be utilized. Hence, Mengdu stated that after reaching a peak, sales will decline and eventually stabilize. Inform Zhang that the second batch of goods will primarily consist of affordable items, ensuring that more of the lower and middle-class citizens of the Tang Dynasty can partake. We must not overlook this segment of the market, Su Hao urged. Understood. Mengdu noted down a couple of points in his notebook. It is the early Tang Dynasty, having just emerged from decades of turmoil. The population is sparse, and the nation is in dire need of revival. The common folk possess little savings. I hope our infrastructure projects and various support plans can swiftly lead them to prosperity. Su Hao reflected with a tinge of melancholy. Nurturing a market is indeed a formidable challenge. In the Taiji Palace of Chang'an, the Tang Dynasty, did the Huaxia people cause any disturbances yesterday? Upon waking, Li Shimin summoned Li Daozong for inquiry. Although those from Huaxia are merely artisans, their demeanor and conversation reveal a certain level of culture. They are largely literate and well-educated. They adhere to our regulations diligently, and even when minor transgressions occur, a simple reminder from our people prompts immediate correction, often accompanied by their sincere apologies. Overall, they are rather easy to get along with, far exceeding our expectations, Li Daozong reported, having spent a sleepless night worrying about potential diplomatic incidents. Previously, the auxiliary officer mentioned that the entire populace of Huaxia receives a commendable education, with millions of university graduates each year. Initially, I thought this was an exaggeration, but now it seems that Huaxia's advancements in education far surpass our imaginings, Li Shimin remarked with a sense of wonder. They truly are different, Li Daozong concurred wholeheartedly. What activities did they engage in while in Chang'an yesterday? Li Shimin had instructed his men to keep a close watch on all Huaxiao individuals, both to prevent any incidents and to gauge their feelings towards our Tang Dynasty. Your Majesty, I must report that our activities primarily involved leisurely strolls through the market, acquiring various delicacies and beverages, as well as charming trinkets crafted by local artisans. Furthermore, individuals have purchased residences in our esteemed Chang'an, and some have sought the services of matchmakers, expressing a desire to wed the daughters of our Tang Dynasty. As night fell, aside from a few who departed from the city, the majority opted to remain in Pingyangfang. From my understanding, there are no establishments akin to brothels in Huaxia, which has piqued their curiosity significantly. I estimate that, during their time in Pingyangfang last night alone, they expended at least several 100,000 yuan. Li Daozong remarca. How much? Li Shimin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. It is worth noting that merely 700 individuals had arrived in Huaxia yesterday, and he was well aware of the prevailing black market exchange rates, affirming that Huayuan holds considerable value. Chapter 64. Dragon No. One factory, though the figures have yet to be fully tallied, it is estimated that at least 600,000 Huayuan has been earned. The proprietors of various brothels have observed that the wealth of the Huaxia people in this domain is remarkably lucrative. Were it not for the edict from the authorities, they would likely have raised their prices even further, and the Huaxia people would have had little objection, remarked Li Daozong. This is something I had not anticipated, replied Emperor Li Shimin, pacing within the Grand Hall. With over 700 individuals, earning more than 60,000 in a single night, A modest price increase could easily push the earnings beyond 1 million. Imagine 7,000 people. This would translate to tens of millions in a single night, amounting to billions over the course of a year, sufficient to arm 10 enhanced battalions. How astonishingly profitable is this business? After a considerable pause, Li Shimin spoke again. Send word to the nations of the western regions, as well as to Goguryeo and other foreign states, requesting them to present a selection of beauties to be sent to Chang'an. Should I find their offerings unsatisfactory, I shall dispatch a great army to seize them. As you wish, your majesty. Li Daozong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the emperor's intentions. While this enterprise may not be deemed respectable, it is indeed a highly profitable venture, Li Shimin chuckled. Of course, to prevent the avaricious from coercing virtuous women into such a trade, brothels should seek foreign women whenever possible. Those currently engaged in this profession must be registered. No other shall be permitted to partake in this line of work. We cannot open this door. Those who wish to profit from this should endeavor to procure slaves from abroad. Li Shimin has never held faith in human nature. Once the powerful families and magnates perceive the profits to be gained, they may resort to unspeakable acts. Though I cannot wholly eradicate such tendencies, I must take precautions to mitigate the negative repercussions to the greatest extent possible. Your wisdom is unparalleled, your majesty. By the way, you mentioned earlier about purchasing houses. How could they possibly buy property in Chang'an? Do they intend to settle here? Li Shimin Kariya, Baharplaksa. According to Changsun Wuji, Huagua is vastly superior to the Tang. So why would they reverse this trend? I inquired with the informants, and it seems that these Huaxiao individuals find the properties in Chang'an quite affordable. One of them intends to marry a lady from our Tang Dynasty. In purchasing a house serves as a wedding abode, Li Daozong conveyed the information he had gathered, albeit uncertain of its veracity. Li Shimin nodded slightly, accepting this rationale. It is a known fact that property prices in the capital remain low during the early days of a dynasty's establishment. However, as the nation stabilizes and flourishes, the value of land within the capital escalates significantly. What is your opinion on Huaxiao individuals wishing to marry our Tang women? Li Shimin suddenly inquired of Li Daozong. I believe this is a fortuitous development, as it could enhance the relationship and exchanges between our two nations, Li Daozong responded after a brief contemplation. Indeed, you make a valid point. Please assign someone to monitor this situation. If we can arrange intermarriages with Huaxia, it would forge a deeper bond between our nations, which would be advantageous for our Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin wholeheartedly concurred with Li Daozong's perspective. Alas, my daughter is still too young. Otherwise, it would have been a splendid match with Su Langjun. What a pity, lamented Li Shimin. Your Majesty, if you wish, you may indeed seek a union with a member of the royal family, Li Daozong suggested. After a period of contemplation, Li Shimin shook his head. This matter is not urgent. We are yet unaware of Su Longjun's sentiments. If he is unwilling, it would be quite offensive, would it not? After much deliberation, Li Shimin decided to set this issue aside for the time being, as his primary concern lay with the new military forces. Once Li Daozong departed, he summoned Li Jing to inquire about the status of the new troops before attending to his routine state affairs. As time swiftly passed, another week elapsed, during which Su Hao spent the majority of his time at the encampment of the Divine Dragon Guard. Each day, he would exchange his accrued points for the Universal Gene Serum, designated as Sequence 000, personally administering it to the soldiers. Today marked the administration of the final batch. You may rest here. Upon awakening, the effects of the serum will be fully realized, Su Hao announced after injecting the last soldier. Thank you, Commander, the soldiers expressed. Fully aware of the serum's preciousness and having witnessed the conditions of their comrades, they understood well what was to transpire next. You stay behind to attend to them and prevent any unforeseen incidents. The rest may proceed outside. Su Hao instructed before leading the surplus personnel away from the repurposed warehouse's lounge. How has the training of the soldiers in your instruction team progressed? Su Hao inquired of Shirtu, who accompanied him. With the foundation building elixir provided by the commander, everyone has attained the intermediate martial artist level, and they have grasped the basics of combat techniques, Shirley reported earnestly. Though Su Hao possessed nearly 1 million vials of perfect quality foundation building elixir, He refrained from distributing it to all soldiers of the Divine Dragon Guard, reserving it solely for those under Shida's command. This batch of elixir was of perfect quality, quite valuable, and limited in quantity. Purchasing it from the market would be exceedingly unwise, particularly as the Su family and the higher echelons of Huaxia might require it in the future. Furthermore, it would serve purposes of social diplomacy, potential sales to the upper echelons of various civilizations for profit, all of which necessitated maintaining a sufficient reserve. As for the other soldiers of the Divine Dragon Guard, firstly, they required time to practice their combat skills and secret techniques. Secondly, Su Hao had access to a production line for foundation-building elixir, along with seeds and formulations, enabling him to manufacture it independently in the future. What is the progress of the construction of Factory Number 1 of the Divine Dragon? Su Hao continued to inquire. It will be completed in 2 days, and it could be operational in as little as 5, Shi Tu replied, having closely monitored the factory's developments in anticipation of the commander's questions. The so-called Factory No. 1 of the Divine Dragon is destined to house the automated production line for foundation-building elixir, marking the first resource processing facility for cultivation under the auspices of the Divine Dragon Guard. What is the status of the seed cultivation? Su Hao asked, referring to the seeds from the system's reward repository of medicinal herbs. We have successfully acquired a large-scale, traditional Chinese medicine cultivation base, and the seeds provided by our superior have been planted in accordance with the guidelines outlined in the manual. Excellent progress has been made. Su Hao is quite pleased with Shi Lei's initiative. It seems somewhat beneath him to merely serve as a captain of the personal guard. Upon exiting the camp, Su Hao took out his phone and called Zhang Xuanzi. Old Zhang, how are the herbs I asked you to procure globally faring? The cultivation and growth of seeds require time, and naturally, Su Hao is eager for results. Fortunately, after conducting research, it appears that all the herbs in the formulation are available on Blue Star, albeit with some being more common and others rather rare. Chief, I have already established a specialized team and enlisted several reputable herbal procurement agents with Chinese backgrounds to source these herbs globally. However, in order to avoid significant price fluctuations and the attention of those with ulterior motives, our pace is rather measured, Zhang Xuanzi replied. Assigning tasks in this manner is standard practice. There is no need to disclose to the procurement agents the purposes of the herbs. They simply need to acquire them. Moreover, the procurement should be conducted separately, with each herbal merchant responsible for sourcing a specific herb, ensuring that they remain unaware of each other's activities. Chapter 65. Discovery of a Spy. Third update. 5 days later, Su Hao instructed that a batch of the acquired medicinal herbs be secretly transported to the Shenlong No. 1 factory. Suddenly, he recalled something and added, the procurement of medicinal herbs can occur not only here on Blue Star, but also in the Tang Dynasty. Since we have resources here, the Tang Dynasty should possess them as well, likely in their wild form and possibly of even greater age. This could further augment trade volume on both sides, Su Hao mused internally. Understood. Zhang Xuanzi had actually included these herbs in the second batch of imported goods from the Tang Dynasty, but the list had yet to be fully organized, so he hadn't reported it to Su Hao. Now that Su Hao brought it up himself, Zhang felt it inappropriate to take credit for the matter, fearing it might embarrass their superior. He recalled the leader's evident excitement when discussing this issue over the phone. After ending the call, Su Hao stared at his phone, lost in thought. How many medicinal herbs would the first batch yield, and how much foundational spirit liquid could be produced? What would the quality be? All of this remained uncertain. The next morning, Mengdu arrived at Su Hao's courtyard, as usual, to report on work matters. Sir, the Tang Dynasty has sent a request. Their new army has completed recruitment and formation, and they hope to come to our Huaxia for formal training as soon as possible. Mengdu looked up at Su Hao, awaiting a response. That is acceptable. Su Hao nodded, then added, contact Commander Huang of the Northern Military District and have him arrange for personnel to receive the Tang Dynasty's new army and escort them to the training base. Maintain confidentiality along the way. Yes, Mengdu noted briefly in his notebook. The second matter is that the railway design plan for the Tang Dynasty has been completed. I would like you to review it, sir. He then produced a design blueprint and spread it out on the tea table. As Su Hao examined the blueprint, Mengdu provided a succinct introduction. Our railway plan is straightforward. centered around Chang'an City. It forms an irregular shape with four main rail lines extending in all directions toward the Tang Dynasty's territory. Subsequently, we will construct several branch lines connecting our major mining areas in the Tang Dynasty, facilitating the transport of resources back to our homeland. Listening to Meng Du's explanation and observing the railway routes on the map, Su Hao nodded slightly. The overall plan appears sound, quite commendable. However, I would like to add that we should construct some concrete or asphalt roads connecting the main lines to densely populated cities or those known for their specialties, as well as to fortified locations. This would ensure nationwide connectivity. We could also arrange for passenger buses between the populous cities and the railways, which could either be operated by our Huaxia people or sold to local prominent families or authorities, allowing them to learn to drive and manage the operations themselves. Regardless of the approach, I believe this will generate additional trade revenue for us. It must be said, Su Hao was indeed meticulous in his efforts to enhance trade between the two realms. Very well, let us confer with the people from the Tang Dynasty. This will undoubtedly be greatly beneficial to them and should pose no issues, Meng remarked after a moment of contemplation, jotting down notes in his notebook. One must admit, Meng's habit of note-taking is commendable. A poor memory is no match for a diligent pen. Once the railway project is initiated, a substantial workforce will be required. Although we can enlist a number of individuals from the Tang Dynasty, their educational background is limited, and initially, they will only be capable of performing menial tasks. Further training will be necessary. It seems we will have to dispatch a significant contingent from our side. Please liaise with the higher-ups to determine the most suitable arrangements. Su Hao suggested thoughtfully. The scale of personnel involved in this endeavor far surpasses that of constructing a Chang'an post station. It will be considerable. Once it commences, it is likely to draw the attention of certain outside parties. While Su Hao harbored no fear of exposing the situation here, a delay in such revelations would be preferable. Even if the day of exposure arrives, as long as Huaxia steadfastly denies the circumstances, which nation would dare to initiate hostilities against Huaxia? In conventional warfare, on Huaxia's doorstep, the nation possesses the confidence to confront the world single-handedly, having never feared anyone. As for nuclear warfare, should it ever come to that, it would only arise from the failure of conventional warfare to yield desired outcomes. Given Huaxia's current circumstances, it can endure for many years, with ample time to buffer. Huaxia has established connections across various realms. By then, with portals at its disposal, Huaxia would possess an escape route, should matters become untenable. A swift retreat into the other realm could allow for a return post-nuclear conflict, effortlessly unifying the globe. Other nations, however, lack such an avenue for retreat. Do they truly fear not death? Although this world may resemble a mere makeshift stage, those who ascend to high positions are not devoid of wisdom. They will weigh the pros and cons. If war is unfeasible, they will resort to various forms of blockade. Should the Eagle Sauce attempt to unite the world to exert pressure on Huaxia, Huaxia can also forge alliances, as we too have our allies. Confronting the Western Bloc is not an insurmountable challenge. The current situation has reached a similar impasse, albeit with heightened intensity. Even in the worst-case scenario, should Huaxia lose all overseas markets, it would not be a cause for alarm. We could simply engage in trade with the myriad realms. Of course, such a situation is nearly impossible, as Su Hao firmly believes in the wisdom accumulated over Huaxia's 5 millennia. Understood, Meng acknowledged, recognizing that the successful execution of this project necessitated support from above. A series of knocks suddenly interrupted Su Hao's scattered thoughts. "Come in," he called towards the entrance. "Chief, there is a matter that requires your attention." Entered none other than Zhao Jianjun, his serious demeanor piquing Su Hao's curiosity, leading him to suspect that something unfortunate had transpired. "Are there any other matters?" Su Hao asked, glancing at Meng. "None, Chief. I shall attend to these 2 matters first." Meng discerned Su Hao's intent and departed discreetly. Upon closing the courtyard door, Su Hao hurriedly approached. "Uncle, what has happened?" "We have apprehended 2 individuals suspected of espionage," Zhao Jianjun declared, his words striking with startling gravity. "Has someone already taken notice of our activities?" To speak honestly, Su Hao was somewhat astonished. as it had only been approximately 2 months since the connection to the Tang Dynasty was established. Although many individuals had become involved, those who ventured to the Tang Dynasty or came into contact with the portal were either members of the 749 Bureau, personnel from confidential units, or were temporarily retained in the Tang Dynasty, prohibited from returning for the time being. A few had even signed non-disclosure agreements, which equated to treason in the event of a leak. Subsequently, personnel from the confidential units monitored their every move. Furthermore, all individuals present here utilized communication devices, such as mobile phones, that were specially encrypted and domestically produced, thereby eliminating any possibility of eavesdropping. Uncle, when you mention the possibility of spy, does that mean it is still uncertain whether or not they are indeed a spy? Su Hao inquired with concern. Chapter 66. The initiation of the primary gravity chamber. According to the accounts of these two individuals, they claim to have discovered the sudden construction of a railway, the terminus of which inexplicably lies within the mountains. There have been no reports of any mineral resources in the vicinity, and access to the area is strictly prohibited. Driven by curiosity, they sought to capture a photograph, only to find themselves apprehended by us, Zhao Jianjun elucidated. While this explanation holds some merit, doubts linger regarding their intentions. Despite clear warnings against entering the area, they proceeded nonetheless. Was their curiosity genuine, or were they perhaps affiliated with certain organizations, seeking to clandestinely photograph military facilities in exchange for monetary gain? They may be unaware of the true circumstances here, yet it is highly probable that they harbor ulterior motives. Let us hand them over to the National Security Bureau for further investigation, Su Hao suggested. Agreed, Zhao Jianzhu nodded and added. The number of projects in this area is increasing, creating greater disturbances, yet access remains restricted. Over time, this may attract more attention. Thus, we must reinforce our perimeter defenses. Previous measures have been implemented. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so easily captured these two suspicious individuals. We could request a batch of surveillance equipment to be deployed around the perimeter. Su Hao proposed. Very well. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed a random task. Assemble 800 dragon guards, with all members advancing to the rank of primary martial artist. You are awarded 10 primary gravity chambers. Please select the placement for the gravity chambers. The system's notification arrived abruptly, yet it was anticipated. Su Hao had completed the final batch of genetic serum injections for the soldiers yesterday, and had suspected that a task completion might be imminent, though he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Uncle, please arrange this matter. I have other affairs to attend to at the Dragon Guard's base, Su Hao stated as he stood up. Very well. We shall converse further when time permits, Zhao Jianjun replied, not dwelling on the matter as he took his leave. At the Dragon Guard base, Su Hao hurriedly arrived. Sure to ensure this area is secured. No one is to approach for the time being, Su Hao instructed, pointing towards the expansive single-story building where the soldiers had received their genetic injections, which serve as a temporary resting area. Understood. Although uncertain of the rationale behind this directive, Shirley complied with the order. Before long, the vast resting area, spanning nearly 500 square meters, was encircled by the Dragon Guard training team, forming an impenetrable barrier that no one could breach. Having accomplished this, Su Hao strode confidently into the resting area, shutting the door behind him, leaving him alone within the confines. System, is there sufficient space in this location to accommodate 10 primary gravity chambers? Su Hao inquired. Insufficient. Each primary gravity chamber occupies 66 square meters, with an internal space of 60 square meters, capable of accommodating a maximum of 10 individuals simultaneously for training. Furthermore, the gravity chambers are highly energy-intensive. Even a single primary gravity chamber, once activated, will consume between 1,000 to 100,000 kilowatt-hours daily. Depending on the selected gravity multiplier, the higher the multiplier, the greater the energy consumption. The system succinctly outlined the parameters of the primary gravity chamber. The consumption of electricity is indeed substantial. However, for present-day China, it is not a significant concern, although the space remains somewhat limited. How many gravity chambers can this room accommodate? Ideally, 5 should be placed side by side. Can the remaining gravity chambers be installed later? Su Hao Yin Gui, that is acceptable. Very well. Let us proceed with the installation of 5 primary gravity chambers. Su Hao immediately made his decision. In the next moment, 5 ethereal figures materialized before him, and a remarkable scene unfolded as these phantoms gradually solidified. Within mere seconds, 5 vividly sci-fi primary gravity chambers took shape. Given the current electrical facilities of the Dragon Guard, how many gravity chambers can operate simultaneously? Within a 5-fold gravity limit, they can operate concurrently, but each must be activated individually, not simultaneously. Understood. Exiting the lounge, Su Hao summoned Shi. Upgrade the electrical facilities here according to the standards of a high-energy consuming factory. Additionally, construct another building of similar size adjacent to this lounge and connect the 2 rooms. Understood, Commander. Shi nodded. Let everyone continue with their tasks. However, this lounge will henceforth be a restricted area. No one is permitted to enter without my express permission, Su Hao warned. Acknowledged. Organize the personnel, leaving 11 to guard outside while you and 39 accompany me inside. Su Hao instructed. I will see to it immediately. Shi received the directive and swiftly assembled 39 individuals, lining them up at the entrance of the lounge. Let us proceed inside. Soon, the group entered the lounge and was met with a sight that left them astonished. Nevertheless, aware of the commander's esteemed position and their military training, they maintained silence, quickly regaining their composure. These 5 primary gravity chambers will aid everyone in accelerating their cultivation, encompassing both skills and secret techniques. Instructions for usage are available outside the chambers. Shortly, I will activate 1 chamber. You will follow suit, ensuring that each subsequent chamber is activated only after a complete 15-minute interval for safety reasons. Su Hao cautioned. Is that clear? Clear. Excellent. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction and activated the first primary gravity chamber before stepping through the open door. Welcome to the gravity chamber. Please select the gravity multiplier starting from 1x, with a maximum of 100x, adjustable in increments of 0. 1. Once the door closed, a sophisticated voice announced within the chamber. Individuals typically live in an environment of 1x gravity. Thus, this level poses no impact on anyone. Let's commence with 2x gravity. Su Hao contemplated before speaking. Initiating 2x gravity. As the announcement concluded, Su Hao observed the flickering numbers on the virtual screen before him. 1, 1, 0, 2. The increase to 2x gravity was not instantaneous, instead commencing from 1x and gradually escalating. Under a gravitational force of 1 times Earth's gravity, Su Hao already felt a sense of heaviness within his body, albeit it was not substantial. However, as the gravitational multiplier increased to 6, it was as though every cell in his body had been invigorated. His vital energy surged with remarkable vitality. When the multiplier escalated to 2 times, Su Hao perceived that his breathing had become more rapid, and the beating of his heart intensified, presumably to facilitate a more forceful circulation of blood. Without dwelling on it further, Su Hao consumed a piece of enlightenment tea, crushing it before swallowing, and commenced his practice of the mountain-shaking fist within the gravity chamber. In merely half an hour, Su Hao felt that he had fully acclimatized to the gravitational environment. After all, he was already an intermediate martial artist, his physical capabilities far exceeding those of the average person. His initial discomfort stemmed solely from his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. He then increased the gravity to 5 times. Once again, he opted for a heightened multiplier. As the numbers fluctuated, Su Hao experienced a resurgence of the earlier discomfort. System, why does the transition from 2 times to 5 times feel so significant? He inquired, taking a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. Though it is a multiplicative factor, its effect on the human body is actually exponential, the system elucidated. This gravity chamber is among the most advanced, capable of applying gravitational force to every single cell of a practitioner. Very well, Su Hao nodded slightly, realizing why even novice stellar-level practitioners could utilize a basic gravity chamber. It was indeed more complex than he had initially imagined. Under the 5 times gravity, Su Hao distinctly felt the enhancement of his training effects surpassing those of before. Yet he also felt more fatigued. After half an hour of practicing his martial arts, he was drenched in sweat. Not enough. Let's continue, he resolved, consuming another piece of enlightenment tea to persist in his training. Chapter 67. A cross-border marriage worthy of historical record since the activation of the gravity chambers. Su Hao has dedicated most of his time to this endeavor, in addition to managing the affairs of the 749 Bureau. The team members have also been taking turns utilizing the 4 other gravity chambers. In just a few days, remarkable progress has been made by everyone. It was not until the 5th day that Su Hao's attention was drawn to another matter. Within the Shenlong No. 1 factory, Su Hao had established the automated production line for the foundational spirit liquid. System, commence production, Su Hao commanded. The production line has been activated, the system responded. How many units of foundational spirit liquid can this batch of materials produce? What is the quality? Su Hao inquired. This batch of materials is sufficient to produce 522, 115 units, with approximately 23. 2 being inferior quality, about 56. 9 of medium quality, around 18. 8 of superior quality, and approximately 1. 1 of extraordinary quality. Perfect quality foundational spirit liquid cannot be produced, the system replied. Su Hao felt a slight disappointment, yet acknowledged that it was still within an acceptable range. With 1 of extraordinary foundational spirit liquid amounting to over 70,000 units, it would adequately supply the Shenlong Guard's needs. As for the remaining foundational spirit liquid, it would be stored for future use, as the demand would surely be immense when the people of Huaxia soared like dragons. System. What is the price of the automated production line for the Universal Gene Serum, serial number 000? Su Hao asked. 30 million points. The system automatically opened the system marketplace, displaying the price for this production line. Su Hao involuntarily gasped. That's exorbitant. The Universal Gene Serum, the finest foundational gene serum invented in the entire universe, can enhance the genetic attributes of its user comprehensively. Even those lacking in cultivation potential would gain the ability to cultivate after using this serum, effectively elevating a person's innate talent and potential. However, it is only beneficial for those below the primary martial artist level. Once one reaches that tier, the serum becomes ineffective. With such an abundance of foundational spirit liquid, should the military not first popularize the foundational cultivation method, allowing everyone to commence their training? Su Hao found himself deep in thought. Previously, he had refrained from promoting it due to the slow pace of self-cultivation and the substantial daily consumption involved. At the very least, a portion of the military could begin their training, ensuring they do not hasten to break through to the primary martial artist level too soon. If they could enhance their strength to over 400 kilograms and then halt, such an improvement would significantly elevate the military's overall power. Su Hao pondered the feasibility of this approach. However, he realized that involving too many individuals at once might lead to exposure. It would be wiser to wait until the gene serum was available. At that point, substantial advancements could be made in a single day without concern for discovery. After careful consideration, Su Hao decided to abandon the idea of immediate implementation within military. System, initiate production. Store inferior, medium, and superior foundational spirit liquid in the underground warehouse, while I will arrange for personnel to retrieve the extraordinary foundational spirit liquid daily, Su Hao instructed. Understood. After the production line was activated, Su Hao stepped out of the factory and closed the door behind him. This location is of utmost importance. Henceforth, a squadron of the Dragon Guards must be assigned to rotate in guarding it. No one is permitted to enter the factory premises, not even those delivering medicinal materials, who are only required to deposit the items at the adjacent storage facility, Su Hao stated with a grave expression. This automated production factory operates independently from the input of any personnel throughout the entire process, from the introduction of raw materials to the final packaging of the finished products. It merely requires a stable power supply. The tasks of material input and final packaging are handled by the factory's integrated robots. Consequently, in the future, the factory will function in complete seclusion, surrounded by an energy magnetic field safety barrier. Should anyone breach the warning perimeter, the factory will automatically sound an alarm. A remarkably advanced system. Rest assured, Chief, unless all of our Dragon Guards perish, No one shall approach this vicinity. Stone Lei understood the significance of this factory's production, which is paramount for the dragon guards. Indeed, is more valuable than life itself. Starting tomorrow, at this very time, personnel will be dispatched to collect goods from the factory entrance. These will be premium foundational elixirs intended for the warriors of the dragon guards. Su Hao instructed. Understood. Stone Lei responded, his excitement palpable. They had experienced the benefits of foundational elixirs firsthand. Once outside the factory, Su Hao called Zhang Xuanzi, requesting him to arrange for a shipment of medicinal materials every 5 days, delivering as much as they could gather. He then returned to the gravity chamber to continue his training, having gradually acclimated to the triple gravity environment. Meanwhile, excitement stirred in the Tang Dynasty. After 20 days, the matchmaker lived up to expectations, successfully connecting with the Zhang family and securing a proposal. Li Shimin took advantage of his free time, along with the matchmaker and his brothers, to festively decorate his wedding house, which had previously been purchased for 140 yuan, encompassing 3 acres of lavish property. Congratulations! Who would have thought you would be the first to marry a Tang bride? You made us brothers envious, remarked a colleague attending the wedding banquet. His expression filled with admiration. But you're still single too. I can introduce you to the matchmaker. She is quite remarkable. My other 2 brothers have also successfully found matches and will soon be wed, Li Shimin cheerfully replied. That would be great. Thank you, brother. The colleague was immediately intrigued. During his time in Huaxia, he had gone on numerous blind dates arranged by his family, spending considerable sums without success. He believed that since everyone was there for matchmaking, they were equals, aiming for marriage. Otherwise, what was the point of the meeting? Unfortunately, while his thoughts were noble, the women he encountered had a different perspective. Among the many candidates he met, 90% held the attitude, I'm here for a blind date, which gives you the opportunity to pursue me. Whether you succeed depends on your abilities. What a farcical notion. If he were to choose the pursuit of a romantic relationship, would he still resort to matchmaking? As time passed and occurrences accumulated, he gradually became indifferent. However, Li Shimin's imminent marriage struck a profound chord within him. Perhaps he truly could take a bride here in the Tang Dynasty. While others crossed borders, he contemplated crossing realms, and the thought filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Among brothers, there was no need for formality, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude for their presence. This evening would certainly be filled with joy and merriment. Li Shimin's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Today, on the occasion of his wedding, unable to return to Blue Star due to circumstances, Li Shimin invited 3 of his dormitory brothers and several close colleagues to celebrate the event with exuberance. Manager Chao arrived. Someone called out, and Li Shimin exchanged greetings with his colleagues before hurrying over to welcome him. Manager Chao, I am profoundly grateful for your presence as the witness to my union with Sanyang. It is my honor to be invited. I understand that everyone here is unable to return for the time being, which is indeed a lamentable circumstance. However, this is all in service of our country. Once the barriers between our worlds are lifted, you can hold another wedding to rectify today's regrets. Manager Chao replied with a warm smile. He then produced a substantial red envelope from his pocket and placed it in Li Shimin's hands. This is a gift for you. Congratulations. Manager Chao, this is not appropriate. Li Shimin exclaimed upon seeing the envelope, which surely contained at least 10,000 yuan, while his entire wedding expenses amounted to merely 3,000, excluding the banquet, which was accounted for separately. This is not a personal gift. It represents the group's acknowledgement of you. You are now quite renowned, and your marriage marks the first of its kind between our worlds, destined to be recorded in history. You must treat your bride with utmost respect and ensure that our heritage is upheld, Manager Chao advised with a knowing look. Li Shimin inhaled sharply, taken aback by the realization that his marriage could indeed be historically significant. Amidst his surprise, he responded with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Manager Chao, Sanyang is a wonderful girl, and I will love her dearly. Very well, Manager Chao replied, patting Li Shimin on the shoulder before entering the courtyard, where he warmly greeted the other guests. Chapter 68. Connecting to another world in the consultant's office of the 749 Bureau, Fengtian branch. Su Hao idly toyed with a palm-sized bronze door, seemingly lost in thought. when he casually inquired, "Was last night's wedding of Li Shimin successful?" Everything went smoothly, and an amusing incident occurred midway. Meng Du replied with a smile. What amusing incident? Su Hao's interest was piqued, and he temporarily set aside his thoughts, tucking the bronze door away. Yesterday evening, the emperor sent them a plaque inscribed with the words "Heavenly Bestowed Union," which garnered considerable attention and swiftly circulated through the Chinese community in the Tang Dynasty. Making headlines for the day, Meng Du explained, "This is indeed a positive development. The emperor is signaling his support for interworld unions." Su Hao quickly grasped Li Shimin's stance. Such unions would deepen the ties between our two nations, benefiting both sides. Meng Du concurred wholeheartedly. Perhaps, in the near future, we will receive a series of joyous announcements from them. This might affect the construction progress of the Chang'an Post Station. Please have someone assess whether we need to allocate additional workers to the Tang Dynasty. One thing is certain, we must not allow any delays on that front. Su Hao Gao Diun. Rest assured, Chief, we have already completed 2 railway lines and 1 dual-lane highway, significantly enhancing our transport capacity and accelerating the construction progress severalfold. There will be no impact on the project timeline, Meng Du assured confidently. Su Hao nodded slightly. As long as the progress remained unaffected, he had no objections. Speaking of the matter, he suddenly recalled another question. How is the formation of the Yuan Jie group progressing? The Chang'an Post Station will be completed in no more than half a month. Can we keep pace here? We cannot afford any setbacks. The Yuan Jie Group is a newly established company under the 749 Bureau, responsible for managing various establishments within the Chang'an Post Station, including hotels, cinemas, clothing stores, dining establishments, and amusement parks, prior to its formal opening to the public. After all, we cannot merely create an empty shell of the Chang'an Post Station, which is designed to be a landmark of the Tang Dynasty. Once fully operational, this segment will be handed over to private enterprises for management. The paperwork has been finalized, and employees are currently undergoing secret training. We have also nearly concluded negotiations with suppliers for various materials. Once the construction is complete, we can immediately commence renovations. If we work overtime, we can finish within 3 to 5 days, and in about 3 weeks, it will be ready for official opening to the Tang Dynasty. Meng Du stated, with the 3 weeks encompassing the remaining half-month of construction for the main structure of the Chang'an Post Station. Good. You will personally oversee this matter. A slight delay of a day or 2 is acceptable, but we must ensure there are no mistakes. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our Chinese heritage. Su Hao Zeminde. Understood? Meng Du nodded solemnly. Have we begun laying the railway and highway for Position 2? Su Hao inquired, shifting his focus to another matter. Position No. 1, situated by the Tang Dynasty Passage, boasts an entrance that spans an impressive width of 700 to 800 meters, while the initial passage measures a mere 20 meters. Su Hao had prudently allowed for additional space, as a world of the original level, like the Tang Dynasty, requires a width of 50 meters for each passage. Consequently, this cavern is sufficiently expansive to connect over a dozen original level worlds. Su Hao resolved to establish the passage for the second world here as well, facilitating his management of the area. The so-called Position Number 2 had been pre-selected for this purpose. Currently under construction, we began with 2 railway lines and a dual-lane highway. Thanks to the previously leveled roads and advanced preparations, we anticipate that within 10 days, we will be linked to the main line. And we have even commenced preliminary preparations for Positions Number 3 and 4, Meng Du remarked with a smile. Afterward, Meng Du's expression turned serious as he inquired, Commander, when shall we activate the second passage? In recent days, the points accumulated quickly due to minimal expenditure, and prior to Meng Du's arrival, Su Hao had successfully exchanged for the second bronze door, which he had been examining earlier. Since he had not kept this a secret from Meng Du, he was privy to this information, hence his question. I will report to the higher authorities shortly. If all is in order, we shall commence today. Su Hao replied after a moment of contemplation. Very well, I shall prepare, Meng Du stated. Su Hao nodded slightly, watching Meng Du depart the courtyard before retrieving a secure phone and dialing a number in the capital. A few minutes later, he emerged from the courtyard with a smile, heading directly towards Position Number 2. Within the cavern of Gourd Valley at Position Number 2, the area had been meticulously cleared and tidied. The heads of various departments from the 749 Bureau's Fengtian branch received the news and momentarily set aside their tasks to gather. Su Hao produced a bronze door from the bronze seal, levitating it in the palm of his hand. What kind of world will this connect to? He pondered aloud. With a swift motion, he released the bronze door, and a white light enveloped the entrance, unveiling a colossal passage measuring 20 meters in width and 10 meters in height. All present craned their necks, eager to glimpse the world beyond. In the next moment, everyone, including Su Hao, was taken aback by the unexpected scene before them. Two factions were engaged in combat, wielding firearms. What is this? The onlookers discerned some information from the attire of the combatants, but at that moment, the display revealed a line of text. Much like the previous situation with the Tang Dynasty, introducing the details of the world beyond. Su Hao immediately shifted his focus from the battlefield to the text. Connected World. Bright Sword Time Node. February 5th, 1940 Civilization Level. High Original Level Anchor Point. Chang'an Ridge Bright Sword? Chang'an Ridge? The familiar terms sparked recognition in Su Hao's mind. With a thought, the scene on the display transformed, and a familiar dialogue resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Commander, they are reputed to be the elite of the devils. What utter nonsense about elite forces. I refuse to be swayed by such superstition. I am the one who faces the elite. A middle-aged man, strikingly similar to Li Shimin, displayed no fear whatsoever, but rather exuded an air of audacity. Without waiting for a response, he boldly commanded, "Relay my orders. Everyone, fix bayonets and prepare to advance." This statement left the individuals opposite him somewhat bewildered. Aren't we supposed to break through? How can we? One promptly reminded him, "Commander, the enemy is the one assaulting us." The realization struck that the second world we had connected to was, astonishingly, the realm of the television series Bright Sword. Someone's utterance sparked a flurry of discussions around us. Chapter 69, Dimensional Strike, Total Annihilation of the Sakata Brigade. The television series Bright Sword has undeniably become a phenomenon in the realm of resistance dramas in China, and describing it as well-known would not be an exaggeration. Previously, they could connect with the historical world, but now they find themselves intertwined with the realm of cinematic narratives, which is rather astonishing, to say the least. Commander, should we lend a hand to Li Yunlong and his team? Zhao Jianjun inquired, expressing his fondness for the character of Li Yunlong. Indeed, Commander, it would be a pity for Zhuzi to perish in the upcoming battle, a young man chimed in. A devoted fan of Bright Sword, having watched the series 7 or 8 times. Zhuzi? Who is Zhuzi? Although Su Hao had also seen the series, his memory of it was vague due to his youth at the time. Aside from the main characters and critical plot points, much had faded from his recollection. Nonetheless, Su Hao understood that with the imminent battle approaching, there was no time for hesitation or nostalgia. With a flicker of intent, he established a portal situated approximately 5 kilometers northwest of Chang'an Ridge, distance from the battlefield, where the terrain was relatively flat and devoid of any immediate presence. After completing this task, Su Hao turned to Zhao Jianjun, his demeanor grave. Zhao Jianjun, yes? Immediately take the rocket artillery and drones across to provide long-range support to Li Yunlong's new regiment, and utterly eradicate the Sakata Brigade, collecting some interest for our fallen heroes. Su Hao's expression was one of grim determination. Understood. Zhao Jianjun trembled with excitement. Despite years of military service and frequent encounters with life-and-death challenges, he had never faced such a genuine war. The prospect of participating, especially against the Japanese adversaries, ignited an unparalleled fervor within him. Act at once. Upon Su Hao's command, Zhao Jianjun swiftly set out. The area was designated for the protection of the transit and the safety of the division, with weapons and equipment perpetually at the ready. Within a mere 3 minutes of an order, Zhao Jianjun had led a modernized army through the portal, arriving in the world of Bright Sword in 1940. Would everyone like to witness the real-time conditions of the battlefield? Su Hao inquired aloud, although he harbored the desire to see it himself. Absolutely. The crowd responded with enthusiasm. The prospect of battling the Japanese was undoubtedly appealing. Old Su, is it technically feasible? Su Hao directed his question toward a young man in his 30s. Su Kai, the head of the technical department at the Fengtian branch, responsible for various technical support, was a talent recently selected and dispatched by the elder. Su Kai nodded earnestly. Indeed, we possess the latest wing-long drone communication platform, which has a coverage radius of 10 kilometers. We can deploy additional drones to the battlefield for real-time filming, transmitting the footage through the communication platform. Then, we can connect it with a network cable to transfer the live images back here. Excellent. Make it happen immediately. I shall handle the network cable arrangements. Su Hao instructed promptly. Understood. Soon, everyone sprang into action. Su Kai's technical team busily set up communication devices on both sides, particularly on the Blue Star side, where they unveiled a magnificent 120-inch super LCD screen. Other departments, with nothing pressing to attend to, took advantage of Su Hao's permission to gather in rows with small stools, eagerly awaiting in front of the television. Su Hao exchanged for a liter of void paint and swiftly delivered the network cable to the opposite side. Including debugging, the entire process took less than 10 minutes. The screen soon displayed a remarkably clear image from the other side. Charge! With a single command from Li Yunlong, the entire army surged forward. They needed to advance 500 meters to reach the range of the mortars, allowing them to eliminate the command center of the Sakata unit. However, just as they had managed to push forward over 400 meters and were nearing their designated position, flames streaked across the sky. Boom! Boom! A series of intense explosions erupted, transforming the Sakata unit's position into a fiery inferno, with carnage all around. Li Yunlong was momentarily stunned by the sight. Yet he quickly rallied, barking orders, "Everyone down! Get down now!" Although he was uncertain of what was unfolding ahead, he recognized that this was undoubtedly not their own firepower. What the hell is happening? Had the enemy mistakenly bombed their own troops? Li Yunlong was engulfed in confusion. Before he could unravel his doubts, flames once again rained down from the sky, striking the Sakata unit's position and unleashing further devastation. Good heavens, what is this? So terrifying. Li Yunlong instinctively removed his hat. Swallowing hard, after a barrage of rocket fire, the Sakata unit's position was devoid of any life. The few Japanese soldiers who had miraculously survived such a saturated assault hadn't even had time to thank their Amaterasu before a swarm of drones appeared overhead, raining down bombs upon them. At the Two-World Passage, Zhao Jianjun and his team launched rockets from their position, remaining far from Chang'an Ridge, delivering a devastating strike on the enemy from beyond visual range. This was the epitome of a dimensional assault. Report to the captain. The thermal imager indicates no signs of life at the Sakata unit's position. We have obliterated all of their forces, a subordinate reported. Indeed, the notorious Sakata unit had been entirely wiped out in less than 20 minutes, with not a single survivor. They had been caught off guard and had not even had the chance to call for reinforcements before being completely annihilated, let alone report the horrifying events unfolding. Exhilarating. Zhao Jianjun felt immense joy upon hearing the battle report, and smiles illuminated the faces of the other soldiers. After their laughter subsided, Zhao Jianjun sought Su Hao's permission to engage with Li Yunlong, which Su Hao readily granted. Look, old Li is utterly bewildered. The spectators watching the live broadcast were initially startled by our army's overwhelming assault. However, upon realizing that the target was the enemy, their emotions swiftly transformed from fear to exhilaration, with some even wishing to join in and fire a few shells themselves. If you were in their shoes, could you remain composed and unafraid? Old Li merely experienced a slight tremor in his legs, which was quite commendable. Perhaps he had simply run too fast moments ago and pulled a muscle. The artillery fire had ceased, yet as you can see, the new regiment remained prone, hesitant to act. Anyone faced with such circumstances would feel trepidation. They needed a moment to collect themselves. Indeed, at that moment on the battlefield, Zhang Dapio swallowed hard and approached Li Yunlong, asking, "Commander, shall we advance?" "Advance? Nonsense. There are likely no living souls left on the other side. Let us retreat at once." Li Yunlong had no desire to linger in this eerie and terrifying place for even a minute longer. He had always prided himself on fearing neither heaven nor earth, only the phrase congratulations and prosperity uttered by his brigade commander. Now, he found himself confronted with yet another source of fear. "But commander, those shells seem to have originated from our rear. Zhang Dapio reminded him. Damn it! Li Yunlong's expression stiffened as he quickly pointed in another direction, declaring, "We will break through in that direction." Understood. Chapter 70. Encounter with Li Yunlong at this moment. Another individual was equally startled. It was Chu Yunfei, who was observing the battlefield through binoculars. What on earth is this? It does not resemble artillery. The 8th Route Army could not possibly possess such firepower, nor do we. Could it be that the enemy has inadvertently inflicted harm upon themselves? Chu Yunfei murmured to himself, disregarding the cold sweat that had just emerged from his shock. He quickly commanded, "Send someone to investigate the situation at Sanyan Ridge. I must ascertain what has just transpired." Understood. Suddenly, Zhao Jianjun, who was advancing, received a message transmitted by drone. "Captain, it appears that the new 1st Regiment is retreating in the opposite direction." This revelation momentarily stunned Zhao Jianjun, who then realized that Li Yunlong and his men must have also been taken aback. He promptly issued the order, "Deploy the drone to relay a message. Inform Regiment Commander Li that we are allies and have matters to discuss with him." Yes. Soon, the soldiers maneuvered the drone towards the new 1st Regiment. Upon seeing it, Old Li was taken aback and shouted, "Shoot that infernal contraption down. Bang! Bang! Regiment Commandeli. We are not enemies, but friends. The recent annihilation of the Sakata Brigade was a gift for you." Wait. Li Yunlong, having heard the voice, hastily intervened. Unfortunately, it was too late. Remarkably, the marksmanship of the new 1st Regiment soldiers was impressive. They successfully brought down the drone. However, given that the drone was flying low for communication purposes, it was understandable. Fortunately, such drones were not expensive. Damn it! I knew you would waste ammunition. Did I not instruct you to hold your fire? Li Yunlong cursed vehemently as he navigated through the crowd towards the drone, stopping a few meters away without approaching any closer. "What is this contraption?" Li Yunlong inquired of Zhang Dapio, who stood beside him. "I have never encountered anything like it." Zhang Dapio replied, his expression one of confusion. "Did it not just say that we are friends?" Li Yunlong asked again. "It seems so. Goodness, this device appears quite valuable. They helped us eliminate the Sakata Brigade, yet we have shot down their precious asset. Do you suppose they will demand compensation from us?" The thought caused Li Yunlong's heart to ache. "Commander, I am unsure," Zhang Dapio responded, utterly oblivious. "Useless," Li Yunlong exclaimed, his frustration mounting. "Commander, this area is unsafe. Should we continue our breakout or wait for that mysterious individual here?" Zhang Dapio queried. Li Yunlong pondered for a moment. "We cannot leave everyone behind. It is too perilous." Zhang Dapio, "You are to leave one company from the 1st Battalion with me, while you take the others and break through to the base." "Commander, I wish to stay." Zhang Dapio protested vehemently upon hearing this. "Do you dare defy my orders? Do you believe I will not execute you on the spot?" As he spoke, Li Yunlong brandished his pistol. "Commander, even if you were to shoot me, I shall not leave," Zhang Dapio retorted, resolutely defiant. The commander remarked that the force that had just been vanquished was exceedingly formidable. If they truly intended to harm us, we would likely already be dead. However, if they are indeed our allies, their presence here ensures our safety. Perhaps we ought to await their arrival together. At this moment, Captain Shun Quan stepped forward to ease the tension. "Indeed, I too am eager to discern who they truly are," expressed Captain Wang Huaibao, equally curious and reluctant to depart. "Damn it, I'll deal with you when we return," Li Yunlong cursed, then commanded, "Maintain vigilance here." Understood. Dispatch 2 individuals to the base to inform the brigade commander of our situation. Li Yunlong instructed Zhang Dapio. "Commander, you have never been one to report proactively." Zhang Dapio expressed, puzzled. "Just do as instructed without any further questions," Li Yunlong retorted. His usual demeanor had shifted. The circumstances exceeded his understanding, prompting this rare change in character. The 5-kilometer distance was not considerable, and Zhao Jianjun and his team progressed swiftly in their off-road vehicles. Yet, as the waiting party, Li Yunlong felt an unsettling anxiety, perceiving time as dragging on. "Commander, they have arrived," reported the lookout, Chen Erzwang, rushing back. "Let's go take a look," Li Yunlong responded, his apprehension dissipating upon learning of their arrival. Upon spotting 8 off-road vehicles, Li Yunlong's eyes lit up. I have never seen such splendid vehicles. They must be wealthy landowners. Instantly, is diminushifta, adopting a vaninkala. Isinseria presiata, or assistanza, Yorbevni Islandia truly remarkable. It is our duty as sons and daughters of Huaxia to vanquish the enemy. After introducing himself, Zhao Jianjun added, from the nation of Huaxia. Huaxia? Li Yunlong Castionat, Parplaksha. Were they not already Huaxia? Why the need for such a designation? Indeed, but we hail from a different world as Huaxia, Zhao Jianjun stated plainly. A Huaxia from another world? What does that mean? Li Yunlong found himself bewildered. Commander, would you be interested in sharing a vehicle with me to see our side? Then you will understand, Zhao Jianjun directly invited. Certainly, I have never ridden in such a luxurious vehicle in my life. Li Yunlong readily accepted. Please, Zhao Jianjun gestured. Haha, splendid. Following Zhao Jianjun to the vehicle, Li Yunlong suddenly called out to Zhang Dapio and the others. Zhang Dapio, lead the team to follow us. Understood. Zhang Dapio replied, assembling the troops to accompany the off-road vehicles toward the portal. Not long after they departed, soldiers from the 358th Regiment arrived at the scene. Witnessing the battlefield's condition, they gasped in terror before swiftly retreating. Inside the vehicle, Li Yunlong looked around with curiosity, yet remained at ease, cheerfully commenting, "This vehicle is truly excellent. You will have it in the future," Zhao Jianjun remarked with a profound expression. "Oh, Mr. Zhao, I am curious about the meaning behind your words," Li Yunlong inquired with interest. "We have come here with the intention of engaging in business with your esteemed party. We can supply weapons to assist you in combating the Japanese and eliminating the warlords across various regions, thereby unifying Huaxia and recreating the world," Zhao Jianjun stated earnestly. "Are you selling those kinds of weapons as well?" Li Yunlong asked eagerly. "Indeed," Zhao Jianjun affirmed with a serious nod. "Excellent." A broad smile spread across Li Yunlong's face. And then he tentatively suggested, "However, Mr. Zhao, you must be aware that we, the 8th Route Army, are financially constrained. I wonder if we might be able to defer some payments and settle them later." Li Yunlong initially made this suggestion in jest, knowing well that such an arrangement was unlikely. To his surprise, the counterpart readily agreed. "Of course, there is no problem. We trust in your integrity and are willing to extend a certain credit limit," Zhao Jianjun replied, bolstered by the voice of Su Hao in his earpiece, who had expressed agreement. He had no objections now. After all, if even the Tang Dynasty could secure loans, it was only natural for our party, which shares a lineage with them, to do the same. Chapter 71. Each generation has its own mission. 5 kilometers is not far. As they spoke, the vehicle had already arrived at the entrance of the passage, where a considerable number of individuals had gathered, including soldiers who had completed the defensive setup, as well as some experts who needed to conduct a brief survey of the geographical environment. After disembarking, Li Yunlong observed the bustling crowd around him. Some individuals were pointing in his direction, but that did not leave him at a loss for words. What truly astonished him was witnessing individuals appear and disappear seemingly out of thin air, an experience that transcended his understanding. Were it not for the bright daylight, he might have believed he was witnessing a haunting. That is the passage between two realms. Did I not mention it earlier? I hail from the Huaxia nation of another world, and it is through this passage that I arrived in your midst, fortuitously encountering your battle and lending assistance. As we too harbor a profound disdain for the Japanese invaders, Zhao Jianjun elucidated. Although Li Yunlong was still somewhat bewildered, he began to grasp the situation. It was utterly unbelievable. He scratched his head in disbelief. "You're also from Huaxia, yet your weaponry is so formidable?" Li Yunlong inquired, his curiosity piqued by the recent battle that had left a tremendous impact on him. "Our world corresponds to yours approximately 85 years in the future. Had we not appeared, I believe that in 85 years, your side would have evolved to a similar state, possessing these formidable weapons as well," Zhao Jianjun explained. "With such powerful weaponry, we ought to have already achieved victory and driven the invaders from Huaxia, correct?" Li Yunlong asked, his face alight with hope. "In 5 more years, the Japanese will surrender," Zhao Jianjun replied. "Good, those bastards. I knew they wouldn't last long, haha." Li Yunlong laughed joyfully, envisioning a celebratory feast. Would you like to see Huaxia 85 years hence? Zhao Jianjun proposed with enthusiasm. Can I go as well? Li Yunlong pointed at the portal with curiosity. Of course, if we can come here, you can certainly traverse to our world, Zhao Jianjun assured him. All right, I genuinely wish to see what future Huaxia looks like, Li Yunlong stated, rubbing his hands together, revealing a hint of nervousness. It was rare for him to feel such trepidation. Commander, Zhang Dabiao called out with concern. What are you yelling for? You startle me. Stay here and wait for my return, Li Yunlong retorted, aware of Zhang Dabiao's worry, but determined not to display any weakness in front of Zhao Jianjun and his companions. Please, Zhao Jianjun gestured invitingly. All right, let us go, Li Yunlong exclaimed without further ado, following Zhao Jianjun through the portal, arriving in Huaxia. Welcome, Commander Li. As Li Yunlong stepped through, still somewhat dazed, he was greeted with warm applause and cheers from the crowd outside. What is this? Old Li questioned, pointing outside with a puzzled expression. They are all aware of your esteemed name, Commander Li, and they know you are coming, hence their warm reception, Zhao Jianjun explained. As the two emerged from the cave, sunlight illuminated the figure of this individual who seemed to have traversed through time from a television drama, evoking a sense of surrealism, yet undeniably real. Greetings, Commander Li. Su Hao stepped forward, extending his hand. This is Advisor Su from the 749 Bureau of our Huaxia Nation, also the chief of this base, Zhao Jianjun introduced. Unfamiliar with the 749 Bureau, but understanding the significance of chief, Li Yunlong promptly smiled and shook hands with Su Hao, saying, Hello, Chief. Please, you need not address me with such a title. Simply call me Su Hao, he replied with a cheerful smile. Very well, Li Yunlong nodded amiably, then glanced around. Is this truly the world of 85 years hence? Barely finishing his inquiry, he suddenly noticed the nearby railway tracks and the vehicles coming and going, his eyes widening in astonishment as he pointed towards Passage 1. What lies beyond there? That connects to another world, the era of Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty. Su Hao elucidated. You not only have a link to our world, but also to the Tang Dynasty. That is truly remarkable. How have you accomplished this? Li Yunlong expressed his profound astonishment. That is a long tale for another time. For now, let us show Commander Li some aspects of the future. Afterward, you will need to report back to your superiors. We must discuss the procurement of armaments, especially given your current predicament, Su Hao stated, aware that the Sakata Brigade had been silently annihilated, which would surely alarm the higher-ups of the enemy, likely prompting a swift retaliatory action. He needed to arm Li Yunlong and his men urgently, not just the new 1st Regiment, but all units must be equipped. He believed that with the weapons they provided, the enemy could be expelled from Huaxia sooner, perhaps even to launch a counteroffensive into the enemy's stronghold, effectively eliminating this threat. Understood, Li Yunlong said, now more serious at the mention of the enemy. Due to the pressing time and the fact that Li Yunlong had no authority over diplomatic relations or arms trading, Su Hao arranged for someone to drive old Li around Fengtian. In just over 4 hours, they returned. If Li Yunlong had been anxious and expectant before their excursion, upon returning, he was now filled with excitement, joy, hope, and resolve. Advisor Su, this is truly wonderful. I may lack formal education and cannot articulate my thoughts eloquently, but I can genuinely perceive the differences of the future. It is hard to believe that in just over 80 years, our Huaxia has evolved to this extent. Throughout the journey, Li Yunlong not only observed but also inquired extensively with the staff from the propaganda department, gaining insights into the future. All of this is your merit. It is you who have forged today's glory with your blood. Your generation has fought on behalf of 3 generations, establishing the dignity of our Huaxia, compelling the Western powers to regard us with respect. Our present achievements rest upon the shoulders of these giants, and we are profoundly grateful for you, cherishing your memory. Su Hao expressed his sentiments. We do not require your gratitude. This is our choice, our mission as this generation. It stands to reason that your generation also had its own mission, all for the sake of Huaxia, Li Yunlong stated with an unusual calmness, a departure from his typical demeanor. We shall undoubtedly elevate Huaxia to its rightful place atop the world, Su Hao declared with resolute confidence. Even in the absence of his system, He firmly believed that Huaxia would ascend to the pinnacle of global stature. With the support of his system, this ascent would be expedited, and the position secured thereafter would be even more stable. I believe. Li Yunlong nodded earnestly before bidding farewell. I must return. Will you not take another look? No. I have already envisioned the aftermath of victory. I know our sacrifices were not in vain. That is sufficient. I must continue to fulfill the mission belonging to me, old Li, in our world. A noticeable transformation seemed to envelop Li Yunlong, rendering him a shade different from his usual self. Very well. I look forward to our next meeting, Su Hao replied, not pressing him to stay. Indeed, I've heard tales of your fine spirits. I shall return soon, and you must ensure old Li gets a taste. Li Yunlong's familiar laughter echoed once more. Absolutely. I will certainly treat you to drinks next time, to your heart's content, Su Hao responded, joining in the laughter. Chapter 72. A limit of 500 billion? Li Yunlong departed, traversing the portal, leaving behind the new regiment of soldiers. He took a handful of warriors with him, as he felt compelled to report everything that transpired here to his superiors personally. He was not at ease with the idea of someone else conveying the message. Did Commander Li say anything today? Su Hao inquired, calling upon the Public Relations Department to accompany the staff member who had been with Li Yunlong. They posed numerous questions, yet the most frequently uttered phrases were truly wonderful, and it was worth it. Additionally, during this time, Commander Li shed tears once, albeit he was quite restrained. Still, I noticed his sorrow, the staff member reported. All right, I understand. Su Hao nodded slightly, comprehending Li Yunlong's sentiments. Old Meng, gather old Lu, old Zhang, and Captain Zhao to come to my office. Su Hao instructed Meng do via telephone. In no time, the four arrived one after another, and Su Hao invited them to take a seat, forming a circle. Our second connected world is this Sword of Light. You are all aware of the situation there. The forthcoming arms orders are likely to be substantial. What are your thoughts? Su Hao prompted. The four exchanged glances, some appearing puzzled, while others seemed to have an inkling, sporting expressions of realization. Yet, none spoke first, as if awaiting another to break the silence. Sir, which aspect are you referring to? It was Zhao Jianjun, the one closest to the current situation, who finally spoke. Pricing. Su Hao mentioned a key term, and the others suddenly understood the direction of his thoughts. The Sword of Light world can be considered our predecessor, and since they're fighting against the Japanese, I believe we should provide them with additional support. They are currently lacking funds, and we can afford to lower our prices somewhat. Zhao Jianjun was the first to express his opinion. Captain Zhao is correct. In combating the Japanese, we are undoubtedly committed. However, we must acknowledge that we exist in two distinct worlds, and our primary concern should be for our own Huaxia. This must remain our stance. Therefore, while we can sell weapons to Li Yunlong and his men, the prices should align with those of the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, how would the Emperor of Tang feel upon discovering this? Zhang Xuanzi articulated with precision. Wouldn't that be rather heartless? Zhao Jianjun furrowed his brow, somewhat swayed by the argument. Yet, as a soldier, he was not one to prioritize profit above all else. Even if we are not in the same world, we should still support the fight against the Japanese. Not everything should revolve around financial gain. Lu Yin sided with Zhao Jianjun. I do not oppose aiding in the fight against the Japanese. In fact, we could intervene directly, as we did today, without requiring Li Yunlong and his men to bear the costs of battle. That is something we are willing to do. However, if it comes to arms trading, the prices must be consistent. That is the rule. After all, we will need to conduct business with many worlds in the future. We cannot allow every world to operate under different standards. Without rules, nothing can be established. Zhang Xuanzi remained steadfast in his viewpoint. Everyone, please refrain from shouting. Let us discuss this calmly. We shall surely arrive at a compromise. Meng Du intervened as tensions escalated, promptly stepping in as a mediator at Su Hao's silent cue. Dear ancestors, we must lend our support in the fight against the enemy. It is our duty. However, we must also safeguard the interests of our great nation, as this matter pertains to the trade balance between our two realms. Su Hao spoke up, finding himself in a dilemma, seeking collective wisdom to discover a solution that would satisfy both parties. Chief, if the prices of weapons do not decrease, could we not consider increasing the loan amount and reducing the interest rates? Would this not allow us to acquire more weapons and perhaps even provide additional ammunition? Liu Yin proposed thoughtfully. Su Hao's eyes brightened, and he nodded slightly. This plan is feasible. We shall deliberate on the specifics shortly. He then turned to the others and inquired, are there any other good ideas? We possess a substantial quantity of grenades. Could we not offer varying amounts depending on their procurement of weapons? Su Hao pondered and nodded in agreement. When they encounter large groups of enemies, we could extend our assistance to help eliminate a wave. That is acceptable, but we must not intervene too frequently. They require the experience of war to grow and strengthen. Our interference may not necessarily yield favorable results, Su Hao remarked after some contemplation. The group engaged in enthusiastic discussion, exchanging ideas, with some suggestions being embraced while others were dismissed. Overall, the aim was to provide support within the confines of safeguarding our nation's interests. How much should we allocate to Li Yunlong and his team this time? Su Hao finally posed a question. I believe 100 billion would be appropriate. Liu Yin replied without hesitation. Unlike the Tang Dynasty, the quantity of weapons sold to the sword light world will undoubtedly be greater, encompassing a wider variety and more advanced technology. A smaller loan amount would certainly be insufficient. 100 billion is still conservative. I believe 300 billion or even 500 billion is entirely feasible, remarked Zhang Xuanzi, leaving everyone astounded. Why you all look at me in such disbelief? I wholeheartedly support aiding our valiant predecessors against the enemy. I merely oppose compromising our nation's own interests. Zhang Xuanzi quickly clarified as he noticed their astonished expressions. Is 300 billion not excessive? Liu Yin expressed concern. Such a substantial loan could lead to significant losses in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, and given that the initiative originated from me, I would find it challenging to provide justification. The sword light world is not akin to the Tang Dynasty. Their industrial development is progressing rapidly. Should we assist the people there in establishing their nation swiftly, concentrating the nation's resources, and leveraging our technological support, their advancement would undoubtedly be rapid, ensuring they could repay this debt in the future. Furthermore, once we triumph over the enemy, we shall not receive war reparations, unlike them, who may claim such compensation. They might even directly seize the enemy's stronghold, extracting greater surplus value. Additionally, when Chiang Kai-shek departed, he plundered vast wealth from our side of the continent. Should this sum remain, Li Yunlong and his team would be entirely capable of repaying the loan with these two sources of funds, without hindering the future development of their nation. Zhang Xuanzi spoke earnestly. Upon the utterance of these words, all present were instantly illuminated, and Su Hao, in particular, rose with fervor, exclaiming, Old Zhang speaks with utmost clarity. They may currently lack financial resources. Yet upon the triumph of war, an outcome that may not require an extensive duration, there lies the potential for tremendous growth, possibly amounting to 3 to 5 trillion. In comparison to the earlier years when we vanquished the enemy and established our nation, this sum is trivial. We should endeavor to secure a special allocation of 500 billion, which, in addition to armaments, can also be utilized for the advancement of our industrial foundation. I shall personally report this matter to the Prime Minister, striving for a swift resolution. Su Hao willingly took it upon himself to oversee this initiative. As for the interest, I shall submit that as well for higher authorities to decide, given the substantial amount involved, which leaves Su Hao momentarily uncertain. In terms of ammunition donations, how many units do you deem appropriate? Su Hao Ingui, 3 should suffice. That should be adequate. Liu Yin, a professional in the field, responded, earning the consensus of the others. Very well, Su Hao declared, confidently making the decision. After thorough deliberation, the 5-member committee swiftly finalized several proposals. While those requiring further consideration were entrusted to Su Hao for reporting and awaiting directives from above, certain matters were readily resolved by their collective agreement. Chapter 73. The resplendent Li Yunlong in February 1940. The northwestern region was enveloped in a frigid night, yet Li Yunlong felt no chill. Instead, his heart burned with fervor. Accompanied by a dozen soldiers, he journeyed through the night and, by dawn, finally arrived at the base. Commander! Commander! Li Yunlong called out upon his arrival. Commander Li has returned. The sentry hurried in to report. We could hear his voice from 3 miles away. Let him in, the commander replied. A hint of irritation in his tone, yet relieved to know that he had returned safely. He then jested nonchalantly with the political commissar and others in the room. Look, speak of the devil, and he appears. They had just been discussing the news relayed from the new regiment, grappling with the enigma of a force capable of annihilating the entire Sakata regiment without revealing themselves within a mere 20 minutes. Their concern for both Li Yunlong and the new regiment's safety, coupled with the fear of offending this mysterious power by sending someone over, had left them deliberating through the night without arriving at a feasible plan. They were taken aback by Li Yunlong's unexpected return. The others shared a similar sentiment, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Before long, a familiar, somewhat mischievous grin appeared at the entrance. "Commander!" Li Yunlong exclaimed, the first to spot the commander, before noticing the other officers present. With a chuckle, he added, "So, the leaders are all here. All right, quickly enlighten us about yesterday's events," the commander said, skipping the pleasantries. "Since the commander has requested it, allow me to regale you with the tale," Li Yunlong responded, adopting a theatrical tone that elicited laughter and lightened the mood. Observing his demeanor, it seemed that yesterday's events were not as dire as they had feared. Indeed, as Li Yunlong recounted the events, though embellished in places, the overall narrative was clear. Watching the expressions of the commander and the other leaders shift was a source of great satisfaction for Li Yunlong. "I may have lacked experience in the past, but now my understanding surpasses yours by leaps and bounds." "Li Yunlong, maintain your composure," the commander interjected, having noticed their lapse in decorum, yet still finding the tale hard to believe. "Yes, commander." Li Yunlong quickly stood at attention. "Did you truly venture into another world and witness China 85 years into the future?" The commander asked again, his demeanor serious, eyes fixed intently on Li Yunlong as if seeking to discern any change in his expression. They had listened intently to Li Yunlong's vivid portrayal of future scenes, which seemed beyond the imagination of a man like him, unless he had indeed witnessed them firsthand. "Commander, you are aware of my integrity. There is no possibility for me to fabricate such matters. I cannot ascertain the veracity of the claims regarding the world beyond, even after 85 years. But it is evident that it is remarkably advanced. The inhabitants, akin to us with yellow skin and black eyes, communicate in a manner strikingly similar to ours. Their populace enjoys ample sustenance and attire that far surpasses that of the landowners. This embodies the world we aspire to attain," Li Yunlong asserted earnestly. "Moreover, their weaponry is indeed formidable. I have heard that they employed rockets and drones to annihilate the Sakata Brigade, and these armaments can eliminate foes from several hundred kilometers away. I have also inquired about a national treasure that can effortlessly strike the enemy stronghold from our territory, capable of obliterating the adversary if they so desire." Though I have not witnessed it firsthand, based on Li Yunlong's experience, he surmised that the propagandist was not lying, albeit with an element of exaggeration akin to his own. "Furthermore, they have requested my return to escort capable high-ranking officials to their realm to negotiate arms transactions. They asserted that once equipped with such weaponry, we could swiftly expel the enemy and even rapidly unify the nation to establish a new state." This urgency was the paramount reason for Li Yunlong's hasty return. Upon hearing this, the commander inhaled sharply, casting glances at the others, who fell silent, presumably processing the astonishing information just relayed. "What are your thoughts?" the commander inquired. "Quite simple. Seeing is believing. Should we report this matter immediately? It should be reported to inform the higher-ups promptly, allowing for the formulation of a response plan. And if the information is false? I, Old Li, have personally ventured there. It cannot be false. If it is, then I shall face execution." Li Yunlong bristled at this. "What does that imply? Would I deceive you? Li Yunlong, how could you speak thus?" The commander quickly admonished, for Li Yunlong held a deep-seated fear of this superior. He instantly turned his head away in a manner reminiscent of a slighted spouse. "We do not doubt your word, but this situation is exceedingly implausible. We are all materialists, and this challenges our worldview," the commander reassured, patting Li Yunlong on the shoulder. "Let me clarify. While Li Yunlong may be somewhat unruly and disobedient, I firmly believe he would not deceive me regarding such a matter. My stance is to report this incident. They have expressed the need for someone with authority from our side to visit. Without the sanction from above, we would risk being dismissed by them, the commander stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, without the authority to make decisions, our visit would be futile. The others nodded in agreement. Ultimately, they unanimously resolved to report the situation and await guidance from their superiors. Approximately 2 hours later, the commander reappeared before them. The higher-ups have issued directives, appointing me to represent our party in negotiations with the nation of Huaxia. Should it be confirmed that Li Yunlong's assertions hold truth, I will possess the authority to directly engage in discussions regarding arms trade. Therefore, I have decided to accompany Li Yunlong to witness it firsthand. Commander, may we proceed? Everyone is quite curious about that place, one asked. However, we still require personnel here. I shall go this time, and perhaps you may visit at a later opportunity. The commander replied, shaking his head. Moreover, the entire Sakata unit of the enemy has been annihilated. They will undoubtedly seek retribution and investigate our actions. We must prepare in advance. You will handle this matter, he stated with a grave expression. Very well, the others conceded. Throughout their journey, Li Yunlong answered every inquiry as they rode back. By midday, they arrived at the portal's entrance, where individuals awaited their arrival, seemingly aware of their impending presence. Perhaps, when Li Yunlong departed, drones had been tracking him from above, tasked with ensuring his safety, though he remained oblivious to this fact. Goodness! Such a transformation in just one night! Li Yunlong exclaimed in astonishment, hands on his hips, as he surveyed the changes outside the portal. Ah, Kumandeli! Our homeland is celebrated as a construction powerhouse. This is merely a trifling feat, Zhao Jianjun replied with pride. What is a construction powerhouse? Li Yunlong inquired, puzzled. Commander, I shall explain it to you later. Now, shall we discuss matters over there? Zhao Jianjun gestured towards the portal. Agreed, the commander nodded. And Li Yunlong followed, closely behind, as the trio swiftly passed through the portal. Chapter 74. The modern journey of Commander Chun in the blink of an eye. The three individuals found themselves transported to the 21st century in Huaxia. Commander Chun glanced ahead and then behind, marveling in astonishment. It is truly hard to believe that such extraordinary occurrences exist in this world, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes. Commander Chun, it is an honor to finally meet you, Su Hao exclaimed warmly as he approached the two who had just emerged. Viting, Gon Sun Su, Commander Chen Zetbunde, shaking Su Hao's hand. Indeed, that is I, Su Hao replied with a cheerful smile. If he were not representing Huaxia at this moment, he would prefer to be addressed as Little Sur Little Hao, given the stature of the individual before him, who also happened to be a general that Su Hao greatly admired. As lunch hour approaches, you two must be weary from your journey. Why don't we dine while we converse? I still owe Commander Li a drink, Su Hao suggested invitingly. What is this about? Commander Chen inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Li Yunlong. Commander, this was mentioned by Consultant Su before I left. He said that when we meet again, I should treat him to a drink. Li Yunlong quickly omitted the fact that he had solicited the drink. Indeed, I hold great respect for Commander Li and intended to invite him for a drink, but I did not have the chance yesterday. Su Hao tactfully refrained from exposing the truth, maintaining his jovial demeanor. Then I shall graciously accept the invitation, Commander Chen said, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. The sun had indeed reached its zenith, and they had yet to eat. Having traveled a considerable distance, their stomachs were growling. Moreover, it would be ungracious to refuse the host's invitation. Very well, ha ha ha. Please, after you, Su Hao responded, having already anticipated their arrival time, based on their speed, and arranged for lunch in advance. The dining area was located in the cafeteria, though it was an independent private room. At this moment, the staff were also enjoying their meal, and the cafeteria was bustling with people queuing for their food, creating a lively atmosphere. As they passed through the cafeteria hall, Commander Chun and Li Yunlong observed the plates of food and were taken aback. Commander Chun remained composed, but Li Yunlong could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Goodness, the food here is splendid. There are chicken legs and various meats." As he spoke, Li Yunlong could not help but swallow hard. Seeing this, Commander Chun felt compelled to kick Li Yunlong, finding his behavior rather undignified. However, as they were in another's territory, he refrained from doing so, but shot Li Yunlong a glare filled with disapproval. Li Yunlong sensed a chill at the back of his neck, and, upon meeting Commander Chen's gaze, instantly quieted down, muttering under his breath, "It's a pity there is any fatty meat. It's all lean." Little did Commander Li know, in the current age, many individuals prioritize healthy eating and avoid fatty meats to prevent weight gain, as such foods are high in fat. In fact, many people refrain from eating rice altogether to maintain their figures, given the high carbohydrate content that can lead to weight gain. This year, our nation has even advocated for weight management due to the alarming rise in obesity rates in recent years, Su Hao explained. Upon hearing these words, Commander Chun and Li Yunlong not only failed to find relief, but instead widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they were listening to an incomprehensible scripture. For the impoverished and weakened old Huaxia, such notions were unfathomable. In our world, being able to savor fragrant rice daily and never suffer from hunger constitutes the pinnacle of existence. If there were additional delicacies, it would surpass even the wealthiest of landlords. It was astonishing to realize that, in a mere span of 80 years, Huaxia had undergone such a transformative metamorphosis. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, one would find it utterly incredible, Chen exclaimed in shock. He did not suspect Su Hao of deceit. Firstly, there was no need for such a fabrication, and secondly, the radiant expressions and well-dressed appearances of these individuals clearly indicated that they were accustomed to regular meals, leaving no room for pretense. Furthermore, Li Yunlong had previously visited Chang'an City and observed countless citizens on the streets, all presenting the same affluence. How could they possibly be feigning? If Commander Chun had harbored even a trace of doubt regarding Li Yunlong's assertions, he was now entirely convinced. This transformation was the culmination of the tireless efforts of generations, including Commander Chun and his compatriots. Now that our two worlds are interconnected with our assistance, I firmly believe we can expedite this process. Within a decade, addressing your concerns about hunger should pose no challenge at all. Su Hao had already extended the timeline, though his internal agenda was set for 5 years, or even 3. Indeed, 3 years. 1 year to expel the invaders, 1 year for unification, and 1 year dedicated to vigorous agricultural development. Industrialization would undoubtedly require a longer duration, but with Huaxia's backing, that timeline would surely be significantly shorter than it was in the past. 10 years? Can we truly ensure that the populace is well fed within that time frame? Commander Chun inquired, his excitement causing him to momentarily forget his current status. If we collaborate, it is certainly achievable. However, before we proceed, 2 essential tasks must be addressed: driving the invaders back to their homeland and unifying Huaxia to establish a new nation, one that prioritizes the people, Su Hao stated earnestly. Indeed, Advisor Su is correct. Our immediate priority is to send the invaders back to where they belong. Commander Chun regained his composure, understanding that Su Hao was subtly reminding him of the arms trade. "Gentlemen, shall we dine while we converse?" Su Hao suggested again, as they arrived at the entrance of the private room. Very well. The group gathered around a round table, and soon the waitstaff began presenting an array of dishes. With 2 guests arriving, Su Hao was accompanied by Lu Yin, who was in charge of the arms business. "Advisor Su, with just the 4 of us, these dishes are already sufficient. There is no need for further servings," Commander Chen remarked, glancing at the 6 plates of cold dishes and the 6 hot dishes being placed on the table, noting that there appeared to be more to come, and swiftly intervened. They were not accustomed to wastefulness. Su Hao did not insist on the matter, nodding to the waiter and saying, "This will suffice for now. We shall call you if we require anything else." As the waiter departed, only 4 individuals remained in the private room. Lu Yin rose to pour a glass of wine for each of them. Su Hao then lifted his glass and stood, saying, "First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to both of you to our world. Secondly, I hope you find joy in your experiences here, savoring both the food and the ambience. Lastly, let us foster a fruitful collaboration, driving the invaders from our homeland at the earliest opportunity." With that, Su Hao downed his drink in one swift motion. "Haha, Advisor Su is truly forthright. I, old Li, shall toast with you thrice, declared Li Yunlong, raising his glass and consuming its contents in one go. His eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "What splendid wine, as potent as sweet potato liquor, yet with a far superior taste." He then poured himself another glass, continuing to drink 3 more, his complexion remaining surprisingly unflushed, revealing his capacity for alcohol. Commander Li is indeed a man of fortitude. Su Hao laughed heartily, choosing not to reveal the other's intention to indulge in more drink. Subsequently, the 4 engaged in a convivial exchange of toasts, and after satiating their appetites, Su Hao arranged for 2 of them to explore the city of Fengtian, allowing them to digest their meal. It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon that they returned. This time, Li Yunlong appeared markedly different. Perhaps owing to a newfound experience, he exuded an air of excitement, his smile unwavering. In contrast, Commander Chun, experiencing the modern city for the first time, maintained a composed demeanor, his mind tumultuous yet his visage serene, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Chapter 75, Weapon Comparison and Dominance. Advisor Su, you previously mentioned the possibility of selling us a formidable batch of weapons. I am curious about the transaction process. Li Yunlong, rarely eloquent, was uncertain whether this was his own notion or a lesson imparted by the brigade commander. It seemed likely that the commander had briefly briefed him, and given old Li's bold yet meticulous nature, he recognized this significant opportunity and instinctively knew what to articulate. Old Liu, please introduce our weapons to the 2 esteemed guests. The arms here are all available for sale and can be thoroughly presented. Su Hao Institute Luzan, adhering to his principle of entrusting specialized tasks to qualified individuals. Gentlemen, please follow me. We have prepared samples of the weapons we intend to sell to you. You may examine them in person and, if desired, fire a few rounds. This is the shooting range, fully equipped for your convenience. Liu Yin guided the 2 towards the weapons displayed at the range. Let's take a look. We appreciate your assistance, Team Leader Liu. Upon hearing they could view the samples, the 2 men were instantly more intrigued. Not at all. It is my honor, Liu Yin responded humbly. Soon, the group arrived at a shooting range where an array of diverse weaponry was displayed, including aircraft and tanks. Upon their arrival, both the brigade commander and Li Yunlong were immediately struck by the sight of the aircraft, followed by an astonished gasp at the tanks. Li Yunlong exclaimed, "What treasures! Truly remarkable treasures!" With the presence of these 2 magnificent items, they lost interest in examining the other artillery and machine guns. Old Liu, please provide an introduction to our weapons, Su Hao commanded. Very well, Liu Yin nodded, noticing their keen interest in the tanks. He approached a green tank and began his explanation. This is our domestically produced Type 59 tank, capable of withstanding conventional attacks from your World-S weaponry. Team Leader Liu, your explanations elude my understanding. Could you perhaps articulate it in simpler terms that I, old Li, can comprehend? Li Yunlong could not contain himself, having only grasped a few parameters while much remained bewildering. The brigade commander, however, could comprehend the details and was profoundly shocked, realizing that this tank surpassed all current enemy mainstay tanks. Yet, still enveloped in astonishment, he failed to interject Li Yunlong's inquiry. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Yin smiled and said, "All right, I shall present this in more accessible language." With this, the brigade commander had no intention of interrupting, eager to hear how the other would reintroduce this formidable weapon. Our Type 59 tank boasts superior firepower compared to the enemy's existing tanks, thicker armor for enhanced defense, greater maneuverability, and swifter speed, possessing the capability to dominate the enemy's current main battle tanks, Liu Yin explained cheerfully. Brigade Commander, we must procure several tanks to take back. With these iron behemoths in our possession, there shall be no fear of those diminutive foes. Li Yunlong expressed his excitement beside the brigade commander. In their efforts to combat the enemy tanks, they had no alternative means and could only sacrifice the lives of their soldiers. If they possessed tanks themselves, fear of the enemy would be utterly unfounded. I understood the gravity of the situation. The brigade commander nodded slightly, sharing a keen desire for them to possess a tank corps capable of sweeping across the land. Leader Liu, What can we offer in exchange? A hint of sorrow graced the brigade commander's face. The items they sought were undoubtedly valuable, yet they were genuinely impoverished at present. However, if they pooled resources from various bases, they might manage to procure some essential weaponry at a reduced cost. You need not worry about finances. I have already reported your situation to our nation's cabinet. We can initially provide your side with a procurement quota of 500 billion yuan. Su Hao interjected at that moment. He had received approval from higher authorities the previous night, alleviating pressure on both parties. Considering interest after the establishment of the nation, the annual repayment would average over 50 billion yuan, a sum I believe your side can manage. With our support, when your side rebuilds, it will not be in a state of utter poverty. Conditions will be significantly better than those faced by Su Hao's group. Such a large amount? The brigade commander couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. He was no novice and had gleaned some understanding of this world. During previous outings, he had inquired about local prices and was aware of the purchasing power of the yuan. This allocation was undeniably a staggering fortune, especially for their current circumstances. Are there any additional conditions from your country? Although astonished, the brigade commander remained composed, his mind remarkably clear. They aimed to establish a nation governed by the people, thus would never engage in treachery against their country or its citizens, necessitating clarity on this matter. After all, the two sides hailed from entirely different worlds. Rest assured, brigade commander, there are no additional conditions. We can formalize this in a loan agreement. Of course, we will be charging interest on this sum, Su Hao replied. And what is the interest rate? Bah, Su Hao zetponde. Thank you. The brigade commander, being astute and worldly, recognized that this interest rate was remarkably low. It was evident that this was a gesture of genuine assistance from the Huaxia side. This is our duty. Furthermore, considering the friendly relations between our two nations, our cabinet has indicated that, within reasonable limits, we can assist you 3 times, Su Hao added. Similar to the eradication of the Sakata Brigade, Li Yunlong could not help but inquire. With a broader scope than that, Su Hao hinted meaningfully. The two men nodded silently, understanding that this scope was flexible, contingent on their needs and Huaxia's stance. Thank you for your nation's assistance. We shall surely remember your friendship, the brigade commander expressed sincerely. I too hope for a future of amicable coexistence and mutual development between our two nations. Su Hao smiled warmly, his words equally sincere. Well then, let us continue to explore the weapons. He cast a glance at Liu Yan, who immediately understood and stepped forward to introduce the weapons to the two. Freed from the burden of financial constraints, they felt considerably more at ease. Their thoughts had shifted significantly from their initial arrival, and weapons that once seemed unattainable now began to enter their realm of consideration. Chapter 76. Tanks and Aircraft Leader Liu. Uncertain about the price of the Type 59 tank and its ammunition, acknowledged the professionalism of the brigade commander. He understood that the cost of ammunition for such heavy weaponry would be significant, as it is calculated separately. The price for a Type 59 tank was set at 8 million yuan dollars, which included a complimentary provision of 100 shells. Furthermore, we offer free training for tank operators and maintenance personnel, alongside a 3-year complimentary after-sales service. The cost of each shell was 6,000 yuan, while an armor-piercing shell was priced at 12,000 yuan, and a penetrating shell of 40,000 yuan. Liu Yan disclosed the previously discussed prices. Whether it concerned the training of tank operators or maintenance workers, or after-sales support, it was evident that substantial profits could be garnered. However, the Huaxia side decided to forego this profit margin. Allow me to introduce you to other weaponry, Liu Yan continued, refraining from prompting an immediate decision on the acquisition of arms. The brigade commander, understanding the implications, felt a wave of gratitude. Subsequently, they approached an aircraft, where Liu Yan introduced, "This is the first-generation fighter jet, which we have named the J-5. I shall spare you the intricate specifications and instead offer a brief comparison with the formidable Zero fighter currently in use by the enemy." "That would be appreciated," the brigade commander replied with a grave demeanor, acutely aware of the threat posed by the Zero fighter. "Our J-5 boasts a maximum speed of 145 kilometers per hour, whereas the Zero fighter reaches only 570 kilometers per hour. You must comprehend the significance of such a disparity in speed under equivalent conditions. We can effortlessly dominate them in aerial combat, Liu Yin proclaimed with pride. After all, the J5 was developed over a decade later, incorporating advancements in technology. In terms of armament, we have equipped it with two 23mm cannons and a 37mm cannon, with the capability to carry bombs weighing between 100 to 250 kilograms on each wing. In stark contrast, the Zero fighter is limited to two 7mm machine guns and a pair of 20mm cannons, giving us a definitive advantage in firepower. Regarding protection, our aircraft features an all-metal structure, ensuring robust durability, while the Zero, in its pursuit of lightweight and agility, has a frail structural integrity. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as fragile fighters in the presence of our J5. Liu Yin expressed his disdain for the Zero fighter. Of course, this comparison reflects the state of affairs during 1940, when the Zero still held certain advantages. Yet, what does that matter now? We can execute a dimensional strike. Much like the tanks, our J5 excels in firepower, speed, and defense, completely overshadowing the Zero fighter. Liu Yin stated. Upon concluding the presentation of the J5's capabilities, Liu Yin turned to the brigade commander and Li Yunlong, revealing the price of this fighter jet. The J5 is priced at 30 million yuan dollars, and we currently have 512 units available for sale. Additionally, we offer complimentary training for pilots and aircraft maintenance technicians. Although the total number of aircraft compiled amounts to 662, only 512 are operational after maintenance, while the remaining 100 or so can merely serve as training and target drones, as he certainly does not wish to jeopardize the opposing side. The reason the number of 59 tanks available for sale has not been disclosed is that, in anticipation of a potential large-scale conflict, many have been produced and thousands are currently in storage, more than sufficient for needs. The two individuals are not in a rush to determine the quantity to purchase. Upon conclusion, we will provide them with the data parameters. If they are unable to decide immediately, they may take the information back for further discussion before finalizing their order. Su Hao stated. All right, both nodded in agreement. This transaction had already exceeded his expectations, and he felt uncertain about making an immediate decision. Being able to report back was indeed the best course of action. Subsequently, Liu Yin introduced them to the 54 type pistol, the 56 type semi-automatic rifle, the 56 type submachine gun, the 53 type 7.62mm light machine gun, 35,000 Huayuan each, with 3 basic ammunition loads included, the 53 type 7.62mm heavy machine gun, 80,000 Huayuan each, with 3 basic ammunition loads included, the 54 type 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, 250,000 Huayuan each, with 3 basic ammunition loads included, the 54 type 122mm howitzer, the 59 type 130mm cannon, 5 million Huayuan each, with 3 basic shells included, wooden hand grenades, the 69 type 40mm rocket launcher, and the 63 type 60mm mortar, 100,000 Huayuan each, with 3 basic ammunition loads included, among others. As he gazed at the array of seemingly brand-new large-caliber artillery, Li Yunlong could hardly contain his drool. He possessed merely a single 60mm mortar, which had suffered significant wear and tear, with only 2 shells remaining, and he treated it with utmost care. However, compared to the equipment before him, their current weaponry felt utterly inferior, lacking any basis for comparison. Commander, if our regiment could fully equip itself with these new weapons, we would not even require assistance from Huaxia. Our new regiment could annihilate the Japanese Sakata Brigade with ease, Li Yunlong declared, his confidence soaring. Take a look at this formation. It is the new army being established for training under the Tang Dynasty. The emperor has mandated this specification, a regiment of over 300 personnel, possessing formidable firepower. A single regiment can easily handle a Japanese brigade, Liu Yin remarked, presenting the formation and firepower configuration of the new Tang army. Upon hearing this, both the commander and Li Yunlong were intrigued. After glancing at the documents, Commander Chen looked at Liu Yin in astonishment. Does the Tang Dynasty truly require such a powerful configuration? This regiment, provided it has ample ammunition, could sweep across the entire world. No army in ancient times could withstand such might. Indeed, the emperor has placed additional orders. Currently, there are 20 regiments of the new army, more than sufficient to protect the entire borders of the Tang Dynasty and deter nearby adversaries. Liu Yin confirmed with a nod. Not only deterring adversaries, but should Li Shimin desire, this new army could conquer the entire world and become the sovereign of the planet. Our regiment will also be structured accordingly, Li Yunlong stated, his gaze fixated on the new army formation of the Tang Dynasty. If the new regiment possesses such formidable firepower, he would dare to seize Ping'an County. Upon hearing this, the brigade commander pondered for a moment before gently nodding. I believe it is feasible. The organizational structure provided by Liu Yin includes not only a comprehensive list of weaponry, but also the overall cost, the total investment for a regiment, including armaments and full military equipment, amounts to 240 million yuan. Currently, their 129th Division, 386th Brigade comprises merely 2 regular regiments, 1 independent regiment, and 2 newly formed regiments, totaling 5 regiments. If they were to adhere to this organizational structure, they would need to expand their forces to reach full capacity, requiring only 2 billion yuan to undergo a remarkable transformation, thereby establishing a military force more powerful than a Type B division of the enemy. A Type B division comprises 7 battalions, while a Type A division consists of 8 battalions. Chapter 77. The Scapegoat Commander Chun. In order to fully equip a regiment, it actually does not require 240 million yuan. Additionally, the Tang Dynasty needs to procure a new batch of ammunition, compressed biscuits, medical supplies, and uniforms. We are providing you with 3 basic units of ammunition, which will suffice for 1 or 2 battles, thereby eliminating the need for further ammunition procurement. As for other supplies, if you can streamline your needs further, I believe it is feasible to arm such a regiment with a budget of 200 million yuan. Liu Yin was unaware of what the two were contemplating, yet he took the initiative to remind them. Thank you, Leader Liu. Commander Chun grasped the underlying meaning of the conversation, recognizing it as a gesture of care. Nevertheless, certain supplies could indeed be self-sustained, and 3 basic units of ammunition would be more than adequate for their use. They had never previously engaged in such a resource-abundant campaign. Furthermore, with this formidable armed force, their base of operations could undoubtedly expand, allowing them to acquire substantial supplies from the enemy, thus enabling swift resupply when attacking larger cities like county towns. This is my duty, and I am obliged to inform you. I have completed the introduction regarding weaponry. This is the general situation. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me, Liu Yin said with a smile, holding a great deal of respect for the two. Here is the comprehensive list of all weapons and their specifications. You may take this back for thorough discussion before making your decision. Suha took a thick folder from Liu Linglong's hands, stepped forward, and handed it to Commander Chun. All right, we will respond to you as soon as possible, Commander Chun said solemnly as he accepted the folder. Meanwhile, as Li Yunlong and his team selected their weapons, the world of Drawing Sword was far from tranquil. At the 358th Regiment's base, what are the casualties among the enemy and the 8th Route Army? What is the situation on the battlefield? Chu Yunfei inquired eagerly upon the return of his scouts. Commander, when we arrived, the battlefield was deserted. The 8th Route Army had vanished, and the enemy's positions suffered devastating blows. There were corpses and dismembered bodies scattered everywhere. It seems the entire Sakata detachment has been annihilated, the scout reported. Chu Yunfei gasped in astonishment. He was not shocked by the complete destruction of the Sakata detachment, as several enemy regiments had already been obliterated since their invasion. What astonished him was the brevity of time and the horrific nature of the battlefield, an unprecedented sight. Had he not witnessed it through his binoculars, he would scarcely have believed it. What exactly were those fiery projectiles soaring from afar? Chu Yunfei was lost in contemplation. The projectiles did not resemble any artillery shells he was familiar with. If they were not shells, then what could they be? I must personally visit the battlefield, he resolved after much reflection, still without an answer. Commander, there may be dangers over there, his aide cautioned. Previously there was danger, But now there isn't even a ghostly shadow present. What danger could there possibly be? Come, accompany me, Chu Yunfei beckoned. Yes, sir. Inside the city of Taiyuan, Shaanxi, have we managed to establish contact with the Sakata Brigade? Inquired Yoshio Shinizuka. Commander, we're still unable to reach the Sakata Brigade. They seem to have vanished into thin air, reported the communications officer, bowing his head. Ridiculous. How could an entire brigade simply disappear? I refuse to believe it. In this land of China, which faction possesses the power to silently annihilate a unit of the Imperial Japanese Army? Since we cannot establish contact, send someone to follow their previous route. We must locate them. Shinizuka was on the verge of losing his temper. Though he commanded over 100,000 troops as the commander of North China, the disappearance of a single brigade was a significant concern. The most troubling aspect was their ignorance of how this brigade had vanished. The unknown was the most terrifying element. Without understanding the cause, he could find no peace. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up! Shinizuka erupted, his frustration palpable. Currently, the entire Shaanxi region contained only 3 Type B divisions and 3 mixed brigades, with the northwest of Shaanxi having merely 3 mixed brigades and 1 Sakata brigade. The sudden disappearance of the Sakata brigade created a gaping hole in their defenses, severely undermining the prestige of the Imperial Army. Thus, he needed to uncover the truth behind this incident. Should the Sakata brigade indeed have been obliterated, he would need to organize a retaliation. Yes, sir. The communications officer immediately departed to relay the orders. At the entrance to Channel 1, Base Jianjian, the team leader announced, "We have just received footage from a drone indicating an encounter at Songyun Ridge between 2 groups. Based on their attire, one party belongs to the 358th Regiment, while the other consists of Japanese soldiers." 358th Regiment? How can you be certain? Zhao Jianjun inquired, perplexed. While the Japanese soldiers' uniforms were easily identifiable, and the attire of the Jinsui army was also recognizable, determining it to be the 358th Regiment was not as straightforward, because one of them is Chu Yunfei. The soldier confirmed. Zhao Jianjun suddenly understood, but then expressed his confusion. What could have led these 2 groups to engage in battle at Songyun Ridge? What transpired? According to the relevant footage we have gathered, the intelligent analysis suggests that both parties were likely probing the situation at Songyun Ridge when the encounter occurred. Both sides numbered fewer than 100 men, so the scale of the conflict was not significant, the soldier replied. I understand. Maintain constant vigilance regarding the situation there and report any developments to me immediately. Zhao Jianjun waved his hand, aware that their proximity to Songyun Ridge could attract considerable attention from various factions. At the 358th Regiment's encampment, Chu Yunfei expressed his displeasure. What bad luck to encounter a Japanese reconnaissance unit. Although they had emerged victorious from the recent skirmish, the numerical advantage had only barely secured their win, and several Japanese soldiers had managed to escape. We must remain vigilant. The annihilation of the Sakata Brigade and the dispatch of their scouts indicates that a tempest is likely approaching, Chu Yunfei instructed. Understood. Taiyuan, Shaanxi. Your Excellency, the warriors we dispatched to investigate the situation have uncovered the final location of the Sakata Brigade, now reduced to ruins at Songyun Ridge. It is evident that a fierce battle has transpired, marked by a devastating artillery assault. Furthermore, during our reconnaissance, our forces encountered a surprise attack from the Jinsui army. The communications officer meticulously relayed the gathered intelligence. The mention of artillery and Jinsui army incensed Yoshio Shinizuka, who drew his military saber and struck the nearby tea table with ferocity, cleaving it in 2. These 2 terms, conjoined in his mind, had already crystallized into a target. Once he regained his composure, Yoshio Shinizuka convened an urgent meeting with his subordinates. Chapter 78. The security of the passage. During the meeting, Yoshio Sasuzuka inquired about the presence of the Jinsui army in the northwestern region of Shaanxi. Your Excellency, the only forces in the northwestern Shaanxi region are the 358th Regiment and the 1st Cavalry Division. The remainder are merely scattered troops of little significance, he reported. According to our reconnaissance at Songyun Ridge, at that time, the Sakata Brigade was engaged in combat with the new 1st Regiment of the 8th Route Army. However, the 8th Route lacked heavy artillery. Our analysis suggests that while the new 1st Regiment was preoccupying the Sakata Brigade, the 358th Regiment launched a surprise attack with heavy artillery support, inflicting severe damage on them. The command post and radio station must have been destroyed in a short span, rendering the Sakata Brigade incapable of calling for assistance. When the Sakata Brigade retreated, they were ambushed by the 1st Cavalry Division, resulting in total annihilation. A staff officer solemnly elucidated. Did the 358th Regiment and the 1st Cavalry Division depart from their positions during that time? If they did not, then the previous analysis is flawed, someone interjected. According to our investigation, they remained in place. However, the complete destruction of the Sakata Brigade is certain, and the previous analysis remains the most plausible explanation. Surely, you do not believe that the Sakata Brigade was entirely obliterated by the new 1st Regiment of the 8th Route Army, the staff officer continued. Absolutely not. Yoshio Sasasuka was the first to shake his head. Not to mention, the 8th Route Army certainly does not possess that many heavy artillery pieces, he asserted. Your Excellency, there is only one possibility left. It must have been the work of the Jinsui Army. Chu Yunfei never anticipated that by merely inspecting the battlefield and recognizing their artillery capabilities, which surpassed those of the 8th Route Army, he would become the scapegoat. Order the 3rd, 9th, and 16th Combined Brigades in northwestern Shaanxi to encircle and annihilate the 358th Regiment and the 1st Cavalry Division at all costs. Once these two are eradicated, we will swiftly deal with the 8th Route Army in that area, Yoshio Sasasuka proclaimed, his voice brimming with fury, eager for revenge and to establish the invincibility of the Imperial Army. 3 combined brigades, totaling 15 battalions, left him with no doubt about their ability to overpower the Jinsui Army. Meanwhile, Chu Yunfei, unaware of his newfound scapegoat status, hesitated for a day but eventually decided to report the details of the battle at Songyun Ridge to Elder Yin, albeit somewhat vaguely. Nevertheless, he cautioned Elder Yin that the enemy had lost an entire brigade and would undoubtedly go mad. Vigilance was imperative. Outside base now, one in the world of the Bright Sword, at the temporary encampment of the new 1st Regiment, Li Yunlong expressed his discontent upon hearing the brigade commander's words. Why not take me back to the base? We require a liaison between our forces and the nation of Huaxia. You are the first point of contact and the most suitable representative. Furthermore, with the new 1st Regiment stationed here, after this procurement of weapons, you will undoubtedly need to arm yourselves. However, the new 1st Regiment currently comprises only around 1,000 men, which is insufficient. You must expedite the expansion according to the reinforcement brigade from Datong. The brigade commander implored earnestly. Unbeknownst to me, Old Li holds such significance. Rest assured, I shall maintain close ties with the leaders in Huaxia. Upon hearing about the expansion of the new regiment, Li Yunlong felt a surge of excitement. For any matters, we shall communicate via the intercom, the regiment commander instructed as he produced the device. This was an item he had glimpsed on the procurement list, a remarkable find that he promptly acquired several of. In the prevailing conditions of 1940, communication over several dozen kilometers posed no issue. Very well, that is the situation at hand. The list of weapons and their performance specifications is here for your perusal. What thoughts do you have? The commander laid the list before the senior officials of the regiment. Has this matter been reported to higher authorities? Inquired the political commissar. It has indeed been submitted. Furthermore, I have dispatched a copy of this list to the other side. The implication is that we will arm ourselves independently in the northwest of Shaanxi, and once they receive the list, further arrangements will be forthcoming, the commander replied. That leaves little to discuss. We currently possess 5 regiments, and, if necessary, we can additionally mobilize 2 core regiments for expansion. Thus, we could potentially arm 7 regiments. With such a firepower configuration in the northwest of Shaanxi, we need not fear any actions from the enemy unless the 26th Division from Taiyuan and stationed in Inner Mongolia decides to attack. The political commissar, having swiftly reviewed the list, found himself invigorated, his confidence inexplicably swelling. If we were to further arm a tank battalion and an air force, I would be confident to engage in combat, even in Taiyuan, he declared. Clearing his throat to temper the sudden enthusiasm of the group, the commander cautioned, indeed, The firepower that Huaxia can provide is formidable. However, upon our expansion, we will have many new recruits. Training them, along with familiarizing them with new weapons and tactics, will require some time, at least 2 to 3 months, and the tank battalion and air force will necessitate even longer. Everyone understood this, and no one contradicted the commander's words, yet the glimmer of hope was palpable. That was of utmost importance. It may be premature to discuss the tank battalion and air force at this juncture, but we could reach out to headquarters to request a contingent of well-educated soldiers from across the nation to come here. These individuals could then journey to Huaxia to learn advanced combat techniques and strategic philosophies, thus expediting our formation. Once we have these initial sparks, nurturing our own tank crews and pilots would become considerably simpler, suggested the political commissar. Indeed, that is an excellent proposal. I shall recommend this to higher authorities shortly. The commander said, his eyes lighting up in appreciation of the plan. At present, we need not expand to 7 regiments. Rather, we can fortify our existing 5 regiments into 5 enhanced battalions. According to Huaxia's strategy, this will sufficiently ensure our safety in the northwest of Shaanxi. During this period, we must continuously enlarge our base, recruit additional soldiers, and train new recruits. With just a few months to half a year of preparatory time, we shall be fully capable of seizing the entirety of northwest Shaanxi when the time comes. The recruitment of new soldiers is progressing too slowly. Our 386th Brigade is not an isolated entity, but rather a small component of a greater whole. Our strength remains insufficient. We should petition the higher authorities to mobilize our comrades from various regions to converge upon the Jinsing Northwest. Once they arrive, they can be swiftly armed, enabling our power to expand rapidly like a snowball, blossoming in all directions centered around Jinsing Northwest. Indeed, it is imperative that we focus on this region, as the passageway lies here, representing one of our most significant advantages. We must fiercely protect the safety of this area, ensuring it does not fall into enemy hands. Otherwise, the threat to us would be insurmountable. This suggestion is excellent, and I shall report it. I am confident that our superiors will give it due consideration. The brigade commander felt elated. Today's meeting proved to be immensely worthwhile, yielding numerous commendable suggestions. Furthermore, the security of the passageway is of paramount importance. We cannot allow the safety of that area to rest solely upon the shoulders of the Huaxia nation. We must bear a portion of that responsibility. The newly formed regiment alone will certainly not suffice. The independent regiment under Kong Jie should also expedite its expansion. Once the expansion is complete, it should be stationed around Sangyun Ridge to assist Li Yunlong in fortifying the defenses of the passageway's perimeter. The brigade commander contemplated for a moment before issuing an additional command. Very well, having 2 reinforced regiments should be sufficient to address the initial threats. There were no objections from the assembly. Chapter 79. A military sales order worth nearly 100 billion within approximately 2 days. Li Yunlong and his companion returned to the land of Huaxia, this time bearing a procurement mission. With a colossal budget and an urgent purchasing task, and given that Huaxia had the goods readily available, the transaction process was remarkably swift, culminating in an agreement within a mere day and a half. In Su Hao's courtyard, aside from Meng Du, who routinely came to report on work matters, Lu Yin joined him today. Upon seeing Lu, Su Hao surmised the nature of the report. Intrigued, he proactively inquired, "Has the transaction with the sword-lighting world been completed?" "Indeed, the agreement has been duly signed, and I have come to request the general seal." Lu Yin affirmed with a serious nod. "How much have they purchased?" Su Hao asked, as he took the agreement to peruse its contents. The figures were staggering. 30 infantry reinforcement regiments worth of equipment for 60 billion yuan, 3 heavy artillery divisions, including additional munitions, for 20 billion yuan, 3 heavy tank reinforcement regiments, factoring in shells and accessories, for 120 billion yuan, 3 fighter aviation divisions, plus extra aerial bombs and cannon ammunition, for 200 billion yuan, 1 bomber aviation regiment for 100 billion yuan, alongside the procurement of 100,000 Type 54 pistols for 2 billion yuan, 1,000 Type 53 light machine guns for 35 million yuan, 500 Type 53 heavy machine guns for 40 million yuan, 100 Type 54 anti-aircraft machine guns for 25 million yuan, 800 units of the 63 Type mortar for 80 million yuan, and 1 billion wooden handle grenades for 10 billion yuan, with additional ammunition, artillery shells, bombs, and military pharmaceuticals amounting to 35 billion yuan, culminating in a total of 863 billion yuan, as Liu Yin meticulously reported. Su Hao also scrutinized a detailed organizational structure outlined beneath the agreement, which had been established following negotiations between the two parties. One heavy artillery division comprised 2 regiments of 54 Type 122mm howitzers, 1 regiment of 59 Type 130mm cannons, with each artillery regiment overseeing 3 artillery battalions. Each battalion containing 3 artillery companies, and each company divided into 3 artillery platoons. Each platoon operated a single artillery piece, with reserves included, resulting in a total procurement of 170 howitzers and 85 cannons for 1 heavy artillery division. A tank regiment consisted of 4 tank battalions, with each battalion containing 3 tank companies, and each company subdivided into 3 tank platoons. A tank platoon was composed of 3 tank groups, each group operating 4 59 Type tanks. Including reserves, 1 tank division procured 330 units of the 59 Type tank. The 3 heavy tank reinforcement regiments collectively acquired 1,000 units of the 59 Type tank. An aviation division comprised 3 aviation regiments, with each regiment containing 3 aviation squadrons, and each squadron subdivided into 3 flight groups. Each flight group operated 4 fighter jets, resulting in 108 operational aircraft for 1 aviation division, including reserves, which led to the procurement of 120 J-5 fighter jets. The 3 fighter aviation divisions together procured a total of 360 J-5 fighter jets, effectively depleting a significant portion of Huaxia's inventory. 1 bomber aviation regiment included 3 aviation squadrons, with each squadron operating 6 H-5 bombers, resulting in a total acquisition of 20 H-5 bombers, each priced at 300 million yuan. These arrangements were meticulously crafted by Liu Yin for their benefit. After all, whether it involves heavy artillery divisions, tank armored brigades, or Air Force units, they all require warriors from the world of Bright Sword to come to the land of the Huaxia for training. Only once they have mastered the necessary skills will they return to their own realm, equipped with weaponry. Thus, these armaments will remain here in Huaxia, as transporting them would be futile. Should they fall into enemy hands, the consequences could be dire. It was unexpected for them to procure such a substantial quantity at once. Su Hao was equally astonished by the total price indicated on the agreement. They had indeed purchased a significant amount, yet for the time being, they intended to take only the equipment for 5 enhanced regiments, in addition to some pharmaceuticals and military supplies, amounting to approximately 5 billion yuan. The remaining equipment would stay here and be transported gradually thereafter, Liu Yin stated. This poses no issue. They may collect it whenever they wish, provided they inform us a few days in advance. Su Hao responded with a slight nod, refraining from raising the matter of storage fees. Afterward, Su Hao gazed vacantly at the inventory list, lost in thought, before finally speaking. While we have a considerable stock of antiquated weaponry in Huaxia, most of it consists primarily of light arms. The quantity of heavy weaponry is, in fact, relatively limited. This procurement from the Bright Sword world is merely the first batch, certainly not the last. It is quite possible that they will deplete our inventory in the future. Thus, we must consider resuming production of certain weapons. I wholeheartedly agree with the chairman's assessment, Liu Yin affirmed. I will take responsibility for this matter. I will submit an application to higher authorities to expedite the process. Su Hao instructed. Understood. Liu Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Su Hao then produced a bronze seal, affixing it to the agreement before sliding it back towards Liu Yin. Please ensure they receive the agreement promptly and expedite the transport of the weaponry and pharmaceuticals for the 5 regiments. Although the order of 5 billion yuan may not seem vast, it translates to an income of 250,000 points, alongside the points accrued during this period from the Tang Dynasty. Su Hao anticipated that his total would soon surpass 500,000. After a little more time, he would be able to amass 1,000,000 points once again, allowing him to unlock a third world. The more interconnected worlds there are, the greater the volume of trade, akin to a snowball effect, accelerating rapidly. He believed that it would not be long before he could complete Main Mission 4 and upgrade the system. Just as Liu Yin was organizing the agreement to depart, Lu Linglong approached him with a serious expression. "Chairman, Captain Zhao just called. There are unusual movements among the Japanese forces, with over 10,000 troops advancing towards Sangyun Ridge, apparently targeting the Jinsui Army's 385th Regiment. Captain Zhao requests whether we should provide assistance. Since they are compatriots, if necessary, we can offer fire support. Respond to Captain Zhao, instructing him to determine the extent of our assistance based on the battlefield situation. In short, we must ensure the safety of the 358th Regiment and strive to eliminate as many enemy forces as possible," Su Hao decided without hesitation. When it comes to confronting the Japanese, Su Hao harbored no doubts or burdens. Should they appear within his sight, he would certainly not turn a blind eye. "Very well, I shall respond now." Lu Linglong received the directive and proceeded to return Zhao Jianjun's call. Why did the enemy suddenly attack the 358th Regiment? I have watched the drama Bright Sword, and I do not recall such an event occurring. Could it be that our mere presence has altered the course of history? Liu Yin expressed his astonishment. "We have only intervened once and have not influenced other matters. I suspect that the enemy has pinpointed the Jinsui Army as the likely perpetrators for the complete annihilation of the Sakata Brigade. With the 358th Regiment bearing the brunt of the blame," Meng Du analyzed with a smile. "This is highly probable." Su Hao contemplated and found this analysis quite agreeable. "It seems we now have another justification to confront the enemy." Although it was unintentional, Su Hao felt reluctant to let others take the fall. He personally held a favorable view of Chu Yunfei. Both are patriotic leaders, merely differing in their affiliations. "Chief, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to make the necessary arrangements," Liu Yin stated. "Go ahead and attend to your duties," Su Hao replied with a slight nod. Once Liu Yin departed, Meng Du turned to Su Hao and said, "Chief, there are 2 matters I need to report to you today." "Speak." Chapter 80. Inexpensive Labor. The first matter at hand is that the news of Li Shimin and his companions purchasing property in Chang'an has already spread throughout the Chinese community in the Tang Dynasty. Subsequently, over 30 individuals have also acquired real estate within the city. Initially, the Tang Emperor adopted a relaxed stance toward this influx, but as the trend escalated, he issued a decree stipulating that only Chinese nationals marrying in the Tang Dynasty could purchase property in Chang'an as marital residences, and only a single unit could be acquired. Meng Du remarked, adding, "This restriction applies solely to Chang'an. Elsewhere in the Tang Dynasty, our people may freely purchase homes and even land." What Meng Du did not disclose was that, due to the participation of the Chinese, property prices in Chang'an had surged by nearly 10, primarily driven by speculation. This was one of the main reasons for Li Shimin's vigilance. Should the Chinese wish to buy property in Chang'an, they would first need to formalize their engagements, thereby necessitating a greater financial commitment on their part. This approach not only stimulates the development of certain industries, but also addresses the livelihood of families, as marrying into a family often alleviates their financial burdens significantly, given that the Chinese tend to be quite generous regarding bride prices. Chang'an, being the capital of the Tang Dynasty, has limited space. It is understandable that Li Shimin would impose restrictions. However, the swiftness of these measures was unexpected. Moreover, the allowance for marital homes suggests that he encourages our Chinese populace to marry and procreate there. As for the absence of restrictions outside of Chang'an, it is also reasonable, considering the Tang Dynasty is relatively nascent, facing a dwindling population in a vast territory. They would welcome our investment in real estate and development. Shuo comprenda Li Shimin esa intenciones. The issues faced by the Tang Dynasty extend beyond mere population scarcity. There exists a significant gender imbalance, a common occurrence in any war-torn region post-conflict. Chief, should we express our stance on this matter? Meng Du observed the Tang's strategic maneuvers. We respect the emperor's policies and shall refrain from interference. Su Hao replied, shaking his head, recognizing that there might be an element of probing in Li Shimin's actions. Moreover, this is fundamentally a mutual agreement. I understand, Mengdu nodded. What is the second matter? It pertains to the railway plan of the Tang Dynasty, Mengdu responded, subsequently providing a more detailed report. Based on a comparative analysis of the geographical maps of both modern times and the Tang Dynasty, our team of designers and experts has developed a preliminary design plan and budget for the Tang Railway. The next step involves dispatching experts to conduct a final field survey along the proposed railway route, which will allow for slight adjustments, leading to the final design proposal. The previously established plan of a rice character-shaped main line will be further detailed, aiming to circumvent high mountains and large lakes along the route to minimize construction costs and difficulties. Although the Tang Dynasty has provided comprehensive maps of the area, modeling from our side is necessary, as there are aspects of the geological environment that require on-site investigation due to the millennium that separates our times. What is the total length of the route? What is the preliminary budget? When is the construction anticipated to commence? How many workers will be mobilized to the Great Tang? Su Hao posed numerous questions in rapid succession. The total length of the four main rail lines is approximately 600 kilometers, connecting the major mining sites and oil fields of the Great Tang, supplemented by an additional 900 kilometers of 38 branch lines, resulting in a preliminary railway total of 500 kilometers, as Mengdu replied. In terms of construction costs, we have calculated that with a portion of laborers recruited from the local strong workforce of the Great Tang and materials sourced directly from the region, the most expensive segment has a construction cost of about 115 million yuan per kilometer, while the cheapest planes cost merely 12 million yuan. The average cost hovers around 31 million yuan per kilometer, with a preliminary budget set at 700 billion yuan. Su Hao previously learned that land acquisition costs for railway construction typically account for 10 to 40% of the total costs. However, in the Great Tang, this expense is entirely borne by them, rendering the cost nearly negligible. Labor costs comprise about 10 to 30% of the total expenditure, and for this railway project, over 70% of the primary labor force will be recruited locally, significantly reducing costs to around 5% or potentially even lower. Material costs range from 40 to 60, and since the Great Tang employs ballast track, there is no need for communication signal equipment. Additionally, efforts will be made to supply steel locally, with Huaxiao planning to establish several steel mills adjacent to iron ore plants specifically for the railway construction. Concrete and other materials will also be sourced locally, further driving down material costs. We have dispatched 23 expert teams, accompanied by our personnel and a royal guard sent by the Tang Emperor for secure inspections, ensuring efficiency. We expect to officially commence construction within a month. As for the number of workers to be mobilized, the preliminary plan calls for 200,000, supplemented by recruiting 3 million able-bodied laborers from the Great Tang. Part of the workforce will be compensated with wages, while the Tang Emperor will also allocate prisoners and captives. We merely need to provide food and a minimal wage to the emperor. Furthermore, the emperor intends to conscript a batch of free labor from neighboring countries. Mengdu succinctly reported. Regarding how Li Shimin will procure labor from surrounding nations, that is a matter for him, unrelated to their concerns. They will simply pay Li Shimin a fee per head, which is expected to be less than directly recruiting the citizens of the Great Tang. What about the specific costs? Su Hao inquit. The wage for the citizens of the Great Tang is 2 yuan per person per day for 12 hours of work, including food and housing. For the prisoners and captives, the wage is 5 yuan per person per day for the same working hours, with provisions for food and shelter. Young laborers recruited from neighboring countries will receive 1 yuan per person per day, also working 12 hours, with food and housing provided. Mengdu could not help but murmur about the astonishingly low labor costs. Their accommodation merely requires a shelter from the elements, and the food provided for the Great Tang citizens is sufficient to stave off hunger, with no demands for quality. For others, the conditions are akin to slavery. Mengdu shook his head in resignation. 1 Chinese yuan is equivalent to 35 won, thus 2 yuan amounts to 71. In a month, This totals to 2,100 won, a sum that significantly surpasses the earnings of the average citizen in the Tang Dynasty. Even in the city of Chang'an, a commoner could only earn around 5 to 600 won monthly, let alone in other regions. Therefore, from the perspective of the Huaxia people, such an exceedingly low wage is considered quite generous for the citizens of the Tang Dynasty, to the extent that they might be willing to devote their lives for it. Moreover, working merely 12 hours a day with provisions and accommodation included feels like a windfall to them. No wonder you dare to assert that labor costs can be reduced to below 5, Su Hao remarked with a sigh. Chapter 81. Nationwide recruitment of workers with 3.2 million individuals simultaneously engaged in construction, and potentially even more participating. The pace of progress is expected to be swift. Su Hao nodded slightly. This, of course, is merely the initial batch, should the need arise. More workers can be mobilized from the Tang Dynasty during the off-peak agricultural season to join the ranks of the construction team. This will undoubtedly enhance the speed of progress. He contemplated further and suggested, we should communicate with the Tang Emperor to expedite the organization of their workforce. We can send personnel to provide them with basic training, which will alleviate some complications and expedite the commencement of the project. He then added, as for the meals, we should not heed their suggestions too closely. Every meal must include sufficient provisions. Otherwise, the intensity of labor could exhaust the workers, and we are not heartless capitalists. Indeed, Meng noted in his notebook, recognizing the necessity of this approach without contesting it. 20,000 workers is a considerable number. Can we mobilize that many in a short time? Su Hao inquired with concern. Rest assured, Chief, due to the recent shifts in international relations and the severe downturn in our real estate sector, many workers have faced unemployment or salary reductions over the past 2 years. Presently, not only can we easily recruit 20,000, but even 200,000 would be feasible. Given our state-owned enterprise background, which inspires trust, Meng replied confidently. That puts my mind at ease, Su Hao acknowledged with a slight nod, then reminded. This is a significant undertaking, and you have numerous matters to manage. It is impractical to monitor everything closely. We need to establish a dedicated railway oversight department to specifically handle this project, ensuring continuous follow-up and progress reports. Understood. I will report to the director shortly and request the recruitment of relevant personnel to form this department, Meng confirmed with a nod. Additionally, this is our budget estimate for the project, and the quote to the Tang Dynasty should be at least 10 trillion. You can have someone manage this, Su Hao instructed. For such a grand project, earning 3 to 4 trillion does not seem overly exploitative, Su mused to himself. Agreed. Meng also found no issue with this arrangement. At the Tunghua Gate of Chang'an City, the atmosphere was particularly vibrant today as a dozen individuals from Huaxia gathered below the city gate. They had set up 10 tables, each with a long queue of eager applicants. As time passed, the line not only remained unchanged, but grew longer. Is it true that Huaxia is recruiting workers for 2 yuan a day? Some citizens returning from outside inquired, observing the queue. How could it be false? Have you not seen the notice posted on the city wall? Moreover, the Golden Guard is here to maintain order. With these 2 assurances, it must be genuine. A serious young man in line responded. Not only is it 2 yuan a day, but meals and lodging are also provided, which means the wages are pure profit. After a year, I will have enough to marry, a young man with a slightly tanned complexion said with a grin. 2 yuan? That equates to 71. How could the wages be so high? Surely, we're not being asked to engage in something perilous? Expressed a young man who had yet to join the queue. With a note of concern, he was skeptical of the notion that fortune could simply fall from the heavens. If it were anyone else speaking, it might be deemed a fabrication. However, one could hardly doubt the integrity of the Huaxia people. They frequently visited Chang'an, spending lavishly and demonstrating a generosity that belied any notion of financial hardship. How could they possibly deceive us? A young man, familiar with the Huaxia, countered, asserting that they were remarkably affable and devoid of any air of superiority, unlike many from the Tang Dynasty. The announcement had indeed specified that the recruitment was for the construction of a railway. Surely, one knows what a railway entails? If not, one ought to visit Chang'an City, where a railway exists. A middle-aged man in the queue spoke with pride. I have heard from my brother-in-law's uncle that the Huaxia intend to construct an extensive railway in our Tang Dynasty. Once completed, traveling anywhere within the Tang will be exceedingly convenient, which is a tremendous benefit for the nation and its people, not to mention the generous wages offered. A railway? I have seen one. It is truly remarkable how steel is laid upon the ground. The most astonishing aspect is the trains that race along the tracks. I have been told they operate on fuel, much like automobiles, requiring no sustenance to run swiftly. Nonsense. Trains do not run on fuel. They are powered by the thunder from the skies, known as thunder beasts. Ridiculous. It is called a fire train, and it must be fed fire to move. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a spirited debate over the nature of trains, drawing the attention of the Jinwu guards. Enough of this commotion. Silence, or you shall forfeit your place in line. The Jinwu guards commanded, instantly quieting the throng. Earlier that morning, there had been a demonstration to instill discipline. It was rumored that offenders were to be imprisoned, but the Huaxiao intervened, resulting in mere disqualification. To the Jinwu guards, the Huaxiao were overly accommodating. Yet this facilitated their duties, allowing for smoother communication without the fear of offending these esteemed individuals. From morning until noon, after a brief respite, they resumed their tasks until dusk. Li Shimin glanced up, observing the seemingly endless queue, and was overwhelmed. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and called out, "Team leader, it is nearly quitting time, yet there remains a substantial number of individuals behind. Should we not allow those at the back to disperse to avoid unnecessary waiting?" Indeed, Li Shimin, including those from their dormitory, have been assigned this registration task. Of course, this is merely a temporary position. Personnel from Huaxia are continuously dispatched to replace them in due course. Very well. I shall confer with the Jinwu guards. The team leader surveyed his phone, the darkening sky, and the lengthy queue, nodding in agreement. Quickly, the Jinwu guards sprang into action, but this incited unrest among the crowd, with some individuals pushing against one another. I have waited for so long. Why should I be dismissed? Late? We are untroubled by the hour. Darkness is of no concern. Some in the crowd disregarded the Jinwu guards' explanations, unconcerned that night had fallen. In their perspective, should this desirable job remain unfilled today, it may very well lead to their own obsolescence by tomorrow. Naturally, they would refuse to participate, particularly those who have families anxiously awaiting sustenance. Team leader, this approach may prove inadequate. If chaos truly ensues, it could tarnish our esteemed reputation, Li Shimin expressed with concern as he observed the tumultuous crowd behind him. I will handle it, the team leader declared, rising to confront the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down and lend me your ears, team leader Li Quan proclaimed, brandishing a megaphone as he shouted to the crowd, his voice carrying far and wide, instantly bringing about silence as everyone eagerly awaited the words of the Huaxiao representative. Chapter 82. The Temptation of Rice. As the crowd settled, Li Quan quickly addressed them, stating, "We aim to recruit 200,000 workers around the city of Chang'an. Everyone has a chance, so do not fret. Even if we do not secure positions today, we can continue tomorrow." Despite his reassurances, the atmosphere remained somewhat chaotic. Undeterred, Li Quan continued, "Of course, we cannot have you waiting in line for no reason and wasting your precious time. Therefore, those who have already begun queuing may continue, but we shall not allow any further additions. Our work hours are fixed, and we have approximately 1 incense stick's worth of time left. Registration for today will conclude here, but for those in line, we will generously distribute 1 pound of rice to each of you." In essence, Li Quan sought to soothe the crowd's agitation through the allure of incentives. All workers who met the recruitment criteria of Huaxia and successfully registered would be issued a basic apprentice badge, along with 10 yuan in cash and 30 pounds of rice as a settling-in allowance. This was a significant reason why so many trusted Huaxia and were eager to join. Thankfully, it was the Huaxia people managing this endeavor, having communicated with the Tang officials, who would also send representatives to oversee the entire process. The Tang would be responsible for managing these workers, and one could imagine that the Tang emperor might find it difficult to sleep at night. After all, the sudden influx of 200,000 young laborers around the capital, if organized for rebellion, could wreak unimaginable havoc. Is this truly happening? The individuals waiting in line could hardly believe their ears. Free rice? They had witnessed the quality of the rice distributed by the Huaxia people, superior Japonica rice, which could be exchanged for 6 or 7 pounds of brown rice within Chang'an, sufficient to feed a family for several days. The Huaxia keep their promises, and they're starting to distribute the rice now, Li Quan declared, calling upon Li Shimin and others to halt the registration and commence the distribution of 1-pound bags of rice to their respective lines. Upon hearing about the free rice, some individuals attempted to cut in line, but were swiftly dealt with by the Jinwu guards, who administered a severe reprimand. In the afternoon, Li Quan, feeling somewhat guilty for the Jinwu guards' unwavering cooperation, had previously promised them that every day after work, those who participated in maintaining order would receive a 3-pound bag of rice. This task was not only under the emperor's watchful eye, but also bore the potential for significant recognition, if executed well, not to mention the added benefits. Naturally, they were highly motivated, for such fine Japonica rice was a rare treat, even for the Jinwu guards. Countless brother units had likely heard of this opportunity and applied to take over the duties here. They understood the importance of not making mistakes and ensuring the Huaxia were satisfied. Otherwise, they risked losing a lucrative position and facing the emperor's wrath. Li Quan and his companions observed this scene, exchanging glances, sighing, and sharing a bittersweet smile, opting not to intervene. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Before long, the long line had received their rice and departed. Thank you all for assisting us in maintaining order today. This is your reward. Li Quan approached Captain Changshan of the Jinwu Guard, stacking the sorted rice to one side and expressing, I extend my gratitude on behalf of my brothers for your generosity. Mr. Li, Captain Chang, naturally, could not refuse, lest he be overwhelmed by the collective discontent of his subordinates. No need for formality. We benefit mutually, Li Quan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Upon returning to the dormitory building at the construction site, Li Quan summoned 10 members responsible for registration into a bright office. As today marks our first day and we are still acclimating to the situation, let us work a little overtime. Tomorrow, we shall conclude the registration process slightly earlier to ensure we do not squander anyone's rest time. Li Quan greeted everyone first, feeling somewhat bashful. Please, share your progress. How many apprentices have we recruited today? He inquired. I have registered 101 junior apprentices, 26 intermediate apprentices, and 3 senior apprentices. Li Xian reported first on his registration status. Although it is stated that the wage in Huaxia is 2 coins per worker, in reality, this is merely the pay for junior apprentices. Intermediate apprentices receive a daily wage of 5 Huaxia coins, while senior apprentices earn 5 Huaxia coins. The top-tier apprentices are compensated with 5 Huaxia coins per day. The classification is determined based on several criteria: the worker's physical robustness, age, family labor situation, dexterity, literacy, cognitive agility, and any prior craftsmanship experience. Only those scoring above 60 are recruited. Not everyone qualifies. Scores from 60 to 70 designate junior apprentices. 70 to 80 indicate intermediate apprentices. 80 to 90 categorize senior apprentices, and scores from 90 to 100 denote top-tier apprentices. In the Tang Dynasty, the highest rank attainable is that of the top-tier apprentice. Of course, the registered levels are not immutable. During subsequent training and practical work, outstanding workers may gradually elevate their ranks. There were 63 unqualified applicants, with the common issue being advanced age. Li Xian added, such candidates are immediately dismissed. They merely consume time. Following this, others sequentially reported their findings. Li Quan collected the registration forms and nodded slightly. On our first day, we have successfully recruited 226 individuals, which is quite satisfactory. Now, you may all return and rest. Understood, the group responded as they departed. Li Quan took the registration forms to the manager's office, as he was solely responsible for the recruitment efforts at Tunghua Gate. Throughout Chang'an City, there are multiple registration points. Nearly every city gate hosts one, and the surrounding counties of Lintian and Wanyan, along with significant villages and towns, have also established registration points. Not only in Chang'an City, but across the entire Tang Dynasty, recruitment points are set up in various prefectures, particularly along the routes planned for railways, where recruitment efforts are even more abundant. However, those individuals are still en route and have yet to commence recruitment activities. It is merely a matter of time. At the Taiji Palace, brightly lit, the auxiliary machine inquired, "How many qualified workers has Huaxia recruited today?" Li Shimin placed great importance on the railway system and was well aware of the recruitment of workers. Approximately 26,000 in number. Chang'an Wuji responded, indicating that such a significant matter would undoubtedly be entrusted to someone he trusted. Chang'an Wuji was the chosen individual responsible for the railway affairs. Within just a day, such a multitude had been recruited, which astonished Li Shimin. The conditions they offered were indeed too favorable for the common folk to resist, as Chang'an Wuji wryly acknowledged. While we can monitor the recruitment process, it must not interfere with the spring plowing next year, Li Shimin reminded. Indeed, has the tally of prisoners from various regions been compiled? Li Shimin inquired about another matter. It will require more time, Chang'an Wuji replied, and then sought clarification. Some noble families wish to introduce a batch of servants, hoping to profit in foreign currency. Should we grant approval? We may consent, yet they must contribute 30% to the national treasury, Li Shimin stated with a slight smile. These individuals will also be compensated as ordinary citizens of the Tang Dynasty, with substantial wages. Understood, Chang'an Wuji nodded slightly. Even after the tax, the noble families would still profit. Furthermore, I have heard that Huaxia has established a connection with another world. Are you aware of this? Li Shimin suddenly inquired. Previously, the Tang Dynasty stood as the sole link between Huaxia and various realms, providing a significant advantage and ensuring substantial aid and investment from Huaxia, particularly for projects like the Railway Initiative. However, if Huaxia has indeed connected with multiple worlds, they may be less inclined to invest such considerable funds and resources in the Tang Dynasty. Thus, upon hearing about the connection to another world, a strong sense of urgency arose within Li Shimin. Chapter 83. Li Yunlong seeks collaboration with Chu Yunfei. It is said that there exists a world merely 80 years apart from Huaxia, a tumultuous realm embroiled in a global conflict. Chang'an Wuji is indeed aware of certain details, having frequently traversed between the Tang Dynasty and Huaxia, and being one of the few capable of meeting Su Hao at any time. Naturally, he has taken notice of the passage adjacent to their own. Furthermore, I have heard that the weaponry in that world is only slightly inferior to what we possess, with some even surpassing our capabilities. Thus, Huaxia has opened its doors to a more robust export of arms. Chang'an Wuji emphasized this point. For now, we shall prioritize the Tang Dynasty. However, in the future, these myriad realms will emerge as competitors to our Tang. We must hasten our pace of development, lest we fall behind. Li Shimin possesses a far-sighted strategic vision and has already recognized the impending crisis. Your Majesty, shall I reach out to Lord Su and request the provision of more advanced weaponry for us? Chang'an Wuji inquired. There is no need. The arms they have supplied are presently sufficient. Superior weaponry requires high-caliber talent and a well-established logistics system. For us, practicality is of utmost importance. I have also been studying the history of Huaxia's development. Decades ago, they were impoverished and weak. Yet, through the efforts of 3 generations, they have attained their current stature. With Huaxia's support, I hope that within 2 generations, or even a single generation, we can reach parity with the present-day Huaxia, Li Shimin responded with rationality. He certainly understands that Huaxia will continue to evolve, especially with their capability to connect with various realms, which will exponentially accelerate their growth. Nonetheless, striving to match the current state of Huaxia remains a feasible endeavor. Your Majesty is wise. I believe that under your leadership, our Tang Dynasty will undoubtedly achieve this unprecedented feat. Chang'an Wuji timely flattered, much to Li Shimin's delight. Engage more with Lord Su. Endeavor to bring some light industrial factories to our Tang. Our industrial foundation is fragile, so we shall commence with light industry, Li Shimin instructed, harboring his own plans without aiming too high. Yes, Your Majesty, Chang'an Wuji nodded in agreement. Additionally, Kemming recently communicated regarding Huaxia's educational system, which I find exceedingly commendable. I intend to establish a similar system in the Tang Dynasty. Kemming also mentioned that Huaxia's talent pool has become saturated. Inquire with Lord Su if we can recruit a select group of distinguished educators from Huaxia to teach in our Tang, offering them the finest remuneration. Li Shimin recognized a crucial element in Huaxia's developmental journey: education, the very foundation of all progress. The demographic dividend of Huaxia is not merely about numbers. It is significantly about the abundance of exceptional talent, all stemming from education. It must be said that Li Shimin, the heavenly Khan and the most formidable carbon-based life form of the 7th century, possesses remarkable insight. In such a brief span, he has garnered profound understanding of Huaxia, an achievement not easily matched by ordinary individuals. During a conversation between Emperor Li Shimin and his ministers in a parallel universe, a grand battle is on the brink of unfolding in the world of the Bright Sword. At the station of the 358th Regiment, the regiment commander remarked with a furrowed brow, "It seems the Japanese are headed our way." After making a few markings on the map, Chief of Staff Fong Ligong expressed his concern. "How could this be? We have been at peace with them lately. Why would they suddenly launch an attack?" The battalion commander, Qian Bojun, appeared perplexed. Could it be related to the incident with the Sakata detachment? Perhaps the Japanese suspect our involvement? The artillery battalion commander, Liang Guoping, suddenly enlightened them. Indeed, that must be it. The Sakata detachment was annihilated so swiftly that they likely didn't have time to send a distress signal. Thus, the Japanese dispatched personnel to investigate at Songyun Ridge, coincidentally encountering us, which only deepens their suspicion that it was the Jin Sui army at work. Damn it, we're being made scapegoats. Combining the previous circumstances, Chu Yunfei swiftly understood the situation. Regiment commander, should we contact higher-ups? We only have 5,000 men. Fighting against 3 Japanese mixed brigades would be tantamount to suicide. Fong Ligong grasped the gravity of the situation as well, his expression darkening significantly. Very well. Chu Yunfei replied without dissent. However, at that moment, the guard, Sun Ming, entered to report, regiment commander, the commander of the new 1st Regiment of the 8th Route Army. Li Yunlong requests an audience. The new 1st Regiment? ISNT, that the same one that battled the Sakata detachment at Songyun Ridge? Qian Bojun murmured, frowning. Could Li Yunlong possess information regarding the annihilation of the Japanese Sakata detachment? Fong Ligong speculated. Please let Commander Li in, Chu Yunfei instructed. Soon, Chu Yunfei was met by Li Yunlong, who resembled an old farmer more than a military officer, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Chu Yunfei quickly greeted him. Commander Li, your presence graces us. Hey, you must be Chu Yunfei? Indeed, I am, Chu replied. That's good. No need for pleasantries. I came today to discuss something important. The seriousness of Li Yunlong's tone darkened the expressions of Fong Ligong and Qian Bojun. Yet, Chu Yunfei maintained a smiling visage, revealing no hint of anger. Please go on. I've heard the Japanese are advancing towards your 358th Regiment, intending to encircle you, Li Yunlong stated bluntly, causing Chu Yunfei to lose his smile. Commander Li, doesn't he think the Japanese are solely targeting us? Does he? If they were, they wouldn't need to mobilize 3 mixed brigades. They likely aim not only to encircle us, but also to conduct a widespread sweep to eliminate your 8th Route forces, Chu Yunfei retorted coldly. Oh, don't be hasty. I know the Japanese will also come for us. That's why I'm here to seek your cooperation, Li Yunlong replied with a grin. Given Li Yunlong's character of not acting without personal gain, he would not have sought collaboration with the 358th Regiment unless Zhao Jianjun had informed him of the Japanese marching routes and intentions, urging him to ally with the 358th Regiment to confront the Japanese together. Zhao Jianjun spoke up, and naturally, Li Yunlong had no objections, especially considering the task at hand of confronting the enemy. Recently, in his efforts to expand the unit, he had integrated the guerrilla fighters and militiamen into the newly formed regiment, bringing the total strength to over 3,500, achieving full capacity at last. Equipped with new weaponry, he was eager to test the quality of the enemy's forces. Cooperation? What could we possibly collaborate on with you, the 8th Route Army? Before Chu Yunfei could utter a word, Fong Ligong interjected. The new regiment comprised merely around 1,000 men, armed with shabby equipment. It was a miracle if they did not become a burden, and Fong Ligong indeed held a certain disdain for the 8th Route Army. What manner of cooperation do you envision? Chu Yunfei raised a hand to halt Fong Ligong's further remarks and turned to Li Yunlong, inquiring. This is the enemy's marching route. Li Yunlong stated succinctly, unfurling the map before the assembly. Chapter 84. The crushing situation. The hunt begins. The enemy claims that 3 mixed brigades are besieging you. However, in reality, it is only the 3rd Mixed Brigade attacking your 358th Regiment. The 16th Mixed Brigade has diverted to assault your cavalry division, while the 9th Mixed Brigade has dispatched 3 battalions into the mountains, aimed directly at us, with 2 more battalions stationed here to cut off your retreat. Li Yunlong elaborated on the enemy's marching routes and intentions in detail. How do you know all this? Chu Junfi inquit so mewat astonits. As they had yet to ascertain the specifics of the enemy's mixed brigades, he had not anticipated Li Yunlong's profound understanding. That is of no concern to you. We have our own channels. For now, our collaboration has a singular objective, to annihilate the 3rd Mixed Brigade, Li Yunlong replied. And what about the 9th and 16th Mixed Brigades? The 772nd Regiment of the 386th Brigade will support the cavalry division against the 16th Mixed Brigade, while the Independent Regiment and the 771st Regiment will confront the 9th Mixed Brigade. Furthermore, another regiment will block the enemy's reinforcements, he continued. This time, the enemy aims to eradicate all Jinsui troops and the 8th Route Army in northwest Shaanxi, while our objective is equally straightforward, to completely destroy the 3 mixed brigades, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy. With a glint in his eye, Chu Yunfei remarked, even with your new regiment, we may still struggle against the 3rd Mixed Brigade. He then shifted the conversation, probing, by the way, Commander Li, during the battle at Chang'an, when you annihilated the enemy's Sakata detachment, you must have employed super heavy artillery. I wonder if you could provide fire support this time? Huh. Look at you with those thick brows and large eyes. I never imagined you harbored such devious thoughts. Damn it. Where would I procure such super heavy artillery? Do not slander me. Li Yunlong would certainly not reveal the truth. After all, he had already conveyed all that needed to be said. Whether to cooperate was up to them. Even without their assistance, he could still obliterate the 3rd Mixed Brigade. With that, Li Yunlong turned and departed without a backward glance. Watching Li Yunlong's departing figure, Fong Ligong couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. A person like that can be a commander? Simply uncouth. Commander, shall we cooperate with him? Qian Beijun inquired. Of course we will cooperate. Anyone fighting the enemy is my brother, Chu Yunfei, he asserted, never one to waver in his resolve against the enemy. Though the new regiment was small in number, their combat prowess was formidable. Previously, during the battle at Chang'an, they had managed to hold back the Sakata detachment for a time, a truly elite enemy unit. This time, they should be capable of stalling 2 or 3 enemy battalions, allowing us to focus on dealing with just 2 or 3 battalions of the enemy. The 3rd Mixed Brigade is no elite force. We shall consume them today in retribution for the grievances of the battle at Shinko, Chu Yunfei said, his teeth clenched in determination. Upon returning to the command post of the new regiment, Li Yunlong promptly summoned the commanders of each battalion for a meeting to arrange the battle plans. The realm of Bright Sword, while adopting a similar organizational structure to that of the new army of the Tang Dynasty, exhibits notable differences in firepower, being somewhat superior, particularly given the disparate adversaries they face. For instance, in the new army of the Tang Dynasty, a squad consists solely of the squad leader equipped with a submachine gun, while the other soldiers are armed with semi-automatic rifles. Conversely, in Bright Sword, the squad leader wields a light machine gun, and within the 3 groups, one is designated as an assault team, all of whom are equipped with submachine guns. At the battalion level, Bright Sword mirrors the structure of 4 companies. However, one of these companies has been transformed into a firepower-enhanced unit, comprising 3 heavy machine gun squads and 1 60mm mortar squad. This firepower-enhanced company boasts 9 heavy machine guns and 3 60mm mortars, yielding formidable firepower. At the regiment level, the firepower-enhanced battalion has evolved into 3 mortar companies and 1 heavy artillery company, featuring 27 60mm mortars and 3 122mm howitzers. Such a firepower configuration possesses the capacity to utterly decimate an enemy battalion, and even when confronting a standard enemy regiment. The firepower at the company and battalion level affords a significantly high probability of victory. Moreover, the heavy artillery battalion at the brigade level has also been bolstered. With the new army of the Tang Dynasty comprising 3 companies, while Brightsword consists of 4 companies, 3 of which are armed with 122mm howitzer companies, and 1 with a 130mm cannon company, equipped with 27 howitzers and 9 cannons. The effective range of the howitzers is 8 kilometers, whereas the cannons extend to an effective range of 27 kilometers. It is noteworthy that the current enemy battalion employs the 92 style 70mm infantry gun, which has an effective range of merely 78 kilometers. Although the combined strength of the new brigade stands at only 500 personnel, far fewer than the numbers in an enemy composite brigade. When firepower reaches a certain threshold, achieving absolute dominance renders numerical superiority less significant. The adaptation of Li Yunlong's forces underscores that at the regiment level, they are indeed equivalent to the enemy composite brigade, with a firepower configuration that overwhelmingly surpasses it. Had it not been for the recent expansion of his brigade, comprising many guerrilla fighters and militia, which necessitates extensive combat experience to cultivate true combat effectiveness, Li would be fully confident in annihilating the enemy's 3rd Composite Brigade single-handedly. Zhuzi, can those 8-ton kings be operational now? Li Yunlong initially inquired about his most pressing concern. They have undergone a remarkable transformation, having acquired numerous artillery pieces. Relying solely on manpower poses significant challenges concerning marching speed and logistics. Therefore, upon the Council of Huaxia, they procured the most suitable 8-ton tractors for their current needs, which are sufficiently capable of towing artillery effectively. Huaxia has dispatched instructors, and we have studied diligently. As long as the road conditions are not exceedingly complex, we shall encounter no issues, Wang Chengzhu confidently asserted. Recently, Zhuzi has been brimming with pride. Having previously operated a heavily worn 60mm mortar, yet now he has upgraded to a more formidable artillery piece and ascended to the position of battalion commander. If you dare to let me down, I will personally flay you alive upon your return. Li Yunlong jestingly rebuked, having noticed that Wang Chengzhu had recently become somewhat arrogant, serving as a gentle admonition. Commander, should I falter, you may execute me without hesitation. Wang Chengzhu immediately reverted to his former demeanor. After a series of arrangements, Li Yunlong slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Let us depart. This time, we must annihilate the enemy's 3rd Mixed Brigade." The towering Daga Mountain in the northwest of Chang'an Ridge served as the base for the 358th Regiment, while the enemy forces approached from the east. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong's new regiment had assembled to the southwest of Daga Mountain, poised to launch a pincer attack alongside the 358th Regiment once the enemy commenced their offensive. Chapter 85. The Pillars. Opening fire at the command center of the new 1st Regiment, the commander received a message from Captain Zhao of the Huaxia forces. The enemy's engineering battalion had established an artillery position 6 kilometers to our east, and their artillery unit had arrived, with 18 cannons already deployed. 3 enemy infantry battalions advanced 3 kilometers, placing them 4 kilometers in a straight line from the 358th Regiment's encampment, with a total distance of 9 kilometers. While 2 additional infantry battalions were trailing behind, having just passed through the Mountain Gate Gorge, as reported by the signal soldier. The 3rd Mixed Brigade comprised 5 infantry battalions, 1 artillery battalion, and 1 engineering battalion. The artillery unit was equipped with 2 companies of Type 94 mountain guns, totaling 12 pieces, along with 1 company of Type 38 75mm field guns, totaling 6 pieces, making a grand total of 18 artillery pieces, each with a range of slightly over 8 kilometers. Each of the 5 infantry battalions possessed 2 Type 92 70mm mountain guns, resulting in a formidable firepower of 10 guns altogether. Since the enemy has willingly entered our grasp, let us commence our assault, Li Yunlong exclaimed with delight upon hearing the signal soldier's report. He instructed Wang Chengzhu to bombard the enemy's artillery position, severing their retreat. Once this battle concludes, I shall treat him to a liter of sweet potato liquor, Should he suffer any mishaps, I shall strip him of his skin, Li Yunlong ordered. Understood. Upon receiving the command and specific coordinates, Wang Chengzhu immediately launched a calibration round to obtain more accurate data. Following this, he promptly commanded, "Open fire." Boom, boom, boom. Following a barrage of artillery, the enemy's artillery position was reduced to ruins, with all 18 cannons rendered inoperable, and a significant number of enemy soldiers were also eliminated in the onslaught. Commander, the enemy's artillery position has been obliterated. All 18 cannons are destroyed, came the voice over the intercom from a nearby reconnaissance soldier. Excellent. The commander's sweet potato liquor is as good as mine, Wang Chengzhu declared, connecting with another reconnaissance soldier to report the enemy's coordinates. Adjust the angle. Fire. This time, Wang Chengzhu targeted the 7th Infantry Battalion among the 2 enemy battalions lagging behind. Fire. The artillery battalion unleashed 4 rounds upon the 7th Infantry Battalion, decimating the enemy's artillery company and nearly half of their combat strength. The enemy indeed possessed heavy artillery and promptly withdrew. The 7th Infantry Battalion, being the last in line, had Brigade Commander Kizawa Tadanobu present. "Brigade Commander, what about our soldiers in the front?" he inquired. "Order them to retreat immediately." Kizawa Tadanobu was no fool. Though he had previously suspected the 358th Regiment possessed heavy artillery, witnessing it firsthand deterred him from recklessly sacrificing lives. A more prudent approach was necessary. Understood. As the 7th Infantry Battalion retreated, Wang Chengzhu unleashed another artillery barrage, taking down over 200 more enemy soldiers. Damn the Chinese. How could they possess such formidable heavy artillery? Kizawa Tadanobu cursed vehemently. Once the artillery fire concluded and they began to withdraw, just as they were nearing the Mountain Gate Gorge, a force descended upon them from above. The deafening roar of the heavy machine guns barrage claimed the lives of over 100 enemy soldiers. One cannot deny the formidable nature of the adversary. Upon detecting the machine gun fire, they swiftly sought refuge behind any available cover. Charge forward. We must seize the Chang'an Gorge height, or else the 3rd Mixed Brigade will fade into history, commanded Yoshizawa Tadao with fervor. Upon receiving the order, the enemy soldiers bravely surged towards the Chang'an Gorge height. Unfortunately for them, they were met with a relentless hail of machine gun fire, artillery bombardments, and the explosive fury of grenades. In a mere assault, over 200 fell. "Commander, their firepower is overwhelming. We cannot possibly advance," reported a subordinate, a hint of panic creeping into Yoshizawa's heart. He quickly issued another order: have the 6th, 8th, 9th, and 10th Infantry Battalions converge towards us. Only through concentrated strength can we break through. The Chang'an Gorge height is their essential escape route. If it falls into the hands of the 358th Regiment, they will find it impossible to retreat. Let us find cover and secure this position, came a reply. On the Chang'an Gorge height, the battalion leader exclaimed, "The enemy is faltering. Should we not charge?" "Charge. Have you not heard the commander? In dire straits, we employ tactical maneuvers. In times of abundance, we unleash overwhelming firepower," Zhang Dabiao retorted, striking the soldier on the head. As the new battalion commander, he oversaw a majority of seasoned soldiers, dispatched by Li Yunlong to safeguard the Chang'an Gorge height. Their presence here served a dual purpose: to sever the 3rd Mixed Brigade's retreat and to ensure that no enemy reinforcements could advance, holding the high ground until the main forces could render assistance. This height was of paramount importance. Otherwise, a battalion would not have been assigned to it. Our task is to hold this position. If they charge, we fire immediately. If they do not, shall we simply allow them to pass? After articulating his strategy, Zhang Dabiao communicated the battlefield updates to Li Yunlong via radio. At the command post, Li Yunlong, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Zhuzi and Dabiao are performing admirably." Meanwhile, the artillery battalion remained relentless. Having decimated the 7th Infantry Battalion, they swiftly turned their sights on the 6th Battalion, which was less than 2 kilometers away, similarly inflicting heavy casualties. The remaining 400 soldiers, upon receiving orders to retreat, hastened towards Chang'an Gorge to regroup with Yoshizawa Tadao. In truth, The three preceding enemy battalions had also received similar orders. They understood that should the 358th Regiment possess significant artillery, victory would be elusive. However, their attempt to retreat was thwarted by the artillery battalion and the 358th Regiment, which pursued them relentlessly. Meanwhile, the new 1st Regiment maneuvered to launch an offensive against the rear of the three battalions, encircling them. At the Taiyuan command, the commander expressed concern. "Your Excellency, the Jinsui Army in northwest Shaanxi indeed wields heavy artillery. The 3rd Mixed Brigade has suffered grievous losses from a surprise shelling, and their retreat has been cut off. We request aerial support." "Baka, where did their heavy artillery come from?" shouted Shinizuka Yoshio in fury. "Your Excellency, the origin of their heavy artillery is inconsequential. We have now ascertained that the 358th Regiment has encircled our Sakata Brigade. We must retaliate immediately and provide aerial support to obliterate the enemy's artillery, as it poses a significant threat to us," Chief of Staff Kasahara Yukio cautioned. "Immediately provide aerial support," ordered Shinizuka Yoshio without delay. At Base 1 the passageway, the commander received alarming news. There is unusual activity at Taiyuan Wusu Airport. The enemy has deployed 16 fighter planes. Based on their flight trajectory, their target appears to be Daga Mountain. Eliminate them. No matter how many aircraft they send, all must be dealt with. We cannot allow this to disrupt the battlefield in northwestern Shaanxi, Zhao Jianjun commanded. Initially, they had planned to offer formidable fire support. However, the brigade commander wished to use this battle as a training exercise, enabling the expanded army to swiftly attain combat readiness, merely hoping for assistance from our side to neutralize the aerial threat. Indeed, during this period, our forces possessed numerous means to eradicate the enemy aircraft, rendering them hardly worthy of consideration. The enemy exhibits remarkable resilience and a disregard for death. Here on our side, Su Hao waited until nearly 11 p.m. before receiving news from the opposite front. Chapter 86. A great victory. Over 20,000 enemies annihilated. Commander, Captain Zhao has arrived, Stone announced as he entered. "Please invite him in," Su Hao replied, gradually concluding his meditation and walking towards the door. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by Zhao Jianjun, who entered with a broad smile. "Uncle, do you bring good news?" Zhao Jianjun, feeling at home, approached the stone table in the courtyard, poured himself a cup of water, and, after sipping some tea, began. "The battle in northwest Shaanxi has concluded. We have achieved a resounding victory, exceeding our set objectives. The three enemy mixed brigades have been completely annihilated. The 358th Regiment suffered over 300 casualties, while the cavalry division lost more than 600 men, and the 386th Brigade incurred 314 casualties. Were no reinforcements sent by the enemy?" Su Hao inquired, puzzled. As long as Nishizuka Yoshio remained sane, it is improbable that he would allow 3 brigades to be obliterated. Of course, reinforcements were dispatched. In addition to sending 2 batches of 42 fighter planes from Taiyuan Wusu Airport and 32 from Yunqing, they also mobilized the 11th and 12th Regiments of the 26th Division stationed in Mongolia, as well as the 238th Infantry Regiment of the 41st Division and the 225th Regiment of the 37th Division, along with 2 battalions near Daga Mountain, totaling over 15,000 troops. Zhao Jianjun replied with a cheerful demeanor. When considering the 3 mixed brigades previously deployed, the enemy unwittingly committed over 30,000 troops to northwest Shaanxi, marking this as a significant mid-scale campaign that could astonish the nation. However, only 2 regiments truly engaged in battle, as the other reinforcements received orders to withdraw before reaching the battlefield. "We assisted in neutralizing those 74 aircraft. None managed to escape," Zhao Jianjun said, elated. For this was their achievement. Moreover, the 11th Regiment of the 26th Division faced incessant harassment from various forces along their journey. By the time they arrived at Shaman Gorge, only a little over 2,000 remained. After more than an hour of combat, they failed to capture the high ground at Shaman Gorge and were instead subjected to artillery fire from the new regiment, which compelled them to retreat. On their way back, they suffered further losses, with perhaps fewer than 500 returning safely, had it not been for the timely arrival of the 12th Regiment to provide support. the 11th Regiment might have met an even graver fate. The enemy likely perceived the complete annihilation of the three mixed brigades in northwest Shaanxi. The heavy losses inflicted on the 11th Regiment of the 26th Division and the inexplicable destruction of their aircraft. To claim they were not fearful would be disingenuous. Thus, they voluntarily withdrew just moments ago. Zhao Jianjun recounted the entirety of the battle report in one breath before taking another sip of tea. Today's grand battle was indeed thrilling. He had observed the conflict from a drone, his blood surging with excitement, and several times he had been tempted to intervene. Had he not promised the brigade commander beforehand, he might have succumbed to the urge. Things turned out much better than anticipated. Su Hao sighed with relief. Indeed, Zhao Jianjun nodded slightly. However, we must not become complacent. The previous enemy forces were unaware of the situation. Next time they mobilize, they will undoubtedly proceed with extreme caution, waiting to ascertain the reasons behind the significant changes in northwest Shaanxi before taking action. Once they do, their assault will surely be ferocious, Su Hao remarked. The vengeful disposition of the enemy is profound. They cannot simply swallow their grievances. However, gaining a respite for that side is advantageous, as time is their most pressing need. With a period of buffer, Li Yunlong and his men will undoubtedly become stronger. At that juncture, whether the enemy seeks revenge or merely sacrifices themselves remains to be seen. Zhao Jianjun wholeheartedly agreed. Have the talents from Li Yunlong's side already arrived? Su Hao inquired. A portion has arrived, with more on the way. We will expedite the training of this batch of tank and Air Force personnel, Zhao Jianjun replied. By the way, Li Yunlong has just sent a request to transport the equipment for the additional 25 enhanced regiments, along with some heavy artillery. Furthermore, they require procurement for 30 more enhanced regiments. They intend to reorganize and expand the military throughout the Taihang and Taiwei regions, Zhao Jianjun continued. The Taihang and Taiwei areas are the operational territories of the 129th Division. If it weren't for Su Hao's intervention, the 129th Division would have organized 46 regiments to participate in the 100 Regiment's offensive back in August of this year. As March approaches, the 129th Division has at least 30 regiments, if not more. Currently, aside from a few main regiments, most of their units consist of over 1,000 men, with some even less than 1,000. However, in the Taihang and Taiwei base areas, they possess a considerable number of guerrilla and militia forces.